I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 1490. New Identity. Huang knew to help Kylie make a further breakthrough to pure spirit rank 6, it was imperative that Lin Huang made a trip to the secret territory. The only thing was, Lin Huang had previously entered the Great Heaven territory under the identity of Xie Lin. In the end, although he had faked his death and not teleported out, many organizations in the God territory had guessed that it was not that he had not teleported out, instead he had obtained the inheritance of the Great Heaven territory and hidden himself. Although this matter had occurred nearly a year ago, there were still many powerhouses in the God territory who were looking for Xie Lin, hoping to seize the Great Heaven inheritance. Therefore, Xie Lin's identity could no longer be used, at least not openly. After reading through the information that Bloody had provided, Lin Huang deliberated for a moment before using his communicator to dial a number. The busy tone had not even rung halfway before the communicator connected, and a male voice came from the other end. Xie Lin, Senior Buried Heaven, I need your help with something. Lin Huang skipped the pleasantries and asked immediately. Go ahead. Buried Heaven did not hesitate. I want a pass to enter God Capital's secret territory next month. Lin Huang cut straight to the chase. It's not difficult for me to help you get a pass. However, you should know that if you're recognized, even Death Sickle can't protect you, Buried Heaven answered just as bluntly. Lin Huang had previously chosen not to accept Death Sickle's protection, instead opting to disappear straight away after obtaining the Great Heaven inheritance, something which had caused great dissatisfaction among the upper tiers of Death Sickle. If Lin Huang's identity was exposed during this trial, it was impossible for Death Sickle to come forward and take the pressure for him unless he was willing to give up the Great Heaven inheritance. However, Buried Heaven also knew that Lin Huang would never do that. I know that. I'll change my name, and I'll also change my combat style. Moreover, my combat strength has already evolved to true God level, so people shouldn't make the connection with Xie Lin. Since you're set on requesting this, I'll help you apply for a pass then. Buried Heaven did not waste any more words. Find a branch of Death Sickle on your own and apply for it using a new identity, then tell me your new name, and that will do. After that, I'll send the invitation letter directly to you. After ending the call with Buried Heaven, Lin Huang immediately dialed Yang Ling's number. Strangely, the communicator showed the notification, the number you have dialed is not in service. Lin Huang frowned slightly. Just as he was about to try calling again, there was an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. He immediately connected the call. Come straight to the point. The voice was clearly Yang Ling's. Why has your number gone out of service? Lin Huang asked in surprise. I've encountered a small problem. Yang Ling seemed reluctant to say more. Whatever it is you need, tell me quickly. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Huang decided not to probe any further. He immediately told Yang Ling what he needed. I want a fake identity in the God territory, one that I can use to register with Death Sickle. I'll help you make several this time then, Yang Ling said straightforwardly, just send me the pictures and personal information after disguising yourself, that will do. Also, for the time being, don't contact me if it isn't urgent. Hearing Yang Ling say this, Lin Huang realized that the problem his friend was facing might not be a small matter. Is there anything I can help with? Yang Ling fell silent for a moment before answering in a low voice, it's possible that I'm being watched by the raiders, there's nothing much you can help with. Just make sure you don't get exposed. After saying this, he paused but did not hang up. He seemed to hesitate for a little while before continuing, if something really does happen to me, help me take care of Hong Zhuang. Hearing these words, Lin Huang blinked in surprise. He recovered himself and was about to ask about Hong Zhuang, but Yang Ling had already ended the call from his end. Don't tell me this boy has really developed feelings for Hong Zhuang. Whether it was in terms of physique or looks, Hong Zhuang was a top-notch beauty. However, her character and way of doing things had always made Lin Huang keep his distance, despite admiring her. Even if he was certain now that his abilities had far surpassed Hong Zhuang's own, he was still somewhat wary of this woman. Looking at the state Yang Ling was in currently, he really felt that this woman's methods were terrifying. Shaking his head, Lin Huang temporarily set aside the matter of Yang Ling and Hong Zhuang. He put on thousand face, disguised himself with several different appearances, and took a few ID photos of himself. After that, he simply set up the identities for his various new looks and sent the photos to Yongling, as well as the identity setups. A moment later, Yongling replied with a message. In 3 days, you can go collect them at the front desk of the illegal hotel. Lin Huang was startled. He had forgotten to tell Yongling earlier which planet he was on. Even the hotel he had checked into was an illegally run hotel that did not require ID verification, but clearly, Yongling already knew where he was. To avoid missing the package that Yongling would be sending over, Lin Huang did not go into closed-door cultivation in the days that followed. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the hotel lounge with his eyes closed, cultivating seamless. Lin Huang did not know if it was because he had evolved to true god level, but he noticed that his cultivation of seamless was more than 10 times faster than before. Since his advancement to the 7th level of seamless, in the past, the rate by which the length of his telekinetic threads increased was around 200 per hour. Now, however, the number surged to 3,000 per hour. In just the space of 1 day, the number of his telekinetic threads had exceeded 300,000, and his cultivation of seamless also advanced to the 8th level. After that, his cultivation speed for seamless reduced slightly, but he could still condense 2,000 telekinetic threads in an hour. 3 days went by, just like that. After having breakfast early in the morning, Lin Huang retrieved Yongling's package from the front desk. Upon opening it, inside he found 4 identity rings, each of them slightly different in shape and form. He tried each of them on and checked them over, making sure that there were no problems before putting 3 of them away and wearing the remaining one. After that, he headed straight for the outpost of the Death Sickle branch. After 10 minutes or so, he once more obtained the status of a reserve member of Death Sickle. Name: Huang Mu, Tribe: Unknown, Combat Level: 9th Rank True God, Cultivation: Psychic, as long as I use enough disguises, no one will know who I really am. Lin Huang grinned. For this name, he used half of Lin and half of Huang, then reversed the 2.1. Not knowing one's tribe was a common occurrence in the God territory. There were many tribes in the God territory, and many children were orphaned after birth, not knowing which tribe they belonged to. For his combat level, Lin Huang disguised himself as a 9th rank true god to avoid drawing unwanted attention if he advanced too quickly when the time came. As for his cultivation path, since everyone knew he was a sword cultivator when he was in the Great Heaven territory previously, he most definitely could not use swords openly. Otherwise, it was inevitable that people would suspect that he was somehow connected to Xie Lin, who had obtained the Great Heaven inheritance. Additionally, an occupation like Imperial Censor was extremely rare in the God territory, so he could only choose to be a psychic. Lin Huang made a copy of this identity information and forwarded it to Buried Heaven. About half an hour later, Buried Heaven sent the invitation letter over directly, without saying a single word. However, Lin Huang still replied with a, "Thank you." Now that he had the invitation letter to God Capital's secret territory, Lin Huang felt like a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He went downstairs to check out of his room, then returned to the Great Heaven Palace straight away. After setting a reminder for his departure date, Lin Huang crushed a time cabin card and stepped into it, once again going into closed-door cultivation. Chapter 1491, Sword Dao Heavenly Rule Level. Sitting cross-legged in the time cabin, Lin Huang cultivated seamless this round. After all, since he wanted to appear as a psychic, he intended to make use of this period just over a month to strengthen his divine telekinesis so he could face the upcoming trip to the secret territory. After his cultivation of seamless advanced to the 8th level, the speed by which his telekinetic threads lengthened had reduced to 2,000 per hour. However, in comparison to before his elevation to true god level, this speed was already a lot higher. His past 3 days of cultivation had already allowed his telekinetic threads to surge to 370,000. Now that he had entered the time cabin, he did not have a minute to lose. He even completely disregarded his times for eating, drinking, and sleeping, devoting himself entirely to cultivating seamless. The telekinetic threads increased at a rate of 48,000 every day. In just 13 days, the number surged to 1 million, elevating him to a new level of seamless, the 9th level. At this point, the speed at which Lin Huang's telekinetic threads lengthened dropped once again to 1,000 per hour. Despite this, Lin Huang did not stop cultivating. The daily speed at which his telekinetic threads lengthened was maintained at 24,000. In the time cabin, time passed day by day. It took Lin Huang less than 84 days for his telekinetic threads to surge to 3 million, and he finally made another breakthrough in his cultivation of Seamless, reaching the legendary 10th level. At this point, Seamless, which Lin Huang had obtained from Qi Mushang, had reached the end of its cultivation process. As a matter of fact, when Qi Mushang derived the 10 levels of Seamless back in the day, he himself had only cultivated it till the 9th level. He did not know what the 10th level was like. However, at this moment, Lin Huang's impression of this level was deeply profound. He could clearly sense that after reaching the 10th level, his divine telekinesis seemed to possess the ability to split itself. He did not need the guidance of his consciousness at all for him to put Seamless into use. Even the speed at which his telekinetic threads were lengthening had not slowed down in the least, maintaining a rate of 1000 per hour. Based on this kind of speed, Lin Huang estimated that the number of his telekinetic threads would automatically exceed 10 million within a year. His cultivation of Seamless had entered autopilot mode, and Lin Huang was extremely pleased to see this. If this were the case, as long as no problems arose, he could allow Seamless to cultivate on autopilot mode completely, and he could devote his time and energy to other matters. He only needed to check on it from time to time. After coming out from the automatic cultivation state of Seamless, Lin Huang crushed another time cabin card, extending the time to 100 days. After scrutinizing the autopilot mode of Seamless for several minutes and ensuring that there were no issues, only then did he shift his attention toward his sword Dao. Although his disguise in the god territory this time did not allow him to openly use swords, sword Dao was his main cultivation path. Since he had extra time, the first thing he thought of, naturally, was upgrading his sword Dao. Immersing his consciousness into Great Heaven's inheritance memory, Lin Huang rapidly began learning even more sword skills. He did not know whether it was because of his elevation to true god level, or because his cultivation of Seamless had caused his divine telekinesis to strengthen greatly, or even perhaps because his sword Dao had evolved to true self level, or because of some other reason. Lin Huang now realized that his speed of learning for sword skills was astronomically faster than before. Originally, at most, he could only learn around 350 types of mythical level sword skills in a day. However, he basically only needed a single glance to learn a new skill now. This was because, with one look, his mind could automatically deduce the workings of the entire sword skill, even to where he could automatically correct and modify the original skill itself. Within the mere space of a day, he learned more than 80,000 mythical level sword skills, practically almost one skill every second. He only used less than 9 days to increase the original number of sword skills he had mastered from 300,000 to more than 1 million. Although the number of sword skills he mastered had exceeded 1 million, Lin Huang still could not manage a further breakthrough to reach sword Dao heavenly rule level. He was not bothered by this, merely glancing at the number of sword skills he had mastered before shifting his attention to even higher level sword skills, supreme god level sword skills. His learning speed for supreme god level sword skills reduced visibly, and he only mastered around 1,500 skills in an entire day. Lin Huang had few complaints about this kind of learning speed. After all, these were supreme god level sword skills that contained rules. It was difficult for ordinary true gods to master hundreds of sword skills, even if they specialized in sword cultivation. However, he could learn thousands of sword skills in a day. He closed his eyes and meditated, flipping through these sword skills in his mind while simultaneously running through implied simulations with them in his head. The number of supreme god level sword skills he mastered kept increasing as well. Inside the time cabin, 2 months passed by in the blink of an eye. The number of supreme god level sword skills Lin Huang had mastered finally broke through to the 100,000 mark. At that very moment, it was as if he had pierced through a barrier in his mind. In an instant, he had an even clearer perspective of sword Dao. Within him, the true self level of his sword Dao true meaning was shattering inch by inch, transforming and condensing into a force of will similar to the world will of the gravel world. At this point, the sword soul within Lin Huang's body opened its eyes and roared, its body expanding at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. After breaking through to true self level, the sword soul had originally been almost exactly the same in height and form as Lin Huang, but now it expanded into a towering giant within a mere few seconds. The blood-red battle sword in the giant's hands also grew larger. On the massive blade, the golden seal tactics lit up once again, and the living creature-like golden patterns began undergoing minuscule changes that were visible to the naked eye. A moment later, the golden glow on the sword blade gradually faded away. The seal tactics slowly re-emerged on both sides of the sword hilt in relief form. Although they were similar to the ones before, they had visibly become more complicated. Lin Huang tried to look at the seal tactics again, but he still became dizzy and immediately withdrew his gaze. Is this sword Dao heavenly rule level? After sensing the changes in himself, Lin Huang could clearly feel that his sword Dao had strengthened countless times over. He felt that he would be invincible as long as he had a sword in hand. However, he also knew that this was a normal illusion. There were 3 levels of sword Dao heavenly rule, namely Heavenly Sword, Heavenly Heart, and Heavenly Dao. What was regarded as Heavenly Dao level was an invincible level where there could be only one sword to conquer all. Of course, one was not truly invincible, but this was the state of mind at this level. Once they had reached sword Dao heavenly rule level, sword cultivators would automatically condense sword force. In this world, sword force was not an illusory thing such as described in novels, but a type of substantive power derived from spiritual layer oppressive power. More precisely, it was a spiritual layer attack technique derived from sword Dao. Sword cultivators at heavenly rule level only needed to release their sword force without even lifting a finger, and this was enough to severely injure several true god level powerhouses whose soul strength was weaker. To put it another way, sword Dao heavenly rule was actually a type of god sequence chain, but a more unique one. Its level divisions were completely different from that of god sequence chains. Besides having power similar to that of god sequence chains, it also possessed many characteristics of the sword itself. After sensing the sword Dao changes within him, Lin Huang glanced at the time remaining in the time cabin. There were 27 days left. He did not intend to waste this time and continued to sit cross-legged with his eyes closed, learning more sword skills and strengthening his newly evolved sword Dao heavenly rule. Now that he had advanced to sword Dao heavenly rule level, he also became aware that his sword skill cultivation speed had increased. Based on the time he took to learn a sword skill, he roughly estimated that the 1,500 supreme god level sword skills he could initially learn in a day had now skyrocketed to 30,000 a day. He was even able to vaguely comprehend some of the holy sword skills that he had initially been completely unable to understand. Chapter 1492. Whenever he had an idle moment, he would snack on something. After advancing to sword Dao heavenly rule level, Lin Huang used 4 days worth of time to learn a further 120,000 supreme god level sword skills. Next, he spent another day fully mastering and consolidating all the sword skill inheritances below supreme god level that he had obtained. Only then did he start shifting his focus toward a holy sword skill in Great Heaven's inheritance memory. 22 days later, the time cabin transformed into glimmers of starlight that dissipated, but Lin Huang still sat cross-legged in the same spot, continuing to derive that specific holy sword skill. For the next 20 days or so, he remained seated in this position on the floor of the Great Heaven Palace and did not move an inch, as if he had turned into a stone sculpture. He did not use a time cabin card any further. Instead, he continued deriving at the normal speed of time. It was not until 3 days before the opening of the secret territory that Lin Huang finally opened his eyes. He exhaled a long breath. At least I've gotten that scene to before going into the secret territory. Li Huang was not referring to the cultivation of his holy sword skill. He had actually used less than a week to derive and cultivate it successfully. Since then, he had been reading through thousands of holy sword skills stored in Great Heaven's inheritance memory. He did not cultivate these sword skills, however. Instead, he specifically searched for methods of using sword Dao heavenly rule that were contained within the skills. Then, he did a round of practice and inference in his mind, which was why he had used up more than half a month on this. Glancing at the time and noting that there were still 3 days left before the secret territory opened, Lin Huang then rose immediately and opened the doors to step outside. Lord Swordmaster. Sensing Lin Huang's aura, astonishment flashed through Sword One's eyes. As a powerful sword cultivator, he could clearly feel that Lin Huang's sword Dao had already broken through to heavenly rule level. He was instantly shocked. The Swordmaster had only been in closed-door cultivation for over a month, and his abilities had already undergone such terrifying improvement. Lin Huang paid no attention to Sword One's astonishment and merely greeted him, before teleporting himself straight out of the Great Heaven territory. After putting on Thousand Face and a new identity ring, Lin Huang transformed himself into Huang Mu. At present, he appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. He now had a beard. He also wore black robes and had long hair, giving off a dispirited vibe. Wearing a hood gave him a somewhat treacherous air. His manner was completely different from that of Lin Huang himself, as well as the previous Xie Lin. He felt sure that no one would be able to make the connection between this identity and Xie Lin. Prior to entering the secret territory, he did not need to prepare anything. His weapons, armor, and other equipment were god weapons that possessed the potential for growth. When he evolved to true god level, they had automatically transformed to rank 3 and were comparable to top-notch god sequence relics. He could use them to fight beginner or intermediate stage heavenly gods. Furthermore, the highest combat strength allowed into the secret territory was only 9th rank true god level. However, he still made a trip to the marketplace in Devil Hunter Star Zone to see if he might be able to pick up any treasures there, but his main purpose was to buy some food. Actually, true god level powerhouses were able to survive in a vacuum, and for a long time as well. The ones who had mastered light rule were even able to rely on reflected light from planets. They did not require direct light from stars. With just this, they could survive till the end of their lives. Lin Huang had stopped needing food or water a while back, but he still maintained his original eating habits. Although he could not really be counted as a true gourmet, he could genuinely be considered an epicure. At present, eating had turned from a necessity into a sort of hobby. Whenever he had an idle moment, he would snack on something. After all, he would not get fat. Lin Huang spent one day strolling around Devil Hunter Star Zone. Apart from buying some food, he did not really find anything else of note, so he made a detour directly to the assembly point that Buried Heaven had mentioned, the Undead Shelter. The Undead Shelter was a Grade 6 shelter, which was also the headquarters of a Grade 6 organization known as Undead. Although Undead was one of the more ordinary Grade 6 organizations, it had a good relationship with many Grade 5, Grade 6, and Grade 7 organizations. Many major organizations had established their own branches at the Undead Shelter. Death Sickle also had a branch here, and the Undead branch was one of the 3 largest branches apart from Death Sickle's headquarters itself. Besides the dozen or so Grade 6 organizations, including Death Sickle, the 3 major Grade 7 organizations Divine Clapnet, Precious Treasure Pavilion, and the Combat God Temple had also established branches here. In addition, the Undead Shelter's extremely prosperous service industry and its excellent customer service had rapidly led to it becoming one of the top Grade 6 shelters. Even heavenly god level powerhouses frequently appeared here as well, numerous ones, in fact. Upon arriving at the Undead Shelter, the first thing Lin Huang did was not to look for a hotel but to stroll around the various marketplaces. After visiting Precious Treasure Pavilion's marketplace, Lin Huang went on to visit several small marketplaces until nightfall, then went to look around the black market. In the end, he remained empty-handed. It was not that there was a lack of good items. Lin Huang saw a great many excellent items but did not make a bid for them. On one hand, they were non-essential items. In the section for weapons, armor, and the like, there were excellent god sequence relics. Lin Huang even saw 2 sets of telekinetic weapons that tempted him slightly. However, the problem was that he currently already had god weapons and no longer needed these things. On the other hand, he did not see any hidden treasures that might interest him. Whether at the marketplace or the black market, all the good items he saw were priced appropriately. As for the cheap bargains, using his keen eye and the strength of his divine telekinesis, he did not find very much that was good among them. Perhaps there might have been good items there earlier, but they could have already been snapped up by others. He strolled around the marketplace for the entire day. By the time he left the black market, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. Lin Huang had great difficulty before finally managing to book a good hotel. By the time he checked in, it was nearly 10:30. He stayed at the Undead Shelter for a night. Only after having his breakfast the next day did Lin Huang set out unhurriedly for the Death Sickle branch. Upon arriving at his destination, Lin Huang walked straight into the first-floor conference room. This was the assembly point that Buried Heaven had arranged. As he entered the conference room, Lin Huang discovered that there were people present already. There were even many familiar faces. As both virtual gods and true gods were able to enter the secret territory, Fallen Star, Destiny, and Twin were all on the invitation list as well. In addition to the 3 people he knew, Lin Huang also recognized Virtuoso, who was ranked first on the White Sickle leaderboard. They looked the same as before, wearing black robes that enveloped their entire body and a white mask on their face. As soon as Lin Huang pushed the door open and walked in, everybody's gaze shifted to him. This was because those who had received an invitation letter from Death Sickle were practically the strongest powerhouses on the Black Sickle and White Sickle leaderboards, so everyone was acquainted with each other. As for Lin Huang, everyone present was completely unfamiliar with his face and could not remember when such a fellow had joined Death Sickle. Under normal circumstances, Lin Huang would have definitely taken the initiative to go and greet everyone. However, his current identity setup was that of a dispirited youngster who was not interested in anything. He merely glanced at the others, walked straight to a front row seat away from the rest, and sat down by himself. Behind, he could hear several people gossiping about him, but he chose to ignore them. This guy must be new, right? I don't think I've seen him on the ranking list. His aura isn't weak, he's a 9th rank true god, but I don't know how strong his abilities are. Is that new guy so snobbish that he won't even come and say hello? However, what Lin Huang did not notice was that as everyone else was busy discussing among themselves, Virtuoso kept staring at his back, gaze unwavering. Chapter 1493, Are you sure you want me to remove my mask? At 8 o'clock sharp in the morning, Buried Heaven arrived promptly. In the presence of the members of Death Sickle's inner circle, he revealed himself using his original appearance, a white-haired young man, less than 1.6 meters tall. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Lin Huang sitting in the first row, seemingly not getting along with everyone else. At the sight of Lin Huang, he was taken aback for a moment. Although he was not a sword cultivator, he was a well-known figure who was among the top-tier heavenly gods, and he could clearly sense that Lin Huang's sword Dao had broken through to heavenly rule level. Looking away from Lin Huang discreetly, he glanced at the other people sitting at the back. When he saw the expressions on their faces, he immediately understood what was happening. He said to Lin Huang, "Newcomer, why don't you briefly introduce yourself?" Lin Huang nodded. He stood up, turned to look at the people behind him, and took off his hood. "I'm Shu Mu, and I've just recently joined Death Sickle. I'll be in your care." Huang Mu was the real name of this identity, while Shu Mu was the code name that he had applied for in Death Sickle. After this simple introduction, Lin Huang turned around and sat back down again. Buried Heaven raised his brows at Lin Huang's brevity. He guessed that Lin Huang was probably putting on an act. The others in the conference room were rather dissatisfied with this, however. This fellow is saying that he'll be in our care, but there's nothing in his expression or his attitude that makes it seem like he needs our care, is there? What a terrible personality this fellow has. He sure has some balls, acting so arrogant even in front of Senior Buried Heaven. Naturally, Lin Huang heard these grumblings, but he could not be bothered to respond to them. The corners of Buried Heaven's lips quirked up slightly. Conversely, he found Lin Huang's role-playing very amusing. Alright, since everyone else already knows each other, there's no need for further introductions. Everyone's already here, so we'll head out now. As soon as he said that, Buried Heaven shook the cuff of his sleeve, and a green-colored snake as thick as a pinky finger shot out, landing on the conference table. The little snake merely opened its mouth slightly, and Lin Huang, along with the other 6 people, rapidly shrank in size, turning into tiny particles that were swallowed up by the tiny snake. After swallowing the 7 of them, the little black snake transformed into a python, and in a flash, Buried Heaven stepped up on top of its head. The next instant, a black whirlpool appeared out of nowhere, and the black python slid into it, bringing Buried Heaven along. A moment of dizziness and darkness later, when Lin Huang and the others were spat out by the python, they found themselves already in an expanse of void. Lin Huang looked around. Buried Heaven, who was standing to one side, had long since changed his appearance into that of a muscular man who was more than 2 meters tall. The 6 people who had been in the conference room previously were all present as well. In addition to the few participants from Death Sickle, more than a dozen organizations had also arrived, each forming a small group. The number of people was quite small. Lin Huang even saw 2 grade 7 organizations that had sent only 10 people, 5 virtual gods and 5 true gods, no less. Just when Lin Huang was wondering if this secret territory had a limit for the number of participants, Destiny could not help speaking up from where he was standing to one side. "Master Buried Heaven, even the grade 7 organizations have sent so few people. Is this because the secret territory has a limit on the number of participants?" "That's not the reason." Before Buried Heaven could even open his mouth, a true god beside them spoke up. "It's because the hunts in this secret territory hunting are solo battles, and each person's hunting points count only toward themselves. That's why the major organizations have selected only the strongest powerhouses within their own organizations. This is also to prevent weaklings from joining, so as not to disgrace the entire organization through earning hunting points that are far too low. He deliberately glanced at Lin Huang as he delivered this last sentence. This true god was Wild Fiend, the current number 3 on Death Sickle's White Sickle leaderboard. His main reason for being upset with Lin Huang was that previously, Buried Heaven had announced that only 3 true gods from Death Sickle would be entering the secret territory this time. This year, he had only managed to secure 3rd place on the White Sickle leaderboard after much difficulty and had very nearly lost the position to other people. However, this limited spot that he had managed to obtain only after a year of hard work had been easily secured by a newcomer, in a complete departure from the rules. Naturally, he was extremely displeased. Lin Huang had no idea how precious his spot was. He had only asked Buried Heaven for it because he needed it, and Buried Heaven had immediately agreed. Buried Heaven had not mentioned how scarce these spots were either. Of course, he could pick up the indirect barb in Wild Fiend's words, but he did not know why the other showed such animosity toward him. He assumed that his previous attitude had upset Wild Fiend, so he just ignored the other's provocation. In Lin Huang's opinion, such low-level provocation was meaningless. If the other party were genuinely capable, he should be thinking about how to crush Lin Huang in terms of hunting points, instead of verbally making oblique accusations at him before the hunt had even begun. Seeing that Lin Huang did not rise to the bait, Wild Fiend did not continue being aggressive. On the one hand, Senior Buried Heaven was right there, so Wild Fiend could not simply antagonize Lin Huang. On the other hand, there were also many other organizations in the vicinity, and it would not reflect well if others were to witness internal conflict within Death Sickle. The truth was, if it were not for his apprehension at Buried Heaven's presence, he might have directly started a fight with Lin Huang when they were still in the conference room. What Wild Fiend did not know, however, was that he was lucky. If he had chosen to make a move against Lin Huang at that time, there was a high chance that he might have immediately lost this opportunity to enter the secret territory. Ignoring the murmurs of the people beside him, Lin Huang directed his gaze toward the other organization's sites. The participants from the 2 Grade 7 organizations, the Combat God Temple and Xeno, had all arrived. He even saw a few familiar faces, such as Unrivaled God from the Combat God Temple, and Frontier from Xeno. More than a year had passed, yet these old acquaintances, just like Fallen Star and the others, were still at virtual god level rank -9. However, their auras had obviously become much stronger than before. Just when Lin Huang felt regretful that he had left this group of individuals far behind him in terms of advancement, a figure suddenly leaned over from beside him. "Haven't I seen you somewhere before?" Surprisingly enough, the speaker was the black-robed virtuoso. Their voice was very neutral, and it was impossible to make out whether they were male or female. Lin Huang turned around to look at Virtuoso and smiled as he answered a touch mockingly, "You'll have to take your mask off for me to have a look, then I'll know if we've met before or not." As the few Death Sickle members were wondering why Virtuoso had taken an interest in this newcomer, they heard what Lin Huang said, and their expressions immediately became rather odd. "Are you sure you want me to remove my mask?" Under Virtuoso's white mask, red lips quirked up slightly. However, their mask was actually concealing their lips. Logically speaking, Lin Huang should not have been able to make out any expression on the other's face, but he definitely saw the corners of their lips curl up. Right at this point, Buried Heaven could no longer keep silent. "The secret territory is opening soon, both of you better not cause any trouble." Lin Huang noticed something unusual in Buried Heaven's tone as he said that, and guessed that something might happen if the other party were to remove their mask. Judging from the expressions on the others' faces, it was not likely to be anything good. This made Lin Huang a little curious as to the abilities of this fellow who was ranked first on the White Sickle leaderboard. Chapter 1494. Rules that are as childish as little kids playing house. This secret prisoner territory of God Capital had existed for more than 700,000 years and had also been opened up countless times. After collaborating with other major organizations and taking in more prisoners, the frequency of this place being opened had increased significantly. Currently, it was made accessible once every 200 to 300 years. Therefore, in the beginning, the team leaders from the major organizations were those at peak Heavenly God level. The standard had then slowly lowered to 9th rank Heavenly God level, then even further to high rank True Gods. Up until now, the team leader's abilities were still getting lower in level, to the point where some high-rank heavenly gods of certain organizations would let those at medium rank lead the team if they themselves were unavailable. Basically, there were very few team leaders who were at 9th rank. Therefore, everyone was surprised when they saw Buried Heaven, wondering why he was the one leading Death Sickle's team this time. As a top figure among those at heavenly god level, Buried Heaven could be said to rank higher than everyone else present, whether in terms of ability or seniority. As soon as he arrived, practically all the team leaders of other organizations took the initiative to greet him. Even the team leaders of the 2 Grade 7 organizations were no exception. This was even more apparent for the teams that arrived after Death Sickle, with some team leaders even taking the initiative to approach him with a few words of greeting. After all, outside of Death Sickle, it was extremely difficult for other people to have any contact at all with Buried Heaven. By around 8:50 in the morning, everyone was present. Lin Huang also saw both Kylie and Bloody among those from the Nephilic Judge tribe. The 2 women had only been able to recognize Lin Huang through the contract sense of their cards. However, they only glanced briefly at each other before all 3 of them looked away. What gave Lin Huang a sense of satisfaction was that Kylie was already at 9th rank true god level, while Bloody had also elevated to 8th rank. The team leader from the Nephilic Judge tribe was also the only other 9th rank heavenly god present, apart from Buried Heaven. Nevertheless, when he arrived and saw Buried Heaven, he had greeted him with a, "Sir." After entering, all of you will be randomly teleported to an area that matches your combat level. Virtual God rank 9s will be teleported to an area where there are Virtual God rank 9 prisoners, while 9th rank True Gods will also be teleported to an area where 9th rank True God prisoners roam. On top of that, you'll only earn hunting points by hunting prisoners with either the same combat level or a higher combat level than yourselves. You won't get any hunting points if you hunt prisoners with lower combat levels. One more thing, I've also emphasized this in the information that I sent to you. These prisoners are not the low IQ monsters that you've hunted before, and they'll use any method possible to try and kill you in order to survive. Although the rules don't allow hunters and prisoners to team up, and every fight has to be one-on-one, the prisoners will certainly use their surroundings to their advantage. They may even set traps. Every energy fluctuation arising from your battles will expose your position and attract these prisoners to come and investigate. You should know that the individuals confined in this sort of place are mostly lunatics. Even if they weren't lunatics before being imprisoned here, it wouldn't have taken long for them to turn into one. You want to hunt these prisoners to get hunting points, while they want to hunt you even more to get resources. Everything I've just mentioned was included in the information that I sent out more than a month ago. I'm re-emphasizing these things now because I fear some of you might not have read the information at all. Buried Heaven's gaze swept over Lin Huang's group, his eyes purposefully lingering on Virtuoso for a moment. It was obvious that he was referring to Virtuoso. Virtuoso paid no heed to Buried Heaven's words, however, and just acted like none of this had anything to do with them. Just like Lin Huang, they did not hold Buried Heaven in as high regard as the others did. Buried Heaven also noticed Virtuoso's wandering attention, cleared his throat, and then continued, "There's one last thing I would like to emphasize once again. The entire secret prisoner territory is under the supervision of God Capital. Whatever you do inside the secret territory, we can clearly see it from the outside. During the entire hunting process, all of you are only allowed to hunt prisoners and monsters from the secret territory. Do not attack hunters who are members of other organizations, and especially do not attack members of your own organization." Buried Heaven glanced at both Virtuoso and Lin Huang when he said this. He was a little worried that the slightest disagreement between the two would cause them to start fighting inside the secret territory. Once someone is discovered to have attacked a fellow hunter contestant, they will be severely punished once they come out. Upon hearing this, Virtuoso could not help curling their lips, staring at Lin Huang with a smile. Such boring game rules. Lin Huang chuckled as well. Obviously, Virtuoso had not looked through the information sent out by Buried Heaven, but Lin Huang had read it. Therefore, he knew very well that Buried Heaven had described the rules more stringently to prevent himself and Virtuoso from fighting. In fact, the rule of the secret territory was that one could attack other hunters within a limited range. Sharing pointers was allowed, as long as one did not kill or incapacitate others, conduct malicious sneak attacks, or plot deliberate setups. As long as hunters behaved appropriately, they could move against each other. God Capital even encouraged the plundering of points. As long as both parties set the amount in advance, the loser had to pay the winner the forfeit agreed upon. Even other hunters could use their own points to place bets on the winner or loser if they were spectators. I have a question. Virtuoso seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and asked Buried Heaven, if other hunters attack me first, can I kill them? You can fight back, but you can't kill or incapacitate them, nor can you deliberately set them up. After Buried Heaven said this, he emphasized yet again, whatever you do in the secret territory can be clearly seen from the outside at any given moment. Whether there is any subjective malice or not, I believe that can be easily determined by everyone. These rules are so childish, just like little kids playing house, Virtuoso complained in some dissatisfaction. Alright, if you have any other questions, please ask now. Buried Heaven eyed the time. The secret territory will open in less than 5 minutes. I have a question. Lin Huang did not ask this question out loud, but directed it to Buried Heaven through voice transmission. In the secret territory, is the accumulation of hunting points based on each person's actual combat level, or their combat level after disguise? After disguise. To be precise, it's the combat level that you registered with, Buried Heaven replied via voice transmission. Your hunting points are calculated by the staff of God Capital based on the number of hunts and the level of the target in question. In fact, they can't see your combat level through the monitoring screen at all, so they can only calculate based on the registration information provided by the major organizations. There have been no previous cases of fraud regarding such matters. On one hand, the major organizations are full of people who value their pride. In a minor competition such as this, there's no need to resort to fraud, because if it were discovered, one would become the laughing stock of the entire God territory. On the other hand, the participants are basically all virtual God level rank 9 and 9th rank true gods. Very few people of other combat levels take part. Once they appear, the major organizations will probably notice them, so it would be difficult to cheat. When Buried Heaven said this, he cast a glance at Bloody from the Nephilic Judge tribe. Then, the combat level that you signed me up for is, Lin Huang asked. Didn't you ask me to register you as 9th rank true god level? Buried Heaven returned matter-of-factly. Did you not just say that there have been no previous cases of fraud? Lin Huang exclaimed silently in his heart. He had asked because he was worried that Buried Heaven had registered him as a first rank. He did not expect, however, that the direct and honest Buried Heaven would have no sense of deception whatsoever and had even answered him with such confidence. Chapter 1495. Gamble at 9 in the morning, the Heavenly God team leader of God Capital opened the gates of the secret territory. Hunters from more than 20 organizations stepped forward one after the other. First up were a few Grade 7 organizations. All the hunters from the Grade 7 organizations entered the arena. The Heavenly God team leader of God Capital looked over at the Death Sickle team. Senior Buried Heaven, please go ahead with your team. Since each person would be teleported to a different location, and the hunters were not allowed to plunder each other, the order in which they entered the secret territory was actually irrelevant. Everyone else did not have any opinions about Death Sickle being the first to enter the arena after the Grade 7 organizations, given it was one of the top Grade 6 organizations, and Buried Heaven was leading the team this time around. Lin Huang discreetly glanced in the direction of the Nephilic Judge tribe, then followed the rest of the Death Sickle team through the gates of the secret territory. As soon as he stepped through the gates, Lin Huang could clearly sense a dimensional force enveloping his whole body and pulling him into another space entirely. By the time this feeling faded, he was already in a completely different area. The dry, cracked ground in front of him showed absolutely no traces of life, not even a blade of grass. He estimated that the temperature in the air was at least 200 degrees Celsius. Together with the occasional waves of heat, it felt as if he were inside an air fryer. Such a climate was obviously not suitable for the survival of regular living beings. Such a high temperature alone would be enough to turn most non-transcendents into dried meat. A glance over the area showed there were barely any plants, let alone animals. Lin Huang surveyed his surroundings once through, then activated his divine telekinesis. After a while, he frowned slightly. This place is certainly a prison. The restrictions on divine telekinesis are so severe. After Lin Huang evolved into a true god, the strength of his divine telekinesis had transformed once again. Together with his diligent cultivation of seamless, under normal conditions, the current strength of his divine telekinesis would have had enough range to cover a star zone. However, in this secret prisoner territory, His divine telekinesis, which was comparable to that of a heavenly god, was limited to a 30-kilometer probing range, and the strength of the suppression far exceeded that of even the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss previously. Seeing that his own divine telekinesis was already so severely restricted, he could guess the extent to which the other hunter's divine telekinesis had been suppressed. Space-type rules have practically been prohibited. Lin Huang secretly mobilized various rule-bending powers and quickly discovered that the space rules of this secret territory were also severely restricted. After adjusting to this new environment, Lin Huang turned his gaze in a specific direction. Earlier on, while probing with his divine telekinesis, 2 individuals had appeared within detectable range. Both of them were virtual god-level rank 9s, and the one who was closer was less than 5 kilometers away from him. TN. This appears to be a typo on the author's part. The 2 should be at 9th rank true god level, but we have opted to translate it as it is. This individual was a bald, well-built man of more than 2 meters in height. His muscles were so toned they looked terrifying. Judging solely from appearances, it was very likely that he was a combat cultivator powerhouse. He looks very strong. If Lin Huang were to compare the 2 individuals he had detected solely on the strength of their auras, this bald man within closer range was much stronger than the other individual. Lin Huang quickly selected his hunting target. In just a single move, he appeared right in front of the bald man almost instantaneously. What he had utilized was not space rule, but a speed-type light enlightenment. He had wanted to take this opportunity to hunt down some heavenly god-level powerhouses, but since his every move was being monitored, that would inevitably expose his abilities to a certain degree. Therefore, he had no intention of hiding his power, but he did not intend to use his sword Dao or his summoning beasts either. The bald man saw Lin Huang suddenly appear, and an expression of evident shock showed on his face for a moment. He was a combat cultivator, and the strength of his divine telekinesis was very weak. Within this prison, the detection radius of his divine telekinesis was less than 1 kilometer. It was far less than the range of one's line of sight. Therefore, every time the trial was held, he would wait for a hunter to approach him first. This time around was no exception, but he had not expected that a hunter would come to him so quickly. Sensing that Lin Huang's aura was only at ordinary 9th rank true god level without the abnormal strength of a gifted genius, the bald man's mouth curled up into a cruel smile. Not the slightest hint of fear could be seen in his gaze as he looked at Lin Huang. In fact, it was as if he were looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. How unlucky that I was the first one you ran into, little brat. You can only blame yourself for your bad luck. The bald man grinned. I think you might be confused as to who's the one with bad luck here. Lin Huang smiled faintly. What an arrogant little brat. As the bald man spoke, his body began to transform drastically at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blood-red hair rapidly sprouted from his originally bald head, like a living creature emitting the stench of blood into the air. His body also expanded rapidly in the blink of an eye. He had shot to more than 10 meters in height. His muscles bulged to the point of turning reddish-purple, and the surface of his skin condensed into a thick layer of horned scales. His spine had undergone an even more drastic transformation. As a result of such intense physical expansion, half of his spine now protruded through his skin, turning into a centipede-like purplish-black carapace that covered most of his back. Even his tailbone had extended to more than 10 meters past his feet, turning into a long bone spur tail. When he witnessed this, Lin Huang finally understood the reason for this individual's imprisonment here. An abyssal protoss was the result of a protoss being corrupted and degenerated by abyssal energy. The protoss were a proud race and had always regarded these abyssal protoss who had been corrupted by abyssal energy as enemies. An organization made up of pure-blooded protoss, such as God Capital, would detest them even more and would kill every one of them on sight. The fact that this bald man in front of him was alive and locked up in this prison meant that it was highly likely he had been sent here by an organization other than God Capital. Lin Huang had attracted the attention of many spectators outside the secret territory the very moment when he and the bald man had encountered each other. So early on, and someone has already encountered Ba Lin. That's such terrible luck that it's positively terrifying. Although Ba Lin's strength is average, his defenses aren't something that an ordinary 9th rank true god can get past. To do that, one must have at least control-level mastery of their rules. However, control-level rules are only capable of breaking his defenses. It would still be difficult to actually kill him. That little brat is probably going to fail. If I remember correctly, I think this little brat is a newcomer in Death Sickle. As soon as someone said that, the numerous heavenly gods present turned their gazes toward buried heaven. Buried heaven's expression was calm, he clearly had no intention of making any comments. In the face of buried heaven's silence, the rest immediately had all kinds of speculations. However, most of them felt that this newcomer's abilities were probably nothing impressive. "Why don't we make a wager on this fight?" someone suddenly suggested. "I'm betting on Ba Lin with 2 mid-level god sequence relics. I'm also betting on Ba Lin with 1 high-level god sequence relic." More than a dozen heavenly gods participated in the wager, and most of them bet on Ba Lin. Seeing that there were more than 10 people still who were not participating, the dealer shouted, "Does anyone else want to place a bet?" 10 high-level god sequence relics. Buried heaven had quietly appeared next to the gambling area. "I'm betting on Shu Mu." At the sight of buried heaven handing over 10 god sequence relics to the dealer, a great many individuals instantly turned pale. After all, buried heaven was the only person present who knew anything of the newcomer's abilities. Furthermore, he had wagered 10 high-level god sequence relics right off, and it was obvious that he had not done so for the sake of Death Sickle's dignity. He had to have been absolutely certain to place such a large bet. The dealer's face also paled slightly at the sight of the wager that buried heaven had handed over to him. He smiled obsequiously at buried heaven as he said, "Sir Buried Heaven, we're just playing around, there's no need for you to place such a large bet." Buried heaven stared at the dealer wordlessly. After a while, seeing that buried heaven refused to take the items back, the dealer had no choice but to accept the wager. "Is there anyone else who wants to wager? If not, I'm closing the bets." As soon as he said that, several heavenly gods joined in. They all followed buried heaven in betting on Lin Huang, but they did not wager much. Once everyone had finished placing their wagers, the dealer immediately closed the betting. Everyone present looked toward the video feed, waiting for the final results of this fight. Chapter 1496. The first person to earn hunting points. Seeing the dramatic changes in his opponent's body, Lin Huang did not immediately make a move but patiently waited for the other's transformation to be completed. Various thoughts rushed through the minds of the heavenly gods who were staring at the surveillance video. If it were not for buried heaven wagering 10 high-level god sequence relics during the betting, they might have all thought that this newcomer from Death Sickle had been frozen in shock by the scene before him, and had forgotten to seize the opportunity to either attack or escape. However, most of them did not think that way now. They felt that this fellow named Shu Mu was deliberately waiting for his opponent to complete his transformation so that he could exhibit his power by defeating a perfect enemy. While it was true that Lin Huang was deliberately waiting for the other's transformation to be complete, it was definitely not because he wanted to display his strength in front of all the heavenly gods. In fact, he did not actually want his every move to be monitored, so that he could unleash his full ability. He was deliberately waiting for his opponent to finish transforming, only because he felt that the other was too weak before it, which really failed to pique much of his interest. After the transformation, at least the other's defensive powers would be stronger, so Lin Huang would need to utilize his brain a little to estimate how many layers of rule power he should compound onto his telekinetic flying daggers. If I remember, in the information submitted by this little brat named Shu Mu, it stated that he was a psychic. Against a combat cultivator such as Ba Lin, he'll definitely find himself restricted. Standing in front of the surveillance video, the heavenly god team leader of God Capital suddenly laughed. "I'm guessing this fight will be very difficult for Shu Mu." Yes, psychics are restricted to a certain extent in the secret prisoner territory. Taking into consideration Ba Lin's strong defenses, it's really hard to tell who will win or lose in this fight, another heavenly god responded. Both of them had put their bets on Ba Lin as the winner. Buried heaven was silent, not bothering to say anything to this group of people. He knew that Lin Huang would definitely give him a pleasant surprise. In the secret prisoner territory, Ba Lin's aura had rapidly reached its peak after completing his transformation. He had extreme confidence in himself currently. He was born with extremely strong defensive capabilities. His body was comparable to top-tier rule armor in addition to the compounded effects of more than 10 control-level defense-type rules and elemental enlightenments. He was confident that as long as he did not encounter a top-tier true god-level powerhouse, he would be invincible. Even the vast majority of true gods were unable to break his defenses. Looking at Lin Huang, who was waiting nearby for him to complete his transformation, Ba Lin's face twisted into a smirk. What an arrogant fellow. The next moment, he suddenly exerted force with both legs at the same time that his blackish-purple bone tail flicked toward the ground. A huge crater instantly formed on the spot where he had been standing, and his figure vanished completely. In a flash, he appeared right above Lin Huang as if he had teleported. Evidently, his speed and flexibility had not diminished in the slightest, even after his physique had expanded. On the contrary, he had become even stronger than before. Appearing in front of Lin Huang in the mere blink of an eye, Ba Lin drew back his lips in a grin, his killing intent surging. He raised his huge palm high and brought it down toward Lin Huang as if he were swatting a fly. At this moment, however, the hitherto stationary Lin Huang suddenly moved. His actions were so minuscule that it had seemed like he had only shaken his sleeve slightly. Almost simultaneously, a blood-red gleam shot out at a terrifying speed, resembling a ray of lightning as thin as a strand of hair flashing in the air. The red gleam was so faint that it was barely perceptible, but the group of heavenly gods watching from the outer perimeters of the secret territory were all taken aback. That was so fast. The attack speed of this telekinetic flying dagger is probably comparable to that of a heavenly god-level psychic. Ba Lin's been killed. As soon as someone within the group of heavenly gods said that, on the surveillance video, Ba Lin's movements suddenly stopped, as if his image had completely frozen. A second later, a gush of blackish-purple blood spurted out from his solar plexus, and a hole the diameter of a bucket appeared in that area. The hole had pierced through his chest and completely wiped out his life force. "Seems like I used a bit too much power," Lin Huang muttered in a low voice, then extended his telekinetic threads to twine them around Ba Lin's dead body. Lin Huang's figure slowly floated over and stopped in front of Ba Lin's head. His pupils turned a dark blue like that of a starry sky. The control-level god rule, brain red, immediately went to work. Outside the secret territory, a group of heavenly gods was discussing the recent fight. Shu Emu's attack just now was enhanced with more than 20 types of rule-bending power. Not only was it able to break through Ba Lin's defense so easily, but it was even able to kill him within seconds. Yes, it stands to reason that an attack like this that's been boosted with more than 20 control-level rules would certainly be able to break through Ba Lin's defense, but it shouldn't have been able to kill him instantly. You're both not wrong about the number of rules or about them being at control level. However, that's not the issue, it's the telekinetic flying dagger. At this moment, a heavenly god spoke up and reminded them, if I'm not mistaken, that telekinetic flying dagger is a god sequence relic. The conversation suddenly flagged, but more enthusiastic discussions followed soon after. Inside the secret territory, Lin Huang's instant killing of Ba Lin made him the first hunter to earn hunting points. On the hunter's gold leaderboard, the name, Shu Mu, directly appeared at the top of the list. Although he had merely accrued 1 point, his was still the only name on the list. Currently, there was no name on the hunter's silver leaderboard for virtual gods, which was below the gold leaderboard. The whole process of entering the secret territory, locking onto his target, and killing it had actually taken Lin Huang less than 10 seconds. In such a short time, most hunters had not even located hunting targets yet, let alone killed them. Therefore, the fact that Lin Huang had successfully carried out a hunt so quickly immediately attracted the attention of many hunters within the secret territory. So fast, that kill was completed in less than 10 seconds after entering. What good luck that fellow has, running into a hunting target right off the bat. The kill was carried out extremely quickly, and the fact that no accidents occurred means that the opponent was immediately eliminated. If he can kill off a fellow 9th rank, this fellow called Shu Mu is definitely no weakling. Shu Mu, I've never heard of this name before. Which organization is this newcomer from? Lin Huang was not aware of the commotion that he had caused. After killing Ba Lin, he had immediately read through the memories in the other's mind. Although he had obtained quite a lot of information about the secret territory from Buried Heaven, the secret territory was quite vast. The range of Lin Huang's divine telekinesis had been severely restricted from the moment he was teleported in, so he had no idea where he was or what the situation around him was like. After spending a few minutes reading through Ba Lin's memories, Lin Huang quickly figured out his current coordinates as well as which direction he should head for next. Before meeting Kylie and Bloody, I have to hunt down some heavenly gods and obtain a grade 5 advance card. The purpose of his trip here was very clear. Participation in the hunt came second. The most important thing was to meet up with Kylie so he could use the grade 5 advance card to help her complete her advancement to pure spirit level rank 6. This was also the single most reliable way to help Kylie get out of her current situation. Chapter 1497. So impressive even when not using a sword. After acquiring Ba Lin's memories, Lin Huang headed straight toward the area where the heavenly god prisoners were being held. He did not bother wasting any time. All the prisoners he encountered along the way he killed with a single attack, not even bothering to wait for them to speak. In the short space of less than an hour, he had killed more than 10 ninth-rank true god-level prisoners, and now securely occupied the top position on the Hunter's Gold leaderboard with 10 hunting points. The second and third places only had 3 hunting points each, while the 4th to 9th places only had 2 hunting points respectively. In reality, most of the hunters had only just gotten into their various hunting modes. Under these circumstances where their divine telekinesis was so severely restricted, most individuals had only just encountered their first prisoner and had yet to come across their second hunting target. The reason Lin Huang had encountered a large number of prisoners was that, for one, he had acquired Ba Lin's memories and therefore knew of the approximate locations of nearby prisoners. For another, it was because the strength of his divine telekinesis was comparable to that of a heavenly god, and his detection range was much greater than those of other true gods. Apart from these two factors, he also differed from other hunters in terms of cautiousness. He could not care less at all about whether or not he would be discovered by the prisoners in the secret territory. Within just an hour, the distance that he had covered was hundreds of times that of other hunters. The name Xu Mu also became very familiar to all the hunters in less than an hour. I don't know where this fellow sprang from, but he's really strong. Let's set aside this fellow's abilities for the time being. If this sort of hunting efficiency isn't because he's cheating, then he probably has some special detection type techniques. If I'd known earlier, I would have also learned a detection technique or bought a detection type god rule relic. Based on his hunting speed, all the prisoners encountered by this fellow named Xu Mu were probably killed instantly. He's hunted down 10 prisoners of the same rank in less than an hour, so that's an average of a little over 5 minutes per person, with an estimate of 5 minutes spent on the road. What this hunter did not know was that the average of 5 minutes plus that Lin Huang took for each kill not only included his time on the road but also the time spent reading the minds of each corpse. Lin Huang's outstanding performance caught the attention of not just the hunters inside the secret territory, but also the numerous heavenly gods outside the secret territory. All the 9th-rank true god-level prisoners were killed instantly, and he didn't even use a second flying dagger. We don't even know if he only has this one single god sequence relic level flying dagger or if he has a full set of them. If he has a whole set, then everyone else needn't fight anymore. He'll have basically secured first place on the gold leaderboard. Everyone else can just diligently try for second place. Ultimately, he's only at true god level. The strength of his divine telekinesis is limited, and so is his divine power. For him to use one telekinetic flying dagger with such power, I'm guessing he's already at the far end of his limits. Even if he has a complete set, he wouldn't be able to use every one of them with the same amount of power. His divine power wouldn't be able to withstand such degree of depletion. The heavenly god team leader of the combat god temple frankly stated the problem that he had noticed. Moreover, there probably aren't that many rules that he's mastered up to control level. At present, it seems that the total number of rules he's compounded at any given time is 28 at most. If he's only mastered that number of control level rules, then his overall abilities should be a bit lower than those at the top tier level. At this point, the heavenly god team leader of God Capital spoke up from where he was standing off to one side. Currently, we're only at the warm-up stage. Once the others familiarize themselves with their surroundings, they'll probably enter the heavenly god domain to hunt for heavenly god level powerhouse prisoners. That's when the competition will truly begin. As heavenly god team leaders who had top-tier geniuses within their own teams, they obviously did not want to see a dark horse like Lin Huang thriving all the way to the end. Of course, they said this as well because they were genuinely not very optimistic about Lin Huang's subsequent performance. After all, once the several top-tier geniuses started hunting down heavenly gods, their points would increase by the hundreds, which would be much faster than the current 1-point increases. Even if Lin Huang continued at his current hunting speed, it would take him almost 9 more hours to accumulate up to 100 points. It was much easier to earn points by hunting down heavenly gods. One only needed to kill one single first rank to directly earn 100 hunting points. Although the initial stage of the hunt had been shocking, most of the heavenly gods present were not very optimistic about Lin Huang's subsequent performance either, just like the heavenly god team leaders of the grade 7 organizations. Buried Heaven did not refute any of the onlookers' discussions. For one, there was some degree of truth to their words. For another, he really did not know what Lin Huang's current abilities were. After all, the Lin Huang that he knew was a sword cultivator, and in this trial, Lin Huang had not used his sword at all to avoid arousing suspicion. Buried Heaven could not be bothered to participate in debating topics like this, but when the discussion was at its most intense, he smiled and took out a storage ring. He then retrieved all the God sequence relics he had won from the wager earlier and lined them up in front of him, carefully inspecting them one by one and completely disregarding everyone else present. At the sight of this, the babble of spectator discussion suddenly died down. Even the team leaders of the Grade 7 organizations just smiled awkwardly and ceased their words. However, at this moment, a Heavenly God team leader suddenly gave vent to a low mutter. This fellow isn't planning on hunting down heavenly gods, is he? Although he had said that sotto voce, his words were still clearly heard by everyone present, and they immediately looked toward the surveillance video. Everyone soon located the main subject of discussion, Lin Huang. At present, Lin Huang was already nearing a border between the true God domain and the heavenly God domain. The route he had taken was not a straight line, but one with many twists and turns instead. He had even doubled back twice to hunt some targets down, so everyone had not realized his destination at first. Right now, however, as he got closer and closer to the border area, everyone finally realized what his actual destination was. As Lin Huang's travel route revealed itself, the expressions of the two Heavenly God team leaders from the Combat God Temple and God Capital instantly became acutely embarrassed. Right after they had just predicted that Lin Huang's abilities would probably not be good enough for him to hunt down heavenly gods and that his hunting points would be overtaken by someone else sooner or later, Lin Huang's course of action had given them a direct slap in the face. He did not even need to warm up, merely headed straight for the heavenly God domain on the very first day of entering the secret territory. Buried Heaven also looked up at the surveillance video. His face still bore a faint smile as he watched Lin Huang making haste the entire way, giving the impression that he had known since the beginning that Lin Huang would do this. In reality, the expression on his face was a remnant from when he had been inspecting the God sequence relics earlier. He himself was actually quite confused as well upon seeing Lin Huang heading directly toward the heavenly God domain. After some time, he noticed that many of the heavenly God team leaders were looking at him, their faces full of admiration and envy. It took Buried Heaven considerable effort to maintain control of his expression, as he forced himself to stifle his astonishment and surprise. He still had a faint smile on his face as he looked away from the surveillance video and slowly put back into his storage space each of the God sequence relics spread out in front of him, but his mind was full of puzzlement. Can this fellow still be so impressive even when he's not using a sword? Chapter 1498. Aberrant Species. Bright Cosmos. The border area of the secret territory was generally very clearly delineated. This was actually a buffer zone purposely set up by God Capital to prevent hunting trial participants from accidentally entering an area that was beyond their cultivation level. Under normal circumstances, if hunters were to set foot in an area where prisoners were extremely scarce, they would soon realize that they might have already crossed into the border area. Of course, following the setting up of this border area, prisoners also rapidly learned to make use of it. Some injured prisoners would hide here to nurse their wounds. In order to avoid excessive internal friction between the prisoners, God Capital tacitly condoned this type of behavior. However, after recovering from their injuries, prisoners had to leave this area. As time went by, the border area turned into a gathering place for the disadvantaged, such as the elderly and the frail. The prisoners here were less likely to provoke hunters of their own accord. Amongst the hunters, there was usually a tacit agreement not to spontaneously attack prisoners in the border area either. After all, everything they did would be seen on the outside. It would be too unbecoming to target the disadvantaged. Furthermore, the individuals who participated in the secret territory hunts were the pride of the various major organizations. They would not stoop to something as low as that, not just because of their organization's reputation, but for their own sakes as well. Bullying the disadvantaged was something that would make them a mockery for ages if word got out. Of course, Lin Huang knew the unspoken rules here. From the moment he set foot into the border area, his divine telekinesis had sensed the presence of scattered prisoners within its probing range, but he chose to bypass them. He was not doing so for the sake of his reputation, but simply because he felt that it was meaningless to bully the disadvantaged. One by one, many prisoners in the border area sensed Lin Huang's presence. Of course, they knew that individuals who passed through this area were too dangerous to provoke. All of them hid their own auras and minimized their presence to avoid being noticed by the other party. Although the chances of the other party attacking were not high, they might encounter a hothead who would do anything to hunt and accumulate points, even hunting in the border area. Once they sensed Lin Huang's aura leaving the area they were in, the prisoners who were recovering from their wounds were finally able to heave a huge sigh of relief. Following the memory information scoured from the minds of many true God prisoners, Lin Huang spent more than 10 minutes passing through the border area before finally entering the Heavenly God domain of the secret territory. Once he set foot in the Heavenly God domain, he immediately extended the probing range of his divine telekinesis to its maximum and scanned his surroundings, his mind quickly discerning his exact location currently based on the terrain in front of him. I didn't stray from the location I anticipated. Around 200 kilometers ahead from here, I should encounter that bad monster. After ensuring that there were no issues with his coordinates, Lin Huang's figure immediately rose into the air and sped toward his first Heavenly God level target. The first hunting target that he had locked in on was an aberrant species prisoner with bat-like wings. This prisoner was originally an angel. After being corrupted by abyssal energy, its body underwent severe deformation. Its former snowy white wings shed their feathers, turning into ugly bat wings that were covered in warts. Even its appearance changed from one that angels took pride in, turning into an ugly aberration covered in festering pustules, to the point that its skull bone structure had become deformed as well. Even more twisted was its soul, which had almost completely been corrupted by abyssal energy. If one were to check using law-bending powers of the soul-probing type, they would see that its life essence was no longer that of an angel, but an abyssal monster through and through. Although it retained a certain degree of its original consciousness, its current consciousness was occupied by madness and hysteria most of the time. It had even attacked angels of its own tribe more than once and infected others with the abyssal energy within its body. Most of the Heavenly God-level prisoners in the secret prisoner territory would not attack hunters of their own volition, but there were some prisoners similar to this aberrant species who had already lost their fundamental sanity and would attack any living being close to them. This was also why God Capital wanted to make a clear division between the Heavenly God and True God domains, to prevent trial participants from entering by mistake. Outside the secret territory, once the numerous Heavenly Gods saw Lin Huang's flight path, they soon knew what his hunting target was. The expressions of more than a few Heavenly Gods turned rather peculiar. Even Buried Heaven could not help but frown slightly. Senior Buried Heaven, do you want to suggest that he changed to another hunting target? The Heavenly God team leader of God Capital noticed Buried Heaven's barely perceptible reaction and could not help asking. For hunters who were hunting Heavenly Gods, God Capital gave every organization the authority to issue a one-time notification to trial participants via special equipment, notifying them of information or suggestions. However, in actual fact, there were not many who used this authority. It was usually when trial participants chose unsuitable opponents that their team leaders would suggest that they change their targets. Buried Heaven deliberated for a moment but shook his head in the end. It's not necessary, he should know what he's doing. He had also noticed that Lin Huang had read through the memory information of many True God prisoners, and there must have been information regarding this Heavenly God prisoner. Since Lin Huang was heading straight for the other party, this meant that he had to be quite sure of himself. Buried Heaven's refusal was something that everyone had not really anticipated. This was because no matter how one looked at it, the battle was not in Lin Huang's favor. This aberrant species was once an angel. It was definitely proficient in rapid speed rules and sequences. Those whose path was rapid speed were extremely good at restraining psychics. On the other hand, this aberrant species had little sanity left and could erupt into madness at any given time. It was highly likely that its abilities would show an abnormal increase, per its abnormal mental state. Therefore, it posed a far greater danger than ordinary Heavenly God prisoners. Everyone was hotly discussing this battle that Lin Huang was about to initiate. Most of them were not optimistic about him, even though they had been repeatedly defeated by Lin Huang previously. Right at this moment, another nosy Heavenly God jumped up. Since everyone's having such a heated debate, let me start a wager. For this round, we'll bet on whether Shu Mu wins or loses, those who want to bet. On Shu Mu winning, place the items you want to wager in the storage ring on my left hand. Those who want to bet on Bright Cosmos winning, your items go into the storage ring on my right hand. A new round of betting started again. Everyone placed their wagers into the storage rings one after another, but more than 90% of them chose the right-hand storage ring. There were only 2 people who placed their bets on Lin Huang in the left-hand ring, and each of them only put in a beginner-stage God sequence relic. Once everyone had more or less cast their bets, Buried Heaven glanced at the crowd of people who were looking at him and once again took out his storage ring from earlier. This storage ring not only included the 10 high-level God sequence relics he had bet on in the previous round, but all the items he had won from that round as well. Upon seeing Buried Heaven place such a large bet, everyone could not help raising their brows. Those who had already placed their bets instantly felt slightly uneasy. There were several others who had not yet placed their bets. They immediately followed Buried Heaven in betting on Lin Huang. However, they did not dare to place a big bet and only threw in 1 or 2 beginner-stage God sequence relics. The round of betting had just been closed when the monitor screen showed that Lin Huang had already entered the aberrant species territory. Chapter 1499, Uglier Than Expected. In the void, Lin Huang was able to see his first heavenly god level hunting target from afar. It's even uglier than I expected. Earlier on, he had read about Bright Cosmos' appearance in many true gods' memory images. However, when he actually saw Bright Cosmos in person, he could not help but lament out loud. He did not know if this additional hideousness was because the aberrations of Bright Cosmos' physical body had gotten worse or because of some other reason. Lin Huang could clearly see that the exposed areas of its body were covered with mucus-filled pustules of various sizes. Its head was so swollen that it gave the impression it might explode at any moment. From head to toe, there was not even a shadow of its original angel form. If Lin Huang had not obtained information about Bright Cosmos from reading numerous true gods' memories, he would have even suspected that this aberrant species before him was an abyssal monster from birth. Even the holy spear in its right hand had completely turned inky black after being contaminated by abyssal energy, to where it had even formed some special sort of integration with its aberrant body. To a certain degree, Bright Cosmos was no longer an angel. It had even abandoned part of its living characteristics and become a fusion of living and dead matter. Lin Huang also noticed the abnormality of its aura but did not probe further into this aspect. He had seen many heavenly gods but had never fought against them before. This aberrant species before him was his first heavenly god opponent. Therefore, Lin Huang was very much on his guard. This was the first time he had been so serious since entering this encaged space. Outside the secret territory, the eyes of almost every heavenly god there were glued to the monitor screen showing where Lin Huang was. At this moment, all the other trial participants had completely lost the attention of the heavenly god spectators outside the arena. In the video projection, after the 2 of them met, there was not even so much as an opening remark before the battle kicked off right away. The one who attacked first was Bright Cosmos, who did not have much sanity left. In its current state, it had already utterly lost the ability to distinguish between friend and foe. Without hesitation, it would attack any living being that encroached upon its territory, and of course, Lin Huang was no exception. On its back, dozens of bat wings suddenly fluttered. The next instant, its figure vanished, leaving behind a swirling wind in its place, which spread out in all directions like water ripples. "It's fast," someone among the heavenly gods watching the battle suddenly exclaimed. Although Bright Cosmos was only a first-rank heavenly god, the speed it currently displayed was practically the same as that of a third rank. The moment Bright Cosmos displayed its astonishing speed, there were even many heavenly gods watching the battle who thought that Xu Mu would be the one killed this time. However, this did not happen. Lin Huang had been prepared for the sudden attack by Bright Cosmos. He had anticipated that his opponent would most likely make the first move right away. The moment Bright Cosmos moved, so did he. He shook the cuffs of his sleeves slightly, and hundreds of lightning-like red gleams shot out at a speed that was in no way inferior to that of Bright Cosmos. When the heavenly gods watching the battle in front of the monitor saw this happening, many could not help but gasp. Shu Mu's flying daggers are really that fast. Their speed has entirely surpassed true god level. There is fast Bright Cosmos movements. Each flying dagger has been compounded with hundreds of types of control level rule bending power. He's actually mastered these many rules at control level. The power of his flying daggers has elevated by more than 1 level since the last round. Even at this level of power, the control of his telekinesis over the flying daggers is still accurate to such an extent. His divine telekinesis has probably reached heavenly god level. Seeing Lin Huang in action, most of the heavenly gods were fulsome in their praises. This was because there were truly not many heavenly gods who could do what Lin Huang just did. However, there were a few heavenly gods who still did not look favorably upon the outcome of Lin Huang's battle. At his current level of ability, he might still stand a chance against ordinary first-rank heavenly gods. However, that said, his current opponent is Bright Cosmos, who can restrain him. At least for the present, I still don't see any chance of him winning. He's compounded the telekinetic flying daggers with so many levels of rule-bending power. Every boost will have massively depleted his divine power. Moreover, he's also controlling hundreds of these flying daggers at the same time, which will consume even more of his divine power. How much longer his divine power can last is an issue, not to mention whether or not an attack of this strength will be able to injure Bright Cosmos. On the monitor screen, Lin Huang's hundreds of flying daggers formed a large net in the void, heading straight for Bright Cosmos to envelop it. In the void, Bright Cosmos' figure flickered successively, dodging all the blood-red lightning bolts and continuing to approach Lin Huang. Hundreds of lightning-like red gleams shot out from Lin Huang's cuffs again, forcing Bright Cosmos back a certain distance. However, after dodging the attack from the second wave of flying daggers, Bright Cosmos spun around and headed toward Lin Huang again. The aura around his entire being was less stable than before, evidently due to the negative emotions produced by being forced backward. However, Lin Huang was completely unfazed. After Bright Cosmos approached again, he shook his sleeve cuffs once more, and hundreds of blood-red lightning bolts shot out. Bright Cosmos dodged yet again, evading the incoming attack of the flying daggers. After 3 successive waves of passive response, many heavenly gods outside the secret territory frowned. Is he so passive already? It looks like he's being restrained in terms of speed. Continuing like this is a very bad thing. Shu Mu can't keep attacking this way indefinitely. What's more, Bright Cosmos' negative emotions will increase as it keeps getting forced back. Sooner or later, it will forcefully charge over regardless of the attacks by the telekinetic flying daggers. Judging from the current power of Shu Mu's daggers, the most they can inflict on Bright Cosmos in terms of damage is a bit of bruising. The team leader from God Capital also could not help turning to Buried Heaven. Senior Buried Heaven, do you want him to withdraw and choose another target? Buried Heaven's gaze was fixed on the monitor screen, his expression unreadable. When he heard the question from God Capital's team leader, he shook his head. I believe he knows what he's doing. On the monitor screen, Lin Huang had already used the same method to force Bright Cosmos to retreat more than a dozen times. It looked as if he did not have any other way of dealing with his opponent's attack, but strangely enough, his expression revealed not a single trace of panic. In fact, he still looked rather calm. Watching Bright Cosmos charge over, dodge, then retreat time and time again, its fury rising after each encounter, Lin Huang remained extremely calm. Faced with a heavenly god-level powerhouse as his opponent, from the very start, he had not intended to kill his opponent so quickly. Even though he currently could do so if he were to go all out, he was not planning on revealing his trump cards while he was being monitored. As a matter of fact, earlier, when he had chosen Bright Cosmos as his hunting target, his mind had instantly formulated a hunting strategy for Bright Cosmos. Now, everything was turning out exactly the way he had anticipated. Chapter 1500, Shu Mu, or Xie Lin. Since Lin Huang's opponent did not have much reason left, this meant that his opponent's battle style would probably lean more toward instinct rather than intelligence. If that were the case, the simplest counter would be to make use of the other party's lack of intellect to defeat it. This was the tactic that Lin Huang was utilizing. The aberrant species would repeatedly dodge Lin Huang's attacks time and time again out of instinct. However, after each evasion, its fury also rose higher and higher. Outside the secret territory, the spectators watching the monitor screen all felt that Lin Huang was walking a tightrope. This was because sooner or later, Bright Cosmos would abandon evasion and break through Lin Huang's defenses full force. However, there were a few people who managed to catch an inkling of what was going on. After being forced backwards 7 times by the telekinetic flying daggers, Bright Cosmos, who had very little remaining reason, finally reached a point beyond rage. The killing intent radiating from its entire body had already reached its peak. It pounced again this time. It moved much faster than any of the previous times. Lin Huang's expression remained calm as if he were completely unfazed by his opponent's monstrous killing intent, which was practically tangible. The next instant, the aberrant species charged toward Lin Huang. The heavenly god spectators gasped in astonishment at its invincible demeanor. Lin Huang's expression remained calm, just like before. With another flick of his sleeve cuffs, hundreds of blood-red gleams shot out again. However, this time, the aberrant species did not dodge at all and continued charging toward Lin Huang. Lin Huang's lips curled upwards imperceptibly. An instant later, tens of thousands of red lightning bolts poured forth from his cuffs at terrifying speed. Each lightning bolt was imbued with lightning sequence power. They were so fast that Bright Cosmos had no time to react at all. In the void, the figure of the aberrant species was completely engulfed by the blood-red lightning bolts, and it let out a howl that was dismal beyond measure. The howling lasted for less than 3 seconds before abruptly ceasing. Outside the secret territory, the heavenly gods stared wide-eyed at the monitor screen, the entire place falling so silent one could hear a pin drop. After a long while, someone finally turned to Buried Heaven to ask a question. "Senior Buried Heaven, where did you find this bad SS, who's actually managed to condense God sequence chains at true God level?" Buried Heaven remained expressionless and did not answer, merely glancing at the heavenly god who had posed the question. However, inwardly he muttered, "I had absolutely no idea that this lad had already condensed God sequence chains either." Seeing that someone had broken the silence, everyone started discussing once more. Turns out this Shu Mu fellow was intentionally provoking Bright Cosmos right from the start. He was waiting for the moment it completely abandoned evasion to deal the fatal blow. He played this hand beautifully. Given Bright Cosmos' speed, if this attack had been carried out right off the bat, it would have been nowhere near as effective. In fact, a good half of it would have come to nothing. I have to say, he truly chose the most suitable moment to execute a perfect blow. I suddenly feel that if I were Bright Cosmos, I might also have been ground down by Shu Mu's IQ. Being forced to retreat repeatedly 7 times. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand it either. As soon as this was said, many heavenly gods began to reflect on whether or not they themselves would have been fooled by Shu Mu's tactic. The result was that most of them realized they would have fallen for it as well. Lin Huang was unaware that his strategy had stirred up so much reflection from the heavenly god team leaders. After putting away both telekinetic flying daggers and Bright Cosmos' corpse into his space storage, he began heading toward his next target while checking his gains from this battle. In his inner world, a wave of new sequence power surged in, followed by a massive number of rule-bending powers along with sequence powers. The original 40-odd thousand rules instantly skyrocketed to more than 50,000. In addition to this, an unusual wave of energy surged into the world will, strengthening the gravel world's world will within Lin Huang and starting a new round of expansion of his inner world's territory. The strength of the divine fire within him also increased. However, Lin Huang could clearly feel that he was still far from breaking through to second-rank true god level. "I don't know how many heavenly gods I need to hunt for my combat level to undergo another breakthrough." Lin Huang himself was not very sure what the specifics of his advancement process were. However, killing heavenly gods made him stronger, which meant that hunting heavenly gods was the correct thing to do. As long as he continued hunting, his combat level would achieve a breakthrough sooner or later. With this thought in mind, Lin Huang continued hurrying toward his second hunting target. Outside the secret territory, the wager was over. One by one, the dealer transferred the god sequence relics into Buried Heaven's storage ring, his expression sour. The remaining heavenly gods who had lost the bet also wore unpleasant expressions. This was especially true of the leaders of the several Grade 7 organizations. They had originally thought that since the several geniuses in their organizations possessed the ability to kill heavenly gods, those geniuses would put up a splendid display during this prisoner hunt. Even if they only killed 1 or 2 heavenly gods throughout the entire trial, it would still be enough to impress everyone. Nobody had expected that Lin Huang would manage to achieve a fatal blow on the first day itself. Not only had he managed to occupy first place on the Hunter's Gold leaderboard as soon as he had joined the trial, but he had also even managed to kill a heavenly god-level prisoner less than 2 hours after the start of the hunt. From an unknown dark horse, he had become the main focus of the entire trial. Lin Huang's every move had become the focus of attention of many heavenly gods from the outside world. Not many of them were even paying attention to the other trial participants at all. Inside the secret territory, although no one could see the monitor screen, the changes on the leaderboard were immediate. Once a kill was completed, the kill points on the leaderboard would reflect that practically the next instant. The second after Lin Huang had completed killing Bright Cosmos, his kill points on the gold leaderboard shot straight up to 100 points. He had already been occupying the top spot on the gold leaderboard all this while. This sudden surge in points was instantly noticed by all the trial participants. Everyone knew what a sudden increase of 100 kill points meant. An increase in points like this only happened for a kill of a higher level. For the kill points of this fellow named Xu Mu to suddenly surge by 100 points, there was only one possibility. At his current true god level, he had successfully killed a first-rank heavenly god. When the trial participants saw the changes in Lin Huang's points, practically all of them were stunned. Even the few who had originally not taken a dark horse like Lin Huang seriously at all narrowed their eyes. In less than 2 hours, he's already killed a heavenly god. Who would have thought that apart from Virtuoso, another bad SS character like that would emerge from Death Sickle? Looks like I underestimated this newcomer previously. I thought that given his rate of killing 10 9th rank true gods in an hour, I would easily overtake him as long as I killed heavenly gods. I never expected that this newcomer would have the ability to kill heavenly gods as well. Virtuoso stared at the first name on the gold leaderboard for a long time, then suddenly muttered to themselves, "Sure enough, you haven't disappointed me. Should I call you Xu Mu then, or Xie Lin?" Chapter 1501. Hunt and Plunder. After successfully hunting down his first heavenly god level aberrant species, Lin Huang continued to heading deeper into the heavenly god domain. With this first hunting experience under his belt, he had become more proficient with borrowing the god sequence chains within his inner world. On top of his divine telekinesis, which was comparable to that of heavenly gods, he had telekinetic god weapons equivalent to god sequence relics, as well as the borrowed god sequence chains. With these three things compounded together, Lin Huang's subsequent hunts for prisoners in the heavenly god domain went smoothly. His kill points were also steadily increasing. Every time he completed a hunt, his points would skyrocket by 100 points. Those in second place with single-digit points were left far behind. At first, everyone was shocked when they saw the name, Xu Mu, suddenly earn 100 points. Many people even thought that he was just lucky and had encountered a weaker heavenly god. However, as Lin Huang's points dramatically increased again and again, everyone finally realized that not only was this dark horse lucky, but he actually also possessed top-tier abilities. The initial doubts that they had about Lin Huang quickly vanished without a trace. Of course, there were still a small number of people who suspected Lin Huang of cheating. However, outside the secret territory, the numerous heavenly god team leaders who were watching the surveillance video could see every single one of Lin Huang's battles very clearly. Beginning with the first aberrant species, Lin Huang had overcome all obstacles in his path, directly confronting the heavenly god level prisoners one by one and practically crushing them all, one after another. His performance thus far had utterly overshadowed the accomplishments of all other participants. The several Grade 7 organization team leaders watched, incessantly envious. Why do I feel as if he hasn't utilized his full strength yet? He seems unperturbed no matter what kind of opponent he faces. Do you guys think Xu Mu possesses abilities equivalent to second-rank heavenly god level? We'll find out immediately whether or not he does have abilities equivalent to second rank. The heavenly god team leader of God Capital stole a glance at buried heaven while keeping a poker face. Given his current flight path, barring the unexpected, he's probably headed for Evil Eye. When the heavenly gods present heard that, they hurriedly looked at Lin Huang's route. Evil Eye was no stranger to all of them. Evil Eye was a genuine abyssal creature. To be precise, it had been born an evil spirit type. Outside the abyss, the tribe it belonged to was often called the giant eyeball monsters. This was because their appearance was that of a huge eyeball that had been surgically removed, but with hundreds of fleshy tentacles that were still connected to its lower body. Evil Eye was no exception. It was just inherently a bit stronger than its other tribemates and had been a quintuple mutation from birth. Its forte was using illusions to mentally manipulate others, and it was even capable of controlling other living creatures. After being captured by God Capital and imprisoned in this secret prisoner territory, Evil Eye had even caused mayhem once. It had silently taken control of hundreds of heavenly god-level monsters, several of which were at second rank, and tyrannized the entire heavenly god domain. Only after God Capital discovered what was going on did they send people to beat it into submission. After news of the incident involving Evil Eye filtered out, several true god geniuses from various major organizations, who possessed heavenly god-level abilities, set their sights on Evil Eye as a hunting target. When the secret territory was opened during that time, several top-tier true god powerhouses participated in the hunt for Evil Eye. In the end, the hunt had been a dismal failure, and even the true god genius from the Combat God Temple had been killed on the spot. The rest of the geniuses had been rescued by the staff of God Capital. After this battle, there was an extremely long period where no hunter dared to attack Evil Eye. In the following tens of thousands of years, there were several geniuses who also made attempts at targeting Evil Eye, but these attempts all ended in disastrous defeats, some even paid for it with their lives. From then on, Evil Eye had utterly become taboo in the secret prisoner territory, and no one dared to even think of attacking it anymore. This time around, however, when the secret territory was opened, this dark horse Lin Huang had set his sights on that particular hunting target. In reality, the reason Lin Huang had targeted Evil Eye was very simple. It was only because Evil Eye was conveniently on the route he was taking, and it happened to be nearby. Lin Huang was too lazy to make a detour to find another hunting target. The numerous heavenly gods outside the secret territory did not know that Lin Huang had targeted Evil Eye because of an odd reason like this. They thought that Xu Mu had known from the very beginning how powerful Evil Eye was and had planned to hunt it down from the start, only so he could prove that he was stronger than all the previous top-tier true god powerhouses. Of course, Lin Huang had indeed heard the story about Evil Eye. The information provided by Buried Heaven had explained matters regarding Evil Eye very clearly. However, in Lin Huang's view, this monster posed very little threat to him. Lin Huang was also not aware that his decision had made Buried Heaven's heart sink a little, from where he was on the outside of the secret territory. Although Buried Heaven had always been confident in Lin Huang's abilities, he was still not very optimistic about the outcome of this battle. As Evil Eye was proficient in illusions and psychic-level techniques, cultivators with insufficient spirit strength would immediately fall prey to its manipulations and would be incapable of breaking free. Although Evil Eye was only a first-rank heavenly god, its spirit strength was comparable to that of a second rank. With the additional compounded effects of two types of illusion-type god sequence chains, most second-rank heavenly gods with slightly weaker spirit strength would succumb to its power. What more, Lin Huang, whose actual combat strength was only at first-rank true god level. However, Buried Heaven's expression betrayed no hint of his thoughts. This caused some uncertainty among the spectators who had originally wanted to start up another wager. At this moment, the team leader of God Capital suddenly spoke up after hesitating for a moment. "I'll be the dealer for this fight, let's start another round of betting. Those betting on Evil Eye to win, place your wagers by my left hand. Those betting on Xu Mu to win, place your wagers by my right hand." The numerous heavenly gods present placed their bets one after another, and just like before, most of them chose Evil Eye. Nonetheless, due to Lin Huang's stunning performance previously, the number of people who chose him increased visibly compared to before. After almost everyone had finalized their bets, Buried Heaven stepped forward and once again took out his storage ring from earlier. In this storage ring were not only the initial 10 high-level god sequence relics that he had used as wagers but also all the wagered items that Buried Heaven had won during the first two games. He picked the ring up with 2 fingers and placed it on Xu Mu's side without any hesitation. This was not because he had confidence in Lin Huang. It was just that to him, even if he were to lose, he would be losing nothing more than 10 high-level god sequence relics. As for what he had won from the previous 2 games, the worst that could happen would just be him returning everything. As Lin Huang's team leader, he had never felt that Lin Huang losing was an option, even from the start. Inside the god territory, Lin Huang sped along while checking the state of things within his body. "I've hunted down 7 heavenly gods, so 7 more god sequence chains have been added within me. The number of rules has also increased dramatically by more than 40,000 types, making a total of more than 80,000 types. My divine fires have become much stronger, and the area of the god territory within me has expanded to more than 5 times its original size." This was different from with the sword servants, where only the rules that they had mastered were projected into Lin Huang's inner world. Lin Huang's hunt for heavenly gods was so he could directly plunder everything from the dead, including all the rules within their inner worlds, the power of their world wills, and even all the living things that were contained within their inner worlds. It was just that Lin Huang was still unsure of how to advance to second rank true god level. Chapter 1502, Advancement to second rank. Following the route from the memories that he had acquired, Lin Huang quickly found his next target, Evil Eye. He already had an understanding of Evil Eye from the information provided by Buried Heaven. Although it was a first-rank heavenly god, Evil Eye had been born as a quintuple mutated evil spirit type. Moreover, at first rank, it had already mastered 2 god sequence chains. Evil Eye's greatest forte was the two god sequence chains it had mastered. One was an illusion type while the other was an enchantment type. These two types complemented each other. Not only could the effects be compounded perfectly, but they also made up for each other's shortcomings. When both these sequence powers were compounded, the effect exceeded even the compounded effects of many second-rank heavenly gods' god sequence chains. This was also why Evil Eye had been able to control several second-rank heavenly gods when it had newly entered this secret prisoner territory. However, even after Lin Huang had found out about this evil spirit type's forte, he still chose not to bypass it. Instead, he continued to follow his original route and even included Evil Eye on his hunting list. In fact, this course of action was rather baffling to the many heavenly gods outside the secret territory. Some believed that Lin Huang had chosen Evil Eye as his target because he wanted to prove that he was more powerful than all the previous true gods. However, Buried Heaven did not think this was the case. He did not know Lin Huang on that deep a level, but he did have a general idea of the other's personality. He knew that Lin Huang was not the kind of person who would do something unprecedented, just to make himself stand out. If he decided to do something, it was usually because he wanted to, which had nothing to do with how others perceived it. This was also why Buried Heaven was more confused than the rest. Try as he might, he could not understand it. Why would Lin Huang choose such a challenging hunting target? What was even more puzzling to him was the fact that Lin Huang had dared to challenge this Evil Eye. What on earth was he counting on? In the surveillance video, Lin Huang had swiftly intruded into Evil Eye's territory. As a being whose spirit strength was at second-rank heavenly god level, Evil Eye had detected Lin Huang's intrusion very early on. If this had been the outside world, it would have been itching to attack Lin Huang ages ago. However, there were rules in this secret prisoner territory. Heavenly god-level powerhouses were not allowed to attack participants first unless confirmed that they were the participants' hunting target. Evil Eye still had lingering fears from its last suppression by God Capital and naturally did not dare to cross the line. If the other party was merely passing through, and it took the initiative to attack them, that would only cause God Capital to send another powerhouse to suppress it. However, Lin Huang's intentions were very clear. After he had sensed Evil Eye's location, he turned his flight path straight toward it. Evil Eye could not help getting excited by this. It could clearly determine that the other was targeting it. One must know that it had been many years since it had last battled participants from the outside world. However, it still clearly remembered just how delicious the participant that it had eaten previously tasted. At the thought of the delicacy that was the divine power within a Protoss body, it was so excited that it could not help its tentacles from swaying about. Evil Eye had just gotten excited when it noticed that a figure had suddenly appeared not far in front of it. Fixing its gaze on the newcomer, it was shocked to see that this was the participant from just now. As it could not take the initiative to attack, it could only suppress its excitement as it carefully took stock of the other party. The strength of the other's aura was only that of an ordinary 9th-rank true god and was nothing special. Based on his aura alone, he was practically the weakest of all the hunters who had challenged it. Evil Eye speculated that the other was either extremely arrogant or had some special technique up his sleeve. However, it thought that the former was more likely. At the same time that Evil Eye was sizing Lin Huang up, Lin Huang was also sizing it up in return. Evil Eye was a giant eyeball with a sinister crimson pupil, about 3 meters in diameter, just floating in the air. Attached to the back of the eyeball was a large slab of scarlet flesh with hundreds of tentacles extending from it. It was definitely a horrifying sight. Moreover, Lin Huang could clearly sense that this Evil Eye in front of him had an aura strength that was much stronger than that of the heavenly gods he had previously hunted. In fact, its aura was practically almost as strong as that of a second rank. It seems the rumors are probably true, but based solely on its aura, its abilities won't be weaker than most average second-rank heavenly gods. Lin Huang made this deduction in an instant. Sensing that Lin Huang's energy was locked onto it, Evil Eye was overjoyed and launched an attack without hesitation. Both of its pupils suddenly radiated red light, just like a scarlet full moon lighting up the night sky. 1 The hazy red glow shone silently, illuminating an area that was several dozen kilometers in radius. Lin Huang was not exempt from being enveloped within the glow. Being locked onto by the other's energy meant that the other party was targeting it, so Evil Eye had no hesitation in making the first move. Initiating the first move under these circumstances was implicitly allowed according to the rules of the secret territory. The rule of not being allowed to make the first move was only in effect when one was unable to confirm the participant's intention, as the other party could just be passing by. Once the participant's hunting goal was clear, however, the prisoner who was being targeted would be allowed to take action first. The establishment of this rule was to mainly prevent bored fellows from mindlessly provoking the heavenly god prisoners. Those outside the secret territory witnessed Evil Eye suddenly attacking, while Lin Huang merely remained where he was without doing anything at all. Numerous heavenly gods watching the fight felt their hearts sink. Although many of them had bet on Evil Eye during the wager, most of them still hoped to see Lin Huang continuing to make miracles happen. Even if he was not a member of their own organizations, it was still a good thing for the god territory to have another gifted genius like this. Most of them did not want to see Lin Huang killed here. Despite that, all the heavenly god team leaders also knew that if he failed to make the first move against Evil Eye, there would be practically no chance for him to turn the tables. It would only be possible to break free from the illusions Evil Eye had put in place if the person's spirit strength was stronger than Evil Eye's. Xu Mu hasn't moved at all for the last 3 seconds. He's obviously succumbed to the illusions. This battle has lost all its suspense, the heavenly god team leader of the combat god temple murmured colorlessly. Senior Buried Heaven, should we intervene now? The heavenly god team leader of God Capital asked. Buried Heaven frowned slightly. He had not expected that Lin Huang could not withstand even this first testing round. Just when he was deliberating whether or not they should wait and see, in the surveillance video, Lin Huang suddenly raised his head and looked at Evil Eye. Is this your most powerful technique? It seems what I expected from you was a little too high. As soon as he said this, tens of thousands of scarlet gleams shot out from his sleeve cuffs and instantly engulfed Evil Eye. In less than a moment, Evil Eye's corpse, now resembling a puddle of pulverized meat, tumbled down from midair and onto the ground. 2 god sequence chains, as well as a massive number of rule-bending powers, began surging wildly into Lin Huang's body, and the god territory within him also started to expand once again. The number of rule-bending powers soared from more than 80,000 types to 90,000 types almost instantly. At this moment, Lin Huang sensed that the 90,000-plus rule-bending powers had begun to feed back a wave of special energy directed toward his own body and soul. His divine fires surged again, and his divine power began to transform. Even his physical body and soul seemed to have been bathed in that surge of special energy, advancing to a new level. By the time the transformation was complete, Lin Huang could clearly feel that he had become stronger once again. I've finally advanced to 2nd rank. Only at this moment did Lin Huang finally figure out the way to advance his levels as a true god. Chapter 1503. Hunting down 2nd rank heavenly gods. How on earth did he pull that off? I don't know either. Did he succumb to the illusions and then break free of them, or did he not fall prey to Evil Eye's illusions in the first place? His spirit strength can't be that much stronger than Evil Eye's, can it? Outside the secret territory, the group of heavenly god team leaders saw Lin Huang's sudden counterattack, and their faces were filled with shock. Even Buried Heaven was no exception. They could not figure out at all why Lin Huang was not affected by Evil Eye's illusions. With Evil Eye's spirit strength and the compounded effect of its 2 god sequence chains, the illusions that it created would affect even a lot of 2nd rank heavenly god level powerhouses if they were not careful. However, what they did not know was that Lin Huang's spirit strength was stronger than Xie Lin's, and his spiritual dimension was guarded by a spirit-type god weapon that was comparable to a top-tier god sequence relic. TN, we believe this is an author typo, and that instead of Xie Lin, it should be Evil Eye, as the Chinese character for evil is the same as the character for Xie. However, we have opted to translate it as is. This made Lin Huang completely immune to all spirit-type attacks from low-rank heavenly gods. Evil Eye's illusions had indeed been unleashed, but the god weapon had made Lin Huang directly immune to it. Lin Huang remained where he was after Evil Eye activated its illusions, not because he had been caught in them but because he was distracted with checking the god weapon's immunity effect. He found that when his spirit strength was close to 3rd rank heavenly god level, the god weapon was immune to all spirit-type attacks from 1st to 3rd ranks. Moreover, this function of the god weapon would only continue to increase alongside his own spirit strength. When encountering opponents like Evil Eye, whose only forte lay in psychic-type techniques, most others would not touch them with a 10-foot pole, but to Lin Huang, they were like a meal served to him on a silver platter. Those in the outside world were baffled, but Lin Huang was in a very good mood. Finishing off Evil Eye Hadawa not only allowed him to successfully advance to second rank, but it had also allowed him to figure out the way to continue his advancement. Turns out, my advancement depends on the number of rules within my inner world. At first rank, more than 30,000 rules were consolidated in one go, and I was only able to advance to second rank when the number increased to 90,000. I don't know how many rules are needed to advance to third rank. Although Lin Huang grumbled about this in his heart, he was not at a loss, however. Now that he knew what to do to advance his levels, there was no need to ruminate over specific numbers. Besides, all he needed to do was to continue hunting down heavenly gods and plundering the rules from their inner worlds. As long as the number was sufficient, his combat level would naturally increase. He just had to let nature take its course. After obtaining the memories from Evil Eye's corpse, which had now turned into a pile of rotting flesh, and storing the body away, Lin Huang continued to head toward his next hunting target. Outside the secret territory, Buried Heaven, who had once again won a fortune, put away his storage ring under the envious gazes of everyone else. Quite a few people were still having a discussion regarding the exact technique Xu Mu had used to avoid Evil Eye's illusion attack. Buried Heaven remained where he was with a neutral expression, not participating in any of the discussions because he also did not know what exactly Lin Huang had done just now. However, this battle had finally eased all his worries about Lin Huang. Being able to kill Evil Eye meant that Lin Huang's abilities were already sufficient for him to run rampant among first-rank heavenly gods. He did not need to worry about any slip-ups on Lin Huang's part anymore. No one placed any bets during Lin Huang's next two hunts. Lin Huang's performance was still stable and strong, and any opponents he encountered were eliminated within seconds. In the short span of less than a day, he had already hunted and killed 10 first-rank heavenly god-level prisoners, accumulating more than 1,000 hunting points and leaving everyone else far behind. The other participants in the secret territory had practically become numb to this. No one could have predicted that a dark horse such as Lin Huang would be so powerful that he could crush the prodigies trained by other organizations. Even several top-tier true god contenders with abilities equivalent to heavenly gods had been suppressed to the point that they could not even lift their heads. After hunting and killing 10 first-rank heavenly god prisoners, Lin Huang's flight path once again aroused heated discussion among the many heavenly gods outside the secret territory. This route of Xu Mu's, he's not trying to hunt down second-rank heavenly gods, is he? Looking at the direction he's moving in, it seems he really is heading toward the domain of the second-rank heavenly gods. Is it because he feels that first-rank heavenly gods aren't challenging enough, so he wants to challenge stronger opponents? He was able to kill Evil Eye, which is enough to prove his abilities. I think it won't be difficult for him to hunt down regular second-rank heavenly gods. Judging from his previous performance hunting first ranks, he probably still has a lot of energy left. I also want to see what exactly the limits of his abilities are. Surprisingly this time, in regards to Lin Huang's decision, none of the heavenly god onlookers raised any objections. Practically everyone was optimistic about the results of Lin Huang's next hunt. Given the figurative slaps in the face that they had received previously, the two team leaders of the Combat God Temple and God Capital did not voice any more opinions. No one was sure if they were inwardly optimistic about Lin Huang or not. As everyone was unanimously optimistic about the outcome, the next wager could not be started. Everyone stared at the surveillance video. Lin Huang had been traveling swiftly for more than an hour, and had finally entered the territory of the first-second rank heavenly god. After an intense battle that lasted for more than half an hour, he successfully finished off his opponent. Lin Huang's score increased by 200 points. The heavenly gods who had been watching this battle were also debating about it. This was because Lin Huang had only used one Thunder God sequence chain from start to finish. Being able to kill second-rank heavenly gods is already not bad at all. It's considered on par with the previous record of a successful challenge by the highest combat strength. He relies entirely on the number of his telekinetic flying daggers to crush his opponents. This method is probably not that effective when going against a top second-rank powerhouse because there's a high chance of it being restricted by the opponent's speed or whatever other advantages they have. The strength of Xu Mu's divine power, as well as the amount of his divine power, far exceeds that of an average true god, but no matter how strong he is in these two regards, there's still a limit. After all, he's only a true god. If he were to encounter an opponent who's able to take him on, the odds of him losing are also very high. The longer the fight goes on, the more disadvantageous it is to him. While the numerous heavenly gods outside the secret territory were having their discussion, there was also uproar within the secret territory. All the other contestants had been paying attention to the way Lin Huang's points skyrocketed. Practically everyone noticed when his score went up by 200 points. If his score went up by 200 points in one go, does that mean he successfully hunted down a second-rank heavenly god? Or did he kill two first-rank heavenly gods at the same time? This fellow has actually started hunting down second-rank heavenly gods already. It's still only the first day since the secret territory has been opened. Hey, do you have to be so desperate? I was initially planning on staying uninvolved and just minding my own business, but now I'm a little embarrassed about slacking off because of you. Is this fellow genuinely not cheating in some way? Why have we never heard the name, Shu Mu, before this? Naturally, Kylie and Bloody had also noticed Lin Huang's performance on the leaderboard. Kylie, clad in battle armor with a battle spear in hand, stood stock still on the spot as she stared at Shu Mu's name on the leaderboard, making no movements at all for a long time. Somewhere else, Bloody only briefly glanced at the leaderboard before putting the projection away, the corners of her lips quirking up slightly. Chapter 1504, Advancement to 3rd Rank. After Lin Huang had successfully killed a second-rank heavenly god, the geniuses of the various large organizations could not sit still any longer. Numerous true god peak powerhouses who had mastered rule-bending power to fullness level stopped warming up and familiarizing themselves with their surroundings. They began advancing into the heavenly god domain one after another. They knew that if they did not start killing heavenly gods now, they would be utterly left in the dust by Shu Mu. They would have absolutely no chance if they tried to catch up with him later. As for the many true god powerhouses who were below top tier, they were starting to step up their game to kill true god prisoners. They were working hard to better their final hunting points so they could obtain a higher ranking. Including Shu Mu, there were no more than 10 peak powerhouses. Even if they were unable to beat these individuals, it would still be good to get into the top 10. If this did not work out, getting into the top 20 would not be that bad either. As for those below true god level, many virtual gods did not really have much to do with the gold leaderboard. However, they saw that the points for first place on the gold leaderboard had already reached 4 digits. Meanwhile, things were still in single-digit numbers over here on the silver leaderboard, and there was only a difference of several points between the top 10. This ignited everyone's fighting spirit. After all, it was not the same as the massive difference in points on the gold leaderboard. The disparity in points over on the silver leaderboard had not yet widened to any considerable gap, and there were numerous top-notch powerhouses of similar ability, so the overall difference in ability was not very big. It was very hard to say who would take the top spot. Outside the secret territory, the heavenly gods were enjoying the show. Upon seeing that everyone's competitive spirit had been fired up by Lin Huang, they all felt that this was a good thing. The secret prisoner territory was inherently a stage for individuals to showcase their ability and bring glory to their organizations. All the team leaders of the various large organizations hoped that the trial participants they had brought along would give a stellar performance. After all, these trial participants were the central force of the entire organization and also its future. Lin Huang was unaware of the changes that his participation had brought about in this trial. He continued, as usual, calmly looking for his hunting target. After completing the kill, he then looked for the next one. This process was repeated. For killing all the second-rank heavenly gods, he used a thunder god sequence chain from start to finish and did not use any others. Although he only used one god sequence chain, there were tens of thousands of telekinetic flying daggers imbued with rule-bending power. The highest number of them used even reached 80,000, with victory achieved through sheer numbers. This also perplexed the heavenly god leaders watching outside the secret territory. On one hand, they were astounded by Lin Huang's telekinetic control. On the other hand, they were also shocked by the strength of Lin Huang's telekinesis and the abundance of his divine power. Meanwhile, some of the heavenly god team leaders were stunned by Lin Huang's wealth. After all, god sequence relics used by heavenly gods were not cheap, and god sequence telekinetic weapon relics were even more valuable. Not only that, everyone could tell that this set of telekinetic weapons that Lin Huang used was not low level. There were even a few people who secretly speculated whether or not Shu Mu might be a bastard son of either buried heaven or a blood sickle in death sickle. In the secret territory, Lin Huang maintained an ongoing flow of killing second-rank heavenly gods. For every second-rank heavenly god that he killed, he could plunder about 10,000 types of rule-bending powers on average. After killing more than 10 in a row, however, the rule-bending powers in his inner world had skyrocketed to more than 200,000 types, but his combat level was still not showing signs of a breakthrough. He had been paying close attention to the number of rules in his inner world, all the way up until he killed the 18th individual. When the number of rules in his body increased to 270,000, his combat level finally achieved a breakthrough. He had advanced from second rank to third rank true god level. Is it in increments of 3? Lin Huang had a rough idea about the rules of his advancement. When he evolved to true god level in the beginning, there were more than 30,000 rules within him. His advancement to second rank used 90,000 rules, and his current elevation to third rank used 270,000. Calculating based on this pattern, his advancement to fourth rank should require 811,000 rules. With this calculation in mind, Lin Huang continued hunting. However, his hunting targets also began evolving from second-rank heavenly gods to third-rank heavenly gods. There was no particular reason for this, merely the fact that third-rank heavenly gods contained more rules within their inner worlds. Thus, it was more efficient to plunder them. Realizing that Lin Huang's movements were out of the ordinary once again, all the heavenly god team leaders outside the secret territory shifted their eyes to his video projection once more. This flight route of Shu Emu's seems to be heading toward the domain of the third-rank heavenly gods. This guy can't possibly be thinking of killing third-rank heavenly gods, can he? He's only mastered one god sequence chain and wants to kill third-rank heavenly gods. I'm afraid that's going to be a bit difficult. The team leader of the god territory shook his head slightly, evidently not optimistic about Lin Huang's behavior. At best, his abilities are at second-rank level. To kill second-rank heavenly gods, he relies entirely on the number of his telekinetic flying daggers to tire his opponents to death. If he wants to use the same tactic to kill third ranks, I'm afraid that in the end, he'll tire himself to death. The team leader of the Combat God Temple also shook his head. It seems like no trial participant has ever challenged third-rank heavenly gods in the secret prisoner territory before, right? Regardless of whether Shu Mu succeeds in his challenge, just this attempt alone means he's surpassed all the trial participants before him. At this moment, the team leader of Xeno suddenly popped up to support Lin Huang. How do you know that Shu Mu doesn't have other trump cards to play? Divine Clapnet's team leader had a playful expression on their face. When they spoke, they even purposely glanced at Buried Heaven, who was not far away. Alas, they were unable to pick up any clues. Out of the 5 major GRADE7 organizations, 4 had already indicated who they were rooting for. Seeing that many people were sneaking glances at them, the Heavenly God team leader of Precious Treasure Pavilion chuckled and spoke. I won't share my opinion and offend people. If any of these trial participants were to evolve to Lord level one day, they'll be a big customer of our Precious Treasure Pavilion. However, if all of you really want to keep arguing, I'm actually happy to be the host and open up a new round of bets. Let's raise the stakes for this round and only accept high-level God Sequence Relics 3 items to start with. Those who are interested are welcome to play. The moment the Heavenly God team leader of Precious Treasure Pavilion spoke, everyone fell silent. These initial stakes caused the Heavenly God team leaders of several Grade 5 organizations to shiver in their shoes. They did not even dare to speak, as all the high-level God Sequences relics they had on them probably added up to only about 3 to 5 items. As for the team leaders of the Grade 6 organizations, they remained silent as well. For most of them, these were extremely cutthroat stakes. As for the several Grade 7 organizations, they too said nothing more. It was not that they were unable to afford the stakes, but they were unsure whether or not they could win. The 2 team leaders of the Combat God Temple and God Capital who had been humiliated by Lin Huang earlier were still slightly psychologically affected. Although they had said that they were not optimistic about Lin Huang, they had a vague feeling in their hearts that this fellow probably had more trump cards to play. Perhaps he really might succeed in killing third-rank heavenly gods. Although the team leaders of Xeno and Divine Clapnet said that they were optimistic about Lin Huang, their logic was also telling them that Lin Huang's chances of winning this round were not high. He had probably never even thought about successfully killing third-rank heavenly gods and just wanted to give it a try. As soon as the Heavenly God team leader of Precious Treasure Pavilion spoke, no one responded for a while. After a long while, seeing that no one was saying anything, Buried Heaven finally reached forward and took out the storage ring from before. I bet that Shu Mu will win. Everyone instantly looked at Buried Heaven. However, the Heavenly God team leader of Precious Treasure Pavilion did not take the stakes from Buried Heaven, scanning the crowd over instead. Does anyone bet that Shu Mu will lose? If there are none, this round of bets can't be placed. Still, no one answered for a long while. Even the team leaders of the several Grade 7 organizations were avoiding the eyes of Precious Treasure Pavilion's Heavenly God. If you all don't take part, then don't blame me. The Heavenly God team leader of Precious Treasure Pavilion spread their hands toward Buried Heaven. Upon seeing this, Buried Heaven took the storage ring back and did not speak anymore. Many of the Heavenly God team leaders were secretly speculating about whether or not they had been fooled by Buried Heaven, or did Shu Mu really have the ability to kill third-rank Heavenly Gods. Chapter 1505. Stitch was an evil spirit type born in the abyss. When it was born, it was puny, and its form was a puddle of flesh the size of a fist. It did not even have teeth or claws and could be called the bottom-most organism of the abyssal food chain. It still vividly remembered that its ascension had originated from devouring a section of bone fragment during its childhood. It was a section of bone fragment with divine properties. Perhaps this fractured bone fragment had slipped out of the mouth of a random god, who was being hunted by a stronger existence. The remnants of the divine properties within the bone fragment allowed Stitch's life form to miraculously transform during its childhood. Not only did it completely break away from its original life form, but it also strengthened its inherent instincts. It could swallow and transform the flesh of all living bodies, turning them into a part of its own body. While this ability allowed Stitch to become stronger, it also caused its body to develop in increasingly aberrant ways. 9 eyes of different colors and even different shapes grew from its head. It had plundered these eyeballs from other monsters and turned them into a part of itself. Below its own head were several other pretty heads, men and women, protoss, humans, and angels as well. Meanwhile, there were dozens of wings of different shapes and sizes on its back. Some had colorful feathers, and some had scales of various shapes. There were even some that resembled hairless bat wings. In front of the bat wings, there were more than 10 tentacles of varying thicknesses and forms. Some were covered with sticky fluid, some were as smooth as jade, some had needles all over, and some had hidden poisons within. Below the tentacles, there was a huge mouth full of fangs, dozens of them. Further down were lower limbs of varying forms. There were forefeet and hind legs, but all of them had terribly sharp claws. All its limbs and even the majority of its body structures, it had plundered. On the whole, it looked like a toy that someone had randomly and even somewhat maliciously piled together. Nothing on its body appeared to match at all, but the strange thing was that it could function perfectly. Stitch had been locked up in this secret prisoner territory by God Capital for over 10,000 years. However, as a third-rank heavenly god, it had never been challenged by a trial participant. Yet, on this day, it suddenly sensed a weak aura appearing within the boundaries of its territory. This aura, its only 9th-rank true god level. It can't be a trial participant, can it? A trial participant is coming, a trial participant is coming, a trial participant actually came to provoke us of their own accord. That's just too interesting for words. Which part of their body should we collect? Stitch was beyond excited, its several heads conversing with one another, shouting and making noise. A while later, the trial participant finally arrived. Stitch carefully sized up this intruder, filled with curiosity. This was a male trial participant, his entire body enveloped in black robes. His face, barely visible below the brim of his hat, was unshaven. He looked somewhat dispirited. It was Lin Huang disguised as Shu Mu. He's ugly. Don't collect his head. His hands look nice. Let's collect his hands. His legs are also quite long. Worth collecting. The several heads argued and discussed among each other. This was also a habit that Stitch had. Each time it killed its prey, it would take at least one item from the other party as a war trophy for its collection and make it a part of its own body. Once they saw Lin Huang choosing Stitch as his first hunting target, the heavenly gods watching from outside the secret territory were all talking about it as well. Stitch isn't easy to deal with. Although it's not that smart, among heavenly god prisoners, its overall ability can be ranked in the first tier, the team leader of God Capital commented by way of introduction. This is the legendary patchwork monster, right? I seem to remember this fellow mastered something like 7 or 8 god sequence chains but couldn't put them to use freely, the team leader of Combat God Temple inquired. Yes, it can rob other people of their god sequence chains. However, it can only use the power of 3 god sequence chains simultaneously at most. Also, its exploitation of sequence power isn't very good. Its combat method leans toward overwhelming others by force. The team leader of God Capital nodded. To an extent, the two of them restrict one another. This patchwork monster is skilled at hand-to-hand combat, and this can be restricted by Shu Mu. On the other hand, this fellow's patience seems endless. If Shu Mu doesn't have any big guns in hand, Stitch could very well wear him out. The team leader of Xeno also expressed their opinion. As the few of them were giving their comments, some people stole glances at Buried Heaven, trying to see how he would react. However, Buried Heaven remained as expressionless as ever, and his face gave nothing away. In the secret territory, upon seeing Stitch, Lin Huang could not help but take stock of it for a moment. He had seen his fair share of monsters, but this was the first time he was seeing such a peculiar patchwork monster like Stitch. Various organs of different types were matched up together on the same body, with no sense of harmony whatsoever to look at. However, the really strange thing was that this patchwork monster's aura did not have any contradictions, anomalies, or chaotic areas, which gave others the impression that it was born like this. We've never seen a trial participant before. We've decided to collect your entire body as a specimen. Although you're ugly, as the first trial participant who's challenged us, you're of great collectible value. Trial participant, you should feel honored. We rarely collect whole corpses. Yes, under normal circumstances, we'll only choose one or two of the prettiest body parts for our collection. The remaining parts get thrown away. Several heads spoke in turn, and Lin Huang could not help being curious about whether each of his opponent's heads was operating individually, or whether essentially only one brain was functioning, and these heads were all mere puppets. The information about Stitch had been mentioned in the material sent over by Buried Heaven. Although the information in the material was not detailed, it was sufficient for Lin Huang. He knew that this monster could swallow up its opponents and rob them of the God rule power and God sequence chains within their bodies. He also knew that this monster had currently mastered 8 God sequence chains already but could only simultaneously put 3 to use at most. The reason why he chose Stitch as his first third-rank hunting target was because he felt that the number of rules within its body should be higher than that of an ordinary third-rank heavenly god. Killing it would enable him to plunder more rules, and speed up his efficiency in advancing his combat strength. However, in the eyes of the heavenly gods outside the secret territory, Lin Huang had undoubtedly picked a very tough opponent for himself. Although Stitch's IQ was not high, it had concrete power to display. No matter how one looked at it, Stitch was still a first-tier powerhouse amongst the third-rank heavenly god prisoners. Almost all the heavenly god team leaders watching the battle felt that Shu Mu had not made a wise move in choosing such an opponent. Chapter 1506. 7 heads. After sizing up the patchwork monster briefly, Lin Huang launched his attack straight away. With a shake of his sleeve cuffs, tens of thousands of telekinetic flying daggers directly transformed into tens of thousands of blood-colored lightning bolts that shot out. Stitch was a monster skilled at close-quarter combat, and Lin Huang's current persona was only a psychic, so he had to make the first move to avoid his opponent drawing him into close quarters. However, Stitch's dozens of wings vibrated almost simultaneously. Even the vibration frequency and amplitude of these wings of varying colors and shapes were completely different. However, the strange thing was Stitch's flight speed was quite amazing. Even its agility far surpassed what Lin Huang had expected. Wings rapidly vibrating, Stitch's figure swiftly slipped through the dragnet set up by Lin Huang's telekinetic flying daggers and actually managed to evade all the attacks. Not a single one of the tens of thousands of flying daggers managed to strike its body. Lin Huang was a little surprised by this outcome. This was because, in the materials provided by Buried Heaven, there was no mention of the patchwork monster being capable of such speed. It was not that Buried Heaven did not know about this, but when he was organizing this set of materials for Lin Huang and the others, it had not crossed his mind that someone might have the ability to kill third-rank heavenly gods. Hence, the introductory information for heavenly gods above second rank was very superficial. Outside the secret territory, as they watched Stitch easily dodge Lin Huang's telekinetic flying daggers, many heavenly god team leaders could not help but glance at Buried Heaven. The team leader of God Capital asked straight away, "Senior Buried Heaven, in the materials you provided to Shu Mu, was there detailed information on Stitch?" "No." Buried Heaven shook his head, expressionless. "I gave the same information to several true gods. I didn't expect that Shu Mu would go hunt down a third-rank heavenly god either." Upon hearing Buried Heaven's words, everyone immediately felt that the chances of Lin Huang winning this battle had become much slimmer. There were even several Heavenly God team leaders who were starting to regret not having placed their bets to start the wager earlier. In fact, it was not just Death Sickle, but the few major GRADE7 organizations as well that had given more or less the same information to their own respective trial participants. This was because, in the secret prisoner territory, there was no precedent for killing third-rank heavenly gods. They had not felt the need to give detailed information on heavenly god prisoners of third rank and above. In the secret territory, after witnessing Stitch's flight speed and agility, Lin Huang was only slightly surprised. The information that Buried Heaven had given out on heavenly god prisoners second rank and above was very concise. Lin Huang had noticed this right from the beginning and had more or less guessed the reason behind it. Therefore, before locking onto Stitch as his target, he had mentally prepared himself. He had immediately made the first move as soon as he arrived, because for one, in his persona of a psychic, he could not afford to be drawn into close quarters. For another, he was actually testing his opponent's speed, agility, defenses, and other aspects as well. Although he was slightly surprised that none of the tens of thousands of flying daggers hit his opponent, it was still within his expectations. Now that the first round of testing had shown results, Lin Huang did not hesitate at all. From his sleeve cuffs, even more telekinetic flying daggers transformed into blood-colored lightning arcs and shot out. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, they accumulated to 100,000 and still continued to increase. The Heavenly God team leaders outside the arena were shocked by this. There are already more than 100,000 flying daggers, and they're still increasing. How much more can his divine telekinesis continue splitting? The attacking speed of those telekinetic flying daggers has increased as well. It's reached the level of a third-rank Heavenly God psychic. What I find most frightening is that he can control over 100,000 flying daggers and still infuse them with sequence power. This level of divine power consumption is massive. Logically speaking, no true god would be able to do this. I can't figure out how he's managed to do so. In the secret territory, the number of Lin Huang's telekinetic flying daggers kept increasing until they reached 180,000. Stitch was finally unable to dodge and was struck for the first time. However, Lin Huang also noticed that the attack, which had been imbued with lightning sequence power and more than 100 types of rule-bending power, had been blocked by one of Stitch's wings. This was a dragon wing covered in scales, and the attack bounced right off without making even a dent in the monster's defenses. Not only is its speed amazing, but its defensive power as well. There are even several wings specifically equipped with defensive functions. Their defensive power should be superior to other parts of its body, Lin Huang continued quietly analyzing. The truth of the matter was, with his actual abilities at present, it would not be difficult for him to kill this patchwork monster, but his current persona was Xianxia. Moreover, there were countless monitors constantly trained on him, so there were many methods he could not use. He also knew for certain that at this moment, many Heavenly God team leaders in the outside world were watching the live broadcast of his battle. He could only look at things from Shu Emu's viewpoint and consider how he might win this battle. In the void, close to 200,000 telekinetic flying daggers formed a giant net, enveloping Stitch again and again. However, Stitch was slippery as an eel and kept dodging with lightning speed. Not only was it extremely fast, but it was also remarkably agile. Only as a last resort would it resist the attacks from the telekinetic flying daggers by using force. After all, every single one of the telekinetic flying daggers contained sequence power. Although Stitch would not be injured if it were to be hit, it would still use up a lot of its divine power. Therefore, Stitch kept trying its best to avoid getting hit. However, with hundreds of thousands of flying daggers in pursuit, it only had the energy to dodge and defend itself, and it could not find the opportunity to get close to Lin Huang at all. Lin Huang also easily dodged the occasional long-range attacks launched by Stitch. Just like that, both sides entered a stalemate where neither one could do anything to the other. Lin Huang's attacks did not manage to harm Stitch, and conversely, Stitch did not have the opportunity to attack Lin Huang up close. On the surface, it seemed as if Lin Huang had managed to suppress Stitch. However, the line of Heavenly God team leaders outside the secret territory was becoming less and less optimistic about the outcome of Lin Huang's battle. This was because Lin Huang's combat method would consume huge amounts of his divine power and put a massive burden on his spirit. Anyone could tell that the longer this battle dragged on, the slimmer the chances of Lin Huang winning. This time, even buried heaven felt that it was impossible for Lin Huang to turn the tables. This battle situation where neither could harm the other lasted for more than 10 minutes, but the corners of Lin Huang's mouth curved upwards almost imperceptibly. So that's it, the 7 heads each have their own role. One controls limb movement, one controls the flight of the wings, one controls defenses, one controls attacks, and one controls sight and other senses, while yet another one controls the consumption of divine power, and the last controls sequence and rule-bending powers. After more than 10 minutes of investigation, he finally had sufficient understanding of his current opponent's every aspect. If I get rid of one of its heads, what will happen? Lin Huang wondered to himself, but in fact, he had already more or less guessed the answer to this question. Chapter 1507. Stitch's weakness outside the secret territory. The Heavenly God team leaders who were watching the fight were not optimistic about Lin Huang. It's been more than 10 minutes, and still not a single scratch on Stitch's body. If the current state of affairs drags on, Stitch will still be fine even in 10 days or half a month, but lasting for more than even an hour could prove to be a problem for Xu Mu. His telekinetic threads are certainly split into a great many strands, but his micro-level control over them isn't quite up to par, and his attack method is too straightforward. The speaker was a Heavenly God team leader whose main cultivation path was telekinesis. Actually, even without an advantage in terms of speed, it wouldn't be difficult to besiege a not-so-bright fellow like Stitch. However, even if he manages to hem Stitch in, his divine power will hardly be strong enough to subdue Stitch until its divine power is depleted. Xu Mu was just too arrogant and chose the wrong opponent. If he'd chosen just an ordinary third-rank prisoner as a target, he might still have had a chance of winning. Do you all think it's possible for him to turn the tables this round? The team leader of Divine Clapnet glanced around and threw out the question with a smile. Everyone shook their heads upon hearing this. Only Buried Heaven and a few other people remained silent, not expressing any opinions. At this moment, a Heavenly God team leader suddenly let out a low exclamation. The flight trajectory of his telekinetic flying daggers has changed. Everyone immediately directed their gazes back to the monitor screen where Lin Huang was, only to see via the surveillance video that the flight trajectory of the telekinetic flying daggers which had been frenziedly hot in pursuit behind Stitch was becoming complicated and strange. Stitch obviously had not adapted to this sudden change, and the number of hits it took began to increase abruptly. Unlike their previous formation resembling a school of fish, the flight paths of the nearly 200,000 flying daggers had begun to become erratic. Some moved swiftly, while others moved slowly as if they had all fallen into an odd rampaging state, which made it completely impossible for Stitch to predict their movements. In less than 2 minutes, the patchwork monster was surrounded by nearly 200,000 flying daggers, and the area within which to dodge also began to shrink rapidly. At the sight of this, the face of the Heavenly God psychic on the outside of the secret territory turned red. He had only made one comment, saying that Lin Huang's grasp of divine telekinesis was not sufficient, and had ended up getting slapped in the face right the next second. However, not many people paid any heed to his embarrassment, as almost everyone was staring at the surveillance video intently, wanting to know what would happen next. Since Stitch was completely enveloped by the telekinetic flying daggers, its figure could no longer be seen from the monitor, but everyone outside the surveillance feed could still hear its furious howls. Within the spherical space formed by the telekinetic flying daggers, Stitch tried to break free repeatedly but was blocked again and again. It was like a trapped beast, struggling violently in alarm and fright. For Lin Huang, however, the hunting for this prey was more than half completed. His previous attacks had only been to test his opponent's speed, agility, defenses, weaknesses, various body functions, and other information. Now that the investigation was complete, it was time for the actual hunt. Barring anything unexpected, its 7 heads are probably its biggest weakness. Lin Huang manipulated thousands of telekinetic flying daggers and began to attack the 7 heads of the patchwork monster in front of him. He had secretly endowed 2 of the flying daggers with the power of 2 god sequence chains. Just as Lin Huang had anticipated, if he targeted the heads of the patchwork monster, the other would rapidly increase its defense mechanisms. Various techniques were used as defenses in an attempt to thwart Lin Huang's attacks and render them ineffective. It had not been so obvious during the previous attacks, but right now, in this confined space, the patchwork monster was affected by its alarm and was increasingly protecting its heads undisguisedly. As the telekinetic flying daggers approached, it dodged them with extreme speed, and several protective wings also went into defensive mode. It even stretched out its tentacles at the expense of injury to block the approaching flying daggers. However, the trajectories of the telekinetic flying daggers were mysterious and unpredictable. Dozens of flying daggers searched for openings and broke through the patchwork monster's defense line, among them a flying dagger with 2 levels of sequence power. After dozens of flying daggers bypassed the patchwork monster's heavy defenses, they went straight for its 7 heads. Just as the flying daggers were about to penetrate the 7 heads, a thick layer of black scale armor suddenly appeared on the patchwork monster's 7 heads. The next instant, dozens of flying daggers swept through the air. After striking against the black scale armor, the flying dagger with 2 levels of sequence power was only slightly hindered before piercing through one of the heads and causing it to explode. However, the other dozens of flying daggers with only 1 level of sequence power were blocked by the layer of scale armor, leaving only white marks on the black scales in their wake, unable to break through any further. Lin Huang had already anticipated this. He just raised his brow slightly, wanting to manipulate the flying dagger with 2 levels of sequence power into causing more of the patchwork monster's heads to explode. However, right at this moment, the patchwork monster's remaining 6 heads simultaneously made a whistling sound. A terrifying sound wave was unleashed, forcibly blowing away all the flying daggers that had broken through. Lin Huang felt some slight regret that he had not been able to go a step further. Outside the secret territory, the heavenly god spectators could not see what was going on inside the cage of flying daggers, but they could still hear the whistling sound that the patchwork monster made. The sound was brutal, but it also seemed to have an element of agonized whining. Is Stitch injured? Someone could not help exclaiming. This sound doesn't seem to be purely anger. Shu Mu can't turn the tables again this time, can he? In the secret territory, Lin Huang calmly looked at the patchwork monster who was standing opposite him. What was the function of the head that exploded just now, I wonder? He soon found out the answer to this question when the 9 eyes growing from his opponent's head closed one after the other. Lin Huang raised his brows slightly when he saw this. He knew that the other had lost its perceptual abilities. Although he was not certain whether or not the other's lost ability would be allocated to its other heads, his opponent was in a state where its perception was obstructed, at least for a short while. As long as he attacked before this ability could be transferred, he would have the upper hand in this situation. In other words, Stitch, who had lost its perceptual abilities, had been put at a greater disadvantage. It had been able to effectively dodge and defend itself from Lin Huang's telekinetic flying daggers all this time by relying on its perception. Now that its perceptual abilities were gone, the efficiency of its evasive and defensive tactics would drop dramatically. Lin Huang was obviously aware of this as well. After confirming that the other had indeed lost its perceptual abilities, he launched a second round of attacks without hesitation. The cage made up of nearly 200,000 telekinetic flying daggers accelerated its whirling within the void, and tens of thousands of flying daggers transformed into blood-red lightning arcs, joining in to besiege Stitch. Originally, Stitch had been able to avoid more than 90% of Lin Huang's attacks by dodging them, but after losing its perceptual abilities, more than 80% of the other's attacks scored direct hits on its body. The efficiency of Stitch's defenses was originally well over 90%, and it could easily block most of the telekinetic flying daggers that pursued it. Now, however, the efficiency of its blocking had dropped to less than 30%. 70% of the attacks easily bypassed its defense systems and directly attacked the remaining 6 heads. The 2 telekinetic flying daggers with 2 levels of sequence power also found an opening and shot through, piercing 2 more heads easily. Chapter 1508. Eclipsing everyone else. Stitch let out another mournful howl as 2 more of its heads exploded, sounding even more desperate than before. Outside the secret territory, the group of heavenly gods was astonished. They really wanted to know what exactly Lin Huang was doing to Stitch, but they could not see anything through the cage of telekinetic flying daggers. They could only use their imaginations to fill in whatever they could not see. This harrowing shriek clearly doesn't seem like it's nothing. What on earth did he do to Stitch for it to screech so miserably? Did he shove something up Stitch's anus? Does Stitch even have an anus? With the destruction of 2 more heads, Stitch very quickly displayed the loss of more abilities. Its wings began to retract one after the other, and its figure plummeted to the ground. Only a few of its wings still retained their defensive abilities, but they could no longer flap or fly. Obviously, the head that controlled Stitch's flight ability had been destroyed. Besides that, Lin Huang noticed that its divine power had also become unstable. Every time one of his own attacks hit Stitch, the strength of the divine power it exerted to defend itself was different. At times, its divine power was easily breached by the telekinetic flying daggers, while at other times, it directly repelled them. With the loss of its flight ability, Stitch's dodging capabilities had been weakened to the extreme. Although Lin Huang's telekinetic flying dagger attacks did not have a 100% success rate, it was well over 95%, and Stitch was, therefore, unable to avoid most of it. On another front, Stitch's loss of control over its divine power also caused its defense systems to start becoming unstable. Lin Huang's flying dagger attacks caused increasingly effective damage. The increase of various disadvantageous factors made the scales of victory tilt in Lin Huang's favor. Within less than 2 minutes, Lin Huang's telekinetic flying daggers breached Stitch's defenses once more and pierced through another one of its heads. With the destruction of this head, the God sequence chains and rule-bending power in Stitch's body began to go haywire. Knowing that it was now in desperate straits, Stitch began to ignore the barrier of telekinetic flying daggers, trying to forcefully break through the spherical area created by the telekinetic flying daggers and attack Lin Huang up close instead. However, Lin Huang saw through its plan with just a glance, and there was no way he was willing to allow it an opportunity to carry out its intentions. Whichever direction it moved, Lin Huang would boost the telekinetic flying daggers in that direction with the power of a second God sequence chain, forcing Stitch back. Every time it tried to force its way through, it was helplessly forced back in turn. Sensing that not much divine power was left within itself, Stitch howled in despair. Lin Huang's figure floated in the air outside the spherical area formed by the telekinetic flying daggers, continuing to wait indifferently for the end of this fight. He did not feel any sympathy for Stitch. After all, it was an evil spirit type from the abyss. Nevertheless, he still acknowledged Stitch's abilities. Outside the secret territory, the heavenly gods who were watching heard Stitch's yells again, but they had been slightly desensitized by now. Excluding the first 10 minutes or so, it had only been about 20 minutes since the fight had started. After Stitch had been trapped in the space within the telekinetic flying daggers, they did not even know how many wails it had let out by now. Practically every howl sounded utterly miserable. Although I don't know what exactly Shu Mu did, I feel that Stitch is about to lose. I feel the same way. Stitch is screaming so miserably. This sound reminds me of my childhood and the swine beasts in the slaughterhouse who were still struggling, despite being bound and hung up from their hooves. Now that you mention it, I think I haven't eaten swine beasts in more than 8,000 years. Once I'm done with work in the next few days, I'll have an all-pork feast. In the spherical space encaged by the telekinetic flying daggers, Stitch had basically become a moving target. Although it had been forcing itself to move its body around, this was practically useless. Blood-red gleams flashed rapidly in the void, leaving wound after wound on Stitch's body. Under the attacks of the telekinetic flying daggers, Stitch's divine power was also rapidly being depleted. Lin Huang did not ease up at all. He had no intention of giving the other party any chance to take a breather. The telekinetic flying daggers poured down on Stitch like a torrential rainstorm. In the short space of less than 5 minutes, not a single inch of Stitch's body was left unscathed. Another 2 of its heads had been destroyed one after the other, and only one final head remained. This last head was in charge of its defense systems. Stitch had lost all of its body functions and could not carry out even the simplest movements, completely becoming a stationary target. Even so, Stitch still used its defensive wings, long since riddled with holes, to protect its last head. Despite that, it was all in vain. In less than a minute, Lin Huang's telekinetic flying daggers easily tore through Stitch's last line of defense and pierced through its last head. At this moment, the fatality notification finally appeared in front of Lin Huang. Almost simultaneously, he also felt several God sequence chains containing massive rule-bending power surging into his body. This round of hunting had directly skyrocketed the number of rules in Lin Huang's body by more than 100,000 types. Even Lin Huang himself was a little surprised. What he did not know was that while taking the limbs of others for part of its collection, Stitch would also devour their god territories. Now, however, all of Stitch's hard work had ended up going to Lin Huang instead. The 270,000 god rule powers in his body had increased to nearly 400,000 in one shot. Given this sort of effectiveness, I just need to hunt 3 or 4 more monsters for my combat level to increase again, Lin Huang mused to himself. Of course, he was aware that the main reason for the bountiful yield this time was because of Stitch's uniqueness. Other third-rank heavenly gods would not be able to give him the same amount of benefits. With a slight gesture of his fingers, the telekinetic flying daggers that had formed the spherical space quickly returned to Lin Huang's sleeve cuffs. With the spherical area gone, the numerous heavenly gods who had been watching the fight from outside the secret territory finally saw Stitch's body, now riddled with holes until it was practically a sieve. A glimpse at the tattered state of Stitch's corpse was all it took for everyone to know that Stitch was as dead as one could get. Although everyone had already anticipated this result from a few minutes ago, they still could not help being shocked when they actually got a look at Stitch's body. He really did it, even Buried Heaven silently whispered in disbelief. For someone at true god level to kill a third-rank heavenly god was not something that had never happened before in the history of the god territory, but the select few who had managed to pull off such a feat had gone on to become lords without exception. As for this secret prisoner territory, Lin Huang was the first participant to successfully hunt down a third-rank heavenly god. The team leaders of God Capital and the Combat God Temple, as well as other organizations who had top-tier true gods from their organizations participating in this trial, all had peculiar expressions on their faces. Initially, they were extremely confident in the participants under their respective commands, firmly believing that they would be able to put up a stellar performance during this trial and show off to all the other organizations. The top-tier true god powerhouses under their commands also possessed the ability to hunt down first-rank heavenly gods and could even go up against many second ranks. However, after seeing Lin Huang successfully hunt down Stitch, they knew that the individuals they had brought along this time had become mere foils. It was useless. This was an absolute defeat in terms of ability. None of them would be able to hunt down a third-rank heavenly god the way Lin Huang had. Lin Huang's sudden appearance on the public radar had completely eclipsed everyone else's brilliance. Chapter 1509. Death Sickle's secret. On the gold leaderboard, Shu Emu's hunting points had suddenly skyrocketed by 400 points, which once more attracted the attention of all the other participants. One must be aware that Lin Huang's name had been constantly at the top of the gold leaderboard, so even just a change of 1 point could be clearly seen by everyone, what more a surge of 400 points. Upon seeing the 400-point change in his score, many people were taken aback at first but immediately came back to their senses. The base points a true god earned for hunting down a heavenly god was 100 points, and for each subsequent increase in the level of the heavenly god being hunted, the hunting points obtained by the hunters would also be doubled. Therefore, starting at first rank, the hunting points earned from low rank to high rank would be 100 points, 200 points, 400 points, 800 points. His hunting points went up by 400 points at once. Does this mean he hunted down a third-rank heavenly god? It's probably not from killing two second-rank heavenly gods at the same time. According to the rules regarding changes in hunting points, no matter how close the times between two hunts are, each increase in a hunter's points will be displayed in succession. Even if Shu Mu did hunt down two second-rank heavenly gods at the same time, his points should have increased by 200 points twice instead of 400 points at once. An increase of 400 hunting points in one shot, well, those top-tier fellows probably won't be able to sit still at all now. Several top-tier true god powerhouses were indeed quite agitated by this. Previously, when Lin Huang was hunting second-rank heavenly gods, they had already been forced to start hunting heavenly gods before they had even fully adapted to their new environment. To some extent, Lin Huang's actions at that time had already disrupted their hunting rhythm. Currently, Lin Huang's success in hunting down a third-rank heavenly god had thoroughly caused quite a few people to be psychologically off-kilter. Originally, several of them had thought that during this trial, they would hunt down a few heavenly gods and put up a sterling performance in front of the major organizations. If they had a chance, they would try to fight for the top spot on the gold leaderboard. Now though, without a doubt, Lin Huang's performance had drawn everyone's attention. Moreover, having the ability to hunt down a third-rank heavenly god meant that he had basically secured the top spot on the gold leaderboard. No one else had the ability to compete with him. No matter how hard they tried, other top-tier powerhouses could only fight for second place at most. Actually, in the beginning, everyone did not regard a dark horse like Shu Mu as a competitor. However, at present, this fellow who had appeared out of nowhere had just displayed terrifying abilities that completely overpowered everyone else. Several people were disgruntled, but they also felt helpless at the same time. They could only silently sigh over their bad luck at encountering a dark horse that had suddenly appeared on the public radar. Many of those who were not top-tier powerhouses felt a sense of schadenfreude. They could fully imagine the faces of those peak powerhouses at this moment. They could not compete for the first place anyway, so they were happy to watch the commotion. They only came here to participate in the trial, but they had ended up witnessing the mighty rise of a powerhouse who defied all odds. The rewards were absolutely fulfilling. After leaving this place, they would have a new hot topic to brag about to their friends. Upon consideration, this had certainly been a worthwhile trip. Lin Huang paid no heed to the leaderboard at all. After he had finished checking the state of things within his body, he immediately stored away Stitch's hole-riddled corpse. Without lingering any longer, he swiftly headed in the direction of his next target. The secret territory was only accessible for one short month, so he wanted to make the best of this time to increase his combat level as much as possible. After successfully hunting down Stitch, he now had a general understanding of the third-rank heavenly god's abilities in this secret territory. He had also fully planned out his following course of action. There was no need to hunt down first ranks and second ranks, as the number of rules that he could obtain from them was small. Heavenly god prisoners who were above third rank were also excluded, as there was no need for him to further expose his true power. Being able to hunt down a third rank was already odds-defying enough as it was. If it were not for the fact that true gods capable of hunting down third-rank heavenly gods had previously emerged in the god territory, Lin Huang would have even given up on hunting third-rank prisoners. It was precisely because there were people before him who had already done it that Lin Huang displayed his strength up to this level. What Lin Huang did not know was that all these predecessors had later gone on to become lords, without exception. His performance had already garnered the attention of all the top organizations in the god territory. Even the team leaders of the several Grade 7 organizations outside the secret territory had reported the news back to the upper ranks of their respective organizations the moment he had successfully killed Stitch. Of course, Buried Heaven had noticed the behavior of the Grade 7 organization team leaders, but he was unable to prevent them from doing so. In reality, he felt there was no need to stop them either. He was more cognizant of Lin Huang's background than anyone else, and he knew that Lin Huang was unable to join any other organization except Death Sickle. This was because he was not a Protoss at all, but a human being. Apart from Xeno, which took a neutral stance, every other Grade 7 organization in the God territory did not have a very cordial attitude toward humans. God Capital was a pure-blood organization, and they even looked down on other Protoss who were not pure-blooded, what more humans. The Combat God Temple had conquered human territory more than once and seized a lot of their lands. Divine Clapnet had even planted countless spies among humans and were monitoring their movements at all times. As for Precious Treasure Pavilion, to them, humans were just a type of tradable commodity. Xeno took a neutral stance, but they were in no way friendly. They would cooperate with whomever they deemed profitable. They did have dealings with humans, but such individuals could only be regarded as business partners at most, and there was definitely no friendship between them. Buried Heaven knew very well that it was impossible for Lin Huang to join any other organization. This was because once his identity as a human was exposed, death would be the only option awaiting him. In fact, for organizations other than Death Sickle, if they were to find out that Lin Huang was a human, most of them would consider Lin Huang a major potential threat and would even try to nip it in the bud. This was because it was very possible that his existence might lead to the rise of humans in the great world. The reason why Death Sickle had no such misgivings about this was actually related to a secret the organization had. In reality, Death Sickle was essentially not a local organization from the God territory but a branch of a certain organization in the universe. Only a handful of people knew about this matter. This was why it was possible for the Blood Sickles within Death Sickle to have a human in their midst. This was also why Death Sickle could tolerate the existence of a human like Lin Huang. Buried Heaven also knew of this secret and had therefore maintained a friendly attitude to Lin Huang since the beginning. Although Buried Heaven was a bona fide Protoss, the secrets he had learned from Death Sickle had long since allowed him to see things from a perspective beyond race. In his eyes, it did not matter whether Lin Huang was a human or not. The important thing was that he was a powerhouse with extraordinary potential. Of course, Buried Heaven actually had his own little selfish motive. He wanted to watch Lin Huang develop, then battle it out with him to his heart's content. It did not even matter who won or lost. As he watched Lin Huang's spectacular performance within the secret prisoner territory, he had a feeling that day was not too far away. Chapter 15:10. Play a game with me in the secret territory. Having killed Sich, Lin Huang proceeded with the hunt. Unlike the other hunters, all of his targets after that were now third-rank heavenly god level prisoners. For the other participants in the secret territory, successfully being able to kill a third-rank heavenly god level prisoner might have been a matter of luck. However, they saw Lin Huang's hunting points skyrocket by 400 points a second and third time, respectively. Only then did they understand that Xu Mu did indeed possess such ability. He did not depend on luck at all. The numerous heavenly god leaders who were watching the battle outside could very clearly see for themselves and basically acknowledged that Lin Huang's abilities were almost on par with the standard of a top third-rank heavenly god. However, they did not know that what they saw was, in reality, only what Lin Huang wanted to display. In the secret territory, under the continued stimulus of Lin Huang's achievements, the few top-tier true god powerhouses also began moving into the domain of the second-rank heavenly god-level prisoners, thus beginning a whole new challenge. However, their hunts were far less successful than Lin Huang's. For one thing, they did not possess the ability to dominate their opponents. For another, the convicts in the secret prisoner territory held the geographical advantage. Almost every hunt was a mutual battle of wits and valor, which was extremely time-consuming. Lin Huang aside, the fastest top-tier true god powerhouse to complete the killing of a second-rank heavenly god-level prisoner spent over 5 hours just to do it. This excluded the time spent tracking down their opponent and the time spent traveling. Among the top-tier true gods, there was even a rather unfortunate fellow who happened to encounter a second-rank heavenly god-level prisoner that managed to overwhelm him. After the intense battle of close to 10 hours, he had no choice in the end but to flee in defeat. While many participants were still cautiously hunting prisoners to obtain points, Lin Huang's hunting points had long since shot up, leaving everyone far behind. The number of rules and god sequence chains in his body was also skyrocketing as he went. By the 5th day of entering the secret prisoner territory, the number of rules within Lin Huang had increased to over 700,000. He was getting closer and closer to a breakthrough to 4th-rank true god. As usual, Lin Huang checked the number of rules that had increased within him after completing the hunting of a third-rank heavenly god-level prisoner. He put away the corpse and headed straight to where the next target was. However, halfway through his journey, there was a sudden change of expression on his face. The reason for this was because, within the sensing range of his divine telekinesis, he sensed 2 auras in the area where his target was located. One of the auras was at third-rank heavenly god level, that was clearly his target. Meanwhile, the other aura was not strange to him. He had come face to face with that particular individual before entering the secret territory. Lin Huang did not slow down, nor did he change his route, he continued hurrying along his intended path. The heavenly god team leaders outside the secret territory displayed various expressions. Many were secretly looking at buried heaven. This was because the individual that Lin Huang was about to encounter was none other than Virtuoso from Death's Sickle. None of the heavenly god team leaders had noticed exactly when Virtuoso had headed to the heavenly god domain. Once Lin Huang had locked down his prey and his flight path had become clear, almost all of the heavenly god team leaders only noticed after they had checked to see who Xu Mu's target was that there was now an individual who had appeared out of nowhere beside the intended prisoner. What puzzled the team leaders even more was that Virtuoso was standing less than 2 meters away from that third-rank heavenly god-level prisoner, but Virtuoso had not been attacked. It was as if the third-rank heavenly god-level prisoner could not see Virtuoso, completely ignoring their existence. Such an odd state of affairs confused the entire group of heavenly god team leaders. Actually, everyone present had heard of Virtuoso and was aware that this individual's talent and potential even exceeded that of buried heaven. Not a single assassination mission that Virtuoso took on for Death's Sickle failed. All the targets would mysteriously die, and even their manner of death was very seldom repeated. However, nobody knew exactly what Virtuoso's abilities were, nor had anyone ever seen their face. In fact, no one had any idea whether they were male or female. Some grade 6 and grade 7 organizations had even attempted to investigate Virtuoso, but their efforts were to no avail. Virtuoso was like a person who had appeared out of the blue, utterly no traces of their past could be discovered. After some time, everyone gave up wasting time trying to investigate Virtuoso. However, Everyone was aware that Death Sickle had a mysterious individual like that with stunning potential, one who had extremely powerful potential to become a lord. Although the numerous heavenly god leaders were not clear on Virtuoso's background, they were familiar with what Virtuoso had done. Virtuoso was merely a true god-level White Sickle member in Death Sickle, but he had killed over 20 heavenly gods. Among this number were even a few second-rank heavenly god powerhouses. Therefore, nobody had much at all in the way of doubts about Virtuoso's ability. If Shu Mu had not shown up out of the blue, Virtuoso was, without a doubt, the strongest contender for the number 1 spot on the Hunter's Gold leaderboard. Meanwhile, it was clearly no coincidence that Virtuoso had appeared next to Lin Huang's hunting target out of nowhere. Buried Heaven could not help frowning upon seeing Virtuoso suddenly appearing in the surveillance video. Since the opening of the secret prisoner territory, it was also the first time he had openly displayed any sign of emotion in front of everyone present. This Virtuoso fellow, I've warned them repeatedly, and still, they choose to do as they please. In the secret territory, Lin Huang and Virtuoso very soon encountered each other. Lin Huang was not overly surprised to see Virtuoso calmly standing next to the heavenly god-level prisoner, who seemed to have no intention of attacking Virtuoso at all. Lin Huang had heard of Virtuoso's name in the early days when he first joined Death Sickle as Xie Lin. He had even seen the pictures of the targets Virtuoso had killed, as well as the autopsy reports. All of them had died in strange ways. At the time, he had already known that Virtuoso possessed extremely odd abilities. At the same time that Lin Huang was sizing up Virtuoso, Virtuoso was silently scrutinizing Lin Huang as well. The heavenly god-level prisoner, on the other hand, was ignored by them both. The strange thing was that the prisoner was still standing where he was, ignoring the duo so close to him. From the looks of it, you've been waiting for me. Lin Huang took the initiative to break the silence. That's right, Virtuoso's voice was still ambiguous in terms of gender. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Huang did not think Virtuoso had been waiting on him here for a long time. Virtuoso's words seemed to imply that they had been waiting for Lin Huang outside the secret territory, or even much earlier than that. Here we are now. If you have anything to say, don't beat around the bush. Lin Huang had never been fond of talking to people who spoke with hidden meanings. Whatever you want to do, just say so outright. There are so many people watching out there, are you sure you want me to say it outright? Virtuoso paused and said the last 2 words through voice transmission. Xie Lin. Lin Huang's pupils contracted slightly. He had not expected that Virtuoso would have unmasked his identity. Just tell me what you really want. Lin Huang was startled for only a moment, quickly recovering his composure. However, the expression on his face remained cold. If you want to know what I really want, Virtuoso said with a hint of mockery, you'll have to play a game with me first. Chapter 15:11. Obscured sequence, play a game with me first. As soon as Virtuoso started teasing him, tens of thousands of blood-red lightning bolts shot out from Lin Huang's cuffs. Dagger after god weapon flying dagger transformed into blood-red lightning bolts that filled the sky and swept in an arc across the void, directly attacking Virtuoso from all directions. I'm definitely not in the mood for such things. On that note of disagreement, Lin Huang made his move straight away. Although the rules in the secret prisoner territory did not allow trial participants to kill one another, it was Virtuoso who had provoked him first after all. Lin Huang could not be blamed for retaliating. Moreover, as long as neither was killed or disabled, they would not be held accountable. Lin Huang was not planning on killing Virtuoso, he was only preparing to teach them a lesson. Outside the secret territory, the group of heavenly gods was shocked when they saw Lin Huang's sudden attack. They had not expected the relationship between the 2 colleagues in Death Sickle to be this poor. Many people sneaked glances at Buried Heaven. At this moment, Buried Heaven's brows were furrowed. This was clearly a scene he did not wish to see at all, so much so that he had forgotten to control his facial expressions. At this moment, the team leaders of the few Grade 7 organizations were secretly delighted that Shu Mu and Virtuoso were at odds with each other. This meant that the chances of one of them leaving Death Sickle would be a lot higher than they had previously expected. Right now, several people were already secretly plotting how to poach them from Death Sickle. It did not matter whether it was Shu Mu or Virtuoso, getting either one of them would definitely be a steal. Tens of thousands of telekinetic flying daggers poured down like torrential rain, but Virtuoso just stood there, motionless. They did not dodge, nor did they display any kind of defensive techniques. The next instant, their figure was utterly swallowed up by countless blood-red lightning arcs. Upon seeing this, the spectators outside the secret territory were bewildered. They could not figure out why Virtuoso had abandoned defending themselves and let Shu Mu attack them. One should know that Shu Mu's attack was probably able to kill even third-rank heavenly gods. They really didn't think that Shu Mu would pull back at the last minute, did they? Virtuoso can't have been killed off so easily, right? For Shu Mu's current attack, his telekinetic flying daggers have been compounded with 2 levels of sequence power, which is sufficient to slay even third-rank heavenly gods. Virtuoso was hit without defending themselves whatsoever. There shouldn't be any doubt about the results. While the group of heavenly gods was heatedly discussing this, Lin Huang frowned slightly. He could sense that his attack had failed. Not a single flying dagger had managed to hit Virtuoso. Strangely, however, his divine telekinesis sensed that Virtuoso still remained standing where they were, not having moved an inch. Is this a special sequence power? Logically speaking, rule-type attacks would definitely hit their target unless the other party used rule-bending power to dodge or defend themselves. If even his telekinetic flying daggers with their compounded 2 levels of sequence power could not hit his opponent, the only logical explanation was that the other party had used sequence power to dodge the attack. As for his divine telekinesis sensing that Virtuoso had not moved, that could only mean that their sequence power possessed the special function of being able to confuse one's divine telekinesis. Although not a single one of Lin Huang's attacks managed to land on his target, he did not give up right away, continuing instead to manipulate the telekinetic flying daggers to keep attacking. Don't waste your energy. Virtuoso's voice drifted leisurely through the countless flying daggers surrounding them. Even if you run out of divine power, this kind of attack can't cause me any harm. As soon as Virtuoso said that, they slowly stepped out as though all the telekinetic flying daggers were nothing to them. Only then did Lin Huang notice that although all the telekinetic flying daggers pierced straight through Virtuoso's body, they did not cause them any harm. Outside the secret territory, most of the heavenly god team leaders did not understand what they were seeing. The few people who did were staring at Virtuoso with wide eyes. So it's obscured sequence, who would have thought that there really is someone who's mastered this kind of legendary sequence power? I initially thought that this Shu Mu fellow was already invincible enough. I never expected Virtuoso to be even more complicated. Buried Heaven's current expression was as unpleasant as it could get. Of course, he knew what sequence power Virtuoso had mastered, but he had not expected Virtuoso to use it publicly like that. However, right at this moment, on the monitor screen, Virtuoso turned their head all of a sudden and flashed a bland smile at the surveillance camera. What's about to happen next involves private matters and isn't for public disclosure. For now, you can watch other people's performances. As soon as Virtuoso said that, they snapped their fingers, and the screen immediately froze on Virtuoso's masked face. Switch Shu Mu and Virtuoso's screen to other monitoring angles. The team leader of God Capital hurriedly dialed a number. There's no way to switch. All the nearby monitors have malfunctioned. The voice of a staff member came from the other end of the communicator. How could this happen? How long will it take to be repaired? The team leader of God Capital asked frantically. We have no idea. At the moment, we aren't sure where the fault is. We're still investigating the monitors one at a time. We can't be certain how much time exactly is needed to repair them either. Upon hearing this reply, the expression of God Capital's team leader became really grim. This was the first time the monitors in the secret prisoner territory had malfunctioned. The staff members of God Capital had indeed been somewhat caught off guard. In the secret territory, Virtuoso switched off the monitor screen before turning their head to look at Lin Huang. It's just the 2 of us left. As soon as they said that, they seemed to have recalled something, glancing at the prisoner. I almost forgot. There's a third party here. Lin Huang frowned slightly. What did you do? Nothing much. I just used a little trick to temporarily block the monitor. Virtuoso's tone was mild. In which case, you can demonstrate your abilities without having to hold back, and you don't need to worry about your identity being exposed either. I think you might have mistaken me for someone else. Lin Huang still wanted to continue hiding his identity. After all, he was still unable to trust what the other party had said about blocking the surveillance monitors to the outside world. Have I? Virtuoso's eyebrows rose under their mask. You also have another name, Xie Lin. Of course, I even know that this isn't your real name. Your real identity is human. Your main cultivation path is Sword Dao, telekinesis is just your supplemental path. Not only that, but I also know something even buried heaven from death sickle doesn't. You're an imperial censor who can control the Protoss. Virtuoso's words caused Lin Huang's expression to darken. He could almost imagine the consequences if the Heavenly God team leaders in the outside world were to hear these words. You can relax, since I've come out with it. Of course, I'm absolutely certain that no one else can hear what I've just said, Virtuoso added. I've already said that you've mistaken me for someone else. Lin Huang still chose to deny it. After all, he could not be certain if the monitors had really been blocked or not. Forget it, whether or not I've mistaken you for someone else, it isn't important. Virtuoso understood as well that Lin Huang did not believe what they had to say. They, too, could not be bothered to continue wasting time on this subject. My request still stands. Play a game with me. Don't say no too hastily. As long as you pass, you'll win a prize. I believe that you'll be satisfied with this reward. Chapter 15:12. Obsidian Dragon Being. The rules of the game are very simple. All you need to do is to defeat it. Virtuoso pointed at the third-rank Heavenly God prisoner who had been standing motionlessly to one side all this time. But I must let you know that I've made some modifications to this creature, and it's far stronger than before. If you don't fight it seriously, you might very well die at its hands. As soon as Virtuoso said this, Lin Huang noticed the prisoner slowly raising its head, its body already unleashed in combat mode. Scarlet eyes stared right at him. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura emanated from its body. This was an obsidian dragon being from the abyss. Under normal circumstances, they even looked somewhat human when viewed from a distance. The scales on their bodies were extremely fine, and if one did not look closely, this might appear similar to human skin. The only difference between themselves and humans was that they had a tail. However, obsidian dragon beings in combat mode were a different matter altogether. Their bodies would expand to more than 3 meters in size, and the 2 eyes on their heads would split into 4. The scales covering their bodies would revert to their original black rhombus-shaped structure. The shape of their bodies would also drastically mutate, their heads appearing similar to that of 4-eyed monitor lizards with black scales. Although this prisoner before him was already in combat mode, it also displayed obvious anomalies. Lin Huang's sensing indicated that the aura around this prisoner was extremely dangerous, akin to a star on the verge of exploding. The strength of the prisoner's aura practically broke through third-rank limits in an instant, then climbed all the way up. In the span of several breaths, it had surpassed 4th rank and continued advancing toward 5th rank. Lin Huang also noticed that, even for his opponent, whose inherent physical body strength was in no way inferior to that of its dragonkin, its body was being pushed to its limit step by step, and wisps of black blood were starting to leak out from the cracks between the scales covering its body. Although Lin Huang did not know the exact method that Virtuoso had used, he knew that this was definitely a technique that forcefully extracted one's potential. This type of technique would typically have severe repercussions. Judging by this obsidian dragon being's current state, if it were released from Virtuoso's technique, its physical body was likely to disintegrate straight away. Even worse, its soul might immediately be dispersed as well. This fellow, Lin Huang's pupils narrowed slightly. He no longer had time to pay attention to Virtuoso anymore. This was because the deadly aura emanating from this monster in front of him was already occupying his full attention. Without waiting for his opponent's aura to reach its peak, Lin Huang could not help seizing the initiative to make his move first. 100,000 telekinetic flying daggers shot out from his sleeve cuffs, transforming into 100,000 blood-red lightning arcs that rained down on his opponent. The obsidian dragon being did not dodge. As it saw the countless blood-red blades shooting toward it like lightning, it suddenly opened its mouth, inhaled a long breath of air, then suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar. Roar. Circular sound waves spread out in all directions along with the bellowing. Those sound waves were even imbued with levels of sequence power, turning everything to dust wherever they passed. Under the impact of the sound waves, countless telekinetic flying daggers were sent shooting backward, crumbling all over the ground. The attack of the telekinetic flying daggers, which had always worked in the past, was easily overcome by his opponent just like that. Lin Huang frowned slightly. Its consciousness seems to have already descended into chaos, but it can still perform such precise functions, and its timing is so precisely, he could not help but glance at Virtuoso, who was not far away. It was impossible to tell whether Virtuoso was happy or sad under their mask, but their tone sounded relaxed. Oh dear, You've discovered it so quickly. I forgot to mention just now. As of done things that can't be disclosed to its body, its consciousness has descended into a state of chaos, and it's unable to fight normally. Therefore, I can only control its body and take over the work in this battle. Initially, Lin Huang had only been guessing. He had not expected that Virtuoso would reveal the truth so easily. This obsidian dragon being was only a puppet. Logically speaking, he should definitely first get rid of Virtuoso, the mastermind, without having to waste time on the puppet. This idea also flashed through Lin Huang's mind, but he instantly rejected it. On one hand, the previous round of test attacks had already shown that his opponent would not be so easily dealt with. Until now, he was still unclear as to what method it had used to render his telekinetic flying daggers useless. On the other hand, Virtuoso had already said that as long as he won this game, he would get some benefits in return. If such a good thing did exist, naturally, he was not about to pass it up. However, this puppet under Virtuoso's control was truly a lot stronger than Lin Huang had expected. I've already said that I've hijacked the monitors. Rest assured that you can fully use your abilities without worrying about anything at all, Virtuoso continued after that. Look at me. I've revealed my cards, and I'm not worried about being seen by the monitors. Despite hearing Virtuoso's voice, Lin Huang remained unmoved. In fact, he knew that it was possible that there really was a problem with the monitors, otherwise, Virtuoso would not display this kind of ability. One should know that the puppet Virtuoso was currently controlling was strong enough to go up against 5th-rank heavenly gods. This kind of power was already beyond all logic, even beyond the level that could be described by the word genius. This was so extraordinary that even a lord would not be able to resist capturing it for a round of dissection. However, Lin Huang still chose to proceed cautiously. Unless it was a last resort, he still did not wish to reveal his true abilities. From his cuffs, even more telekinetic flying daggers shot out, surging toward the obsidian dragon being like a wave. 100,000, 150,000, 200,000, 300,000. The number of telekinetic flying daggers skyrocketed to a grand total of 300,000 but still had no effect on the obsidian dragon being. Thousands upon thousands of attacks did not even break through its defenses. You're completely wasting your divine power like this, and wasting your time and mine. Virtuoso was evidently very dissatisfied with Lin Huang's current performance. With this level of attack, even if I don't control it to defend itself, you won't be able to break through its defenses either. Pull out your sword and show your true abilities. By the time Virtuoso finished speaking, they had already controlled the obsidian dragon being to forcefully break through the circle of telekinetic flying daggers, swiftly approaching where Lin Huang was. Lin Huang did not panic, and he still was not planning on pulling out his sword. Telekinetic flying daggers shot out of his cuffs again like a school of fish. This round, the blood-red lightning bolts were becoming sharper. However, the obsidian dragon being still under Virtuoso's control did not dodge and continued forcefully breaking through. Blood-red lightning bolts compounded with 3 levels of sequence power flashed past the obsidian dragon being's body, slicing through and leaving traces of black blood on its scales. At least this round of attack is starting to shape up, but if you want to force it to retreat, that's not enough. Virtuoso continued shouting imperiously. The figure of the obsidian dragon being was getting closer and closer. However, Lin Huang still maintained the same output, looking as if he had no intention of compounding an extra level of sequence power. This continued until the obsidian dragon being was in front of him, brandishing its heavy fists and preparing to burst open Lin Huang's head. A cold expression flashed in Lin Huang's eyes. Suddenly, he raised his hands, and in a motion that seemed slow but was, in fact, swift, he tapped a finger on his opponent's heart. A blood-red gleam beamed faintly from his fingertips. The next instant, it was as if the obsidian dragon being had been hit by a wave of massive force, and its body shot backward for dozens of kilometers, smashing through several mountain peaks. Chapter 15:13. No fatality notification. Although Lin Huang had released this attack from his fingertips, he had actually used Sword Dao Heavenly Rule compounded with 4 levels of sequence power. Under normal circumstances, a direct hit would have been enough to cause severe damage to a 5th-rank heavenly god. Your attacks are finally starting to take shape, Virtuoso commented loudly. Not only was there no trace of surprise in their voice, but they even sounded slightly delighted. Obviously, they had already anticipated Lin Huang's abilities. Lin Huang had deliberately waited for the obsidian dragon being to get close to him before launching this attack, in order to deceive the monitors. After all, he still did not fully believe Virtuoso's claim that they had manipulated the monitors. However, Virtuoso, who was at close range, had seen everything clearly. To be precise, they did not actually see the attack but rather sensed it. As Lin Huang's attack had been directly released into the obsidian dragon being's body from his fingers, nothing extraordinary could be noted visually, only a flash of red light could be seen at most. Virtuoso was less than 100 meters away from the two combatants, so they were able to sense even the most subtle of changes. Although Lin Huang's attack had revealed his aura for only a moment, they still sensed it. Not only did they sense his sword Dao heavenly rule, but they could even clearly name all the god sequence chains Lin Huang had utilized in this attack. Crimson Lightning, Sun, Starburst, Godslayer. Such a violent attack was enough to severely wound a 5th-rank heavenly god powerhouse. However, Lin Huang, who had released the attack, was not happy in the slightest at the moment. This was because he could clearly sense that the obsidian dragon being had withstood his blow and was not dead. Not only was it still very much alive, but its aura had not even been weakened in the least. The obsidian dragon being crawled out of a pile of rubble within the sensing range of Lin Huang's divine telekinesis. The fist-sized wound penetrating through its chest healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This anomaly made Lin Huang frown slightly. In fact, ordinarily speaking, the damage caused by rule-type powers could not be healed by enhanced regeneration-type divine abilities or powers. That is, unless the opponent possessed rule-bending powers of similar strength, in which case they would be able to use their own rule-bending power to counteract the rule-bending power attached to their wound. In other words, as Lin Huang had used Sword Dao Heavenly Rule compounded with 4 levels of sequence power, which would be equivalent to the compounding of 5 levels of sequence power, the other party would also need to possess the ability to compound 5 levels of sequence power to counteract the sequence power attached to its wound. The wound could only be healed after cancelling out the sequence power that accompanied it. However, the obsidian dragon being's combat power was only 3rd rank, and it had only mastered 3 god sequence chains. Even if it had become stronger due to the modifications made by Virtuoso, only its physical strength and divine power would be enhanced at most. It was impossible for it to suddenly master a few more god sequence chains out of nowhere. Even so, the other had easily counteracted his compounded 5 levels of sequence power. This made Lin Huang glance at Virtuoso, who was standing outside the battlefield. If the obsidian dragon being was not the one who had nullified Lin Huang's sequence power, then it could have only been done by its manipulator, Virtuoso. This made Lin Huang all the more apprehensive of Virtuoso. This time, however, Virtuoso did not outwardly admit that they had done anything. Instead, they just smiled and said to Lin Huang, "This is the way it should be. Show your true strength, don't conceal it anymore. There's a time limit on how long I can manipulate the monitors. The longer you drag this game out, the greater the possibility of your abilities being revealed. Therefore, I suggest that you unleash your full strength and quickly end this game." Lin Huang could tell that Virtuoso was basically semi-threatening him with these words. The meaning behind his comment was very clear: if you continue dragging things on like this, I can only stop manipulating the monitors. Lin Huang frowned slightly. After internally weighing the pros and cons, he came to a quick decision. "In that case, I'll do as you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, more telekinetic flying daggers shot out from his cuffs. The initial 200,000 flying daggers dramatically increased in numbers. 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 1,000,000. 1,000,000 telekinetic flying daggers transformed into red lightning bolts, illuminating the entire void. Dagger after telekinetic flying dagger trailed red electric arcs across the heavens, resembling a wave of blood-red snakes erupting in the sky. The obsidian dragon being had only just planted itself firmly on the ground when it saw blood-red lightning bolts shooting down from the sky, eclipsing the whole of the heavens like the arrival of a thunderstorm on doomsday. If it had any self-awareness left, it would have been completely shocked by this scene. However, it was merely a tool. Under Virtuoso's control, its figure fled into the distance at top speed. There was no reason for this, other than these millions of telekinetic flying daggers were all imbued with the same sequence powers as the previous one released from Lin Huang's finger. There were 5 levels of compounding Sword Dao Heavenly Rule: Crimson Lightning, Sun, Starburst, and Godslayer. It might not have been a big deal if it was just a single blow, but the obsidian dragon being's body would not be able to withstand millions of such attacks at all. If this were the outside world, the obsidian dragon being would definitely not be able to escape such an attack no matter how fast it was, because regardless of its speed, it would not be able to cross the distance of a star zone in an instant. In this secret prisoner territory, however, the detection range of everyone's divine telekinesis was severely restricted, which gave the obsidian dragon being a chance of survival. As long as it fled out of the detection range of Lin Huang's divine telekinesis, it would be able to completely take care of this threat. Of course, Lin Huang also became aware of Virtuoso's scheme immediately, and countless telekinetic flying daggers surrounded the obsidian dragon being from various angles and routes. The obsidian dragon being's speed was indeed incredible, to the point it was almost on par with a 6th-rank heavenly god. Even so, Lin Huang's flying daggers were faster. In just 2 blinks of an eye, they had caught up to the obsidian dragon being and had even blocked off all its escape routes. The next second, the obsidian dragon being was completely engulfed by the endless blood-red lightning bolts. It had no time to even make a sound before it was completely shredded to pieces by the countless blood-red sword gleams. This time, Lin Huang did not give Virtuoso a chance to heal the obsidian dragon being. However, after ripping apart the obsidian dragon being's body, he frowned again. This was because Xiao He still had not sent him a fatality notification. Lin Huang thought about it for a moment, then switched the target of his attack without any hesitation. Countless lightning bolts transformed into a single blood-red lightning dragon, which then turned around and charged directly toward Virtuoso. Despite that, Virtuoso just stood where they were without dodging or defending themselves, allowing the blood-red lightning bolts to swallow them up. Lin Huang had put his all into this attack, but the moment the dragon's head came in contact with Virtuoso's body, he already knew the result. This was because he could clearly sense that his telekinetic flying daggers had not hit anything. To be honest, he had expected this. Once the lightning dragon completely pierced through Virtuoso's body, Virtuoso patted their chest and exclaimed in exaggerated tones, "I was really scared by that attack just now. How frightening, I almost thought I was done for. That was just an illusion, how could you be killed?" With a slight flick of Lin Huang's cuffs, the countless telekinetic flying daggers spun around and returned to him, disappearing into his sleeve cuffs. "You saw through me so quickly. This is admittedly a little beyond my expectations." Virtuoso was startled for a moment, obviously rather surprised. Chapter 15:14. A reincarnated being of the club, when did you become aware of it? Virtuoso asked with a smile, showing no trace at all of becoming angry from embarrassment at their secret being exposed. "I had an inkling when I attacked you for the first time," Lin Huang said frankly, "but I was only able to confirm this fact after killing that fellow just now." Lin Huang glanced in the direction of the obsidian dragon being as he spoke. It was already beginning to reform its physical body from a state of nothingness. However, Lin Huang only briefly glanced at it before turning his gaze away, completely dismissing it as a threat, and continued speaking. "To be honest, even though I know I was caught up in your illusion, I still haven't figured out exactly which god sequence chain you used to be able to trick me so stealthily." "It's not that I can't tell you," Virtuoso laughed. "But you'll have to get through this game first. It's meaningless for me to tell you now because if you don't pass this challenge, you'll die here." Lin Huang glanced at the obsidian dragon being again. "Is it necessary for us to continue this game? Every time I kill it, you just revive it. Unless your plan all along was to tire me to death. I'm not that ludicrous." Virtuoso shook their head slightly. "It's merely that you haven't found the right method of getting through this challenge." Upon hearing that, Lin Huang sank into a prolonged contemplative silence. Seeing this, Virtuoso also stayed silent so they would not disturb Lin Huang's thoughts. In the distance, the body of the obsidian dragon being swiftly consolidated itself again, into 2 bodies. From one, it had now become 2, since Lin Huang had seen through their illusion. Virtuoso did not bother to conceal it anymore. Lin Huang sensed an anomaly within the detection range of his divine telekinesis and could not resist looking up for a quick glimpse. When he saw the 2 obsidian dragon beings, he could not help but be stunned for a moment. Before the 2 obsidian dragon beings could make a move, 2 telekinetic flying daggers shot out from Lin Huang's cuffs, taking out 1 monster each. Before the 2 obsidian dragon beings could even fully react, their heads exploded almost simultaneously, turning them into 2 headless monsters that were standing upright. Since there was no use in shredding them to pieces, Lin Huang chose to conserve his divine power altogether, using only 2 flying daggers to deal with them. Since blowing their heads apart and shredding them into pieces gave the same end result, he did not need to waste his divine power. Even though he had killed the 2 obsidian dragon beings in the time it took to snap his fingers, Lin Huang knew that the game was not over yet, because Xiao He still had not sent him any fatality notifications. 2 more heads began to rapidly grow back on the 2 headless corpses at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was even more unusual was that the 2 figures had multiplied into 4 without Lin Huang realizing it. When his divine telekinesis sensed that the number had increased again, Lin Huang lifted his head for a glance once more, then turned his head toward Virtuoso. "There's no end to this, is there?" Virtuoso laughed without saying a word. They chose to observe without saying anything, wanting to see how Lin Huang would deal with the upcoming crisis. Every time an obsidian dragon being was killed, their numbers would double. The longer Lin Huang dragged it out, and the more times he killed these obsidian dragon beings, the greater the threat he would face. Once more, 2 telekinetic flying daggers shot out from Lin Huang's cuffs like a whirlwind. Together with the 2 previous flying daggers, they attacked the 4 obsidian dragon beings. The 4 obsidian dragon beings were still lackluster in performance, and collectively had their heads blown apart again. The next second, however, the heads of the 4 obsidian dragon beings regenerated. Not only that, but their numbers doubled from 4 to 8. Despite this change, Lin Huang's attention was not fully on the obsidian dragon beings. His divine telekinesis surged forth in all directions like a tide, exploring all the nooks and crannies around him, not foregoing even below ground. However, even after searching carefully several times, he found nothing. "I can't find any flaws," Lin Huang frowned slightly. Based on the hint in Virtuoso's previous comment, he suspected that the key to breaking the illusion did not lie in the obsidian dragon beings, so he had expended no small amount of effort probing his surroundings. He had spent over 10 minutes searching 5 or 6 times within the detection range of his divine telekinesis, which covered an area of several hundred kilometers, but he still could not find any weaknesses in the illusion. By now, the obsidian dragon beings had multiplied to more than 10,000 in number. Even if Lin Huang had previously not paid much attention to the threat posed by the obsidian dragon beings, he had to take them seriously now. However, he still had not given up on finding a way to end this game. Virtuoso said that I haven't found the right method for passing this challenge, but they could be deliberately trying to bamboozle me. Let's forget about what they said for now, finding their real motive is the key to solving this problem. As soon as they approached me, they said they wanted me to play a game with them. Throughout the game, the one thing they've been doing repeatedly is forcing me to use even stronger abilities, including the number of obsidian dragon beings that currently just keeps increasing. After a painstaking investigation, Lin Huang finally found a clue to beating this challenge. A blood-red battle sword rapidly coalesced in front of him. Lin Huang did not notice, but the moment the battle sword coalesced, Virtuoso's eyes locked onto him intently. Sword hilt in one hand, Lin Huang compounded Sword Dao Heavenly Rule with 6 levels of sequence power. Crimson Lightning, Sun, Starburst, Godslayer, Obliteration, Deathly Stillness. These 6 god sequence chains were all from the sword servants of the Great Heaven Palace. Using 6 borrowed god sequence chains was actually quite a burden on Lin Huang, even though he was currently at 3rd rank true god level. 6 types of sequence power with the addition of 1 type of Sword Dao Heavenly Rule were equivalent to compounding 7 levels of sequence power. This attack of Lin Huang's was as dazzling as an exploding sun. The crimson rays illuminated the entirety of the heavens, turning them bright as day. Within the radius of the surrounding 10,000 plus kilometers, it looked as if a luminous blood-red sun was shining in the sky. As Lin Huang's blade sliced down, the blood-red rays lighting up the whole of the sky flared even more brilliantly. Even Virtuoso, who had been watching the battle, could not help shutting their eyes from the brightness. The blinding red light lasted for several full minutes before it gradually faded. The tens of thousands of obsidian dragon beings all turned into black ash that scattered in the wind. Right at this point, Lin Huang felt as if some kind of layer had suddenly shattered before his eyes. He zoned out for a moment before discovering that he was still standing where he had been, while Virtuoso, expression as infuriating as before, was standing opposite him not too far away. Next to Virtuoso, the obsidian dragon being stood motionless and expressionless, as if it had never moved at all in the first place. Before Lin Huang could say anything, Virtuoso spoke up once again. Many people think that the God sequence chain I've mastered is the obscured sequence. Actually, the God sequence chain that I've mastered is called fabrication. Not only can I switch between illusion and reality, but I can also create false images. Virtuoso merely left it at that without providing any further explanation. However, they could still be considered to have kept their promise by telling Lin Huang the name of the God sequence chain that they had mastered. Let's reacquaint ourselves with each other, then. The club reincarnated being Shu Bin. Virtuoso extended a hand to Lin Huang. Chapter 15:15. Sword Seal Fragment, Reincarnated Being. These individuals known as reincarnated beings were part of a special profession selected by something called the Lord System. They traveled back and forth between various planes and universes to complete missions assigned by lords, as well as to exchange various resources. As a traveler, Lin Huang was naturally aware of the concept of reincarnated beings. When he was in college, there was a time when he had read online literature. That period had really been the golden age of online literature, and he had read all kinds of novels. He had read more than 100 works from the infinity genre at the very least, so he was no stranger to the mechanics of reincarnated beings from these novels. The infinity genre is mainly found in Chinese novels. It typically involves stories where characters are repeatedly summoned into alternate or virtual spaces separated from the real world and are made to complete certain tasks, such as missions, puzzles, or survival games. Is it really like in the novels? Lin Huang could not help asking as he looked at the club identity page that Virtuoso projected. More or less, Virtuoso replied vaguely as if they did not want to dwell on this topic any longer. Okay. Lin Huang was not very satisfied with this answer. Why didn't you just tell me you were a member of the club, instead of deliberately stirring up trouble like this? I just wanted to test your abilities a little. If your abilities were no good, then there wouldn't be any need for me to tell you my identity, Virtuoso said boldly. They paused for a moment before directing their words toward Lin Huang again. I've already introduced myself, so won't you introduce yourself too? My apologies, it's just that this is my first time meeting a reincarnated being. Lin Huang smiled as he introduced himself, the club, traveler, Lin Huang. He emulated the other and projected his own club identity page. As I thought, it really is you. Virtuoso did not seem surprised. You know who I am. Lin Huang was slightly confused. I've heard about you before. Virtuoso nodded slightly. The total number of people in the club is relatively small, and the frequency of newcomers being recruited is also very low. You're the one and only newcomer in nearly 30,000 years, so naturally, you would have attracted everyone's attention. The only one in nearly 30,000 years? Lin Huang stared at Virtuoso with wide eyes. This was the first time he had heard about this, but he was also a little curious. What about you? The reason he asked this question was that according to the information he had obtained from Death's Sickle, Virtuoso was not that old, only a little over 100 years old. Haha. This identity I have as Virtuoso is just a reincarnated clone of mine in this great world, Virtuoso replied with a smile. My primordium joined the club more than 200,000 years ago. I was thinking that since I was in the same great world as you, we could take this opportunity to get to know each other. When you joined Death's Sickle as Xie Lin previously, I actually already suspected that it might be you, but before I could confirm this, you disappeared. Fortunately, you reappeared and joined Death's Sickle again as Shu Mu. This proves that the link between our fates is still not over yet. This last comment made Lin Huang shiver when he heard it. Since you joined the club more than 200,000 years ago, you're my senior. Lin Huang cupped his hands in front of himself in obeisance and said courteously, this humble junior acted too irreverently a while ago. It was hard for him to imagine just how strong someone was who possessed a lord system and had lived for more than 200,000 years. Although the other had not said anything, Lin Huang guessed that their primordium was most likely a lord-level powerhouse, or even stronger. Don't call me senior. I'm me, and my primordium is my primordium. Both our consciousness are independent of each other. Moreover, my own combat level is not that much higher than yours. Virtuoso smiled and shook their head. If you want to address someone as senior, you can do that when you meet my primordium in the future. You don't have to do that with me. Everything I just told you is actually a secret. Buried Heave, and as well as the upper tiers of Death's Sickle, don't know about my identity as a reincarnated being. All they know is that I'm a powerful reincarnation. At this point, Virtuoso suddenly said, we've veered way off topic with our chatting, so let's get back to the matter at hand. I actually had another reason for testing your strength besides wanting to get to know you. Lin Huang raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, he had been a little puzzled over this. If the other had just wanted to get to know him, there really was no need to attack him to that extent. I want to invite you to join my team to go on a trip to the abyss. After saying that, Virtuoso added, the real abyss. Lin Huang could not help being stunned when he heard this. It was not as if he had never encountered an abyssal creature before, and he had even entered several secret zones and ruins related to the abyss. However, he had never been to the real abyss. He was also aware of how terrifying the real abyss was. Not only were there countless lord-level monsters in its depths, but there were also slumbering beings who were stronger than lords. He did not think that he was powerful enough at all in his current state to go wandering around the abyss. Can I decline this offer? Lin Huang immediately rejected the other party's invitation without hesitation. Can't you even let a person finish speaking first? Under their mask, Virtuoso's expression was most certainly one of extreme exasperation. All right, please go on. The expression on Lin Huang's face clearly said, go ahead and say your piece, since I'll end up declining anyway. I need a certain item from the abyss to elevate to heavenly god. That item is inside the body of a high-rank abyssal heavenly god, and I must personally retrieve it. I've been making preparations for the past few years so I can form a team to help me complete this matter. Can't you just request for help from some heavenly gods? Lin Huang asked, raising his brows. In his opinion, to solve a matter like this, they just had to bring a group of high-rank heavenly gods to help out, or they could simply ask buried heaven to go with them. There would be practically no abyssal heavenly gods that they could not handle. Due to certain restrictions, I can only ask help from true gods at most. Virtuoso shook their head rather helplessly as they explained. Does this count as a job change mission given to you by a lord? Lin Huang could not help smiling as he asked. Virtuoso just stared blankly at him for a moment, then nodded their head. I guess you could say that. You said you wanted to form a team. Besides me, who else have you invited? Lin Huang inquired again. One of them is my friend's clone, a 9th-ranked saber cultivator who's also a member of the club. Another 2 are disciples who trained under my primordium. One is a combat cultivator while the other is a spellcaster, and they're both also 9th rank. Including you and me, there will be 5 of us, Virtuoso explained. Let me just outright voice my concerns then. If we ever get targeted by a lord or a being greater than a lord, do you have a way to get us out of there? If this were someone else, Lin Huang would not have even asked such a question because it was impossible that a true god would have the ability to escape alive from a lord's grasp. However, Virtuoso's primordium had exceptional strength, and they were also a highly experienced reincarnated being, so they might really possess a means to escape from a lord. Upon hearing this question, Virtuoso was silent for a moment but finally nodded. Initially, I wasn't actually planning on exposing a trump card such as this, but since you asked, I think it's better that I be honest. I do have a space-time flying shuttle in my possession. It was personally refined by my primordium, and it can allow us to escape from the kingdom of the Lord. You probably don't fully understand how things work in the abyss. Although the borders are not very clear, the distribution of monsters is different at different depths of the abyss. Lords and heavenly gods aren't within the same depth. Furthermore, in the abyss, once various types of powers are released from the body, they will be extremely weakened. Unless a lord-level powerhouse or someone even stronger than that attacks, the energy fluctuations will not be transmitted very far. Even when top-tier heavenly gods collide, the fluctuations from the battle usually can only be sensed within the range of 100 kilometers. Beyond this distance, no one will know that a battle was taking place. What will I gain if I join? Lin Huang pondered for a moment, then asked. Although he had been prepared to decline the offer at first, Virtuoso's explanation had dispelled much of his worries. Furthermore, he had been thinking about the fact that after leaving this secret territory, he would still need to hunt down more heavenly god-level monsters to increase his combat level, and most secret zone ruins did not have that many heavenly gods for him to hunt. Based on Virtuoso's description, the abyss indeed sounded like a good place to gain experience. Your cultivation is in Sword Dao and Telekinesis, so I can give you a soul seal fragment first as a down payment. You can also consider it an apology for attacking you just now. After we're done and are out of the abyss, I'll give you a sword seal fragment as well. Virtuoso stated their conditions for this deal. Soul seal. Sword seal. Lin Huang was utterly confused. He had absolutely no idea what these two things were that Virtuoso had mentioned. Seeing Lin Huang's expression, Virtuoso immediately understood that he did not know what soul seals and sword seals were, and promptly explained, "You've probably heard that for heavenly gods to evolve to lords, they need to consolidate Dao seals, right? These so-called soul seals are the soul Dao seals consolidated and formed by lords who are soul cultivators, while sword seals are the sword Dao sword seals consolidated and formed by lords who are sword cultivators. TN. We believe that this was a typo on the author's part and it should be sword Dao seals instead of sword Dao sword seals, as the pinyin for the Chinese characters of sword and Dao are both spelled as Dao. However, we have opted to translate it as is. Dao seal fragments are the remnants left over after a lord dies and their Dao seals fall to pieces. Although the Dao contained in these fragments is incomplete, they can still be interpreted, and a large amount of Dao power still remains within them. Every piece of Dao seal fragment is a priceless treasure to heavenly gods and half-step lord-level powerhouses alike. Heavenly gods can increase their mastery over God sequence chains through interpretation of the Dao seal fragments and may even obtain a complete inheritance, while half-step lord-level powerhouses can absorb the Dao power from within and advance to become lords. Hearing this, Lin Huang was inevitably a little intrigued. His sword Dao was only at the beginning stages of sword Dao heavenly rule, so he guessed that it would be highly unlikely for him to advance further in the foreseeable future. If he obtained a sword seal fragment, he might be able to greatly speed up the progress of his sword cultivation. Can we change it to 2 sword seal fragments instead? Lin Huang could not help asking. What do you think these are cabbages sold at the side of the road that you can pick and choose? I only have 1 sword seal fragment. If I had 2 of them, I definitely would have given them to you. I'm not even a sword cultivator, so there's no use in me keeping them. Although you won't benefit from a soul seal fragment as much as you would with a sword seal fragment, it can still indirectly increase the strength of your divine telekinesis, and if you're lucky, it's not impossible for you to obtain a telekinesis-type inheritance. Virtuoso was feeling slightly exasperated. Alright, I guess, soul seal it is, then. Lin Huang's tone was laced with obvious disappointment. Can you make the sword seal fragment your down payment, though? I'm fine with getting the soul seal fragment after we're out of the abyss. Alright, Virtuoso readily agreed and retrieved the sword seal fragment. Lin Huang looked curiously at the item that Virtuoso produced, but the moment he saw it, his eyes widened and his face filled with shock. Are you telling me that this thing is a sword seal fragment? Chapter 15:16. Lords are just slightly stronger cultivators. The sword seal fragment in Virtuoso's hand looked somewhat familiar to Lin Huang. This was a dark gold-colored piece of paper the size of a human palm, and there were black sigils shining faintly on it. However, this piece of paper appeared to be incomplete, as if it had been torn off by someone. Lin Huang's eyes widened. This item was almost identical to the one-page sword scripture within him, except that its torn shape was slightly different. Why, have you seen it before? Virtuoso was also slightly surprised upon hearing this. Based on what Lin Huang said, he seemed to have seen it before. TN. Author appears to be referring to Lin Huang's comment in the, "Are you telling me that this thing is a sword seal fragment?" I guess I have. Lin Huang answered vaguely. He concealed the fact that he already had a sword seal fragment within him. Seeing that Lin Huang did not want to elaborate further, Virtuoso did not delve deeper into this topic either. I have a question. If it's the same for sword cultivation, and elevation to lord level as through sword Dao, will the condensed sword seals have any differences in terms of strength? Lin Huang was extremely curious about Dao seals and could not help but ask such a question. Yes, of course. Virtuoso smiled and nodded. The stronger the foundation of a person's cultivation, the stronger the condensed sword seal will be. It's actually very simple logic. A sword seal condensed from 9 God sequence chains will never be stronger than the one condensed from hundreds of God sequence chains. Sword Dao is essentially a type of rule-bending power. In fact, there aren't any fundamental differences between Sword Dao Heavenly Rule and God sequence chains. Of course, the difference lies in the fact that each person's condensed Sword Dao Heavenly Rule is unique because it's impossible for 2 people to cultivate exactly the same sword skills. Even if you take things back to the very beginning and hypothesize that 2 apprentices cultivate the exact same sword skills, their inborn talent and comprehension would definitely not be identical. Moreover, their comprehension of different types of sword skills would never be the same either. It's these various factors that form the uniqueness of Sword Dao Heavenly Rule and determine the strength of Sword Dao Heavenly Rule, as well as the strength of the sword seals that follow. In short, if you don't want to be crushed by other lords after becoming one yourself, lay a solid foundation. After Virtuoso finished explaining, they added a concluding statement. I have another question, Lin Huang could not help but ask. After Lord level, is there really a higher level? After deliberating for a moment, Virtuoso answered, let me put it this way, becoming a lord is only the first step to becoming a powerhouse. Of course, for most people, lord level is the final point, as well as the highest point in life. But for some people, the remaining journey is still very long. When Virtuoso said the last sentence, they deliberately looked at Lin Huang. May I ask what the combat level of your primordium is? Again, Lin Huang could not help asking. This is confidential for the time being. Virtuoso shook their head and refused to provide an answer. Because there's no point in telling you. At this reply, Lin Huang smiled in embarrassment and did not continue probing. After taking the sword seal fragment from Virtuoso and agreeing on when they would enter the abyss, Lin Huang chatted with Virtuoso for a while. It was basically him asking questions and Virtuoso answering them. Only when Virtuoso told him that the block they had placed on the monitors was about to lose its effect soon, did Lin Huang finally end the conversation reluctantly. After the two of them exchanged their numbers, Virtuoso quietly left. After Virtuoso left, the obsidian dragon being soon recovered its willpower. Lin Huang also quickly re-entered hunting mode. Outside the secret territory, when the monitor screens were restored, the group of heavenly gods only saw Lin Huang fighting against the obsidian dragon being. Where's Virtuoso? Did the two of them fight or not? I really want to know what just happened. Several heavenly gods quickly opened up the gold leaderboard to check and saw that Virtuoso's name remained on it. Only then did they completely banish the thought, has Virtuoso been killed by Shu Mu, from their minds. Although Buried Heaven did not know what exactly had happened, seeing that Lin Huang remained intact and Virtuoso was still on the leaderboard, he let out a long sigh of relief. One was the Almighty Reincarnate, and one was the Invincible Genius. Something bad happening to either of them was an outcome he did not want to see. Inside the secret territory, Lin Huang quickly and successfully killed the obsidian dragon being. After storing away its corpse, he continued hurrying toward his next target. Although the encounter with Virtuoso was only a small interlude of 10 minutes or so, Lin Huang now had a much deeper understanding of this world compared to before. Perhaps lords were the most powerful beings in this great world, but there were countless great worlds in the universe, most of them stronger than the great world he was currently in. In the universe, lords were just slightly stronger cultivators. There were stronger beings than lords. In the universe, those preeminent overlords might even have hundreds or thousands of lords working for them. He had originally thought that he was already quite powerful, to have been able to kill heavenly gods. However, after his conversation with Virtuoso, Lin Huang knew that this world was a lot more vast than he had imagined. Setting aside his unruly thoughts, Lin Huang increased his determination to become stronger. This was because only by becoming stronger would he get to see the vast world out there. Outside the secret territory, several individuals from the group of heavenly gods soon discovered the change in Lin Huang. Have you all noticed that Shu Mu's combat style seems to have become a lot steadier? I feel it too. During the previous hunts, he seemed to be forcing his opponents to exert themselves to their fullest. Only when his opponents displayed their full strength would he dispose of them. But now the battles are a lot more concise and efficient, and it seems like he's trying to use the least number of telekinetic flying daggers to kill his opponents. I've also noticed that he's picking up on his opponent's every flaw and going after every single one of them to inflict maximum damage. His grasp of timing is much stronger than before. These changes are likely to have been brought about by Virtuoso. Buried Heaven had actually noticed the change in Lin Huang right from the start. In the beginning, he had been slightly concerned, worried that Virtuoso had done something to Lin Huang. However, gradually, he began to feel that this kind of change was not a bad thing, and it might even be good for Lin Huang. Only Lin Huang himself knew that the reason behind his change of combat style was because he now understood that becoming stronger was not just about elevating his combat level. Putting his heart and soul into experiencing each battle, seizing upon every detail of the fight, and learning from his opponents was also one way to become stronger. As long as he worked hard enough, even if his opponent were weaker than himself, he would be able to gain something from every battle. He even felt somewhat that he had rediscovered the kind of enthusiasm he had had when he first began the path of cultivation. Another 2 days passed quickly in the secret territory. Through each hunt, Lin Huang plundered rules from the inner worlds of the heavenly god prisoners and soon raised his number of rules from 400,000 to 810,000, successfully elevating to 4th rank. However, he had no plans to change his hunting targets, and still set his sights on 3rd rank heavenly gods. His apparent combat level was 9th rank true god level, after all. Normally speaking, being able to hunt 3rd rank heavenly gods at this combat level was already quite impressive. Although hunting 4th rank heavenly gods would allow him to plunder rules much more speedily, to avoid attracting more attention, he still decisively chose to give up on that. Chapter 15-17, What a Savage. In the void, a 3-headed monstrous bird howled miserably as it frantically fled. Large areas of the scales and feathers on its body were scorched black. Not only that, even one of its heads was gone. If Lin Huang were here, he would probably have been able to identify that this monstrous bird being hunted down was called a 3-headed owl. It was an aberrant species from the abyss. This type of bird could fly extremely fast, and its body stance and motions were like those of a demon. It moved silently and unpredictably, and its forte was assassination techniques. Additionally, each of its 3 heads had individually mastered a type of rule-bending power from birth. Usually, these types of rule-bending power were strength type, illusion type, and toxin type. Several extraordinary such 3-headed owls could evolve into heavenly gods and condense rule-bending power into god sequence chains. This 3-headed owl being hunted down was one that had evolved into a heavenly god. Evidently, this battle had also caught the attention of several heavenly god team leaders outside the secret territory. I seem to remember that initially, God Capital procured a batch of 3-headed owls for experimental purposes, right? The team leader of Xeno suddenly broached the subject. I remember this incident too. In the beginning, because of this, the price of 3-headed owls shot up exorbitantly then. Many people headed into secret zones and ruins related to the abyss especially to capture 3-headed owls alive. The team leader of Precious Treasure Pavilion immediately chimed in as well. At the time, we were wondering why God Capital was suddenly interested in 3-headed owls, even purposely keeping dozens of them for research. We only found out later that the owls were bought to be experimented upon. From the looks of it now, those experiments most probably failed. The team leader of Divine Clapnet smiled and glanced at the team leader of God Capital. It was rare enough to encounter an opportunity for a dig at God Capital, so of course, they were not about to pass it up. The rest of the team leaders from the other organizations did not dare to speak, but most of them were secretly rejoicing. God Capital had always taken pride in its pure blood. In fact, most of the God Territory organizations currently did not approve of this concept. What made individuals from God Capital even more unwelcome was the fact that its members were almost always flaunting their sense of superiority wherever they went. Watching the team leader of God Capital being roasted right now, most of the team leaders from the various organizations present were feeling particularly invigorated. As for the matter discussed by the several Grade 7 organizations, most of the Heavenly God team leaders present understood it to some degree. 10,000 years ago, a researcher in God Capital was suddenly inspired to experiment on monsters like the 3-headed owls. The reason was that the 3 heads of the 3-headed owls were born with the inherent ability to master 3 different types of rule-bending power. The researcher conceptualized, therefore, that if they forcefully elevated 3-headed owls to heavenly god level, would it be possible for this monster to master 3 god sequence chains straight away at 1st rank heavenly god level? If this experiment succeeded, based on the biological characteristics of the 3-headed owls, they could further study how to bypass and break through the strength limits of body and soul to master multiple god sequence chains. However, this experiment failed right from the very start. After all the 3-headed owls had successfully condensed a god sequence chain, they either elevated straight to heavenly god level or were stuck at true god level, unable to break through. Some of them also experienced an acceleration of their aberration after being forced to condense a second god sequence chain, and exploded to death. As for 3 god sequence chains, not a single 3-headed owl had successfully condensed even 2 god sequence chains at 1st rank heavenly god level. After thousands of experimental failures, God Capital ultimately gave up on this experiment for lack of a better option. As for the remaining experimental subjects, they were naturally tossed into the secret prisoner territory. The little princess from Nephilic Judge tribe is performing quite well. The team leader of God Capital changed the subject right away, as it was Kylie, the little princess of the Nephilic Judge tribe, who was hunting down this three-headed owl. I heard that several of our dashing young talents have gone forward to propose to her. The Nephilic Judge tribe team leader's smile held a touch of awkwardness. It's true, her abilities are truly something else. She can be regarded as a top-tier true god. The team leader of the Combat God Temple nodded in satisfaction. I heard that Kid Zan Kuang seems to be interested in her. It's not just Zan Kuang. From what I know, there are many prodigies who adore this little princess. The team leader of Divine Clapnet smiled. Although there are several of them who haven't expressed it yet, I anticipate that after this trip to the secret territory, they'll definitely make a move. According to the insider information Divine Clapnet had received, many organizations actually had set their sights on Kylie. Some top-notch true god prodigies had not expressed their intentions yet, wanting to see for themselves whether this little princess was a phony or if she was genuinely that powerful. However, during this trip to the secret prisoner territory, Kylie had already demonstrated top-notch prodigy levels of strength. It was anticipated that several prodigies, who were originally watching from the sidelines, would take action soon. Listening to the others' discussion, the team leader of Nephilic Judge tribe merely laughed along without sharing his opinion. They were clearly aware that this little princess had no intention whatsoever of marrying. When it came to the Nephilic Judge tribe, she did not have much of a sense of belonging either. How to convince her to marry was still a big problem. In the secret territory, clad in silver armor with folds, Kylie was unaware that the outside world was talking about her. From the moment she entered this secret prisoner territory, she vented all her emotions through hunting. This three-headed monstrous bird before her was the prey that had given her the most emotional catharsis since entering the secret territory. Although there was hardly any expression on her face, her every blow revealed her displeasure. Although this three-headed owl could not be regarded as the most powerful amongst the first-rank heavenly gods in the secret prisoner territory, its overall abilities could be considered top-notch. Normally, when it encountered other prisoners it could not afford to antagonize, it could hide or run away. However, in front of Kylie, it had nowhere to retreat. It could neither hide nor escape. Once electromagnetic induction was turned on, all its escape methods were useless in front of Kylie. In terms of speed, it did not have any advantages over her at all. Since their initial encounter, the three-headed owl had been subdued into a state of subjugation all this while, to the extent it could not even lift its head. The god sequence chain it had mastered was a type of toxin, but in front of heaven's punishment the god chain Kylie had mastered it was broken down by lightning straight away. The small remaining part that had not been broken down was also isolated outside its body by Kylie's electromagnetic screen, which contained sequence power, making it hard to enter. What was even more preposterous was the fact that Kylie was also wearing a full-body god sequence relic outfit. From the crown on her head to her earrings and necklace, to her battle armor and folds, as well as the battle spear in her hand, her rings, then the high heels on her feet, all of them were god sequence relics. Therefore, in front of this little princess from the Nephilic Judge tribe, the only option that remained for the three-headed owl was to be pulverized. The god chain, heaven's punishment, was extremely lethal to begin with, and it was a sequence that resulted in extreme agony. Every time three-headed owl was hit, it was no different from being tortured. Each time it howled, it was due to the excruciating pain emanating from the depths of its heart. Therefore, before it was hit more than twice, it knew that it was no match for Kylie and turned to flee. However, it had not expected to be unable to escape. This was because this woman was faster than it was. Kylie gave chase with the battle spear in her hand. With each attack from her spear, purple-red lightning burst from the spear tip, turning into countless lightning arcs that descended upon the three-headed owl. After being chased like this for over 20 minutes, in the middle of its miserable howls, the three-headed owl's last head exploded in the lightning arc. It turned into a headless scorched corpse and collapsed onto the ground. Watching this scene unfold, many heavenly gods outside the secret territory secretly thought, what a savage. Chapter 15:18. That purple-haired girl is pretty good. After successfully elevating to 4th rank, to avoid attracting even more attention, Lin Huang kept his sights on 3rd-rank heavenly god-level prisoners as his hunting targets from beginning to end. After all, there were only a few like Stitch, who contained large quantities of rule-bending power inside their inner worlds. The majority of the 3rd-rank prisoners he had slain only allowed him to plunder 15,000 to 20,000 types of rules. As the domains of the heavenly god prisoners were far away from each other, most of his time was spent on traveling, and the number of heavenly god prisoners he killed every day was usually between 12 and 15. At this rate of plundering, it took him a whole week before he managed to obtain enough rules to advance to 5th rank true god level. As he was limited by the distance between the domains of the heavenly god prisoners and was also unable to use space rule and sequence to teleport, coupled with the fact that his hunting targets were still 3rd rank heavenly god level prisoners, his killing efficiency did not increase by much after his combat level had advanced. The heavenly god team leaders outside the secret territory saw that he was becoming more adept at hunting. It was just that after numerous times, they did not feel surprised anymore. Several heavenly god team leaders were even discussing why Lin Huang was not challenging more difficult targets. I thought that after Xu Mu familiarized himself with hunting 3rd rank heavenly god prisoners, he would continue challenging himself and try hunting 4th ranks. But it's been a week, and he seems to have no intention of trying at all. I don't really understand either. Why did he give up on challenging 4th ranks straight away? Looking at the character he's displayed previously, it shouldn't be like this. Maybe he feels that hunting 3rd ranks is a more efficient way to obtain points, in order to secure 1st place on the gold leaderboard. After all, the prize for 1st place on the gold leaderboard is still a fairly tempting prospect. I don't think that he's the kind of person who gives up a challenge for points and rankings. Moreover, he still has a clear advantage in points. Even if he delays for 2 or 3 days, he's still unlikely to be overtaken by the person in 2nd place. Spending half a day to attempt this challenge once won't affect his ranking at all. There has to be another reason for him not to challenge the 4th ranks. Why are you guys complicating things so much? Perhaps he just feels that he isn't strong enough to challenge 4th ranks and has simply given up. There were even people who directed their questions straight at Buried Heaven, inquiring as to what Lin Huang's true abilities were. Buried Heaven only smiled and responded with, "I'm not sure either." The heavenly god team leaders were tired of watching Lin Huang hunt, so they finally began shifting their attention to other trial participants. Many of the trial participants were completely oblivious to the fact that although the trial had already progressed to 1/3 of the way through, they were finally being noticed for the first time. However, in comparison with Lin Huang, the others' performances were not as satisfactory. Most of them hunted 9th rank true gods, and there were basically no highlights. The heavenly god team leaders nearly fell asleep while watching. Although several top-tier hunters were hunting 1st or 2nd rank heavenly gods, their battles were extremely difficult. The shortest battle still took more than 2 hours to complete, the longest battle even lasted for a full day and night. If this had been in the past, no matter how long these battles lasted, they were still marvelous in the eyes of the heavenly god team leaders. After all, true gods crossing levels to hunt heavenly gods was an extraordinary feat in itself. However, this time the heavenly god team leaders were frowning while watching. After witnessing Lin Huang's crushing successes, there was a clear sense of contrast, and this group of top-tier hunters was a lot weaker compared to Xu Mu. Lin Huang hunted down 3rd rank heavenly gods as smoothly as moving clouds and flowing water. Not a single unnecessary move was made throughout the entire process. Moreover, one battle lasted for half an hour at most, and he could complete a hunt in approximately 20 minutes most of the time. In comparison, the hunts of other top-tier powerhouses were a lot more awkward. Of course, there were a few trial participants below the top-tier levels who drew attention as well. An example was Bloody. Amongst the true god hunters, Blood could be regarded as one of those with the lowest combat level. This was because, in order to showcase the strength of their younger generation, the trial participants sent by the major organizations to take part in the secret territory hunt each time were essentially their strongest geniuses. Those at virtual god level were basically all virtual gods rank -9. Those at true god level were basically all at 9th rank as well. Bloody was the only 8th rank participant among the true gods. Originally, the Nephilic judges were quite reluctant to give the slot to Bloody, because if she did not perform well, she would bring shame to the Nephilic judge tribe. It was Kylie who strongly contested this, saying that if they did not allow Bloody to participate, she would not take part either. Only then did the Nephilic judge tribe give Bloody a slot. Bloody was not considered strong among the many true god geniuses since she was only at class -4.5 pseudo-supreme god level, whereas there were at least dozens of participants who were supreme god rank 5s. However, her performance was very outstanding, even comparable to that of several top-tier powerhouses. After entering the secret prisoner territory, she did not immediately proceed to hunt down 9th rank true gods. Instead, she turned to the 8th rank prisoner domains and spent a whole 2 days controlling more than 10 8th rank prisoners. On the 3rd day, she finally brought along more than 10 of these 8th rank parasitic bodies and began attacking 9th rank prisoners. While she was besieged by a group of 8th ranks, she then searched for an opening to parasitize them. After that, she took 3 days to control 10 9th rank prisoners before leading the group to slaughter their way into the domains of 1st rank heavenly gods. In the past 5 days, she had already defeated 7 1st rank heavenly gods. She had also succeeded in controlling 2 of them. What the heavenly god team leaders in the outer world did not know was that Bloody actually could control all 7 of them, but she intentionally acted 3 times as if she had failed at controlling them, just to reveal the limits of her parasitic power to avoid others being afraid of the consequences. Even the team leader of Nephilic Judge Tribe bought it. This was because their impression of Bloody was that her abilities had always been poor, and Kylie was always protecting her. Her performance this time had already exceeded their expectations by leaps and bounds. There were even a few heavenly god team leaders who began to discuss Bloody. That purple-haired girl from the Nephilic Judge Tribe is pretty good. Although her combat strength is a bit weak, she's actually mastered god sequence chains, and it's a control-type god sequence chain which can control 1st rank heavenly gods. The limitations of this power are a bit too low. It's reached its limits after controlling only 2 1st rank heavenly gods. It's rather a pity. This type of control power is generally related to psychic strength. Although it can only control 2 1st rank heavenly gods now, it still has the potential to be strengthened further. After all, this girl's combat level is only at 8th rank true god level. When she elevates to heavenly god level, her spirit strength will also undergo a round of transformation, and her psychic strength will greatly increase then. Being able to control 10 heavenly god puppets is far stronger than average heavenly gods of the same rank. Evidently, Bloody's acting skills had successfully fooled all the heavenly god team leaders who were watching the battle through the screen. In fact, if it were not that she had to meet up with Lin Huang, based on Bloody's cautious habits, she would definitely have given up on trying to enter the heavenly god domain to hunt. She would have continued keeping a low profile to prevent herself from being noticed. She had entered the heavenly god domain because from the beginning, she had discussed the matter with Lin Huang and agreed to meet him there. Moreover, the meeting point that she and Kylie had decided upon was also in the heavenly god domain. Chapter 15:19. Touch ball in a flash. 5 days passed by just like that. Bloody and Kylie successfully managed to meet in the heavenly god domain. Currently, Bloody had gone through half a month of hunting and had elevated to 9th rank true god. The number of 9th rank heavenly gods she could control had also grown from 2 to 3. As the hunting rules had stated that group hunting was prohibited in the secret prisoner territory, the duo worked out a way of hunting in the manner of playing touch ball. Every time they encountered a target, one would be responsible for attacking, while the other would watch the battle from the sidelines. However, once the prey revealed its weakness, the other person would take over the attack. On the surface, it seemed as if they were fighting over the target. In reality, they were aiding each other, breaking the target's tempo of battle. This fighting technique that the two ladies displayed became a topic of discussion among the heavenly god leaders who were watching outside the secret territory. This touch ball technique is amazing. That purple-haired girl is so accurate with her timing. Every time she controls her puppets to attack, it's always at the opponent's weakest point. The most important thing is that it seems like she's really competing for the target every time she attacks. If I didn't know that they're best friends, I'd genuinely believe that she's fighting to snatch away the prey. I think we can let the participants do it like this too in the future. As the group of heavenly god leaders continued their heated discussion, the expressions on the faces of God Capital's heavenly god leaders were rather unpleasant. The rule set by God Capital had been broken and in front of so many people. To God Capital, this was not something to be proud of at all. In all honesty, they could not determine that the way Bloody and Kylie played was collaboration. Instead, it looked as if the two girls were fighting to snatch the other's intended prey. However, the duo's hunting efficiency had increased more than several times by doing so. Not only that, they were practically invincible in the 1st rank heavenly god zone. The rate at which their hunting points increased was rapidly catching them up with the top 3 participants. The performance of the two girls caused a lot of discussion among the heavenly god leaders outside the secret territory. If I'm not wrong, That purple-haired girl must have combined a simplified battle formation, where 3 puppets are equivalent to 1 person. The 3 puppets ability isn't a simple matter of compounding either. Little Princess Kylie is performing pretty well too. She must have known the purple-haired girl for a long time. This sort of tacit understanding can't be developed in a mere short period. After a full day of major battles in the secret prisoner territory, both girls headed straight to the domain of the second-rank heavenly god prisoners early the next day and began a new round of hunting. The first target the duo chose was a demonic, 8-eyed ape. This demonic ape had mastered 2 god sequence chains, superhuman strength and Vajrapani. It had prodigious strength and unparalleled defenses. It was also an expert in close-quarter combat. Its overall ability could be considered top-tier among the second-rank heavenly gods. In reality, the 2 girls had chosen this hunting target not to kill it but to test the waters. For one, Bloody wanted to find out the limits of her battle formation consisting of 3 first-rank heavenly god convicts. For another, Kylie wanted to find out how far her most powerful attack could go. With these goals in mind, the 2 girls invaded the demonic 8-eyed ape's territory. The ape did not beat around the bush either. The battle started immediately. Bloody controlled the battle formation consisting of the 3 convicts and took the initiative to charge at the demonic 8-eyed ape. Meanwhile, Kylie watched the battle from the sidelines just like before. The giant shadow of a blood-red ape consolidated in the air and collided with the demonic 8-eyed ape. The collision of the 2 massive silhouettes, one black and one red, caused divine power to surge in all directions. It seemed as if they were evenly matched, but as soon as the collision happened, Bloody knew a direct attack would not win the battle. Judging by the pressure coming from the battle formation, the opponent had the upper hand in terms of suppression. On second thought, Bloody immediately controlled the battle formation and changed her modus operandi of battle. She retreated far away at once from the massive energy surging from her opponent, offloading the majority of the force of the attack. Seeing that the giant ape shadow had not settled down yet and that the demonic 8-eyed ape wanted to seize the opportunity to go after it, Kylie could not help making her move. Her spear stabbed holes through the void, which turned into hundreds of purplish-red lightning arcs that blocked the demonic ape's way. As soon the giant ape shadow finished offloading the impact not too far away, Bloody took control and sent it charging at the demonic 8-eyed ape to prevent the monster from changing its battle target. Kylie's attack earlier was clearly not to snatch the target away, but to help Bloody. This time, it was obvious to anyone not blind. Fortunately, Bloody managed to draw the demonic 8-eyed ape's attention back to herself, while Kylie also became aware of her own mistake. She stopped attacking and did not participate in the fight. The group of heavenly god leaders watching outside the secret territory also did not say anything. The leaders from God Capital merely frowned and said nothing either. The battle in the secret territory surprised nobody. The giant ape shadow was suppressed by the demonic 8-eyed ape throughout the close combat between the 2 gigantic monsters. Bloody had been controlling the giant ape shadow to avoid a head-on collision. She destroyed the attacks with her agility and countered the threats one after another. However, her attack did not cause any substantial harm to the demonic 8-eyed ape. The battle lasted for almost 3 hours, but she decided to give up in the end. Meanwhile, Kylie, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, immediately began the second stage of combat. She showcased her upper hand as soon as she began fighting. She dominated her opponent with her speed and agility while she dodged all of its attacks with ease. Not only that, due to her extremely swift and stealthy attacks, most of her blows managed to hit the demonic 8-eyed ape. Ray upon ray of purplish-red lightning shot out at different angles and in various forms. However, they merely caused a little bit of external injury at most every time. They struck the demonic 8-eyed ape. These wounds recovered almost immediately. Although Kylie had a massive advantage in speed, she was defeated by her opponent's defenses. Her attack power was even weaker than Bloody's battle formation shadow, and she could not cause any effective harm to the demonic 8-eyed ape at all. Nevertheless, Kylie was unwilling to give up and tried for close to 2 hours, even though she knew she could not break through its defenses. In the end, she had no choice but to abandon her attempts. However, the demonic 8-eyed ape had been enraged by the duo and was not planning on letting them leave just like that. One must know that it had been disturbed for over 5 hours for no reason by the both of them taking turns to attack it. Although it had the advantage over Kylie and Bloody in terms of strength and defenses, it was far inferior to Kylie where speed was concerned. Kylie flapped her wings and flew away immediately after putting Bloody and the 3 convicts away in her god territory. It took her only less than 3 minutes to shake off the demonic 8-eyed ape that had been pursuing her. Despite the 2 girls being unsuccessful in this battle, they had still attracted the attention of many heavenly god leaders outside the secret territory. Some even sympathized with them, thinking that they had picked the wrong opponent. However, some of the heavenly god leaders could tell that the 2 girls had deliberately provoked the demonic 8-eyed ape on purpose. On the surveillance camera, Kylie released Bloody from her god territory after shaking off the demonic 8-eyed ape on her heels. Although this battle had been a failure, they did not give up at all. They continued heading towards their next target while beginning to review the earlier fight. Chapter 15:20. The meeting of the 3. Lin Huang felt that the time spent hunting in the secret prisoner territory went by very quickly. By the time he elevated to 6th rank true god, it was already the last 3 days before the secret territory closed. He had not actually forgotten the main reason for entering the secret prisoner territory this time. It was just that he had not been able to find a particularly opportune moment to meet up with Kylie and Bloody. Since he could sense his summoning beast's coordinates at all times, his choice of hunting targets throughout this half a month seemed random, but in reality, he was heading closer to where the 2 girls were. Bloody and Kylie could also sense where Lin Huang was. As they hunted, they too were approaching closer in his direction. On the 2nd day after Lin Huang elevated to 6th rank true god, which was also 3 days before the secret territory closed, he suddenly chose a prisoner located close to the border of the 1st rank and 2nd rank heavenly god domains. Kylie and Bloody picked a 2nd rank heavenly god prisoner close to the border at almost the same time as well. The 2 territories were less than 600 kilometers apart. Very soon, the heavenly god leaders outside the secret territory noticed this unusual situation. The target that the little princess from the Nephilic Judge tribe picked is so close to the one Shu Mu chose. Those 2 girls won't encounter Shu Mu face to face, will they? They're too close to each other. There's a high possibility of them sensing each other as soon as the waves from the battle spread. I wonder if Shu Mu will go investigate out of curiosity. It doesn't really matter even if they encounter each other. All the participants know the hunting rules in the secret prisoner territory. The possibility of Shu Mu attacking the 2 girls is low. Although most people believed that Lin Huang would not attack the duo, the Nephilic Judge tribe. Team leader still displayed a rather unpleasant expression. He would not be as worried if Kylie were to encounter any other top-tier true god powerhouses apart from Shu Mu and Virtuoso. However, she was unfortunate enough to encounter Shu Mu this time, an unbelievable genius whose ability could completely crush 3rd rank heavenly gods. Although the rules said that attacking participants was not allowed in the secret territory, the lines were very blurred. The organizers would turn a blind eye on the participants as long as nobody was killed or incapacitated. Moreover, Shu Mu also had his battle with Virtuoso as precedence. It would not be surprising if he attacked other participants. The group of heavenly god leaders was still discussing this topic outside the secret territory. Meanwhile, Kylie and Bloody had arrived in the domain where their target was and had initiated combat. The battle between the 2 girls and the 2nd rank heavenly god prisoner had only just begun for less than 20 minutes before Lin Huang arrived where his target was as well. He began hunting a 3rd rank heavenly god prisoner. In reality, the 3 of them already knew they had arrived at this distance from each other, even without using telepathic voice transmission. The 3 of them did not display anything out of the ordinary, behaving as usual. In the surveillance monitors, it seemed as if they were not aware of each other's existence at all. As usual, Lin Huang overwhelmed his opponent just as he had done on previous occasions, taking only 20 minutes or so to kill his prey. However, after killing his opponent and storing the monster carcass away, he suddenly lifted his head and stared toward the distant sky. There were streaks of faint purplish-red lightning illuminating in the clouds in that direction. This gesture caused the Nephilic Judge tribe leader watching outside the secret territory to have a moment of tension. The rest of the heavenly gods watching the battle were staring at the surveillance screen as well, not wanting to miss a single thing. A couple of seconds later, Lin Huang moved in a flash, swiftly heading in the direction of the purplish-red lightning streaks. As expected, they've been discovered. Someone among the heavenly god team leaders could not help sighing. It took Lin Huang merely the space of a few breaths to cross the distance of over 500 kilometers. When Kylie was still fighting the 2nd rank heavenly god prisoner, he revealed himself completely, standing upright in the void less than 100 meters from the battleground. Bloody immediately looked up at him, her expression guarded and vigilant. Her acting skills were perfect. Lin Huang merely glanced at her without a word. However, Kylie, who was currently fighting, was clearly a little distracted. She was actually not acting at all, she was genuinely distracted by sensing Lin Huang's aura near her again. Being distracted during a battle is a cardinal sin, Lin Huang reminded her immediately. Don't mind me, I sensed the energy waves and thought I would stop in on the way to check it out. Although he said this, Lin Huang had no intention of leaving at all. Instead, he crossed his arms and watched the battle, sitting in the void with his legs crossed. Kylie hurriedly focused after hearing Lin Huang's reminder and put herself entirely in battle mode. Outside the battleground, Bloody was watching Kylie's fight while keeping her guard up at Lin Huang. Who are you? Bloody's acting skills were perfect. As Xu Mu had only risen to prominence since entering the secret territory, by all normal logic, she certainly would not know who he was. Moreover, as the best friend of the Nephilic Judge tribe's little princess, it even made sense for her to not know anyone else, other than a few top-tier true gods. Xu Mu from Death Sickle, Lin Huang disclosed his identity and looked at Bloody with a smile. I've seen the both of you outside the territory, the Nephilic Judge tribe's little princess and her best friend. Bloody's face turned pale upon hearing Lin Huang's identity, it seemed that she was shocked by his name. However, she remained stern as she spoke, good that you know then. You'd better not plot anything against us. Lin Huang displayed both his hands while smiling, implying that he had no intention of attacking. However, Bloody clearly did not let her guard down, still looking rather displeased. Girl, I heard the little princess is getting married, Lin Huang asked, testing the waters while smiling. No, that's fake news. Bloody denied right away. In reality, she said this on purpose for the benefit of the many organizations that were watching through the surveillance video. Sister Kylie isn't impressed by stupid men like you. She's going to elevate to Supreme God Rank 6 and dominate all you supreme geniuses. Oh, I see, Lin Huang cupped his chin, looking like he was in deep thought. Outside the secret territory, after hearing Bloody's comments, the numerous heavenly god leaders realized immediately that Kylie herself had no intention of getting married. The Nephilic Judge tribe team leader looked rather embarrassed. Naturally, he knew of Kylie's aspirations. However, he was just like the upper echelons of the Nephilic Judge tribe and thought that she did not possess such ability. Only by marrying her off would the tribe benefit most of all. The heavenly god leaders saw the awkward expression on the Nephilic Judge tribe leader's face and felt even more certain that the arrangements for marriage were against Kylie's will. Although some organizations did not mind that and felt that what she wanted did not matter as long as the marriage happened, other organizations felt that a forced marriage would bring hidden misfortunes with it. They began considering whether or not they should abandon their plans for proposing marriage. What everyone did not know was that right under the surveillance cameras, Lin Huang had crushed 5 Supreme God Rank 5 advance cards secretly and imbued them into Kylie's body. This would help her break through the most important hurdle and successfully elevate to 6th rank Supreme God. Chapter 1521, The Outstanding Imperial Monsters Should Learn to Obtain Elevation Materials Themselves. Lin Huang did not watch the battle for too long. He continued making idle banter with Bloody for a little bit after secretly crushing the 5 Supreme God Rank 5 advance cards into Kylie's body. Realizing that Bloody was acting rather cold toward him, Lin Huang eventually left. He did not speak to Kylie throughout the whole encounter. However, she sensed the penetration of the advance cards, energy as clear as day. She also understood that she was one step away from elevating to Supreme God Rank 6. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bloody, who had just displayed a superb acting performance while being cold to Lin Huang, also sensed the penetration of advance cards, energy before the man left. Lin Huang had 5 crushed Supreme God Rank 4 advance cards into her body. In reality, Bloody was on pseudo-Supreme God Rank -4.5 and could elevate to Supreme God Rank 5 directly with the help of the few advance cards. However, she suppressed it. She chose not to break through at the moment. One factor was that the secret territory was closing. The breakthrough of rank would not be completed instantly. Also, she did not want anyone to think that her elevation was related to the encounter with Lin Huang. Lin Huang felt much more relaxed after completing the real objective of entering the secret prisoner territory this time. He observed Kylie and Bloody. They were doing great. They were not troubled by the Nephilic Judge tribe. That brought him a fair amount of relief. He no longer had to worry about the marriage. The reason being that Kylie already had all the elevation materials ready, while he had provided her with advance cards. It was only a matter of time before she would be elevated to Supreme God Rank 6. She would undoubtedly go into closed-door cultivation to break through as soon as the trial in the secret zone ended. If the Supreme God Rank 5 Kylie's identity as a princess was just a symbol, her biggest asset to the Nephilic Judge tribe would be her marriage. However, a pure spirit Rank 6 Kylie would definitely be the Nephilic Judge tribe's true queen, or perhaps even the person to hold absolute power over the entire tribe. As soon as she elevated to pure spirit Rank 6, the Nephilic Judge tribe's upper echelons would never dream about going through the marriage even if they were dumb as rocks. The reason being Kylie could lead the entire tribe to new heights on her own. Marriage. There really was no male Protoss that would be able to match her. After all, there was not a single pure spirit Rank 6 powerhouse in the entire God territory in this era. As soon as Kylie elevated, she could suppress all geniuses of the same level in the entire era. In reality, Bloody had suggested to Lin Huang to help Kylie to elevate. It was a bold move. This decision seemed to be able to resolve all of Kylie's crises at first glance. However, it actually had a deeper and more complicated meaning that she did not reveal to Lin Huang. The other thing was that Kylie would take control of the Nephilic Judge tribe as soon as she elevated to pure spirit Rank 6. In reality, it was only a matter of time before Kylie became the person of power. By then, it would mean that Lin Huang would have a peak level grade 6 or even grade 7 massive organization under him. Lin Huang had no idea that Bloody had set her sights on such an ambition. One of the reasons why he agreed to help Kylie elevate to pure spirit rank 6 was to resolve the crisis of Kylie being married. On top of that, he was willing to elevate all of the Imperial monsters under him. If the circumstances allowed it, he was eager to elevate all of the Imperial monsters under him to pure spirit Rank 6, or even higher, which was Rank 7 in rank -8. He had to do everything by himself at the moment. That was mainly because his Imperial monsters' abilities could not keep up with his elevation speed. His Imperial monsters could not fight the enemies that he encountered. If Kylie, Bai, Lancelot, and the rest could elevate to pure spirit Rank 6, there were many tasks that he could assign them. He would no longer have to do everything by himself. After meeting with Kylie, Lin Huang was secretly planning his development direction next. As he elevated to 6th rank True God, his Heavenly God Sword Servant's combat strength had also unlocked to 6th rank Heavenly God level. Compared to before, there was a significant elevation of ability in his 358 Sword Servants. High-level 6th rank Heavenly Gods could help him handle many things. Next would be the Imperial monsters under him. Kylie was going to break through to Supreme God Rank 6 soon, while Bloody would soon be elevated to Supreme God rank -5. Apart from them, he had 3 Supreme God rank 5 Imperial monsters including Killer, Ku-Ronk Demonic Buddhist Holy Sun, and Blackscale, Symbiotic Creature of the Abyssal Fountain. With the 3's abilities, it was pretty easy for them to elevate to Heavenly God level. There were Bai and Tang Ran, Thousand Snake Sect leader, who were on Pseudo-Supreme God rank 4.5. The duo merely needed Supreme God rank 4 advance cards to elevate directly to Supreme God rank -5. Meanwhile, Grimace, Charcoal, Lancelot, Bug Tribe's Queen Mothers, and others remained on mythical level rank -4. Lin Huang considered starting to prepare the materials for their elevation. After all, mythical level rank 4 powerhouses had lost their advantageous status when they arrived in the Great World. Apart from that, the over 5,000 mythical level rank 4 Bug Kings and Bug Guardians under the Queen Mothers had formidable battle strength too. However, Lin Huang had insufficient advance cards to elevate their ranks. They could only rely on themselves to elevate their combat strength. I'll elevate Bai and Tang Ran to Supreme God rank 5 first once I get out of here. Then I'll prepare the Supreme God Rank 6 elevation materials for Killer and the rest, as well as Supreme God rank 5 elevation materials for Charcoal and so on. However, I'll probably have to spend a hefty sum to purchase those materials. Maybe I should let them hunt themselves and make money on their own. Lin Huang thought the outstanding Imperial monsters should learn from Kylie. They should learn to obtain elevation materials themselves. After all, it was tough enough for him to provide them with advance cards. If everyone can be like Kylie, obtaining elevation materials themselves, I'll have such a huge burden lifted off my shoulders, Lin Huang quietly mumbled, not only will I provide them with advance cards to elevate to Supreme God rank 6, I'm even willing to elevate them to rank 7 and rank -8. Although he thought that, he knew that the higher rank the elevation materials were, the rarer they were, and the harder they were to obtain. Kylie managed to gather Supreme God rank 6 elevation materials because she had a grade 6 force behind her, which was the Nephilic Judge tribe. If Killer and the rest were to obtain elevation materials themselves, it might not be as easy as that. After thinking to himself for a little bit, Lin Huang soon went into hunting mode. He started a fresh round of hunting. When he began the next hunt, Bloody and Kylie had just completed theirs. The two ladies looked at each other after putting the monster carcass away. They did not say anything on the surface, but they were communicating secretly through voice transmission. Did the advance card's penetration work? Yes, it did. Don't elevate just yet. You'll go into closed-door cultivation to break through after the secret territory is closed, Bloody reminded her. Yes, the secret territory is closing soon. We don't have enough time. And I don't want the surveillance cameras to capture the elevation process, Kylie responded. I had advance cards penetrate my body too. I can break through to Supreme God rank 5 anytime now, Bloody added. Kylie looked at Bloody with her beautiful eyes. She was not exactly surprised. We'll go into closed-door cultivation together after the secret territory is closed. Sure. The two ladies soon began their journey again after a brief chat. They began a new round of hunting. Chapter 1522, Poaching. The time inside the secret prisoner territory flew by. Lin Huang had been standing firmly at the number 1 spot on the Hunter's Gold leaderboard since the beginning. Nobody could come close to challenge his position. He would kill 12 to 15 second rank Heavenly God level prisoners per day. His points would increase over 5,000 points every day on average. It was almost 5 times the pace of the person who ranked number 2. In reality, nobody could surpass his hunting points even before he met Kylie and Bloody. Meanwhile, the number 2 was not Virtuoso from Death Sickle, but a top-tier true God level powerhouse from God capital Kun Ting. Kylie and Bloody were ranked no 3 and number 4. The gap between the two ladies' points was less than 300. A simple calculation showed that Bloody could actually catch up if she killed just one more first-rank Heavenly God convict and a second-rank Heavenly God convict. Meanwhile, Kylie and Kun Ting were separated by over 1,000 points. As for Virtuoso, he was not taking the hunting seriously at all. He was ranked a lowly number 10, and he only had 100 points more than the person who ranked number 11. Apart from the top 3, the candidates ranking number 4 to number 10 would be given similar rewards. Many Heavenly God leaders suspected that Virtuoso felt that struggling for the number 1 spot with Shu Mu would take far too much effort, which was why he gave up from the start. However, Lin Huang knew that this guy likely did not care for the reward from such a leaderboard at all. He did not bother to fight for it. There was a great possibility that he was ranked in the top 10 as he spoke to Buried Heaven earlier. Buried Heaven might have just been trying to be nice. Compared to the Hunter's Gold leaderboard, the competition among the virtual gods on the Hunter's Silver leaderboard was much more intense. The person who ranked number 1 on the Hunter's Silver leaderboard was someone that Lin Huang was familiar with, Unrivaled God from Combat God Temple. He gave up on elevating to True God level when he encountered Lin Huang and the Sword Servants under Great Heaven during the trial in the Great Heaven territory over a year ago. He cultivated sword skills in closed-door cultivation. Indeed, his ability had significantly improved compared to over a year ago. He held on to the number 1 position among the virtual gods in the God territory even firmer now. He had even fancied that he might be able to beat Lin Huang if they were to meet again. However, he had no idea that Lin Huang had already elevated to true God level. If the difference in their ability was like a fluorescent light and a candle over a year ago, it was more like a fluorescent light and dazzling sunlight now. There was no way to compare them at all. The No. 2 on the Hunter's Silver leaderboard was a Saber Cultivator from God Capital. He was only 120 points behind the Unrivaled God. The point difference between number 3 to number 6 was minimal. Their points were a mere 200 to 300 apart. Meanwhile, the gap between number 7 to number 10 was in the range of 300 to 500 points. The intensity of the competition of the top 10 on the Hunter's Silver leaderboard easily surpassed that of the Hunter's Gold leaderboard. As soon as the 1-month trial period in the secret prisoner territory was up, God Capital's staff teleported all of the candidates out without wasting a second. Lin Huang sensed countless eyes locked onto him as soon as he was teleported out of the territory. He glanced over and saw almost all the heavenly god leaders were staring at him. They did not care about the candidates from their organizations at all. The first thought that flashed through his mind noticing their reaction was, have I exposed my identity as a human? He quickly recollected his performance in the secret prisoner territory. He did not think he made any major slip-ups. Just as he was contemplating making a hasty exit, Buried Heaven's voice transmission came over slowly. Come over here. Don't just stand there. Naturally, Buried Heaven could tell that Lin Huang was worried about his identity being exposed. Lin Huang was relieved when he heard the voice transmission. He arrived next to him in a flash. He asked softly through the voice transmission, why are they staring at me? You're ranked number 1 on the Hunter's Gold leaderboard. Who else would they be staring at if not you? Buried Heaven replied offhandedly. That's all. Lin Huang raised his brows. Buried Heaven fell into silence for a moment and added, there have been people who managed to kill third-rank heavenly gods with true god-level combat strength throughout history. However, including you, there were less than 10 who managed to do that. All right then, I thought I'd exposed my identity. Lin Huang did not mind that. He released a big sigh of relief after hearing Buried Heaven's explanation. While the pair were speaking through voice transmission, the candidates from all organizations had returned to their groups one after the other. Virtuoso too had returned to Death Sickle. He merely glanced at Lin Huang, then he stood beside Buried Heaven. Everyone believed that the two of them were enemies. Even Buried Heaven thought the same. He was secretly relieved when he realized that they did not break out into a fight on the spot. Fallen Star and the rest had curiosity brimming in their eyes when they looked at Lin Huang. Although they were competing on the Hunter's Silver leaderboard, they could see the ranking on the Hunter's Gold leaderboard. At first, they figured the rookie Buried Heaven discovered must have extraordinary ability. After all, Xie Lin was a great example. Never had they expected that this rookie named Shu Mi would be the black horse that suppressed all the other candidates. Wild Fiend, who ranked no 3 on the White Sickle leaderboard, said nothing. Before entering the secret territory, he indirectly mocked Lin Huang on purpose, stating that Lin Huang would drag the entire Death Sickle behind. Little did he expect that this rookie's ability was far beyond his. He, on the other hand, had the lowest hunting points among the 4 true god candidates in Death Sickle. He did not dare to look at Lin Huang, as he was afraid that Lin Huang would mock him in payback. However, Lin Huang never spared him a glance from the beginning until the end. He was not ignoring him on purpose. He had already forgotten that he mocked him a month ago. In fact, he could not even remember his name. As Buried Heaven was bringing a couple of candidates to Death Sickle's headquarters, a heavenly god leader walked over with his team. Senior Buried Heaven, please stay a moment. It was Precious Treasure Pavilion's leader who called out to him. He was rather plump with blushed cheeks. He looked very kind. Buried Heaven frowned. He had already guessed the person's intentions in asking him to stay. I'd like to have a brief chat with fellow Shu Mu. The plump leader smiled and looked at Lin Huang. Me. Lin Huang had puzzlement etched all over his face. He did not recall having any contacts with Precious Treasure Pavilion in the past at all. That's right. The plump leader from Precious Treasure Pavilion nodded with a warm smile. Little guy, are you interested in joining my Precious Treasure Pavilion? The plump leader did not beat around the bush at all. He invited Lin Huang to join him right in front of Buried Heaven. Lin Huang was stunned for a moment. He did not expect the man was here to poach him. However, he soon came up with a solid reason to reject the offer. I'm sorry. I believe Death Sickle is plenty good enough for me. No matter how great Death Sickle is, it is just a grade 6 organization. I think fellow Shu Mu should really consider joining a grade 7 organization. At that moment, the Combat God Temple's leader walked over with his team too. I'm sure you've heard of us, the Combat God Temple. No organization in the entire God territory offers more handsome benefits than we, the Precious Treasure Pavilion, do. The plump leader refused to step down and quickly played their best card. So what if you guys have resources and benefits? We, Divine Clapnet, have the biggest archive in the entire God territory. Even the Divine Clapnet leader could not help but interject. We even know many secrets of the universe that many other grade 7 organizations have no idea about. I think it's best that Shu Mu joins Xeno. Everyone knows that we have the highest tolerance among all grade 7 organizations. There are many tribes that have joined us. Perhaps many peers from the tribe that Shu-Mi belongs to are already Xeno's members. Apart from God Capital, 4 of the 5 GRADE 7 organizations had taken the initiative to poach Lin Huang. Not to mention, they were doing it in front of Buried Heaven. Buried Heaven was pissed, but he did not show his anger. He even put up a calm front as if he was watching a show. The reason being he knew that Lin Huang would decline every invitation. As expected, Lin Huang spoke calmly after the few Grade 7 organizations extended their invitations. Seniors, perhaps I didn't make myself clear earlier. I love Death Sickle's current situation. Therefore, I won't transfer to any other organization. Thank you for your kindness. Anyone else might have transferred to another organization without hesitation. However, Lin Huang knew very well that Death Sickle was the only one that suited him. No matter how handsome the offer the other organizations put on the table, they would definitely kill him before he managed to achieve anything the moment they found out that he was a human. The few heavenly god leaders seemed rather aghast after hearing Lin Huang's direct rejection. However, they did their best not to show it. They tried to convince him again. When they realized that Lin Huang was adamantly insisting on staying with Death Sickle, they had no choice but to give up. However, they still insisted on getting Lin Huang's contact number. They wanted to try to convince him again in the future. After Lin Huang rejected them, the heavenly god leaders soon left. The plump leader from Precious Treasure Pavilion had the thickest skin. He extended an invitation to Virtuoso right in front of Lin Huang. Virtuoso was even more direct in his rejection, merely saying 2 words, "not interested." The plump leader merely left while smiling after hearing the reply. Chapter 15:23. Daughters should be raised in abundance in the meeting room at the Death Sickle headquarters. Buried Heaven and the several participants who went into the secret prisoner territory gathered together. Apart from Fallen Star and the rest, Lin Huang and Virtuoso were there as well. For the trip this time into the secret prisoner territory, everyone's rankings aren't bad at all. Following the usual custom, those who ranked in the top 10 on the Hunter's Gold leaderboard and Hunter's Silver leaderboard will be rewarded. These rewards were gathered collectively from God Capital and all of the participating organizations. Aside from that, I've also had a discussion with a few Blood Sickle members. To encourage all of you to participate more in trials such as the secret prisoner territory, Death Sickle will independently give another reward to participants who ranked in the top 10. As Shu Mu is involved in a share from some wagers apart from the reward, I'll give the rest of you your rewards first. The first is Fallen Star, who ranked number 4 on the Hunter's Silver leaderboard. The reward from God Capital is a high-level God Rule Battle Sword relic. Meanwhile, the reward from Death Sickle is also of the same grade, a high-level God Rule Battle Armor relic. You'll elevate to true God level soon, so you'll be able to use them by then. Apart from that, your total hunting points in the secret territory was 27,186 points, and the reward points for number 4 is 3,000 points, so you have a total of 30,186 points. God Capital has already converted these points into silver coins to be used at the secret territory mall so you can redeem items there. However, the silver coins purchasing authorization is lower than gold coins. You can check the details out for yourselves. Other than Fallen Star, Destiny performed quite well too, coming in at number 9 on the Hunter's Silver leaderboard. You had a total of 25,418 hunting points, and the reward points for number 9 is 300 points, so you have a total of 25,718 points. The points have also been converted into silver coins. You can check out what exactly you can purchase when you have the time. Destiny could not help but mumble softly, upon hearing that the reward points were merely 300 points. What the hell, the reward points are 10 times less. Initially, he had been less than 2,000 points away from Fallen Star. Now with the reward points added, they were close to 5,000 points apart. Buried Heaven heard what he said, clear as crystal. He glanced at Destiny. Anyone who has questions about the reward points can take a look at the document on the secret territory that I sent to everyone previously. On the rewards page, the reward points for each ranking are stated clearly on the list. Destiny shut up immediately and said nothing more. The reward from God Capital is a beginner-level God Rule Battle Sword relic for ranking number 9 on the Hunter's Silver leaderboard. Meanwhile, Death Sickle's reward is something of the same grade, a beginner-level God Rule Battle Armor relic. The ranking was only 5 ranks apart, but the difference in how they were treated was much greater. Fallen Star had obtained 2 high-level God Rule relics which she could use when she elevated to true God level. She could even use them when she elevated to the higher ranks. However, the 2 beginner-level God Rule relics Destiny obtained could only be used when he was low rank at most, as transitional items. If one did not compare oneself with others, there would be no harm done. Although Destiny had been given rewards too, he almost cried when he compared what he had gotten with those of Fallen Star, who had obtained the rewards earlier. It's unfortunate that you got number 11, twin. You were merely less than 400 points away from no. 10. Work harder next time. Although there's no reward from God Capital for ranking number 11, and Death Sickle theoretically doesn't give out any either, I personally think you should be rewarded. I happen to have a set of mid-level God Rule Battle Armor relics. I'll give it to you as a reward. Destiny was even more annoyed when he heard that. Senior buried heaven, that's favoritism. Haven't you heard the saying, sons should be raised in frugality and daughters in abundance? Although it was rather funny that buried heaven, who looked like a young man, would say something like that, nobody had any objections. After giving out the rewards to the 3 of them, buried heaven then looked at Virtuoso. Virtuoso, you're ranked number 10 on the Hunter's Gold leaderboard. The reward from God Capital is a set of low-level God Sequence Battle Armor relics. Meanwhile, Death Sickle is giving you a Heavenly God's God Territory Shell Remnant. Buried Heaven intentionally left out the grade of the reward. Virtuoso could not help raising his brows when he heard that. The rest did not have any comments either. Apart from this, your hunting point in the secret territory was 25,198 points. The reward points for ranking number 10 is 100 points, so your total is 25,298 points. God Capital has converted these points into gold coins at the Secret Territory Mall. You can redeem the items you desire there. Let me take the opportunity to talk about the Secret Territory gold coins. The gold coin's purchasing authorization is higher than the silver coin in the God Territory's Secret Territory Mall. Apart from a handful of rare items that you can't purchase, essentially, you can buy most of the items on the market that you see. That even includes the Dao weapons that lords use. Naturally, the proviso is that you have enough gold coins. When Lin Huang heard this, he secretly began to harbor some anticipation. After explaining the purchasing power of the gold coin, Buried Heaven looked at Lin Huang. Shu Mu, ranked number 1 on the Hunter's Gold leaderboard. The reward from God Capital is a top-tier God Sequence Telekinetic Flying Dagger relic. You've also been given a record-breaking reward, which is a half-step Lord-level telekinesis inheritance. Naturally, the reward from Death Sickle can't be too shabby. After discussion with several Blood Sickle members, we've decided to reward Shu Mu with a half-step Lord-level God Territory Shell Remnant. At the same time, we've decided to invite Shu Mu to be a guest Gold Sickle. You'll have all of the authorizations that a Gold Sickle member in Death Sickle would have. You're also excused from all of the missions. Of course, we won't stop you if you want to take on some missions to obtain points. Fallen Star and the others all had dropped jaws. They had no idea what to say. Even Virtuoso could not help but raise their brows slightly under their mask. Lin Huang thought about it and did not decline. To avoid constraining him, Death Sickle had even given him a place as a guest Gold Sickle, and he was excused from all of the missions. Although he had no actual power, the authorization he had been given was the same as that of Buried Heaven, which was equivalent to being admitted to Death Sickle's core circle. You obtained 154,610 Secret Territory hunting points. The points awarded for the number 1 spot is 10,000 points. For the killing of 3rd-rank Heavenly Gods, you've been given 30,000 reward points for breaking the record, so your total is 194,610 points. With this amount of Secret Territory gold coins, you can actually exchange them for a great many excellent items. It's just a pity that you didn't kill any 4th-rank Heavenly Gods. If you had broken the record for killing 4th-rank Heavenly God, you would have been awarded 40,000 reward points. Fallen Star and the rest were entirely too envious upon hearing that Lin Huang had close to 200,000 points. Although nobody could see the expression on Virtuoso's face as they were wearing a mask, everyone could sense the negative aura emanating from him. He was obviously somewhat jealous. After glancing at everyone, Buried Heaven continued, apart from these rewards, I've also won many things from betting on you. We'll share half of them. Your share is a total of 13 high-level God Sequence relics, 41 mid-level God Sequence relics, and 87 beginner-level God Sequence relics. Fallen Star and the rest wanted to cry when they heard that. They had initially thought that the rewards they obtained were not too shabby. However, Now that they had a basis for comparison, the more they realized there was a significant difference between the two. Some people could win first prize without having to put in too much effort, obtaining everyone's praise and even getting all the rewards. Meanwhile, it was considered excellent for some to get into the top 10 when they had given their all. Chapter 15:24. Elevating the Pseudo-Supreme God rank 4.5s. After giving out all the rewards, Buried Heaven dismissed everyone else except for Lin Huang. A moment of silence later in the meeting room, Buried Heaven spoke. Do you know why we're willing to break Death Sickle's rules and make an exception for you to be a guest Gold Sickle? Because I'm outstanding enough. Lin Huang really wanted to reply in this manner. However, he figured it would sound arrogant, so he changed his answer. I don't know. Your identity would be a threat to most organizations in the God territory, Buried Heaven said without mincing words. There are very few individuals in the God territory who would be willing to countenance the rising of a compelling human genius. Then why doesn't Death Sickle think the same? Lin Huang did not think Buried Heaven wanted to have a falling out with him by saying this. If Buried Heaven had wanted to take action, he would have done so over a year ago. Because we're looking at the issue from a higher dimension. Although Buried Heaven did not say it directly, his next words revealed Death Sickle's secret. Humans and Protoss aren't enemies. We're even allies in the universe, with the same enemies. The same enemies? Do you mean the abyssal creatures or the bug tribe? Lin Huang asked immediately. It's something even more powerful. Buried Heaven said only this, unwilling to reveal more. Lin Huang frowned and fell silent for a moment after hearing this reply. He knew that Buried Heaven would not answer him even if he proceeded to ask further. He changed topics and asked a question about something that he really wanted to know. Perhaps all these things you're telling me can explain the friendly attitude that Death Sickle and yourself harbor toward me, but it doesn't explain why Death Sickle is willing to break the rules to pull me into the core circle. No matter how you look at it, the Gold Sickle authorization that I've obtained would give me benefits that exceed what Death Sickle could get from me. Moreover, all of you should be aware that, as a human, I can't wander in the God territory forever. In the end, I'll still have to return to my human world. Judging from the current relationship between humans and Protoss, no matter how successful I might be in the human world, there's still very little that I could repay you with. We're not looking at the great world, but the greater universe. You have the potential to break through to mighty divinity level, Lord level. As long as you don't die, we'll gain a great ally in the future. By then, even if you don't bring us any returns, your existence alone can prevent many people from dying in wars. That alone is the real value that we see in you. From these words, Lin Huang finally realized Death Sickle's stand. He had no idea what to say at the moment. He suddenly thought of something else a moment later. Why didn't you all give Virtuoso the same treatment? From what I know, his potential is certainly no less than mine. He's different from you. Buried Heaven shook his head. He hesitated for a little bit but still decided to say it anyway. He's a reincarnation of an almighty. An almighty reincarnation might seem to have extraordinary potential, but there are actually restrictions. It's very difficult for him to break through the level that he was born at. The potential isn't the main issue. More importantly, we're worried. We're not sure if there's anything wrong with Virtuoso's past life. He's been purposely hiding information on it. We can't find any clues, we can't differentiate whether he's a friend or a foe. No matter how powerful he was in his past life, we dare not pull him into our core circle recklessly. What Buried Heaven said did indeed make sense. Lin Huang thought to himself for a moment while frowning, but said nothing. He was aware of Virtuoso's background and knew that they were actually a reincarnated being. Their identity as Virtuoso was just a clone for them to disguise themselves as an almighty reincarnation. He also knew that Virtuoso was a member of the club, just like he was. There was a high chance that they would not stand on the opposing side against Protoss and humans. However, he could not tell Buried Heaven that. Doing so would be tantamount to exposing Virtuoso's background. It would also expose his own identity as a member of the club. On the other hand, he had also considered that Virtuoso probably had their own reasons to hide this information from Death Sickle. Lin Huang pondered for a while but did not offer any opinions on the matter. If they could be slightly more candid, they might even be an extremely valuable ally, Buried Heaven eventually commented. We'll handle the matter of Virtuoso ourselves. You should focus on yourself first. Buried Heaven looked at Lin Huang after saying this. Your combat strength has elevated from 1st rank True God all the way to 6th rank True God this month. To be honest, that's quite frightening. However, your combat strength is fairly low compared to your abilities. I personally suggest that you go into closed-door cultivation to catch up on your foundation properly before elevating to Heavenly God level. Don't rush straight into Heavenly God level recklessly. If your foundation isn't stable, the problem will worsen in the future and will even affect your elevation when you advance to a higher level. Yes, I know. Although Lin Huang said this, he knew better than anyone that there were no true gods who could compare with him in terms of a stable foundation. After the duo chatted for close to half an hour, Buried Heaven left after giving some words of advice. Lin Huang also departed from Death Sickle's headquarters soon after and headed straight to the Devil Hunter Star Zone. When he got there, Mr. Fu and Kylie had gotten out of the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss much earlier. Not only that, they had gone into closed-door cultivation. One of their three-person team, Lin Zan, was the only person who remained at the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss. Meanwhile, the three-person virtual god-level team consisting of Chando, Xiaomo, and Huang Wuji had entered the battlefield of the Dragon Abyss for the second time after replenishing their supplies. After ascertaining that they were safe, Lin Huang did not bother with them any further, returning in a flash to the Great Heaven Palace. Sword 11's training of Wu Hao had progressed very smoothly. Wu Hao had only just advanced to Imperial level, but he had mastered all of the mythical level and below mythical level sword skills that Lin Huang selected for him. He had even broken through to the first sword Dao True Meaning level, True Martial level. Lin Huang did not teach Wu Hao any higher level sword skills. Instead, the millions of sword skills, mythical level and below, that had not been picked earlier, he transferred into Wu Hao's mind. Even though this youngster was powerful in sword Dao, this amount of sword skills was sufficient for him to train for a while. After sorting out the matter of his disciple Wu Hao, Lin Huang entered the Great Heaven Palace. Once inside, he sat down cross-legged and checked on the condition of his Imperial monsters. His 3 Supreme God Rank 5 Imperial Monsters Killer, Black Scale Symbiotic Creature of the Abyssal Fountain, and Ku Rong Demonic Buddhist Holy Sun had elevated to Heavenly God level. Among the Pseudo-Supreme God Rank -4.5 Imperial Monsters, Tang Ran, the Thousand Snake Sect leader, had elevated to Heavenly God level as well. However, Bai remained at 9th rank True God level. The remaining ones, Grimace, Charcoal, Lancelot, the Bug Tribe's Queen Mothers, and so on, had elevated to high rank True God level. Those with the lowest combat strength were at 7th rank True God level, while the one with the highest combat strength was Grimace, who had elevated to 9th rank True God level. I can start preparing materials for Grimace and the rest. Mythical level rank 4 is indeed a bit too low. Lin Huang glanced through the Imperial monster card projections, and his gaze very soon fell upon Bai and Tang Ran. He moved his fingers slightly, and both Imperial monster cards turned into sparkles, which coalesced at the tips of his fingers. The next second, the 2 cards once more transformed into sparkles and consolidated into 2 figures. One figure had hair as white as snow, clad in a black robe with blood-red patterns that seemed alive. His eyes were red, and he had a blood-red crystal between his brows, his entire body shrouded by a faint red mist. The other figure had blonde hair, each strand giving the impression of being a spirit serpent that could swallow one up. His eyes had snake pupils, which terrified anyone looking into them. His appearance caused the very air around to turn a few degrees colder. Both of you are already Pseudo-Supreme God Rank 4.5, 10 Rank 4 advanced cards appeared in Lin Huang's hand as he spoke, but Bai and Tang Ran could not see them. Pseudo-Supreme God Rank -4.5 is nothing in the great world. Therefore, I've summoned both of you today so I can elevate you to Supreme God Rank -5. Bai's expression was calm. He already knew this day would come. Tang Ran, on the other hand, looked utterly startled. Although he had communicated with other Imperial monsters during this time and knew that Lin Huang had methods of elevating the ranks of his Imperial monsters, Tang Ran did not expect that he himself would receive such treatment as well. Materials were not required for Pseudo-Supreme God Rank -4.5 Imperial monsters, they could directly use advance cards to elevate to Supreme God Rank -5. Therefore, Lin Huang did not mind Tang Ran having seniority among the Imperial monsters under him. He had his Goldfinger, Xiao He, anyway, so he did not have to be suspicious of his Imperial monsters' loyalty. As he crushed the 10 Rank 4 advance cards in his hand, the cards coalesced into 2 golden gleams, which penetrated Bai and Tang Ran's bodies respectively. The bodies of the two swiftly transformed into two gigantic cocoons at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1525, Workers. There were two cocoons in the Great Heaven Palace. One was blood red, while the other was dark purple. Both had peculiar sigils circulating faintly on them. Lin Huang observed them for a while to confirm that the two were in stable condition before he looked away from the two cocoons. He knew that Bai and Tang Ran would not be emerging from their cocoons anytime soon. After settling the matter of Bai and Tang Ran, he thought for a little while and sent his consciousness into his body. He began looking at the card projections of Grimace, Charcoal, Lancelot, and the rest of his mythical level rank 4 imperial monsters, recording down all the materials they needed for advancement. Later on, he sent each of these lists of advancement materials to their respective imperial monsters via voice transmission. After he had finished sending all the lists out, Lin Huang spoke through voice transmission again. Since combat strength authorization for Heavenly God level has now been made accessible, your combat strength is sufficient for you to elevate your level to where you can be independent in the great world. All of you will have to find ways to obtain future advancement materials on your own. If you really can't find some of the rare materials, you can come to me and trade with items of the same value. Apart from that, all of you will have to take responsibility for your daily expenses from now on. I won't be providing complimentary food and accommodation services anymore. Naturally, you can come to me to trade items of the same value for items that are hard to obtain on the market, if there's any that you require. After all, you are my imperial monsters, so I won't collect extra handling fees. In order to allow you to obtain sufficient cultivation resources and advancement materials, all of you may roam freely in the great world most of the time from now on. However, this freedom comes with a caveat: you must form a team consisting of at least 2 people. Furthermore, unless it's the last resort, members of the same team can't go off on their own. Discuss among yourselves about forming teams, and send me the group list within the next 3 days. From that time on, you will all move in your individual teams. For those who haven't come up with a group during these 3 days, I'll recall them into card forms right away. Also, there's one last thing. There are many powerhouses in the great world, so don't stir things up on purpose. If any of you offend half-step Lord level or Lord level powerhouses and are killed by odalic force, there's no way you can be revived. Lin Huang had another reason for being able to release his imperial monsters without worrying, apart from allowing them to elevate their combat strength to Heavenly God level. He could revive the imperial monsters with his rule-bending power in the God territory if they were killed. However, the God territory's rule-bending power would not be able to revive them if they were killed by odalic force. Be as low profile as you can when you're out there. If you're considering stirring things up, please consider first whether you can handle it. Lin Huang was clearly saying this for Grimace's benefit. Among all the imperial monsters, Grimace was the one he was most worried about. The imperial monsters had thus far spent most of their time in card form. Even when they were summoned, they did everything under Lin Huang's scrutiny. He could see whatever Grimace did, clear as anything. However, now that Grimace had been given sufficient freedom, Lin Huang could almost foresee that this fellow would certainly misbehave. All of the imperial monsters were stunned when they heard Lin Huang's voice transmission. For one, they had not expected that they would be given the freedom to be out on their own most of the time. On the other hand, their master had halted their supply of cultivation and advancement resources. They would have to depend on themselves to obtain all sorts of resources from now on. Obtaining cultivation resources was doable, but there was a degree of difficulty in obtaining advancement resources. This change was something the imperial monsters were not accustomed to. However, they had to get used to it. They were also aware that the higher their advancement in rank, the more increasingly difficult it would be to obtain the necessary advancement materials. It was a massive burden to their master as well. As the number of imperial monsters grew, the burden increased too. Therefore, the imperial monsters understood why Lin Huang was doing this. They soon adjusted themselves and began their transition into workers. After all, they had been relying on someone to take care of them previously. Now, they had to take care of themselves. As the voice transmission with his imperial monsters ended, Lin Huang received questions one after the other from Charcoal and the rest, and he answered them one by one. The imperial monsters began teaming up on their own after clarifying the rules of this new game. Within 10 minutes, Lin Huang began receiving the grouping lists. Approximately an hour later, most of the imperial monsters had formed their own teams. At that moment, Lin Huang received a voice transmission from Grimace. "It's not that I'm unwilling to form a group. I've been trying to contact Bai for an hour, but he's ignoring me." Lin Huang could not help raising his brows upon hearing the voice transmission. "Bai is elevating. He'll need at least a month to complete his advancement. You should look for someone else." "I don't want to team up with anyone else. I'll wait for him to get out of closed-door cultivation." Grimace insisted on teaming up with Bai. "That fellow is too much. I can't believe he quietly went off to advance his level without saying a word to anyone." "Don't wait for Bai. His abilities will be way ahead of yours after he gets out of closed-door cultivation. If you both team up, the opponents that you fight won't give him any training results, and you'll only be able to sit on the sidelines and watch while he fights his opponents. A team like that won't do any good for either of you." After saying that, Lin Huang glanced at the group lists that had already been sent over to him before continuing. "Join Charcoal and Lancelot's group. I'll feel more relieved with them watching you." "The way you put it is as if I might possibly do something bad." Grimace was rather annoyed. He did not expect himself to be assigned so succinctly to another group. However, he could not decline his master's arrangement. He could only agree to it, feeling aggrieved. On the other end, Lancelot and Charcoal were puzzled. They had chosen to team up with each other and were not expecting another person to join them out of nowhere. The two-person team had become a three-person team now. They thought it was Grimace who had chosen to do this and asked him through voice transmission immediately. "Haven't you always teamed up with Bai? Why did you choose to be in our group this time? Bai is in the middle of advancement." Grimace did not bother to explain any further. "So we're your second choice?" Charcoal pouted. "No," Grimace denied with complete honesty. "Then, why did you choose us?" Charcoal proceeded to ask. "Our almighty master arranged that," Grimace replied in a huff. "All right then." Clearly, Charcoal had not expected that answer. "Since the team has already been decided upon, let's discuss where to meet." At that moment, Lancelot, who had been listening to the duo's conversation, finally spoke up. "Let's share our coordinates with each other." The three of them did not raise any further objections to Lin Huang's arrangement. Grimace was the first to speak after the three of them shared their coordinates. "What kind of lousy corner are you guys in? We're at the border of the Devil Hunter Star Zone. Why did you go so far away?" Charcoal blinked his eyes twice. Grimace's coordinates were close to the God Territory's core zone. What resources would there be in the middle of nowhere? Grimace smirked. "Let me tell you guys what the core zone is. It's the most developed place in the entire God Territory with the richest resources. We can obtain many resources much more easily in such a place. We can even obtain those rare advancement materials that others find difficult to obtain." "That makes sense." Charcoal nodded slightly while cupping his chin with a claw. Meanwhile, Lancelot fell silent as well on the other end. Chapter 1526. Almighty Queen. After sending out the notification allowing the Imperial monsters to be independent, Lin Huang finally began focusing on himself. The rewards he had obtained from this trip into the secret prisoner territory were the biggest that he had ever gotten in his life. Not only had he elevated from 1st rank True God to 6th rank True God, but the rewards that he received from God Capital and Death Sickle were also extremely generous. 1 top-tier God Sequence Telekinetic Flying Dagger Relic, 13 high-level God Sequence Relics, 41 mid-level God Sequence Relics, and 87 beginner-level God Sequence Relics. I can trade these God Sequence Relics and the 400-plus Heavenly God Carcasses for other resources. 194,610 points worth of Secret Territory Gold Coins. Based on the purchasing power of the Secret Territory Gold Coins, a high-level God Sequence Relic would cost around 10,000 gold coins. I can exchange these for a good many resources. Lin Huang did an inventory of his rewards. He then discovered that apart from the half-step Lord level Telekinesis Inheritance and the half-step Lord level God Territory Shell Remnant, the rest of the items were useless to him. He could only use them to trade for other resources. He was very interested in the half-step Lord level Telekinesis Inheritance. He had cultivated Seamless to the highest level, which was level 10. It could now cultivate on its own without him having to initiate the process. The number of his telekinetic threads would automatically increase by 1,000 per hour. As far as he was concerned, the half-step Lord level Telekinesis Inheritance had come at the perfect time for him. As he immersed his consciousness into the inheritance, his consciousness appeared in a sky full of stars a second later. He was puzzled at first but soon realized the countless stars before his eyes were moving in an odd manner. The trajectory of the stars' movement seemed to be controlled by humans, who were using the stars to attack giant celestial beasts in the distance, one after the other. Lin Huang was fully immersed in this strange, extraordinary scene. His consciousness returned to his body a long time later, but he could not calm himself down even after some time had passed. Telekinesis can be used like that. In the inherited image, Lin Huang had witnessed this half-step lord controlling telekinetic weapons with telekinesis and turning them into stars before attacking in a bizarre manner. This direct attack was just an ordinary technique, but he unleashed all the stars' characteristics in their entirety, turning them into various forms. He imbued the fire element's elemental truth into the telekinetic weapons, virtually transforming them into stars. He then drew everything together with telekinesis and set up a massive fire formation, burning everything. He also infused the dark element's elemental truth and the engulf sequence into the telekinetic weapons, turning them into terrifying black holes. Once more, he used telekinesis to set up a great engulf formation, swallowing up everything. This had inspired Lin Huang to think in that direction. On a certain level, God weapons were more suitable for such high-level maneuverings. Unlike the forms of God sequence relics that could only be realized virtually, Lin Huang's telekinetic God weapons could materialize into concrete form from his visualizations. Since it was not just a virtual object, the impact would be more powerful. Third-rank God weapons were sufficiently powerful to materialize into real celestial bodies, including stars and black holes. Apart from that, a God weapon was the equivalent of a body's extension. It could convert all sorts of energies, rules, and sequence powers 100% without any loss. That was much more powerful than God rule relics and God sequence relics. He had to admit that this inheritance had opened a brand new door for him. Perhaps it was difficult for most people who obtained this inheritance to learn what was contained in it, but Lin Huang had a firm foundation in seamless. No matter what the number of telekinetic threads was, the intensity, or control of detail, he was able to do it. He could even foresee using this inheritance as a foundation in the future, discovering more ways of using telekinesis, and playing around with more styles. Apart from this new way of using telekinesis, there was also a divine telekinesis visualization method in the inheritance. There were a total of 108 visualization images with extremely complex sigils on each of them. Each of the sigils had the effect of fortifying and refining divine telekinesis. When a visualization image was successfully visualized, a divine seal would be consolidated, and one's divine telekinesis would be fortified once. According to the records in the inheritance, if someone managed to visualize all 108 visualization images, the strength of their divine telekinesis would reach Lord level right away. Lin Huang merely gave the visualization method a rough glance and, without hesitation, adjusted the time flow in the Great Heaven Palace to be 1,000 times faster than the outside world. He then went into closed-door cultivation at once. Time passed swiftly, a day at a time, in the Great Heaven Palace. Lin Huang's visualization was exceptionally successful in the beginning. He spent less than 10 minutes to visualize the first 10 images and was rapidly done. From the 11th to the 20th image, the time he took for visualization became longer. Altogether, it took him approximately 1.5 hours to do that. He spent a total of at least 15 hours on the 21st to 30th images. Later on, he spent almost a week on the 31st to 40th images. He spent over 2 months on the 41st to 50th images. After that, he spent over 600 days on the 51st to 60th images. He then spent at least 17 years on the 61st to 70th images. Almost a week had passed by in the outside world. However, Lin Huang still did not stop, continuing to visualize the rest of the visualization images. Bai and Tang Ran had gotten out of their cocoons much earlier, having successfully elevated to Supreme God rank -5. Lin Huang did not have the time to check the duo's card information. He sent both of them out of the Great Heaven Palace right away during a break between visualizations. The duo then teamed up and began their journey to obtain resources. While Lin Huang was in the midst of closed-door cultivation, something major happened in the Nephilic Judge tribe. The incident in question was that little Princess Kylie had elevated to pure spirit rank 6 after over a month in closed-door cultivation, becoming the first pure spirit Protoss in this era. Bloody came out of closed-door cultivation with her as well, having completed the elevation to Supreme God rank -5. However, the news of Kylie's elevation did not spread. Only a handful of the Nephilic Judge tribe's upper echelons knew the truth. They merely told the public that little Princess Kylie had broken through to Heavenly God level in her closed-door cultivation this round. Even the rest of the Nephilic Judge tribe thought that Kylie going into closed-door cultivation this time was so she could break through to Heavenly God level. Kylie's advancement was undoubtedly news as shocking as a nuclear explosion to the Nephilic Judge tribe's upper echelons. They had never thought that anyone from the Nephilic Judge tribe would be able to achieve this, as no one had the quality and potential for elevation to pure spirit rank 6. Even though Kylie had shown extraordinary quality and potential in the beginning, in the eyes of the Nephilic Judge tribe's upper echelons, she was still far from being able to achieve pure spirit rank 6. Therefore, she had been treated all along as a marriage pawn. However, Kylie had used concrete action to give everyone a slap in the face. Her successful advancement had made her status in the Nephilic Judge tribe soar to peak heights in a flash. Previously, she had been treated like a little princess who could do nothing. Now, in the eyes of Nephilic Judge tribe's upper echelons, she had transformed into a bona fide noble queen to whom everyone would willingly give their allegiance. Chapter 1527, Lin Huang, immersed in closed-door cultivation. Time passed by day after day in the Great Heaven Palace. Lin Huang immersed himself in cultivation mode completely, unable to extricate himself. Although the time flow in the Great Heaven Palace had been sped up 1,000 times, over 2 months had passed in the outside world. Lin Huang had only just completed cultivating the 71st to 80th visualization images, and the strength of his divine telekinesis had elevated once more. As he visualized over and over again, the automatic cultivation of seamless within him was also accelerating. From the initial automatic gain of 1,000 telekinetic threads per hour, it had sped up to 3,000 threads per hour after he had finished visualizing the 80th image. Meanwhile, the strength of his divine telekinesis had skyrocketed from 6th rank Heavenly God level to peak 8th rank Heavenly God level. Lin Huang had initially wanted to continue closed-door cultivation to further elevate the strength of his divine telekinesis. However, he quietly calculated the visualization time it would take and discovered that to complete the cultivation of the 81st to 90th images, he would have to spend close to 2 years for that, even when time had been sped up 1,000 times. He gave up on the idea. Temporarily setting aside the cultivation of his divine telekinesis, he retrieved the sword seal fragment that Virtuoso had given him. According to Virtuoso, a sword seal was the sword Dao seal that consolidated in a Heavenly God sword cultivator's body. As soon as the Heavenly God died, the Dao seal in their body would shatter automatically, becoming fragments of various sizes. Lin Huang obtained a similar fragment back when he killed the regal sword killer in the gravel world. Since it looked like a page from a book and also contained a massive amount of sword skills, he had named it the one-page sword scripture. Back then, the one-page sword scripture had a corner missing. Upon his return to the gravel world, he had then killed the revived regal sword killer and obtained the missing corner. When the two fragments integrated, they formed an ancient and mysterious seal tactic. Lin Huang only found out that the seal tactic was actually a complete sword seal after listening to Virtuoso's explanation. When he discovered this, he was astounded, because he already had within him a complete Dao seal that only heavenly gods could consolidate. If he could control the Dao seal perfectly, it was equivalent to directly possessing Lord-level ability. However, until now, he still could not understand why the regal sword killer would have a complete sword seal within him. According to what Virtuoso said, when a heavenly god died, the Dao seal would scatter to the 4 winds after it shattered. Even if there were other heavenly god powerhouses present, they might not be able to obtain all of the fragments. This was because the impact from the Dao seal shattering was terrifying, and even heavenly god powerhouses would be impacted if they were too close. Moreover, the shattered Dao seal might pierce through layers of space and time, becoming instantly untraceable. Although he could not understand why the regal sword killer had a complete sword seal within his body, Lin Huang did not dwell on it. He could sense clearly that the sword seal within him had a burning desire for the sword seal fragment in his hand. After only a slight moment of consideration, he placed the sword seal fragment that looked like a torn page into his inner world. Almost at the same time the sword seal fragment entered his inner world, the battle sword in the sword soul's hand released an infinite sun-like golden ray. Only Lin Huang was able to see that the source of the golden ray was the completed sword seal. Under the illumination of the golden ray, the sword seal fragment seemed to have come alive. Golden divine patterns lit up on the torn page, and the ray of light grew more and more. A moment later, the torn page transformed into golden sparkles and gathered around the divine patterns. Meanwhile, the divine patterns were like tiny golden snakes surrounded by hazy starlight, surging rapidly to where the sword spirit was. At last, they penetrated the sword seal on top of the sword heart. The integration of the sword seal fragment initiated an immediate transformation in the original sword seal. One by one, the divine patterns rearranged themselves. This process lasted for a full 12 days, finally creating an even more complex and mysterious sword seal. Lin Huang glanced at it quickly, not daring to stare at it too much. He could only roughly judge that the new sword seal was 70 to 80% similar to the previous one. As the new sword seal took shape, he felt as if his sword Dao heavenly rule had been unblocked by an invisible force. It began to grow more powerful at lightning speed. Originally, he had only recently elevated to sword Dao heavenly rule. To be exact, he had only just crossed the first threshold of level -1, heavenly sword. However, he could clearly sense that his rank was now advancing. Within 10 seconds, he had elevated to the peak of heavenly sword and was still advancing. After remaining at the peak of heavenly sword for over 10 seconds, Lin Huang suddenly felt that his comprehension of sword Dao had reached a new level. A second later, his sword Dao heavenly rule broke through straight away from level -1, heavenly sword, to level 2, heavenly heart. This breakthrough that came out of nowhere puzzled Lin Huang. He had even planned to go into closed-door cultivation once he advanced to 9th rank true god level, before breaking through to heavenly god level. He wanted to try his best to achieve a breakthrough to heavenly heart for his sword Dao. Never had he expected to achieve that same goal without even being aware of it. What should I do before elevating to heavenly god level now? Should I achieve a sword Dao heavenly rule breakthrough to level 3, which is heavenly Dao? Lin Huang grumbled quietly to himself. Right now, the elevation of sword Dao heavenly rule was finally slowing down. Lin Huang had honestly not expected that a mere sword seal fragment could directly elevate his sword Dao heavenly rule by a rank. Moreover, apart from the elevation in sword Dao rank, he discovered that his sword Dao inheritance memories had increased as well. There were around 1/5 more memories compared to before. Lin Huang was rather upset about that. He already had no time to learn many of the original sword skills in the inheritance memories that he obtained previously. Before he was done with his homework, he had now been given more. He did not even bother to go check his inheritance memories. Instead, he merely focused on an item in his hand that he had retrieved. A purplish-black crystal the size of a thumb hovered above his palm. It was Death Sickle's reward, a half-step Lord level God territory shell remnant. According to Buried Heaven's explanation, this God territory shell remnant's owner used to be an abyssal half-step Lord who had been killed by 2 of Death Sickle's Blood Sickle members. After his death, a Blood Sickle member retrieved the God territory in his body and put it through a proper cleansing. There was no trace of abyssal energy left behind at all now. When the Blood Sickle member was cleansing it, he purged all of the living things in the God territory as well. Therefore, the God territory shell remnant was merely an empty shell now. However, to Lin Huang, it had great value despite being just an empty shell. This was because as soon as integration was completed, it would mean that he possessed a half-step Lord level God territory immediately. His God territory, Monster Paradise, would also be able to obtain a corresponding advancement. The coverage range alone would expand hundreds and thousands of times. Chapter 1528, Unknown number. Time passed by day in the Great Heaven Palace. The speed at which Lin Huang's God territory integrated with the God territory shell remnant was very slow. He spent almost 3.5 years to complete the integration between his own God territory and the God territory shell remnant. However, merely a day had passed in the outside world. The integrated God territory had some new changes in it. God territory, Monster Paradise, God territory ability 1. After a summoning beast dies, the dead summoning beast soul will return to the God territory with its body reconstructed with divine power and revived. Those that have broken souls will have their broken soul pieces recalled and recovered. Remark 1. Unlimited number of revivals in theory. Remark 2. If killed by an odalic attack coming from a lord or a being above lord, it will truly die and cannot be revived. Remark 3. If killed multiple times by a half-step lord's odalic attacks, there is a possibility that it will be unable to be revived. Remark 4. Each revival requires the expenditure of a certain amount of godly right power. The expended godly right can be replenished. Derivative ability. if the God territory possessor dies, they can choose a summoning beast to substitute death. Remark 1. The number of substitute deaths per day depends on the number of summoning beasts. Each summoning beast can only die in place of the host once within 24 hours. Remark 2. If the God territory possessor is killed by the odal of a lord or a being above lord, they will truly die and cannot be substituted by a summoning beast. Remark 3. If killed multiple times by a half-step lord's odalic attacks, there is also a possibility that it will be unable to be revived. Remark 4. After a summoning beast dies in place of its host, it will return to the God territory to be revived. God territory ability 2. The God territory possessor can borrow any skills, divine abilities, rules, and sequence powers of all summoning beasts at any time. Remark 1. The borrowing of monster skills already possessed by the God territory possessor is invalid and will not produce compounded effects. Remark 2. In theory, the number of borrowed skills is not restricted by the upper limit of the God territory possessor's number of monster skills. It will only be affected by how much the God territory possessor's physical strength and spirit strength can bear. Remark 3. It is not restricted by the space and time in which the summoning beast is located. Remark 4. When a summoning beast truly dies, all of its skills, divine abilities, rules, and sequence powers can no longer be borrowed. God territory ability 3. The God territory possessor can use any of the residence's skills, divine abilities, rules, and sequence powers at any time. Remark 1. The borrowing of skills, divine abilities, rules, and sequence powers already possessed by the God territory possessor is invalid and will not produce compounded effects. Remark 2. In theory, the number of borrowed skills has no upper limit restrictions. It will only be affected by how much the God territory possessor's physical strength and spirit strength can bear. Remark 3. The God territory possessor can only borrow from residents within their bodies which have the world imprint. Remark 4. It is not restricted by the space and time in which the residents are located. Remark 5. When a resident dies, all of their skills, divine abilities, rules, and sequence powers can no longer be borrowed. Lin Huang noticed that the biggest change was that previously, here his imperial monsters would be killed right away as soon as they were hit by odalic attacks. However, since the integration of the God territory shell remnant, only odalic attacks coming from lords or beings above lords could kill him and his imperial monsters. In other words, if they were killed by a half-step lord's odalic attack, it would not affect his revival or that of his imperial monsters. There was no reason given in the information from Xiaohei's side, but Lin Huang roughly speculated that the effects of odalic attacks might possibly be borne by the God territory since it had now been elevated. If that were the case, there was definitely a limit to the attacks that the God territory could bear. If death happened multiple times from a half-step lord's odalic attacks, it might exceed the limit that the God territory could bear, and result in true death. So it's best that I don't offend half-step lord powerhouses for nothing. Lin Huang rapidly came to this conclusion. After turning off Monster Paradise's information panel, Lin Huang began to check on the changes brought about this time by his closed-door cultivation. Although his combat level had not elevated, the strength of his divine telekinesis had increased significantly. His Sword Dao had also elevated to level 2 of Sword Dao Heavenly Rule Heavenly Heart. His God territory had also elevated further since its successful integration with the God territory shell remnant. Not only had its functions become significantly more powerful, but its range had also expanded thousands upon 10,000 times. Within the Great Heaven territory, many years had already passed. However, since the speed of time there had been sped up 1,000 times, merely less than 2.5 months had passed in the outside world. Although my combat level hasn't elevated, there's still a significant elevation in my abilities. Lin Huang was fairly satisfied with the result of his closed-door cultivation this time. Realizing that he would not be able to elevate his abilities further within a short period, Lin Huang opened the doors somewhat reluctantly and walked out of the Great Heaven Palace. Sword 1, who had been guarding the doors of the palace, stood up as soon as he saw Lin Huang come out of closed-door cultivation. Lord Swordmaster, as soon as he greeted Lin Huang, he noticed that Lin Huang's Sword Dao had advanced again. The gleam in his eyes brightened. Congratulations, Lord Swordmaster, on your Sword Dao elevating to Heavenly Heart. Lin Huang was not surprised that Sword 1 had seen through him. He was not wearing Thousand Face to hide his aura, after all. Moreover, the sword servants themselves were powerful sword cultivators and were extra sensitive to Sword Dao levels. Lin Huang responded, then asked, "How long have I been in closed-door cultivation?" "Today is the 71st day," Sword 1 reported the number without any hesitation. Clearly, he had been counting the days. It's been less than 2.5 months. Lin Huang had actually set an alarm according to the time flow, which had been sped up 1,000 times so that he would exit his state of closed-door cultivation when 3 months had passed the outside world. He had ended his cultivation before the alarm rang, and he had not bothered to count the days since he would be able to find out by asking once he got out. "I'm a month away from the arrangement I made with Virtuoso," Lin Huang mumbled softly. After chatting with Sword 1 and asking about matters in the Great Heaven territory recently, Lin Huang bid him farewell and teleported out of the territory. The identity ring on his finger vibrated repeatedly as soon as he got out of the Great Heaven territory. He tapped into the communication page and saw he had a missed call and 2 unread messages. The missed call was from an unknown number. In general, there was a high chance of unknown numbers being advertisements. Lin Huang merely glanced at it and proceeded to ignore it. He then checked the 2 unread messages. Of the 2 messages, one was from Mr. Fu, while the other was also from an unknown number. Lin Huang checked Mr. Fu's message first. In the message, Mr. Fu informed Lin Huang that he had come out of closed-door cultivation and had elevated to 2nd rank True God level. Mr. Fu also said that the possibility of elevating his ability further in the immediate short term was low after coming out of closed-door cultivation this time. Therefore, he wanted to check out other places in the great world so he could learn more. Lin Huang was not worried about Mr. Fu. He had already spoken to a few sword servants previously while in the Devil Hunter Star Zone. When Mr. Fu departed this time, there would most certainly be a sword servant secretly following him. When he checked on the date that the message had been sent, it was almost 2 months ago. Lin Huang considered for a moment but did not call back right away. Instead, he read the message that had been sent from the unknown number. This message contained only one sentence: "Take care of Hong Zhuang for me." Lin Huang was stunned when he saw this. He knew immediately that it was definitely Yongling who had sent the message. He called the number back at once. However, the response message was, "The number you have dialed is not in service." Chapter 1529, Yongling in trouble. Yongling was in trouble. Lin Huang frowned hard. He remembered clearly that Yongling said he might have been targeted by raiders when he helped Lin Huang create his fake identities a couple of months ago. At that time, he had mentioned that he wanted Lin Huang to take care of Hong Zhuang if something really happened to him. Lin Huang thought for a moment, then tapped into the contact page again. He looked at the unknown number of the missed call. This number was different from the one that had been used to send the message. However, when he checked the date of the call, it was April 4th, the same day the message had been sent. Not only that, the time of the call request was merely 2 minutes before the message was sent. Lin Huang guessed that the number was most probably Yongling's. With hardly any hesitation, he returned the call. However, the same response message soon played again. "The number you have dialed is not in service." The same thing happened with both numbers. This made Lin Huang certain that something had definitely happened to Yongling. It was May 21st now, 1.5 months since the message had been sent. Going by the raiders' modus operandi, Yongling might already be dead. Even if he were still alive, he most probably had been captured by the raiders, otherwise, he would not be out of contact. However, judging by the message that Yongling had sent, Hong Zhuang should still have been safe 1.5 months ago. Even if that were the case, though, Lin Huang had no way of ascertaining if she was still safe or not, since 1.5 months had already gone by. What left him speechless was that Yongling had not left him any clues to her whereabouts at all. As Yongling's girlfriend, there was a high possibility that Hong Zhuang had been targeted by raiders as well. Therefore, she might already be dead, or she might have been captured by raiders. If either of these 2 possibilities occurred, naturally, Lin Huang was not under any obligation to look after her. After all, at his current level of ability, there was a high possibility that he might be killed too if he were to provoke the raiders. He did not like Hong Zhuang very much, as the woman was just too secretive and unfathomable. One never knew which of her words were truthful and which were lies. However, no matter what, she and Lin Huang could be considered familiar with each other. Moreover, she was Yongling's girlfriend, and Yongling was a man from Earth, Lin Huang's home. Lin Huang felt that if Hong Zhuang really did manage to escape from the raiders, he would certainly be willing to fulfill Yang Ling's dying wish that Lin Huang take care of her. Many thoughts flashed through his head, and he called both unknown numbers once more. However, the response message was the same each time: the numbers were not in service. With no leads to go on, Lin Huang had no option but to give up. Given Yang Ling's character, if he left no clues behind, it was probably for the sake of Hong Zhuang's safety. However, since he asked me to take care of her, he might have left something for her so that she could find me. Lin Huang did not dwell any further on the matter once he got to this point in his musings. If Hong Zhuang did manage to escape, she would likely follow Yang Ling's plan and look for Lin Huang. After all, it was just too difficult for her to survive in the Great World alone, given her previous imperial-level combat strength. Lin Huang put aside the matter of Yang Ling and Hong Zhuang and logged onto Death Sickle's official website. It was less than a month away from the arrangements he had made with Virtuoso to go to the Abyss. This was not enough time for him to go into another round of closed-door cultivation, nor was it sufficient for him to make one more trip into the ruins. For this reason, he decided to take the opportunity and use this period to accept a few Death Sickle missions. For Death Sickle's authorizations, his identity as Shu Mu was already a Gold Sickle member, and his corresponding authorizations had all been activated. However, he clicked on the information section first before checking the available missions. As he glanced through, a trending hot topic caught his attention. The subject was, will the little princess of the Nephilic Judge tribe manage to escape the fate of marriage since she has elevated to heavenly god level? Lin Huang clicked on the link immediately. After reading through, he felt slightly more relieved. The Nephilic Judge tribe was shrewd enough to have revealed only that Kylie had elevated to heavenly god level. They had not disclosed that, in reality, she had elevated to pure spirit rank 6. The more outstanding one was, the more one would be targeted for destruction. Although all the organizations in the God territory were eagerly anticipating that the God territory would produce a pure spirit rank 6 powerhouse, they all hoped that this powerhouse would be someone within their own organization. As soon as the news of Kylie's elevation to pure spirit rank 6 leaked out, the other organizations would outwardly show goodwill, but the entire Nephilic Judge tribe would secretly become a target on all sides. The several Grade 7 organizations, in particular, would not watch helplessly as Kylie grew to lead the Nephilic Judge tribe in elevating to a Grade 7 organization as well. After all, there were only so many top-notch resources in the God territory. One more Grade 7 organization appearing would mean that the resources given to other Grade 7 organizations would lessen correspondingly. Not only would the Nephilic Judge tribe be targeted, but Kylie would also become the target of many assassinations. Therefore, the shrewdest way of going about things was to underplay the matter, saying that Kylie had elevated to heavenly god level. When the time came, all the antagonism would naturally not exist. However, Lin Huang also knew that it might be difficult for the Nephilic Judge tribe to continue concealing the matter. Kylie's status would be exposed sooner or later, it was only a matter of time. Lin Huang felt a little more relieved as he glanced through the comments below. At least nobody suspected Kylie's elevation at the moment. After all, she had been at 9th rank true god level before this, so it made sense that she would elevate to heavenly god level after closed-door cultivation. Moreover, the announcement that the Nephilic Judge tribe made for the little princess was also a normal occurrence. Lin Huang was not worried about Kylie's current situation. For one thing, she had Bloody with her. For another, given her current status, the Nephilic Judge upper echelons would take good care of her. As for the matter of her pure spirit rank 6 standing being exposed, that would be something to worry about in the future. When things reached the point where the Nephilic Judge tribe really could not handle it, Bloody would definitely contact him immediately. The worst-case scenario would be Lin Huang recalling both of them forcibly into card form when that happened. After closing the thread about Kylie, Lin Huang noticed that there was a gold sickle symbol on the first thread pinned on top of the information section. The thread had been posted half a month ago, with the subject, regarding the conquest expedition to the Abyss. Lin Huang clicked on the thread immediately when he saw that it had something to do with the Abyss. It was only after spending a minute or more to finish reading the thread that Lin Huang discovered Virtuoso had invited him to team up and go into the Abyss because they had found out about this piece of news ahead of time. The mission was a small-scale conquest expedition into the Abyss organized by the God territory. There were only a few major Grade 7 and Grade 6 organizations as well as a handful of top Grade 5 organizations participating in this. Of the 7 Blood Sickle members of Death Sickle, 5 would participate this time. Buried Heaven and a few top heavenly gods from Death Sickle were on the list too. It was the same for the other organizations. The participants were the lords, half-step lords, and top heavenly god powerhouses from the various organizations. The reason for pinning the thread on top was to inform all Gold Sickle members that the abyss would be extremely dangerous during this period, and everyone should not attempt to enter. At the same time, it was mentioned that the rest of the Gold Sickle members should follow the orders of the remaining 2 Blood Sickle members and assist in handling all Death Sickle matters, maintaining Death Sickle's usual operations. After he finished reading, Lin Huang could not help secretly exclaiming that Virtuoso was bold and reckless. Virtuoso had invited him to enter the abyss on the second day that the powerhouses from the major organizations would be there. Clearly, Virtuoso wanted to take advantage of the conquest expedition and gain more benefits amidst the chaos that ensued. Chapter 1530. Gold Sickle Level Missions. Lin Huang checked out a couple of threads in the information section before looking through the missions section. This time the missions section was clearly different from the one previously. Before this, Lin Huang's status was only that of a Black Sickle. There had been only 2 panels in the missions section. One was missions for reserve members, while the other was Black Sickle missions. Now, there were 4 panels for reserve missions, Black Sickle missions, White Sickle missions, and Gold Sickle missions. As soon as Lin Huang clicked into the missions section, his default choice was the Gold Sickle missions panel. The difficulty level for Gold Sickle missions was that of fighting heavenly gods. Ordinarily speaking, one would either have to assassinate a heavenly god, or they would encounter conflict with a heavenly god powerhouse during the mission. Lin Huang glanced over the missions list and discovered that the missions were sorted according to the time they were posted. The later the posting, the closer to the top of the list it would appear. He immediately changed how the missions were sorted, choosing to display them in the order of the most handsome rewards. The missions list immediately changed. He scanned through the list again and found out that most of the missions in the top spots had been published for years. The one that ranked first was posted over 8,000 years ago. As for the objective of the mission, it was to kill a half-step Lord-level Bug Tribe Queen Mother. Lin Huang merely glanced at the title and skipped past, not even bothering to see what the reward was. At his ability, he had to avoid half-step Lord-level powerhouses for now. What more a half-step Lord-level Bug Tribe Queen Mother? One must know that a Bug Tribe Queen Mother of such combat strength could mass-produce high-level heavenly god Bug Kings and even Bug Queens as long as they had sufficient material. They might even be able to produce half-step Lord-level Bug Kings and Bug Queens. Apart from that, a Bug Tribe Queen Mother with such combat strength was a treasure to the Bug Tribe. There would be at least several half-step Lord-level Bug servants guarding her closely, or even Lord-level Bug Tribe powerhouses. Never mind Gold Sickle members. Lin Huang felt this mission might not be possible even with all 7 Blood Sickle members working together. He looked at the second mission right after skipping the first one. After reading the heading, he was speechless again. This was because the mission was to kill a Bug Tribe Queen Mother as well. However, it was to kill a fallen Queen Mother in the abyss. The fallen Queen Mother also had the combat strength of a half-step lord. From Lin Huang's point of view, if one did not consider external influences, this fallen Queen Mother might have an overall ability that was even more powerful than the Queen Mother from the first mission. The reason she was ranked second was probably that she did not have any Bug Tribe lords by her side as bodyguards. However, Lin Huang believed that the fallen Queen Mother would have Abyssal Lord level powerhouses behind her. The reason for this was that the Queen Mother was an excellent tool for conquest. It was impossible that Abyssal Lord level powerhouses would be unaware of the fallen Queen Mother's existence. The reason she had been able to hide herself so well in the abyss without being noticed was most probably because she had become the subject of a Lord level powerhouse. Therefore, the difficulty of hunting this fallen Queen Mother was actually no less than that of hunting the Queen Mother from the previous first-ranked mission. Does Death Sickle have a problem with Queen Mothers? Lin Huang grumbled, then looked at the third mission hunting the half-step Lord-level Succubus Mia. Succubus. Lin Huang tapped open this mission with some curiosity. There was no reason other than a succubus being the sexiest creature in the world, and he wanted to see for himself exactly how sexy it was. When he clicked in, there was only a description of the mission. There were no pictures at all. Regarding the non-existent pictures, Death Sickle's explanation was that a half-step Lord level succubus possessed the ability to affect most creatures below half-step Lord level through images and sound. If pictures of the succubus were attached, it was entirely possible that the Gold Sickle members who clicked in from Death Sickle's website would be affected. She's so powerful she can affect people through pictures and sound. Even Lin Huang thought this was unbelievable. However, that was not the only powerful thing that he noticed about this succubus. According to the mission's description, she had at least 3 Lord-level paramours and some powerful half-step Lord-level lovers. One would have to be prepared to be hunted by at least 3 Abyssal Lords and over 10 half-step Lords if one were to kill her. I'm terrified already. Lin Huang hurriedly closed that mission thread immediately and looked at the missions below it. He looked through over 10 missions, one after the other, and all of them required the killing of half-step Lords. Further down, there were missions to kill 9th rank heavenly gods, but the targets were either Supreme God level rank 5 geniuses, half-step Lords, or even the supporters of a Lord. There were 30 missions on the first page, but Lin Huang did not see any that suited him. At present, all of them were beyond his scope. He thought about it for a moment. Instead of going to the next page, he directly typed, God Territory, into the section on mission rewards. He would need to obtain a massive amount of rule-bending power from the God Territory within heavenly gods' bodies in order to elevate his combat strength. Killing heavenly gods was one way, obtaining the God Territory shell remnant in a dead heavenly god's body was another. Moreover, he knew that Death Sickle had many missions that gave out God Territory shell remnants as rewards. In reality, a normal God Territory shell remnant was not like the half-step Lord shell remnant that he had obtained from Buried Heaven previously. The God Territory shell remnant that Buried Heaven gave him was cleansed because it had been utterly contaminated with abyssal energy. He would not have been able to integrate it if it were not cleansed. Integrating it directly would have caused his God Territory to be contaminated with abyssal energy as well. Under normal circumstances, when Death Sickle's Gold Sickle members killed a heavenly god, they would retrieve the heavenly god's God Territory entirely and keep it perfectly preserved. The rule-bending powers, sequence powers, and even the number of creatures in there would not undergo any significant changes compared to the time the heavenly god was still alive. If the fallen heavenly god's God Territory was damaged, causing the internal rule-bending powers and sequence powers to be missing, it had to be mentioned when it was retrieved and sold on the market. This was because an incomplete God Territory shell remnant would be sold at a much lower price. The God Territory shell remnants that Death Sickle used as mission rewards were generally complete. The half-step Lord level God Territory shell remnant Lin Huang got from Buried Heaven was just an exception. Meanwhile, the rewards for the missions he was looking at were complete God Territory shell remnants. This was also something that he needed most at the moment. Lin Huang sorted the missions in the order of God Territory shell remnant rewards, then he sorted them again so the best rewards would be shown first. The first one that gave generous rewards was the killing of a 9th rank heavenly god. Lin Huang gave up on that mission right away and proceeded to check the next one. Only when he got to the 3rd page did he see a mission to kill a 4th rank heavenly god. The reward was a complete 4th rank heavenly god's God Territory shell remnant. Lin Huang chose this difficulty level, not because his ability was that low, but because he could only display that level of ability in front of Death Sickle's upper echelons. It would be too unusual if he displayed more than that. Chapter 1531, Elevating to 7th rank. Given that his scheduled appointment with Virtuoso to go into the abyss was happening soon, Lin Huang accepted 20 missions to kill 4th rank heavenly gods for the time being. He disappeared for over 2 months, and now as soon as he's back on the radar, he takes up 20 missions to kill 4th rank heavenly gods. It looks like either his combat levels made a breakthrough again, or he was previously holding back his abilities. As soon as Lin Huang accepted the missions, the Death Sickle upper echelons were already noticing his movements. Given his genius level, it would indeed be strange if he were not noticed. Lin Huang was also aware that he would certainly draw attention to himself, so he only chose hunting targets that were 4th rank. He planned his route according to distance. The first hunting target he chose was a lightning fox. The mission was to capture this lightning fox alive, and the reward was 2 5th rank God Territory shell remnants. Meanwhile, the lightning fox referred to in the mission was located in some battlefield ruins not far away from the Devil Hunter Star Zone. Although its combat level was merely 4th rank, this lightning fox had mastered the lightning sequence and possessed astounding speed and explosive power. In reality, many Gold Sickle members from Death Sickle had attempted this mission, but all of them had failed. After all, such a reward was not enough to attract high-level Gold Sickle members to attempt such a task. Meanwhile, this 4th-rank lightning fox possessed a speed that was on par with most 6th-rank heavenly gods. Lin Huang was confident he could capture it, not because he was just as fast as the creature itself, but because he felt that this lightning fox could not possibly be swifter than his own divine telekinesis. Upon entering the rarely visited battlefield ruins, he spread his divine telekinesis and began searching for the lightning fox. Within 2 minutes, he had located his target. "I've found you, little creature." As soon as the lightning fox sensed that it was being scanned by divine telekinesis, it turned into a lightning arc and tried to flee. The next second, an invisible telekinetic thread twined around its rear right leg and stopped it from running away entirely. The lightning fox let out a yelp of surprise. Just as it was about to unleash its might and struggle free, another telekinetic thread looped around its neck the next instant. It immediately settled down, as it knew that if it continued to struggle, Lin Huang could easily cut off its head. Noticing that the lightning fox had stopped struggling, Lin Huang did not hesitate. A snap of his fingers and several telekinetic threads wrapped around the lightning fox, turning it into a cocoon, which was then dragged back to Lin Huang's side. It was a mission that was practically impossible for anyone else, but when Lin Huang took it up, including his time on the road, he spent less than 5 minutes to complete it. Not bad, it went more smoothly than I expected. Lin Huang patted the divine telekinesis cocoon and put it away in the god territory within him, inside the foothold where his sword servants were. After advising his sword servants, he proceeded to check out the next mission. To maximize his efficiency in completing his missions, Lin Huang had prepared to finish off all 20 missions at once and then submit them as soon as he was done. The second mission was located in a neighboring star zone next to the Devil Hunter star zone. The target of the mission was a 3rd-rank heavenly god level pure blood Protoss. The reward was 5 4th-rank god territory shell remnants. The mission reward exceeded the target's combat level considerably because this pure blood Protoss had a small clan backing him. The clan's master was a high-level 8th-rank heavenly god. The target was the master's grandchild. Others might have taken the clan into consideration, but Lin Huang did not bother about this. He noticed that the mission was a private commission. The commission documents had detailed evidence that this pure blood Protoss had humiliated and abused many female Protoss. Lin Huang took merely 10 minutes and arrived at the nearby Ceres star zone through a dimensional portal. When he arrived close to the planet where his target was, he soon locked onto his prey with divine telekinesis. This was a young man who looked like he was in his early 20s tall, with shoulder-length blonde hair. He was currently lying in a bathhouse, embracing 2 female Protoss with amazing bodies, one on each side of him. Suddenly, a barely perceptible blood-red ray sparked like an electric arc, piercing right through the middle of the man's brows. A red dot only appeared a moment later between the man's brows. Thin trickles of blood seeped out and dripped off his face into the bathhouse. Only then did the 2 ladies notice something was wrong and cried out in alarm. A brawny man was guarding the door outside the bathhouse. However, he did not notice anything unusual. He ignored the ladies screaming and knocking on the door. He had seen far too many scenarios like this, and the best way of handling them was not to meddle in anything. Despite having successfully killed the target of the mission, Lin Huang was not very happy. Having killed the target at such a distance, he was unable to retrieve the god territory within the target's body. After spending less than 20 minutes to complete this second mission, Lin Huang did not stop at all. He checked out the third mission immediately. He spent less than 2 days to complete all 20 missions. After locating a Death Sickle branch to submit the missions, he obtained his mission rewards 46 4th rank and 7 5th rank God Territory shell remnants. Including the God territories that he had extracted from the target's bodies, he had accumulated almost 1.8 million rule-bending powers. As soon as he submitted the 20 missions, Lin Huang accepted a further 150 missions all at once, swiftly entering a second round of hunting. This time, he merely spent 18 days to complete all 150 missions. The mission rewards were 413 4th rank and 34 5th rank God Territory shell remnants. Including the God territories he had extracted from the target's bodies, he had accumulated almost 15 million rule-bending powers. Realizing that it was merely a few days away from his appointment with Virtuoso, Lin Huang did not accept any more missions. Instead, he set an alarm and began closed-door cultivation to refine the god territory shell remnants that he had obtained. When he was in closed-door cultivation, the Death Sickle upper echelons held another meeting. All 7 Blood Sickle members were present in the meeting room. Apart from that, there were a few top-tier heavenly gods in attendance, including Buried Heaven. These dozen over people had gathered mainly to discuss final matters before entering the abyss. When all of the agendas had been discussed and the meeting was coming to an end, a Blood Sickle member suddenly spoke up. "I noticed something interesting recently. That little fellow named Shu Emu's taken up over 100 missions to hunt 4th-rank heavenly gods since being given Gold Sickle authorization. Not only that, he's completed all of them. I've noticed his unusual movements too," another Blood Sickle member next to him commented while smiling. "Moreover, the strange thing is that all the missions he selected had god territory shell remnants as rewards. I can't figure why this little guy is so persistent in strengthening his god territory. A possibility is that his cultivation method has something to do with his god territory." Another Blood Sickle member could not help speaking up at this point. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Prying into the roots of a person's cultivation was a taboo in the cultivation world. However, that particular Blood Sickle member's comment could not help but cause everyone to speculate on how this powerful Shu Mu fellow cultivated exactly. Noticing that the atmosphere was off, Buried Heaven spoke up to change the subject. "Shu Mu has great potential. No matter which universe he's in, he'd be in the outstanding elite among Protoss. I have a feeling that in the future, he'll grow into a compelling man that I would definitely admire." Chapter 1532, the team gathers in a flash. Several days had passed again. Soon, the day of Lin Huang and Virtuoso's appointment arrived. At 8:50 in the morning, Lin Huang arrived at the agreed location after breakfast, a cafe by the beach, located quite far from shelter number 3. It was mid-June at the moment. In this region where the cafe was located, it was already the beginning of summer. A glance showed swimsuit-clad men and ladies everywhere at the beach. Lin Huang, who was in a black robe, looked out of place among them. He even received judgmental glances directed at him every now and then. Lin Huang ignored the stares from those people. He found himself a table in the alfresco area and took a seat. He then ordered a cup of coffee and waited patiently for Virtuoso to show up. Very soon, his coffee was served by a young female attendant in a short serving-maid outfit. Lin Huang lifted the cup and took a sip. He could not help frowning slightly, putting down the cup. He thought there were probably 2 words that could best describe this cup of coffee: utterly undrinkable. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was the worst cup of coffee he had ever tasted since he traveled to this world. He even had some suspicions as to how this cafe had survived until now. Don't tell me those pretty girls in maid attire are the only appeal. At 9 a.m. sharp, none of the several team members that Virtuoso mentioned to him had arrived. Did that fellow blow me off? Lin Huang raised his brows. However, after some careful consideration, he felt that he had nothing to lose since he had already obtained a sword seal fragment. After thinking about it, he figured he would send Virtuoso a message. "Where are you? We agreed to meet at 9, where's everyone?" "We're on the way, wait for a few more minutes," Virtuoso replied almost immediately. Lin Huang could only continue to wait patiently. After all, he had accepted the deposit. There was no need for him to rage quit just because they were a few minutes late. What he thought strange was that not only was Virtuoso absent, but the rest had yet to arrive as well. Right after he turned off his communication page, Lin Huang sensed a dimensional wave coming from not far away. A black whirlpool opened up, and 2 figures walked out of it. One of them was a burly, bald man who was over 2 meters tall. He had a face full of stubble and was clad in golden armor. Meanwhile, the other figure was a thin, small lady in a blue robe, whose height did not even reach 1.4 meters. She looked a little like an adolescent girl. Lin Huang had a rough idea of their identities. The 2 newcomers noticed Lin Huang sitting outside the cafe as soon as they teleported in. They walked directly over to him. "I suppose you're Shu Mu." "I'm Tu Tong." The burly man in golden armor extended his hand immediately. Lin Huang stretched out his own hand as well and gave Tu Tong a handshake. The lady in the blue robe seemed to be a little timid. Her gaze at Lin Huang was somewhat fugitive. "This is Lan Ling." Noticing what was going on, the man in golden armor immediately introduced his companion. "Hello," Lin Huang greeted with a smile. "I heard that you're a sword cultivator." Tu Tong seemed to be rather interested in Lin Huang's status as a sword cultivator. Yes, that's right, Lin Huang nodded in acknowledgement. Although Shu Mu's status in Death Sickle was only that of a psychic, Virtuoso had seen through him completely. Therefore, there was no need for him to hide his sword cultivator status in front of the duo. I'm a combat cultivator. Let's spar when we have the chance. Sparring with sword cultivators and saber cultivators is what I like best. Tu Tong looked eager to try this. If not for the unsuitable time and location, he might just have sparred with Lin Huang right away. In comparison with Tu Tong, Lan Ling, who had remained on the sidelines, was quiet throughout. She had been listening to their conversation, but she did not show any signs of wishing to contribute at all. As Lin Huang and Tu Tong were chatting, another dimensional wave suddenly came out of nowhere. The three of them looked toward the source of the dimensional wave at almost the same time. A figure in a green robe slowly walked out of the black whirlpool. Lin Huang did not even need to think about it to know that the third team member had arrived. This was because he sensed an overwhelming saber intent within the man's body. It was at least as powerful as his own sword intent, perhaps even more powerful. Sword cultivator. The man in the green robe raised his eyes and looked at Lin Huang as soon as he stepped out of the whirlpool. The next second, he took a stride forward and appeared before the three of them. Senior Saber. Tu Tong and Lan Ling stood up almost at the same time. Just call me Saber 9, that will do. Only then did the man in the green robe shift his gaze from Lin Huang to look at the pair in front of him. Clearly, the three of them knew each other. Noticing this, Lin Huang stood up immediately and took the initiative to introduce himself. This humble one is Shu Mu. I know you. Virtuoso has mentioned you before. Saber 9 nodded slightly. He appeared to be in his early 30s but was the kind who looked young. If he were to say that he was 27 or 28, people would still believe him. However, his aura was coldly arrogant and extremely elegant. Isn't he here yet? Saber 9 glanced around and asked Tu Tong and Lan Ling. I don't think so, Tu Tong answered immediately, but he secretly wondered, why ask me when I wasn't the first one who arrived here? I've messaged him already to prompt him. Lin Huang spoke up as well. Why don't all of you order something to drink first? Not coffee though, this cafe's coffee tastes like crap. The three ordered one after the other, then all four of them sat together at a table and waited patiently for Virtuoso. When the drinks were served, the three of them merely took a sip, then put down their cups. Are they terrible too? Lin Huang could not help asking when he noticed this. Just like you said, it tastes like crap, Saber 9 gave the same comment. Beside him, Tu Tong and Lan Ling nodded immediately. None of the three had ordered coffee, they had even ordered 3 different drinks. The fact that the cafe had managed to make 4 different drinks that were equally terrible made Lin Huang feel a slight trace of dubious admiration. He was even more doubtful now. How in the world has this cafe survived? The 4 of them waited until 9:15 a.m. but there was still no sign of Virtuoso. Lin Huang did not mind, but Saber 9 had on a long face the entire time. Tu Tong and Lan Ling stole glances at him every now and again. They were clearly anxious. Let me hurry him up one more time. Seeing this, Lin Huang called Virtuoso again. They picked up almost immediately. Could you hurry up a little? The 4 of us have arrived, we're all waiting for you. Right away, right away. Virtuoso ended the call immediately after saying that. Virtuoso said that they would be there right away, but the 4 of them still waited for over 10 minutes more. At 9:30 a.m., the white-robed Virtuoso finally arrived. My apologies, everyone, I'm late. Although he said that, Virtuoso's expression did not seem to indicate he was sorry. Of all the good qualities you could have learned, you had to pick up on your Primordium's bad habit of being late, Saber 9 said, angrily. Ah Ju, don't be angry. Lin Huang had goosebumps when he heard how Virtuoso addressed Saber 9. However, the odd thing was that Saber 9 merely registered his protests with his eyes instead of verbally correcting the term of address. Ah, Tutu, and Lanlin, it's been a while. Virtuoso greeted Tu Tong and Lan Ling in a sappy manner. The pair looked helpless, but neither did they correct the endearments. At that moment, Virtuoso looked at Lin Huang. Before they could speak, Lin Huang spoke up first. We're not that close, don't you dare do that to me. Only then did Virtuoso drop the matter rather sulkily. Chapter 1533. Going into the abyss. As the 5 stepped out of the dimensional whirlpool, they soon arrived in an expanse of nothingness. Lin Huang saw a gigantic black hole in the void before them, like a massive eyeball hovering in the air. He could not help but feel a trace of awe and admiration rising within him. It was his first time seeing the real abyss. Prior to this, he had seen pictures and video documentations before and had even imagined a great deal. However, now that he had seen it in person, the sense of awe still remained. What was strange was that he had the vague illusion that he seemed to be watching an endless, massive living creature, even though the black abyss ahead was merely the entrance to the abyss proper. Do all of you have this feeling that the entrance looks like an eyeball staring at us? Lin Huang could not help asking. He faintly recalled something that he used to always hear: if you gaze long into the abyss will also gaze into you. Everyone has that feeling when they see the abyss for the first time. It's just an illusion, Saber 9 explained calmly from where he was off to the side. You won't have this feeling when you come again. Why does such an illusion happen? Lin Huang felt he did not quite understand. No idea, it's the same for everyone. Before Saber 9 could speak, Virtuoso answered the question directly. There's no need to dwell further on this matter. At that moment, the small, skinny Lan Ling raised her arm weakly. I know. Lin Huang and the rest looked at her. Only then did Lan Ling murmur softly, I've seen related research papers. To put it simply, in reality, the abyss comes with an extremely subtle mental suppression, which causes fear in one's subconscious mind. Therefore, our subconscious mind views it as a great threat, resulting in such an illusion the first time we see the abyss. As to why this illusion only happens the first time, the explanation in the study was that our subconscious minds become accustomed to the mental suppression from the abyss after the first visit. As the fear has been removed from the subconscious mind, we no longer see it as a threat. Although Lan Ling's explanation sounded reasonable, Lin Huang still felt he was not convinced. At that moment, Tu Tong could no longer contain himself and finally joined in the discussion. I've seen an explanation on the internet, which garnered many likes. The thread said that the abyss is a gigantic living creature that's in deep sleep mode. Each entrance is actually one of the creature's eyes. These eyes subconsciously examine everyone who enters its body. Therefore, we have the feeling that we're being stared at. As to why we only experience this feeling the first time we see the abyss, it's because this scrutiny comes with a memory function. It only targets strangers. If the person were entering the abyss for the second or third time, they would pass this scrutiny by default. After listening to this, Lin Huang felt Tu Tong's explanation was more convincing to him. Just when he was about to agree, he heard Virtuoso's straightforward, mocking voice from the sidelines. Only you would believe this nonsense, Tutu. This explanation has certainly gone viral on the internet, but it's false. Off to one side, Lan Ling nodded and explained, the biggest galaxy discovered throughout the history of the universe is merely the size of 3-star zones. That's the size limit of a life form. Meanwhile, the abyss occupied at least 1/4 of the universe, and this is only the part that's within the universe. Its complete form might even be bigger than the entire universe itself. Based on size alone, it can't possibly be a life form. Even if it's an existence above Lord level, it would be impossible for it to control such a gigantic body. Also, judging by its mass, there's no life structure that could bear such a massive physical body without collapsing. Even a combat cultivator powerhouse above Lord level in the archaic epoch couldn't maintain a functioning body of such mass. Lin Huang fell silent. Although Lan Ling's explanation made a lot of sense, he felt that Tu Tong's explanation might be possible as well. Alright, time is precious. Let's go in. Virtuoso did not bother to waste more time on this topic and directly interrupted the discussion to put an end to it. However, they did not seem to realize that they were the last person who had the right to say that time was precious. If they had not wasted everybody's time and met up with them half an hour late, they might have hunted for a few rounds in the abyss already. Virtuoso extended their hand to Lin Huang as soon as they were done speaking. Lin Huang was startled for a moment but immediately responded. The conditions for entering the abyss might involve randomly teleporting the individuals who entered. Under such circumstances, all of them had to maintain bodily contact to be teleported as a unit, so that they would not be separated. Once he considered this, Lin Huang extended his hand, grasping Virtuoso's right hand. He then stretched out his right hand to hold Saber 9's left hand on the other side. Don't think of anything once we enter. Just keep flying ahead, Virtuoso's voice came through very soon. They said this mainly for Lin Huang's benefit since the rest had been to the abyss before. Hand in hand, the 5 of them headed together into the black abyss of the entrance. Lin Huang could only feel that they were getting closer and closer to the black abyss. In front of him, everything was pitch black. When they finally entered the darkness, they were unable to see anything at all. However, he followed Virtuoso's reminder before, which was to follow his feelings and keep flying forward. Lin Huang secretly calculated the time. Almost over a minute later, they finally saw a ray of light appearing not far away. The 5 of them flew towards the source of the light at once. As they got closer, the light became brighter as well. Eventually, they exited the darkness completely. Lin Huang cast his gaze over where they were. The sky was dark, and in front of them was an expanse of black earth. He had no way of determining his location. Right as he was going to spread his divine telekinesis, he suddenly heard a voice transmission from Virtuoso. "Hide your aura, don't release your divine telekinesis for now." Although Lin Huang had no idea what happened, he heard the seriousness in Virtuoso's tone, so he did as they said. At that moment, he finally became aware that the rest had somewhat unhappy expressions on their faces. "What happened?" Lin Huang hastily inquired through voice transmission. "The normal entry time of each abyss entrance should be 10 seconds, Saber 9 replied calmly through voice transmission. 10 seconds? But our entry this time took at least a minute, right?" Lin Huang could not help frowning. Although he had no idea what had caused this, he knew that something was definitely wrong. Perhaps someone did something while we were being teleported, or perhaps it's the after effects of Lord Powerhouses in combat. "I personally hope it's the latter," Virtuoso explained very seriously, before adding, "If it's the former, there's a high possibility of the 5 of us dying here." Chapter 1534, Demonic Bug Maze. "So what do we do next?" Lin Huang asked immediately through voice transmission. He was the only one going into the abyss for the first time and had no experience at all handling something like this. It was best that he did not act rashly. The others had been in the abyss before. Even if they had never encountered such a thing, they should have at least heard of such a situation and perhaps had a way of dealing with it. "Lan Ling, check out the situation nearby." How Virtuoso addressed Lan Ling had changed, his attitude had clearly become serious now. Lan Ling nodded slightly and rolled up her left sleeve, revealing a frail, skinny arm. As her lips moved, her right hand swiftly formed a seal tactic. On her left arm, black incantations immediately appeared. They looked like they were formed from countless ants. The complex, mysterious incantations seemed like tiny living snakes, writhing and slithering on her arm at incredible speed. A moment later, she spread all 5 fingers and pressed her palm on the ground. The tiny snake-like incantations slid from her arm and squirmed underground at lightning speed. After that, Lan Ling shut her eyes and sat down cross-legged. This was Lin Huang's first time seeing such a strange technique. However, he noticed something odd. He did not sense any divine power waves from Lan Ling's body at all throughout the whole process, nor did he sense any sort of waves on a psychic level. He immediately realized what such a probing technique meant. It could not be sensed at all by ordinary measures. Approximately 2 to 3 minutes later, sigils began to appear again on half of Lan Ling's exposed arm. Only then did she slowly open her eyes. She pulled her sleeve down to cover her arm once more and stood up. "I didn't sense any Lord level or more powerful auras within range." To Lin Huang, that sounded like good news. However, the adjacent Saber 9 and Tu Tong did not relax their tense expressions at all. Although he could not see the expression on Virtuoso's face because of their mask, Lin Huang could sense from their aura that Virtuoso was still very much on their guard. "However, we've certainly been sent to a slightly more problematic area." Lan Ling paused before giving the name of their whereabouts, a demonic bug maze. Everyone had a slight change of expression upon hearing the name. Lin Huang was no exception. Although he had never been to the abyss, he had spent some time doing some homework before coming, so he knew some basic things about it. The demonic bug maze was a special type of area in the abyss. This type of area was usually formed by massive gatherings of demonic bug tribes. The multitudes of demonic bug tribes would gather into groups under the bug queen or queen mother's command, forming a gigantic structure similar to a hive. They would then live in it. This special structure would even come with some of the hive's characteristics. The structure itself, however, was even more complex. A normal hive had tens of thousands of tunnels. In a demonic bug maze of the same size, there would be even more tunnels that were more winding, mysterious and unfathomable. If anyone was to intrude accidentally, there was a very high chance that they would be lost inside. This was because the demonic bug maze would block most probing techniques, and one would not know which tunnel would lead to the exit. A wrong turn might make one lose their chance of escaping entirely. Lin Huang raised a doubt in his mind as he recalled all of the information about demonic bug mazes. Are you sure this is really a demonic bug maze? Why can we still see the sky? This is an illusion the bewilderment bug groups created, Virtuoso explained calmly. Ignore this illusion. It relies on the hive walls to exist, it doesn't really affect us. Moreover, nobody below Lord level can dispel it. Lin Huang only realized at this point that nothing was mentioned about this matter in the information that he had looked up. Did you sense any bug queens or queen mothers? Saber 9 asked. No, Lan Ling shook her head. This demonic bug maze has a very complex structure. I'm worried that there might be special sensing bug groups around, so I didn't dare to probe too far in. However, judging by the complexity of the bug groups, structure alone, the leader of this maze might be a lord or a half-step lord level powerhouse. Lin Huang knew Saber 9's objective in asking this question. He wanted to determine if the leader of the maze was a queen mother or a bug queen. If it was just a bug queen, it could not sense whether its underlings were dead or alive. However, if it was a queen mother, it could sense the state of all its offspring's life cycles. This would mean that it would be even more difficult if they wanted to get out of the maze. Although we can't be sure if the leader is a queen mother or not, it's best to be a bit more careful. Although Virtuoso sounded calm, the rest could hear the caution in their tone. The few times that Lin Huang had come into contact with Virtuoso, he had never felt that Virtuoso did anything cautiously. Now, hearing Virtuoso say they had to be careful, he was even a little suspicious about whether or not the Virtuoso in front of him had been replaced by someone else. Do you have a solution? Lin Huang had no clue at all. To him, finding the exit of the demonic bug maze was a great challenge. There were just too many tunnels. They could not be sure which was the right one. Not only that, the biggest problem was that these bug tribes were contaminated by abyssal energy and possessed clouded minds. There was no way of reading any information from them. Virtuoso glanced at Lin Huang but did not even nod. Let's try first. We might not succeed though. Including Lin Huang, none of the others objected to this. After all, nobody had a better solution for now. They could only try out Virtuoso's idea. Subsequently, Virtuoso began to explain their solution through voice transmission. In reality, their plan was simple and very rough. It was to have everyone hide within a demonic bug's body and let Lan Ling use spells to control the bug's movement. This way, they could avoid fighting with other bug tribes in the maze as much as possible, to avoid causing this bug tribe to be wiped out. This could also prevent the bug tribe queen mother from sensing their presence. Although they were not sure whether or not the demonic bug maze's leader was a queen mother, it was best to plan with the worst-case scenario in mind. Although Virtuoso's plan was simple and rough to the point of being crude, everyone agreed to the plan as soon as they were done explaining it. After all, this solution had a certain feasibility. Moreover, they could not think of anything better. Once the plan was set, they began discussing the details in short order. With all 5 of them brainstorming, the details were soon hammered out. Almost immediately, Lan Ling formed an incantation seal with both hands. Around her, the incantation sigils slithered like snakes and disappeared underground. Very soon, a huge, decaying bug beast crawled over quickly and prostrated itself before them. Lin Huang and the rest frowned slightly. This was an entirely physiological reaction. The stench coming from the decaying bug beast was comparable to a biochemical weapon. No, to be precise, it was a biochemical weapon. In reality, there were all sorts of toxins and abyssal energy particles hidden within the terrible stench. Lin Huang and the rest were true gods, and the divine fire in their bodies came with a cleansing function. Therefore, they were not affected by the noxious fumes. However, cultivators below true god level and even virtual gods might be infected by the toxins and abyssal energy particles in the terrible stench. Seeing that the rest made no move, Lin Huang leapt onto the huge, decaying bug beast's back. With the tip of his sword, he cut an opening close to its abdomen. He then enveloped his entire body with telekinesis and wriggled indirectly. Virtuoso and the others did not stand on ceremony after that. They hopped onto the bug's back and crawled in one after the other, concealing their auras. Chapter 1535, Scarlet Centipede. Under Lan Ling's control, the giant decaying beetle headed toward the winding tunnels. The 5 of them hid in the beetle's back. They hid their auras and stopped breathing as well as they patiently waited. No matter what, there were only 2 possibilities in the end. They would either be discovered, or they would pass through successfully. The giant beetle they were hiding in was called a tank beetle in the bug tribe. These beetles were usually beginner stage to intermediate stage heavenly god level. They were a type of bug with powerful defenses and incredible biting ability. They were usually the vanguards of the bug tribe, the defensive formation that would attack the enemy. Meanwhile, the one they were hiding in had clearly been contaminated with abyssal energy to the point where it had become an undying species. Its body was in advanced stages of decay, and an intense rotten stench wafted out from it. Even the odor particles it exuded contained definite concentrations of abyssal energy. However, it was the perfect cover for Lin Huang and the others who were hiding inside its body. The tank beetle took the group through several intersections. Everything went very smoothly. Even several demonic bugs contaminated with abyssal energy that they encountered along the way did not sense anything out of the ordinary. However, Lin Huang and the rest could do nothing apart from shielding their aura. They began chatting through voice transmission from sheer boredom. The plan is going pretty well so far. Have you all done any rough calculations on our chances of being able to successfully make it out of here? Lin Huang could not help asking Virtuoso, who had come up with the idea. Theoretically, Virtuoso paused and turned their head to look at Lin Huang. The success rate is close to 0. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Lin Huang looked utterly bewildered. He had not expected Virtuoso to give such an answer. However, the rest did not seem to be surprised at this reply. We're not even entirely sure if the tank beetle is going in the correct direction. Lan Ling delivered another piece of bad news. Didn't you investigate the nearby distribution of the bugs earlier? Lin Huang was even more puzzled now. I think it shouldn't be too hard to ascertain the general direction according to the rules of the bug distribution in the demonic bug maze, right? Although the internal passages in the demonic bug maze were complex, the distribution of bug beasts in the maze followed the habitat rule of the bug tribe in the hive. The higher the level and combat strength of the bugs, the deeper their habitat would be in the demonic bug maze. Conversely, the lower their combat strength, the closer the bugs' habitat would be to the maze's exit. Many people actually knew about this rule. However, as most probing techniques were restricted in the demonic bug maze, not many were able to discover the distribution of the bugs. Meanwhile, Lan Ling had used a spell to probe as soon as they were teleported here and had found out the distribution of monsters nearby. This was also why Lin Huang was doubtful when Lan Ling said she was not sure of the general direction. Lan Ling knew why Lin Huang was doubtful, so she explained immediately, this demonic bug maze is massive, and the interior is extremely vast. The distance between bugs is also very wide. My spell probe is a probing technique for short to medium distances. Moreover, as it's affected by the maze, the probing range becomes very limited. The probe I did earlier was only able to obtain information from 5 distributions. Although there is a mix of combat strength levels, I can't be entirely sure that the 2 tribes with low combat strength are in the direction of the exit. Theoretically, the distribution of bugs follows the rule that the lower their combat strength, the closer they are to the exit. However, in reality, there's a definite complexity to the bugs' distribution in this maze. The bugs are very close in terms of ability, so they might be in the same region. For instance, we're currently going toward the scarlet centipedes. Although their average combat strength is merely 3rd rank heavenly god level, they might be in the 4th rank heavenly god level bugs region, or even close to the 5th rank heavenly god level bugs region. We're only judging based on partial distribution now. Scarlet centipedes have rather low combat strength on average, so it's possible that they're closer to the exit. However, if we're looking at this from the standpoint of the entire bug distribution, we might be going deeper into the maze. Lin Huang only understood what Lan Ling meant now. The bugs were not neatly distributed in the demonic bug maze. It was just that as a whole, the habitat of the lower combat strength bugs would be closer to the exit. However, if they were looking at only a partial distribution, bugs that were close in combat strength would be mixed in the same region. Therefore, they could not determine the actual direction just by looking at the bugs' combat strength in a partial distribution. Lin Huang also immediately understood why Virtuoso said the success rate for this escape plan might be near 0. This was because they might go through a lot of trial and error. Given that the partial distribution of bugs according to combat strength might not be the same as the overall bug tribe combat strength, Lan Ling would have probe all over again every time they got to a certain distance. If the probing result came out the same after many tries, it would prove that the tank beetle was going in the correct direction. If the result was different, they might need to use another tunnel to go in another direction, until the result of multiple probes came out the same. It was a process of constant trial and error. However, the longer they stayed in the demonic bug maze, the higher the chances of them being discovered. Fortunately, we're currently in the demonic bug maze's outer region. Moreover, our situation is much better than those who have their probing techniques completely prohibited. Tu Tong, who was off to one side, could not help commenting. However, nobody knew whether he said this to console himself or to console others. Better my A*S, who comes into the demonic bug maze to play around just because they're bored. Virtuoso ridiculed, not standing on ceremony. Clearly, they were pissed to have been teleported into the demonic bug maze for no reason. They'd better not let me find out who's been pulling a fast one on us. They better not let me find out who's been pulling tricks. The adjacent Saber 9 also had a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Both their primordiums were big shots in the club, big shots who might even have surpassed lords. If their clones died, they might really go into battle to avenge themselves. Lan Ling and Tu Tong fell as silent as the grave when they heard that and did not dare say anything more. Lin Huang, on the other hand, had no idea how powerful Virtuoso and Saber 9's primordiums were, so he did not really feel anything. The tank beetle continued advancing, under Lan Ling's control. After some 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the first destination of the plan, the gathering grounds of the Scarlet Centipedes. The Scarlet Centipedes were not bug tribe beasts contaminated by abyssal energy, but demons that were born in the abyss. These monsters bore some resemblance to bugs with many legs, like giant centipedes. Their bodies measured between 8 to 12 meters and were wreathed in toxic red mist. From birth, they had innate mastery of the toxic sequence of such poisons. A handful of gifted ones could even derive other sequence powers and rule-bending powers. This was the first bug territory in the route Lan Ling had planned. They had to pass through this area anyway, there was no way of avoiding it or circumventing it. She could only carefully control the tank beetle to get nearer to the Scarlet Centipedes' territory. When they arrived close to the Scarlet Centipedes' territory, a few centipedes soon surrounded them. Lan Ling controlled the tank beetle to stop. This was a routine check. The several giant centipedes lifted their massive, ugly heads and clustered around the tank beetle, sniffing. It was as if they did not register the rotten stench coming from it, instead, it looked as though they enjoyed it. After circling the tank beetle a few times and sniffing at it, the several Scarlet Centipedes retreated. Just when Lan Ling was about to control the tank beetle to leave, a Scarlet Centipede that was much bigger than the previous few barred the tank beetle's way. Not only was it much bigger, but it also had 3 heads. The scarlet eyes on its 3 heads were staring at the tank beetle. A viscous purple liquid was flowing out of its 3 large mouths. It did not discover anything unusual and merely thought the tank beetle was rather delicious. Lin Huang and the rest were anxious, they were even ready to fight. However, right at that point, a strange low hum sounded. The 3-headed Scarlet Centipede turned its head and glanced at the Scarlet Centipede's territory. It only hesitated for a moment, before retreating into the shadows. Lan Ling hurriedly controlled the tank beetle to leave. What Lin Huang and the rest did now know was that in the Scarlet Centipede's territory, a pitch-black centipede raised its head and glanced at the layers of hive walls, looking in the direction of where the tank beetle had departed. Chapter 1536, Discovered. That was so close. Everyone was relieved when they left the Scarlet Centipede's gathering grounds. Tu Tong was the first to speak, unable to hold back. I've just found out that Scarlet Centipedes can grow 3 heads. Lin Huang cared more about the Scarlet Centipede's form. Although they could not use divine telekinesis to probe what was happening outside, Lin Huang and the others could still see everything out there clearly, thanks to Lan Ling's spell projection. The chances of mutated indigenous monsters in the abyss are much higher than in other places. Some that look like distorted mutations to the outside world are actually a way for them to elevate. Just like that 3-headed monster earlier, its level might be class 5.5, which has far surpassed its own tribe. Virtuoso, who was next to them, explained calmly. Not only Lin Huang, but even Tu Tong and Lan Ling fell silent at that. Clearly, it was their first time hearing about such a unique method of elevation. The 3-headed centipede doesn't seem like the bug's leader though, Lin Huang commented after that. The one that released the low hum and stopped it from attacking us might be the real leader. But I didn't sense any more or is more powerful than the 3-headed centipede among the Scarlet Centipedes earlier. Lan Ling, on the other hand, shook her head to voice her doubt. That was probably a mother bug. It might even be the three-headed centipede's mother. It was Saber 9 who explained this time. The mother bug that he mentioned was not merely a female bug but also one that possessed reproductive ability. Mother bugs had a high status in the bug tribe, they might even be the leaders of the entire bug tribe. Mother bugs becoming leaders of the bug tribe had nothing to do with their abilities. Usually, this was determined by the number of offspring that had surpassed a specific ratio. The queen mother was a special kind of mother bug. Among mother bugs, only those with reproductive abilities that had exceeded normal limits would be named queen mothers. That mother bug is very wise. It's probably fairly high level, Virtuoso smiled and noted. Although they did not say it outright, Lin Huang and the rest caught the hidden meaning behind their words. Do you mean we've been discovered? Lin Huang asked immediately. There's an 80% chance we've most probably been discovered. Virtuoso nodded calmly. Lin Huang was rather confused, as he had not noticed anything odd. Tu Tong and Lan Ling had not noticed anything out of the ordinary either. Noticing their confusion on their faces, Virtuoso then explained calmly, the bugs don't live in harmony with each other in demonic bug mazes. Conflicts are common, and it's something very normal for a single bug beast to be eaten by other bugs. That's also the reason why we were stopped by the three-headed scarlet centipede. In reality, the three-headed centipede was famished, and had already locked onto the tank beetle wherein is its prey. Under normal circumstances, the mother bug wouldn't stop it from hunting and eating since it was hungry. That's because hunting a single tank beetle is nothing. However, it was strange that the mother bug was so eager to stop it from attacking us. The only reasonable explanation is that it discovered us hiding in the tank beetle's body. It was even shrewd enough to speculate that its bugs would lose as soon as a fight broke out. To prevent the bugs from being hurt, the only choice it had was to release the tank beetle to avoid conflict with us. Lin Huang and the rest felt that Virtuoso's speculation made sense after listening to their explanation. If it's really as you say, then I suspect we've already been discovered by now. Lin Huang rapidly became aware of another issue. That mother bug must have already spread the news about us. Clearly, Virtuoso and the rest had realized this too. After a moment of silence, Virtuoso turned their head to look at Lan Ling. Wait for a little and find an opportunity, we'll change to another puppet. Lan Ling nodded immediately. Approximately less than 3 minutes later, she found a second puppet, a boa worm. The boa worm was a bug monster that looked like a massive boa constrictor but bore a slight resemblance to an earthworm as well. Its body was usually more than 20 meters long, and its forte was soil elemental truth. If not for Lan Ling's ability with spells, it would have been very difficult for even an ordinary heavenly god to capture a boa worm, as they were extremely proficient in soil escape methods. When they saw the boa worm appearing under Lan Ling's control, Lin Huang and the rest abandoned the tank beetle. After killing it, they climbed into the boa worm's body. The boa worm might have been an expert in soil escape methods, but in reality, to Lin Huang and the rest, it was even more suitable as a means of transport. There were many restrictions in the demonic bug maze, as well as many places that the boa worm could not pass through with its escape method. However, under Lan Ling's control, the boa worm moved forward at least 10 times faster than the tank beetle from before. Meanwhile, within 5 minutes of their departure, a bug tribe team hastened to where the tank beetle's carcass was. They must have hidden in the tank beetle's back previously. After some investigation, a few bugs soon noticed the sliced opening on the tank beetle's back. They've already escaped. They must be hiding in another bug beast now. The trail seems to be left by a boa worm, it might just have been passing through. Whether it's a coincidence or not, we must strictly monitor all boa worm movements. Lin Huang and the others remained hiding in the boa worm, and progress was smooth. Very soon, Lan Ling determined that the general direction they started in was the correct one. They could not help but be relieved. This was because they would have to backtrack if the direction was wrong. There might even be a great deal of trial and error involved to determine where the general direction of the exit was. Since we're in the correct general direction, the next thing that we need to do is to look for the passageway that leads to the exit, Virtuoso said calmly. However, Lin Huang did not forget to remind them, we still need to escape the bugs, pursuit as well. They knew that by now, the news of them invading the demonic bug maze would have already been broadcast everywhere. Almost all the bugs from the shallower areas of the entire maze had left their lairs in search of the 5 of them. If the bug tribe's probing techniques had not also been affected by the demonic bug maze, the group might have been discovered way early on. We'll fight our way out if we really can't escape them. Saber 9's tone was grim. He was obviously not joking. Judging by the expression on his face, he genuinely had every intention of doing it. That has to be the last resort, Lin Huang disagreed. If we can, we should avoid battle as much as possible. After all, this is the demonic bug's lair. No matter how powerful our individual abilities are, we're not lords after all. We can't hold off the entire maze, it's only a matter of time before we exhaust ourselves and die. Saber 9 shot a glance at Lin Huang and said nothing more. Lan Ling remained silent from beginning to end. Given that she was the one using spells to control the boa worm, she was the one who faced the most pressure out of everyone there. She did not have extra energy to participate in the discussion. Chapter 1537. That's a secret. Lan Ling controlled the boa worm as they sneaked around, quietly slipping through a few of the bugs, gathering places. We're looking at first-rank heavenly god level bug territory now. We should be close to the exit. When Virtuoso finished speaking, they looked at Lan Ling. You still haven't found the tunnel that leads to the exit? No, Lan Ling shook her head helplessly. A major difference between the demonic bug maze and the bug tribe's hive was that the combat strength disparity between bugs in the hive could be very big. Among the hives that had a heavenly god level queen mother or bug queen as ruler, it was extremely normal to have heavenly gods, true gods, and even virtual god level bug tribe fighters in the hive together. However, it was different in a demonic bug maze. In a maze that was ruled by a heavenly god, there would only be heavenly god level bug beasts. If bug beasts below heavenly god level came in, they would be treated as food and eaten. Therefore, the first-rank heavenly god level bug territory in the demonic bug maze where Lin Huang and the rest were now housed the bugs with the lowest combat strength. Their gathering place was the shallowest layer in the entire maze, and closest to the region where the maze's exit was. Generally, there was more than one exit and entrance in a demonic bug maze. However, there would not be many of them. Judging from the scale of the demonic bug maze that they were currently in, there should be 4 to 6 entrances and exits. However, it meant that there would only be 4 to 6 passageways that led to the exits. Locating those few specific passageways among the tens of thousands of other complex passages was an astronomically difficult undertaking. The range of my probing ability is approximately 30 kilometers at most in this maze. Furthermore, with the direction we're traveling in, it's still at least several thousand kilometers to the border region where the exit is, possibly even up to 10,000 kilometers. If we're unlucky, I might need to probe up to 100 times before I find the exit. Lan Ling did not have any better ideas either. She could only look for the exit the hard way, probing repeatedly. The rest were helpless too. After all, everyone's probing techniques had been blocked. Lan Ling's rather unusual spell ability was the only probing technique that could be used here. Lin Huang pondered for a moment, then spoke up suddenly. The efficiency of this method is too low. You have a plan? Virtuoso asked immediately. The rest looked at Lin Huang as well. I'm not sure how feasible it is, but we can try. Lin Huang nodded, then said to Lan Ling, don't go around the bugs when you encounter them later. Stop for a little bit. Sure. Lan Ling heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing someone taking the initiative to share her burden. She nodded immediately in agreement. Very soon, she controlled the boa worm to slow down. There are a group of bugs approximately 3 kilometers ahead. Lin Huang nodded and eased himself half out of the boa worm's back. As he moved his 10 fingers slightly, tens of thousands of invisible leech pods wafted forth. As the master of Monster Paradise, he could borrow Bloody's leech pod's ability with ease. Leech pods could be cast on all creatures with combat strength that was either the same as or lower than Bloody. Furthermore, she had gone into closed-door cultivation together with Kylie previously. Not only had she elevated to 5th rank, but she had also achieved a breakthrough to 1st rank heavenly god level. The leech pod ability was perfect for use in the current situation. Lin Huang wriggled back into the boa worm's body as soon as he was done releasing the leech pods. Although Lan Ling's projection allowed the others to see what he had done, they were not able to see the leech pods. What did you do? Tu Tong was the first to ask as soon as Lin Huang returned, unable to restrain himself. They did not use their sensing techniques, so it was only natural that they could not sense the leech pods. Just a little trick. Lin Huang smiled but did not elaborate. We'll find out when we check out the bugs, gathering place. Are you sure you want us to barge in directly? Virtuoso spoke before Lan Ling could ask any questions. Don't all of you want to know what I did? Lin Huang replied to Virtuoso, smiling. Lan Ling, on the other hand, seemed to be hesitating a little. She was not sure if she should listen to Lin Huang. Off to the side, Virtuoso fell silent for a moment, then nodded at Lan Ling. Let's go take a look. Lan Ling's worries eased only after getting Virtuoso's confirmation. She then controlled the boa worm and headed to the bugs, gathering area. A moment later, the boa worm arrived where the bugs were. This was a group of bladderfoot worms, approximately 2,000 of them. Their bodies were purplish-black from being contaminated by abyssal energy and were wreathed in black miasma. A number of them had mutated, sprouting even more strangely shaped bladed feet on their bodies. They looked even more frightening than normal bladderfoot worms. However, what puzzled Virtuoso and the rest was that the bladderfoot worms in front of them had tidily ordered themselves into a square formation. Not only that, they did nothing when they saw the boa worm. They remained where they were neatly, seemingly waiting to be inspected. What is this? Even Lan Ling thought this was rather unbelievable. I've never heard of an imperial censor who can control bugs, let alone control bugs from a distance. Virtuoso glanced at Lin Huang. They were clearly somewhat surprised. I merely used a little trick, Lin Huang said, smiling. If you've got such a trick up your sleeve, when didn't you use it earlier? Tu Tong asked from off to the side. He was not skeptical, instead, he was shocked. At the moment, I can only control first-rank heavenly god-level bugs at most. I can't control those with higher combat strength, Lin Huang explained rather helplessly. Naturally, he did not tell them that the reason for this was that Bloody whom he had borrowed the ability from only had the combat strength of a first-rank heavenly god. To be able to control a group of first-rank heavenly gods while at true god level, this trick of yours is already quite incredible. Saber 9, who had been quiet all along, gave his assessment apropos. What do you plan to do? Use these bladderfoot worms to find the path for us? Virtuoso asked. No, I'll command a few of them to leave this demonic bug maze from the closest exit, Lin Huang answered unexpectedly. We just need to follow them secretly. The others understood Lin Huang's intentions immediately. There was no way of retrieving information from the bug tribe beasts' minds, as they were contaminated with abyssal energy. However, the beasts definitely knew where the demonic bug maze's exits were. Although Lin Huang's command was simple, he could very efficiently turn the bladderfoot worms into their guides. That's a great idea. When Virtuoso and the others heard that, their eyes lit up. At that moment, 6 bladderfoot worms emerged from the multitude. They formed a small group and left quickly in a specific direction. Meanwhile, the rest of the bladderfoot worms that were in formation soon resumed their usual relaxed mode. Follow them, Lin Huang said to Lan Ling immediately. Lan Ling hurriedly controlled the boa worm to follow behind the group of bladderfoot worms. You've even specifically put together a search team. What a smart trick. Virtuoso gave Lin Huang a thumbs up. Nobody would suspect them even if they ran into other search teams. Details determine whether a plan succeeds or fails, Lin Huang said expressionlessly. I have a question. Can you control more bug tribe monsters with this ability? Lan Ling could not help asking. Yes. Then how many can you control at the most? Lan Ling questioned further. Lin Huang turned his head to glance at her, giving her a slight smile. That's a secret. Not just Lan Ling, but the rest were also bereft of speech. Chapter 1538. Mixed Team. Lan Ling controlled the boa worm, surreptitiously following along behind the group of bladderfoot worms. The bladderfoot worms encountered a few search teams on the way, but nobody suspected them. Lin Huang and the others progressed very smoothly on their journey in this manner. Over an hour later, Lan Ling finally spoke up in excitement. I see the exit. However, her expression changed right after that moment of enthusiasm. What's wrong? Lin Huang and the rest immediately noticed her unusual reaction. There are bug tribe monsters guarding the exit, Lan Long announced the result of her spell probe. I'm not sure of their exact combat strength, but their aura is very powerful. Virtuoso and the rest looked rather grim, although they had expected something like this already. I'll get the bladderfoot worms to check. We'll discuss more after we've confirmed their exact combat strength, Lin Huang suggested. Virtuoso and the rest nodded immediately, agreeing to Lin Huang's suggestion. Lan Ling controlled the boa worm to burrow into the ground and wait, while Lin Huang controlled the group of bladderfoot worms to hurry toward the exit. Very soon, the group of 6 bladderfoot worms arrived near the exit. Through the bladderfoot worms' eyes, Lin Huang saw that there was a black blind bug blocking the way out. The black blind bug was a bug monster that possessed no visual organs. However, their hearing was extremely developed. Not only that, they possessed sensing ability that was similar to a bat's echolocation. The black blind bug ahead was contaminated by abyssal energy and was even bigger than usual. It was over 5 meters tall, while each of its 16 bayonet-like feet was close to 5 meters long. Its feet were even more sharp and terrifying than those of the 6 bladderfoot worms. When the team of bladderfoot worms appeared, the black blind bug merely turned its head to look at them, and its ultrasonic waves had already swept over the bladderfoot worms' bodies. Realizing that they were its own kind, it turned its head away and ignored them after that. Lin Huang controlled the group of bladderfoot worms to leave the exit. "How was it?" Virtuoso asked immediately, noticing that Lin Huang had opened his eyes. "Not good." Lin Huang shook his head slightly. "There's a black blind bug guarding the exit, and it has 9th rank heavenly god level combat strength." Virtuoso and the rest immediately looked even grimmer after hearing what Lin Huang said. 9th rank. Tu Tong and Lan Ling frowned hard. "My guess is that the guardians at the other exits are all 9th rank as well. Even if they're not, their abilities probably won't go below 9th rank, Lin Huang voiced his speculations. "A black blind bug, are you confident?" At that moment, Saber 9 asked Virtuoso something that was neither here nor there. "No," Virtuoso shook their head, "that's a 9th rank powerhouse, after all. Not only that, types like this with extraordinary sensing ability will be much more powerful in sensing other things too. It might even be close to the level of a half-step lord, which will make it very hard to deceive." After listening to the conversation up to this point, Lin Huang had roughly figured out that the two were discussing whether or not they could depend on Virtuoso's ability to cast illusions so they could deceive the black blind bug. However, Virtuoso had answered in the negative. "Let's find the next exit," Saber 9 told Lin Huang, not dwelling on the matter after hearing Virtuoso's answer. Lin Huang nodded and immediately ordered the bladderfoot worms to get to the next closest exit. With an exit that was so near yet inaccessible, Lin Huang and the others were in very low spirits. They could not force their way through by facing down the powerful black blind bug guarding the way out, so they had no choice but to take a roundabout route instead. Although there might be bug tribe powerhouses of the same combat strength guarding the other exits, they still might stand a chance of escaping. Even if said powerhouse was slightly weaker, the chances of them escaping would increase significantly. The group of bladderfoot worms started moving after receiving Lin Huang's new order. Meanwhile, Lan Ling controlled the boa worm to sneak behind them. Along the way, Lin Huang and the rest could clearly see that there were more and more bug teams joining the search. The group of bladderfoot worms encountered a search team every few minutes. Fortunately, none of the teams noticed anything unusual about the bladderfoot worms. Lin Huang and the others stealthily followed behind the team of bladderfoot worms for half a day, just like that, without being discovered. That is, until the bladderfoot worms encountered a mixed team made up of members from various bug tribes. On average, this mixed team was intermediate level in terms of combat. There was a devilish sonic bug that was expert in probing, 2 iron blood bugs that were experts in combat, a King Kong beetle with powerful defenses, and 2 wretch spiders with controlling techniques. The mixed team did not have any major reactions when first encountering the group of bladderfoot worms. However, after the bladderfoot worms passed them by, the devilish sonic bug suddenly stopped walking. Lin Huang and the rest did not expect to encounter such a team out of nowhere. To prevent anything unforeseen from happening if they were too far apart in distance, Lan Ling controlled the boa worm to follow behind the team of bladderfoot worms closely. Therefore, when the bladderfoot worms team saw the mixed team, the boa worm was less than 30 meters away from the mixed team. Although Lan Ling managed to control the boa worm to stop in time, Lin Huang and the rest felt rather uneasy. This was because apart from sonic wave attacks, the devilish sonic bug was a bug beast that possessed probing abilities. It could hear the tiniest sound in its surroundings, including breathing and heartbeats. When they saw the devilish sonic bug suddenly stop not far above their heads after the mixed team had passed by the group of bladderfoot worms, Lin Huang and the others had a moment of sudden tension. The devilish sonic bug raised its head high and stared fixedly at the location where the boa worm was hiding. It seemed to be ready to give an alarm. At that moment, the group of bladderfoot worms suddenly released a low, warning hum. The devilish sonic bug and the rest of the bug beasts from the mixed team all turned their heads to look at the group of bladderfoot worms behind them. Suddenly, 6 consecutive blood-red electric arcs appeared out of thin air, charging at the 6 bug beasts in the mixed team. By the time the 6 bug beasts noticed something wrong, it was too late. The 6 electric arcs pierced through all 6 of their heads with unparalleled accuracy. It took less than half a minute for all the kills. Saber 9 and the rest stared at Lin Huang with the most extraordinary gazes when they saw him, recalling the telekinetic flying daggers. 6th rank heavenly gods killed almost instantly. Lan Ling's eyes widened. And there were 2 6th rank heavenly gods, the adjacent 2 Tong added. Saber 9 was not interested in that particular point. He exclaimed, "You're a psychic as well." Virtuoso was the only one who did not seem to be shocked by Lin Huang's abilities. Lin Huang did not respond to the others' exclamations. Instead, he said to Lan Ling calmly, "Get the boa worm to bury the carcasses, or the other search teams will discover them very soon." Lan Ling nodded immediately and controlled the boa worm to bury the 6 bug carcasses underground, then cleaned up all the traces of blood. After taking care of the scene of the incident as fast as they could, they did not linger there. Lin Huang proceeded to control the bladderfoot worms to look for the exit, while Lan Ling controlled the boa worm to follow behind the group of bladderfoot worms. However, she was smarter this time and extended the distance between them a bit more. Previously, it had been 20 meters, but now she stretched it out to 50 meters. Not only that, she got the boa worm to burrow deeper underground. Chapter 1539. Wasted effort. After half a day, the group of bladderfoot worms finally led the boa worm near the second exit. Through the bladderfoot worms, Lin Huang had already caught sight of this exit's guardian from far off. The bug beast guarding the exit this time was a ghoul spider. Its combat strength was also 9th rank heavenly god level. A ghoul spider was a brutal bug beast that specialized in assassination. Not only did it possess invisibility and control type powers, but its body also contained toxins, and it was extraordinarily swift in its attacks. Ghoul spiders that were not contaminated with abyssal energy were already hard to deal with. The one that was guarding the exit had an even more terrifying aura, and its character was even more twisted. The moment the group of bladderfoot worms appeared in front of it, the ghoul spider spat out spider silk to control the 6 bladderfoot worms. Lin Huang thought his parasite technique had been discovered, so he dispersed the leech pods. However, after that, he saw the ghoul spider manipulating the bladderfoot worms to walk over to it. It then bit off half of one of the bladderfoot worms' bodies. Within 2 minutes, the ghoul spider had devoured all the bladderfoot worms completely. Right after that, it faded from view and disappeared. Virtuoso and the rest noticed that Lin Huang was silent and did not press him. Instead, they patiently waited for his probing results. Lin Huang heaved a sigh of relief only after confirming that the leech pods had not been discovered. He then told the rest what he had seen. The exit guardian is a 9th rank ghoul spider. I'm not sure if it was being cautious or it just happened to be hungry. It attacked my group of bladderfoot worms and ate all 6 of them. It wasn't being cautious, nor was it hungry, Virtuoso explained from where he was off to the side. Ghoul spiders are inherently brutal. They will attack any creatures that enter their territory. The ghoul spiders that have been contaminated with abyssal energy are even more ruthless. It's very normal behavior for them. So what do we do now? Do we go to the next exit? Lan Ling had already manipulated the boa worm to stop. This exit is also guarded by a 9th rank bug beast, so we can basically confirm that our previous speculation is correct. The remaining exits should be guarded by 9th rank bug beasts as well, Virtuoso said calmly. The next exit will be the same as this. Are we going to charge through? Tu Tong had entered battle mode as he spoke. There's no rush. Let's try this first. Virtuoso swiftly performed a few hand seals with both hands as soon as he was done speaking. The next instant, a figure that looked exactly like Virtuoso detached itself from their body. It seemed to ignore the existence of the boa worm and the hive walls, gradually emerging from the ground and appearing in the maze passageway. Virtuoso number 2 charged quickly as soon as it found steady footing in the passageway. Their figure abruptly sprang forward, running straight at the ghoul spider that was guarding the exit. The invisible ghoul spider attacked almost as soon as Virtuoso number 2 appeared. Virtuoso no 2 seemed to have sensed the incoming attack. Before ghoul spider's attack could come anywhere near them, they retreated quickly and turned to flee. The ghoul spider chased after it for 2 paces, but soon recalled something. It then turned around and retreated to the exit. It watched Virtuoso no 2 as they departed in the distance, and gradually turned invisible again. Everyone saw the scenario clearly through Lan Ling's spell projection. It failed. Saber 9 was clearly a little disappointed. After seeing this, Lin Huang and the rest understood that Virtuoso was attempting to lure the tiger from its den, using the shadow to draw the ghoul spider away. Unfortunately, it was not fooled. Given a ghoul spider's character, it will give chase under normal circumstances, but it decided to give up right away. However, Virtuoso seemed to have expected this to happen. It proves that the orders it was given definitely included no pursuit to prevent being lured away from its post. If any of you have other techniques, you need to utilize them quickly. The ghoul spider has almost certainly reported the test we did on it earlier. Lin Huang glanced at the group. As expected, there will be more search teams coming in this direction now. We don't have much time left. Let me try again. It was still Virtuoso who spoke up once more. They turned their head to look at Lan Ling as soon as they were done speaking. In a little, when you hear my order, send the boa worm charging over there. Lan Ling nodded instantly. Virtuoso swiftly began performing complicated hand seals with both hands. The mask on their face also started lighting up with gold sigils. A moment later, Lin Huang and the others saw the ghoul spider suddenly reveal itself. It was hanging above the exit. However, it suddenly froze. What they did not know was that to the ghoul spider's eyes, a boa worm had come out from underground suddenly and was hurrying toward the exit. The ghoul spider leapt down from above the exit, and a sharp claw pierced through the boa worm's body. However, a few figures suddenly emerged from the boa worm's body and attacked it. Now, as soon as Virtuoso gave the order, Lan Ling controlled the boa worm to burrow underground toward the exit. It took only the work of a moment for the boa worm to arrive beneath the ghoul spider. The way ahead was a dead end, so Lan Ling could only manipulate it to emerge from the ground and continue hurrying toward the exit. However, right at this moment, a spatial fluctuation suddenly came from not too far away. A silhouette stepped out of a dimensional whirlpool and happened to see the boa worm that was about to rush out from the exit. A claw flashed through the distance, turning several golden gleams that pierced through the boa worm's body and sliced it into multiple bloody pieces. Everyone was shocked. Never had they thought that a 9th-rank golden-clawed bug would emerge out of nowhere at the very last second and ruin Virtuoso's plan completely. The golden-clawed bug was a being in the bug tribes that had extremely powerful attacks. Their legs were unlike many of the bug tribe monsters. They had sharp, beast-like claws, and usually possessed slicing sequence power. The intensity of their attacks was no lower than human sword cultivators and saber cultivators of the same combat strength. Golden-clawed bugs that were contaminated with abyssal energy had even tougher physical constitutions. The abyssal energy within them could absorb rule-bending power and sequence power remnants from attacks. This meant that their enhanced regeneration ability would go into effect when they were attacked with rule-bending power and sequence power, which caused their close-quarter combat abilities to be even more resilient. In the wake of the intense energy shockwaves from the golden-clawed bug's attack, the 16 eyes of the ghoul spider above Virtuoso's group rapidly began to glow with blinding blood-red gleams. The ghoul spider was awake. The initial plan of pulling a ghoul spider a full level higher than their combat strength into an illusion was already the limit of Virtuoso's ability. In reality, even without any interference from the outside world, their illusion would not last for even a few seconds when cast on the 9th-rank heavenly god-level ghoul spider. Therefore, they had immediately urged Lan Ling to control the boa worm and leave at once. However, the energy wave caused by the golden-clawed bug's attack made the ghoul spider realize something was wrong. It merely struggled a little and shook off the illusion. It then saw the carcass that the golden-clawed bug had sliced into multiple pieces and several figures emerging from the carcass. Chapter 1540, Escaping from the Maze. The sudden appearance of the golden-clawed bug was something nobody had expected at all. Although Lin Huang and the rest knew from the beginning that there would certainly be other search teams hurrying over, they had not expected anyone to show up so soon. They knew something was wrong the moment the golden-clawed bug appeared. As expected, the golden-clawed bug charged and attacked the boa worm as soon as it stepped out of the dimensional gateway, slicing it into several pieces. Although Lin Huang and the rest were not harmed by this attack, the golden-clawed bug's actions had startled the ghoul spider above their heads into wakefulness. Therefore, a situation worse than the worst-case scenario occurred. The worst-case scenario that they had anticipated previously was that the ghoul spider would sense something wrong before they escaped and shake off the illusion. However, at the moment, not only were they facing an awakened, furious ghoul spider, but there was a golden-clawed bug staring at them from the sidelines as well. Both bug beasts were 9th-rank heavenly god-level supreme powerhouses. Even a 9th rank heavenly god level Protoss would have a headache if they encountered such a situation. However, in Lin Huang's group, the person with the highest combat strength was merely 9th rank true god level. This was a full level lower compared to the 2 bug beasts. In a little, seize the opportunity and run. It'll better if a single one of us manages to escape than all of us getting stuck here. Saber 9 said to Lin Huang and the rest through voice transmission and was the first to emerge from the boa worm's carcass. He lifted his head to look at the ghoul spider above him, with its blood-red pupils. Countless golden saber gleams began to coalesce in front of him. Virtuoso did not run either. Instead, they planted themselves firmly on a spot near Saber 9 and swiftly began performing hand seals with both hands. They spoke through voice transmission to Lin Huang and the rest as they performed the hand seals. The few of you came in your true forms. If you're killed you'll die for real. Both of us will buy you some time. If you can escape, escape. As soon as they finished speaking, they completed their hand seals. Their body began to replicate rapidly. Countless figures that looked exactly the same as Virtuoso in appearance began charging at the golden clawed bug on one side. On the other side, the countless golden saber gleams in front of Saber 9 also rained down like a storm, heading toward the ghoul spider above his head in an enveloping swarm. Lin Huang noticed that Tu Tong and Lan Ling were still debating whether or not to help Virtuoso and Saber 9. He grabbed both their wrists, one in each hand, and dragged them with him as he charged toward the exit. Both of them can't buy as much time. If you rush over now, not only will this not increase any chances of success, but you'd also cause a mess. They can only get an opportunity to run after you've made it out. Lin Huang said to the pair through voice transmission. Only then did Tu Tong and Lan Ling stop resisting being dragged to the exit. However, they did not notice that Lin Huang's comments only mentioned both of them and did not include himself. At the same time that the three of them were escaping, the ghoul spider above their heads had been completely swallowed up in the golden gleams. Meanwhile, the golden clawed bug on the other side was utterly surrounded by tens of thousands of Virtuoso clones. Lin Huang grabbed Lan Ling and Tu Tong, arriving at the exit almost immediately. He paused as soon as they arrived at the exit. Instead of rushing out, he suddenly used both hands to forcefully push Tu Tong and Lan Ling outside. At that moment, the completely unharmed ghoul spider suddenly broke out from the midst of Saber 9's countless saber gleams. Meanwhile, the golden clawed bug on the other side tore free from the circle of countless Virtuoso clones. Despite using full force, the pair's techniques did not impede the two bug beasts for even the span of a breath. At that very moment, countless blood-red gleams shot out of Lin Huang's sleeves like electric arcs, dividing themselves between the two 9th rank heavenly god-level bug beasts and hurtling toward them. Although Lin Huang's divine telekinesis had been weakened significantly despite not touching the maze's walls, it still worked within a short range of merely over 10 meters. This attack of Lin Huang saw the telekinetic flying daggers compounded with 8 levels of sequence power and sword Dao heavenly rule. Even the two bug beasts sensed the threat and immediately switched their attention to the blood-red electric arcs coming at them. Right in the midst of Virtuoso and Saber 9's amazement, they sensed a thread being tied about their waists. Almost at the same time, Lin Huang's voice sounded in their ears through voice transmission, "It's time to go." Only then did the duo realize that these were Lin Huang's telekinetic threads. The minute they stopped resisting, they felt a tremendous force pulling at them, and their figures flew toward the exit. Amid their frantic retreat, they saw the blood-red electric arcs form into two giant spheres, enveloping the two 9th rank bug beasts completely. After pulling the duo to him, Lin Huang then dragged them both toward the exit and went through, without even turning his head to look back. Outside the exit of the demonic bug maze was a vast expanse of barren land. Tu Tong and Lan Ling, who were waiting anxiously, saw the three of them emerging together. "Go!" Lin Huang was still moving. After his shout, he continued running into the distance. In the maze, the telekinetic flying daggers fell onto the ground one after the other once Lin Huang had left. When the two bug beasts appeared again, there were clear traces of blood on their bodies. However, these were merely flesh wounds, which rapidly recovered at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Both bug beasts merely glanced once in the direction of the exit. Instead of pursuing Lin Huang and the others, they chose to report the incident immediately. Lin Huang and the rest fled some distance away. When they realized that the bug tribe monsters were not coming after them, they were finally able to heave a sigh of relief. "Both of you owe me a set of top-tier god telekinetic weapon relics," Lin Huang said to Saber 9 and Virtuoso in all seriousness. The two of them were speechless upon hearing that. However, both of them also were aware that Lin Huang had indeed left behind that set of telekinetic flying daggers in the demonic bug maze after his attack. "We'll give you back a set each when we get out of the abyss, alright?" Virtuoso said in some annoyance. "Alright," Lin Huang agreed cheerfully, but he soon thought of something after that, "or you could give me materials of the same level in exchange as well." He asked for this to prevent a lack of rare, hard-to-obtain materials for his imperial monsters when they eventually elevated their levels. "Sure," Saber 9 agreed at once. Meanwhile, off to one side, Virtuoso rolled their eyes at Lin Huang. However, they knew very well that if Lin Huang had not sacrificed his telekinetic flying daggers to save them and Saber 9, they both might have been the ones sacrificed in the demonic bug maze. Tu Tong and Lan Ling did not understand what the three of them were talking about, nor did they dare to ask. They could only follow behind and run. "Since those bugs didn't chase after us immediately, can we consider ourselves to have escaped successfully?" Lin Huang asked Virtuoso. "I think so." Virtuoso nodded. "The abyss is massive. Since they didn't come after us right away, it would be hard for them to catch up to us now. It's very normal for them not to pursue us, as they have no way of ascertaining if we have other partners left behind in the maze. They'd definitely do a thorough check of the maze immediately to prevent the bug queen or queen mother from being assassinated. As for us, we've been chased out of the maze, so we're no longer a threat to them. Naturally, coming after us isn't as important as checking inside the maze." Saber 9 was very clear about the operation mechanisms of the demonic bug maze. The bug tribe powerhouses that guard the exits must have received orders beforehand not to chase after the intruders once they escaped from the maze. Otherwise, with that ghoul spider's character, there's a pretty high chance it would have come after us, Virtuoso added. "We can consider the threat of the demonic bug maze removed," Virtuoso continued. "What we must find out as soon as possible is, where exactly are we?" Chapter 1541. The Furies. The surface area of the abyss was unbelievably vast. Although it was only one part of the universe, it occupied over 1/4 of it. Apart from the universe and the great world where Lin Huang and the rest were, the abyss was connected to numerous great worlds, mini-worlds, and time-space continuums. Therefore, Lin Huang and the rest had no idea exactly which area they were in when they escaped from the demonic bug maze. "Lan Ling, check what monsters are around." The reason why Virtuoso asked Lan Ling to check was not that divine telekinesis had no effect here, but because nobody would use divine telekinesis in the abyss of their own accord. It was not just outsiders invading the abyss who would not do that. Even the local residents of the abyss usually would not use their divine telekinesis either. This was because as soon as they utilized their divine telekinesis, it was the equivalent of having exposed their location. If the creatures within the divine telekinesis user's probing range were weaker than the user, that would still be alright. However, if the creatures were more powerful, the user might be targeted by the creature's divine telekinesis and become prey. Furthermore, the one thing the abyss did not lack was powerhouses. Even Lord-level powerhouses would not simply use divine telekinesis when they were here. Instead, they would only use probing techniques that would not be easily sensed. Lan Ling's spell belonged to a type that was rather rare and not known to many people. It was most suitable when used for probing. This had been proven in the demonic bug maze earlier. However, the main advantage of her probing spell was that it was a concealed method. It did not have the upper hand in terms of probing range. Now, without the interference of the maze, the probing range and accuracy of her spell were back to their normal parameters. However, she could only probe activity within a range of 300 kilometers. Although this probing range was still not very wide, it was better than using divine telekinesis to scan and being discovered by powerful abyssal creatures. Lan Ling quickly released her spell and began to probe. As her lips moved, the incantations on both her arms swiftly sank into the ground. She finally opened her eyes approximately 2 to 3 minutes later. "What's the situation?" Tu Tong was the first to ask, unable to restrain himself. "There are furies all over within a 300-kilometer range. I didn't find any other monsters." Lan Ling stood up slowly and looked at Virtuoso. "Furies everywhere within a 300-kilometer range," Virtuoso frowned slightly. "Could this be a disaster abyss land?" Saber 9 turned his head to ask Virtuoso. "It's possible, but we can't be completely sure." Virtuoso nodded lightly. After all, There are many regions in a place like the abyss that have accumulated negative emotions, both great and small. Although there aren't many places where furies gather on such a scale, this is not necessarily a disaster abyss land. Let's walk around. If there are many other large-scale distributions of disasters, we're most probably in a disaster abyss land. Saber 9 remained very sure of his guess. Lin Huang understood the duo's conversation very well. Although it was his first time in the abyss, he had done his research beforehand after all and knew what sort of a place a disaster abyss land was. A disaster abyss land was an area in the abyss where massive amounts of negative emotions had accumulated. In such regions, there were large distributions of extreme negative emotions and creatures that were contaminated with abyssal energy. They were called disasters. A fury was one such disaster. Such monsters were usually abyssal creatures that had been contaminated with raging emotions and thus been transformed. They had massive bodies that were completely red from head to toe, enveloped in a raging fire. The flames could even infect other creatures, causing them to fall prey to rage-induced madness. Apart from that, the Furies' forte was close-quarter combat. They were extraordinarily strong. If they were not killed immediately, each attack they encountered would enrage them further, and make them increasingly more powerful. However, Lin Huang and the rest did not panic. This was because such monsters were lone rangers. Although there were many of them within a 300-kilometer range, they would not hunt in groups. This alone made them less of a threat compared to the bug beasts in the demonic bug maze. Under Lan Ling's guidance, Lin Huang and the rest hurried on and soon encountered their first fury. It was Lin Huang's first time seeing a creature like the fury. The monster was fully 20 meters or more in height and had a humanoid form. It stood upright on two legs and resembled a great red giant. The color of its body was the red of a steamed crawfish. There was even a layer of dark red flame burning on it. Unlike a giant, it did not have a human head, but a huge mutated head, swollen with abscesses all over it. Not only that, it had 3 arms of various sizes. This was a fury that had been transformed from a humanoid mutant. It had maintained 70 to 80% of its pre-fury original form. As Lin Huang was observing this monster that he was seeing for the first time, the fury also noticed the group. It released an enraged roar and charged directly at Lin Huang and the rest, with a sudden burst of energy from its legs. Just when Lin Huang was about to attack, Saber 9 beside him reacted even faster. He performed a saber tactic with his hand, pointing 2 fingers at the charging fury. The saber gleam in front of him turned into a golden ray of light and shot out. A glow like that of a meteor traced through the air and impaled the fury's massive, swollen head in the time it took for a breath. The fury abruptly stopped moving, then fell onto the ground with a thud. The moment it fell, Lin Huang could even sense the ground quaking beneath his feet. Saber 9 only needed 1 blow to kill the second-rank heavenly god-level fury. He sheathed his saber into its scabbard and unobtrusively glanced in Lin Huang's direction. Meanwhile, the dark red flame around the fury's carcass extinguished quickly. Its body began to dissipate at speed visible to the naked eye, transforming into a ball of dark red mist. Lin Huang's gaze was full of puzzlement as he watched this happening. "What's that mist?" "It's the concrete form of anger," Virtuoso explained from beside him. In the material world, things like emotions could not be touched or seen. However, in the abyss, they could materialize into a concrete form. It was Lin Huang's first time hearing such a thing. He was rather astonished. It's best if all of you don't come into contact with these materialized negative emotions. If you touch them, you might lose control of your emotions if it's a minor case. A more serious case might mean you could be contaminated right away and turn into a disaster, Virtuoso added. Can't it be used? Lin Huang was still curious about these negative emotions. It can't. These emotional energies have been completely integrated with abyssal energy. Even abyssal creatures are extra cautious when they absorb these energies, as they will turn into disasters if they're not careful. What more creatures from outside the abyss? The adjacent Saber 9 explained, only disasters of the same species can absorb these energies completely to strengthen themselves. They're toxic to other creatures. Alright then. Lin Huang was clearly a little disappointed when he heard that. Virtuoso also noticed Lin Huang's disappointment. If you have a vessel, you can collect a little of the mist. However, never release it in an open environment, as it will automatically contaminate all living things in the area. Now it's consolidated into a ball only because it's reverted to its original form after just having lost its host. It's in an inert state at the moment. It's that dangerous. Lin Huang had thought this thing was merely a cloud of mist. It had never crossed his mind that its form was just temporary. This cloud is enough to contaminate an entire planet, Saber 9 added from beside him. Lin Huang could not help being bereft of speech. However, he could not restrain his curiosity. He retrieved a vessel and collected a wisp of the mist. Chapter 1542. The jealousies under Lan Ling's guidance. Lin Huang and the rest hurried along. It took them half a day to get out of the Furies' gathering area, killing 27 Furies of various forms along the way. We've left the Furies' gathering place. Ahead, there are jealousies all over within 300 kilometers of my sensing range. Lan Ling stopped and informed the others of her probing results after some investigation. This place is most certainly a disaster abyss land, Saber 9 said to Virtuoso, who was next to him. Virtuoso nodded lightly. We can basically confirm that now. Lin Huang and the rest had flown for the better part of half a day before finally getting out of the Furies' gathering place. The vast size of the area where the rage emotions were dispersed clearly indicated that this was no ordinary gathering point for negative emotions. Now that they had discovered another type of disaster up ahead, it proved that there were many types of negative emotions here. They could basically eliminate the possibility of them being anywhere else now. Only a disaster abyss land could gather so many types of negative emotions in such a vast area. What do we have to take note of to counter the jealousies? Lin Huang could not help asking. He knew of course that a jealousy was an abyssal creature created from the contamination of extreme jealous emotions. However, in the information that he had gathered previously, there were not many descriptions of this particular kind of monster. The jealousies are indeed rather unique creatures. Let me explain, Virtuoso said calmly. The jealousies are monsters that are intensely jealous and usually exist only in spirit form. They're immune to most physical attacks, including those using rule-bending power and sequence power. Only spirit-type attacks can harm them directly. However, if an individual is envied by a jealousy, all attacks from the jealousy's target will work. In other words, if one of us is being targeted by a jealousy and nobody around the target has spirit-type attack techniques, we can't help. The target can only rely on themselves. Another interesting thing is that if an individual is within a jealousy's sensing range, but they have nothing for the jealousy to be envious about, the jealousy will ignore that individual. Even if the individual walks over when the jealousy is watching, that individual won't be attacked. However, jealousies have strange points of jealousy. Not only that, every one of them is different. They might be jealous of things that don't bother us at all. For instance, your hair is longer than mine, so I want to kill you. Why is your lipstick color so nice? I want to kill you for that. Lan Ling lifted her hand in seemingly casual fashion to wipe off the lipstick on her mouth after she heard this. The target has to kill the jealousy as soon as they've been targeted. This is because the longer one drags things out, the more envious the jealousy becomes. It might even go into a state of madness, which causes its ability to skyrocket. There's one more thing to note. Before jealousies lock onto their target, they have a certain level of resistance to spirit-type attacks. Furthermore, if they're attacked under such circumstances, they will immediately go into a state of madness. Even Tu Tong and Lan Ling could not stop nodding after hearing Virtuoso's explanation, not just Lin Huang. Clearly, it was their first time hearing this information as well. Don't panic if you become targets. My Saber Dao Heavenly Rule has spirit-type attack attributes, Saber 9 comforted Lan Ling, then glanced at Lin Huang. Saber Dao and Sword Dao Heavenly Rules belong to a class of extreme physical attack techniques that went beyond the physical immunity upper limits of spirits. These attacks had the effect of harming spirits directly. Saber 9's comments did not refer to not the harm that Saber Dao Heavenly Rule could inflict. Rather, they referred to the spirit-type attack Saber Dao techniques that Saber 9 had mastered. Lin Huang understood what Saber 9 meant and also noticed the slight challenge in Saber 9's gaze. However, it did not particularly bother him. As for Sword Dao Heavenly Rule, Lin Huang had indeed just elevated to Level 2, Heavenly Heart. Perhaps Saber 9, who had been at level 2 for a long time, was not aware of this. However, all the sword servants under Lin Huang had recovered their combat strength to 7th rank Heavenly God level, so he could borrow over 300 types of Sword Dao Heavenly Rules. Among them were a few that had been unlocked to Level 3, Heavenly Dao. He was confident that he definitely would not lose to Saber 9 if they were to spar with swords or sabers, even though Saber 9's primordium was an extremely powerful almighty, as well as a member of the club. However, Saber 9 himself was just a clone, after all. Not only that, his combat strength was merely at 9th rank true god level. Therefore, Lin Huang did not have much intention of challenging Saber 9. In reality, he was more interested in Saber 9's primordium than in Saber 9. Previously, Lin Huang had been curious about how powerful Saber 9's primordium would be at 9th rank, compared to his clone, and if Saber 9's combined ability was more powerful than his own. As they progressed further on their journey, very soon, they encountered the first jealousy. It was Lin Huang's first time seeing a jealousy. This jealousy resembled a female ghost in a red dress. She hovered in the air. She had long, black hair that came to her waist in the beginning. She had her back to them. However, after sensing the auras of Lin Huang and the others, her head turned 180 degrees, revealing her deathly pale face. The most extraordinary thing was that although her face was bloodless, her lips were painted a vibrant and beautiful shade of blood red. Even though Lin Huang was already a true god-level cultivator, he could not help feeling a little terrified when he saw the jealousy in front of them, immediately recalling the horror movies that he had watched back on Earth. After the jealousy turned her head, she began observing Lin Huang and the others carefully. After a round of scrutiny, she eventually locked onto Lan Ling. Lan Ling's heart thudded hard immediately once she noticed the jealousy ignoring the rest entirely and staring at her without blinking. She knew that she had become a target. After targeting Lan Ling, the jealousy's body turned around to where her head was facing. The next second, she appeared in front of Lan Ling directly as if she had teleported. Tu Tong wanted to attack, but Virtuoso clamped a hand on his shoulder. They shook their head and said to Tu Tong through voice transmission, "She's not finished locking onto her target yet." The long-haired jealousy hovered less than half a meter in front of Lan Ling and began to scrutinize the girl from head to toe. A moment later, her gaze alighted on Lan Ling's chest, and she inquired as if she was talking to herself, "Why is your chest so big?" Subsequently, her voice began to repeat like a language learning device. She stared at Lan Ling's chest and began to repeat her words over and over again. She began speaking faster and faster, and her pitch rose increasingly until everyone's ears hurt. Noticing that Virtuoso was signaling her not to attack yet, Lan Ling had no idea what to do at the moment. The jealousy repeated, "Why is your chest so big?" over and over, and her pupils rapidly became bloodshot. A few seconds later, her eyes were completely red. The pupils and irises could no longer be seen. Her black hair began to undulate like snakes. A moment later, countless strands of hair surged forward like waves, charging at Lan Ling wildly as if they wanted to swallow her up. Just when Lan Ling was about to retreat hastily, she saw a blinding golden gleam flash before her eyes, tearing through the entire swath of black waves. Too noisy. Saber 9 sheathed his saber as soon as he finished speaking. The black waves disintegrated immediately. The female jealousy glanced in Saber 9's direction, looking stunned. Subsequently, a golden gleam lit up right between her brows, and her body began to fade slowly. Starting from that golden gleam, Chapter 1543, the anomalies among the disasters. The area where the jealousies were distributed was even larger than that of the Furies previously. It took Lin Huang and the others a full day before they managed to get out of the area where the jealousies were. Along the way, they encountered over 40 jealousies. These were of various forms, and their jealousies were each more peculiar than the other. Everyone in Lin Huang's group was targeted by jealousies for various strange reasons. For instance, Lin Huang was targeted with, "Why are you so good looking?" While Virtuoso was targeted with, "Why is your mask so pretty? You've got a few years on you, but why is your aura still so good?" Was directed at Saber 9, while, "Why is your mustache so thick?" was aimed at Tu Tong. "Why do you have such a nice body when you're so short?" was what Lan Ling received. Fortunately, they were able to avoid high-level jealousies thanks to Lan Ling's advance warning. The beginner stage and intermediate stage jealousies were not powerful enough to be threats to them. After leaving the jealousies territory, Lan Ling performed a new round of probing immediately. Up ahead is the greeds territory. "We've finally reached the good stuff," Tu Tong commented with a smile. He said this because when these monsters called greeds were killed, they would drop various materials. Sometimes, there would even be rare materials dropping from their corpses. "Don't be reckless. There are extremely powerful fellows among greeds as well," Virtuoso reminded. "Most greeds covet superficial things. However, there's a small minority of them who will steal the essence of their prey after discovering the fundamental essence of the prey's power. Such greeds can be as powerful as any sixth-rank being. According to the data records within the universe, among the 7 most common types of disasters, greeds are the second most numerous group to have elevated to lords. They've even surpassed the gluttons, Saber 9 added from where he was off to the side. Then which of them is ranked number 1? Lin Huang asked curiously. I guess it should be the arrogances, Lan Ling answered before Virtuoso and Saber 9 could do so. That's right, Saber 9 nodded. Only extremely haughty individuals become arrogances. Many of them were geniuses from various tribes before their transformation, so their foundation is much better than the other types of disasters. They also have the strongest talent and potential after transforming into arrogances, Virtuoso added, noticing that Saber 9 did not have the intention of elaborating further. The few of them chatted about various disasters all along the way and very soon came upon their first greed. This was also Lin Huang's first time encountering such a monster. The greed before them resembled a patchwork monster with many limbs and eyeballs of various forms. It looked terrifying, but in reality, it was the weakest kind among the greeds. Watching as this patchwork monster charged toward them, Sword 9 did not even have the desire to fight. Tu Tong, on the other hand, felt that this was his chance to shine. He dashed forward and swung a heavy punch at it. Within less than 10 seconds, his blows had reduced the greed to a puddle of pulverized flesh. What depressed Tu Tong was that this greed was so weak, no material fell out of it after it was killed. After resolving the matter of this first greed, they proceeded on their journey again. Unlike before when they had avoided disasters as much as they could, Lan Ling's route this time took them straight toward the greeds. Apart from high-level heavenly god-level greeds, she did not bypass any beginner stage or intermediate stage ones if they were along her route. All along the way, she led the group to monsters that they could kill. As anticipated, apart from the first greed that did not drop any materials, the rest of the greeds dropped materials whenever they were killed. Lin Huang was excited at first, but seeing that Tu Tong was happy to do the fighting for them, he did not bother to interfere. However, later on, he could not help jumping into the fray when they encountered intermediate stage greeds. He obtained many materials along the way, even some rare ones. Just as they were about to leave the greeds gathering area, they finally encountered a powerful greed. This greed was a skeletal monster clad in a black robe. Before Lin Huang and the rest had even arrived, it had already sensed them from far away. It did not use divine telekinesis, this was purely spiritual perception. It stretched its arms into the void and retrieved a gigantic black sickle. Right after that, it brandished the sickle and launched an attack from dozens of kilometers away. Like a wave, the black sickle gleam swelled on the wind, charging at the group in destructive fury. By the time it reached them, it had become a massive tsunami. Even Lin Huang's pupils contracted involuntarily when he saw this. This attack alone was on par with level 2 Sword Dao Heavenly Rule, at the very least. Before Lin Huang could make a move, the nearby Saber 9's battle intent peaked. His saber gleam shot forward like a golden electric arc and collided forcefully with the sickle gleam. Sword cultivators and saber cultivators had always been rivals who were unwilling to yield to one another. Saber 9 had been looking for the opportunity to spar with Lin Huang along the way, but Lin Huang had repeatedly declined. Saber 9 had nursed his irritation for the entire journey. Now that the group had suddenly come upon a powerful sword cultivator disaster, it was only natural that he could no longer restrain himself. This time, he held nothing back in his attack. At first, the saber gleam was just a golden meteor, but it grew increasingly blinding. By the time it collided with the black wave, it was already like a blazing sun. The collision of these two forces was like a massive wave colliding with a sun in the heavens. Both forces were at a stalemate for a long time. Eventually, they exploded and collapsed almost simultaneously. A terrifying energy storm swept in all directions, swirling around. Tu Tong and Lan Ling could not even keep a steady footing. It was not until Virtuoso held up a God Sequence shield relic that they were able to resist the aftermath impact of the energy shockwaves. So powerful. Tu Tong's eyes gleamed as he stared at the explosion. He and Saber 9 were both 9th-ranked true gods, but his ability was nowhere near that of Saber 9. A trace of fear flickered in Lan Ling's eyes. Lin Huang and Virtuoso were unfazed, however. Both of them felt it was nothing out of the ordinary for Saber 9 to possess such ability. In reality, Lin Huang had thought of challenging this sword cultivator greed earlier. However, Since Saber 9 did it first, he did not bother trying to compete for the monster with him. However, since they had seen so many weak greeds previously, he was still very interested in this greed that had abilities on par with Saber 9. Is this a type of greed that's mastered power essence? Lin Huang turned his head to ask Virtuoso beside him. Yes, Virtuoso nodded. It's only at 3rd rank. Heavily god level, but it has abilities closer to 7th rank. It must have plundered quite a few god sequence chains. Greeds can plunder other people's god sequence chains directly. Lin Huang was rather puzzled. He himself had the ability to plunder god sequence chains as well, but he had always thought that such an ability was extremely incredible, so it should be rare. Very few greeds have such an ability. Virtuoso nodded. First of all, it must realize that god sequence chains are the source of a heavenly god's power. Secondly, it must find the right method of plundering and extracting the god sequence chains from its prey's body. Thirdly, it must find the right way of integrating the god sequence chains that it has plundered. It's actually extremely difficult to achieve these 3 conditions because disasters inherently have clouded consciousness. Moreover, their behaviors are dominated by negative emotions, they're unable to make judgments on their own. Those that can generate a spark of self-awareness in their cloudy minds and shake off being completely dominated by negative emotions are the anomalies among the disasters. Chapter 1544. Ascetic Buddhist Tribe in the Void. The battle between Saber 9 and the skeleton greed continued. It was impossible to determine who was the winner or loser for now. Although Saber 9's combat experience was far superior to the monster, and he was more practiced in the use of sequence power, he had not mastered as many god sequence chains as the greed. Apart from Sword Dao Heavenly Rule, the skeleton greed had mastered at least 10 different god sequence chains. It was just that its limits only allowed it to use a maximum of 7 god sequence chains, the power of which was on par with Saber 9's attacks. Perhaps it was because the greed was not in total control of its consciousness, or perhaps the god sequence chains it plundered could not be compounded and integrated well, but the combination of god sequence chains that it used was not very logical. Saber 9 soon noticed this issue and very soon dominated his opponent completely. However, as the two were battling intensely, Lin Huang suddenly had a slight change of expression. He had felt that Lan Ling's probing range was too small, and far from sufficient to give advance warning or to probe the path ahead. Therefore, he had secretly released many leech pods along the way and had been continuously monitoring their surroundings at all times. Through the leech pods just now, he saw that some greeds nearby might have sensed the energy waves from the battle between Saber 9 and the skeleton greed. Although most of them had sensed the threat and distanced themselves of their own accord, there were also several high-level ones whose greed skyrocketed after sensing the waves and were now heading toward the battlefield. Among them was even a powerful 9th rank being. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Huang urged Saber 9, "Saber 9, can you finish it off quickly?" Saber 9 was stunned when he heard this, while Virtuoso and the rest looked at Lin Huang, feeling rather puzzled. Urging teammates to hurry up like this was rude behavior, as everybody had their own tempo of battle. If one suddenly pressed a teammate to hurry, it could very well directly interfere with their fighting tempo. What's wrong? Virtuoso knew there must be a reason why Lin Huang had spoken up to urge Saber 9. Lin Huang hesitated but decided to reveal the reason anyway. There are high-level greeds heading over now after sensing the battle waves here. He did not explain how he knew this, and Virtuoso did not pursue the matter further. They merely glanced at him very intently. Lin Huang did not use voice transmission when he replied to Virtuoso. Saber 9, in the midst of battle, heard him loud and clear. Initially, he was wondering whether or not Lin Huang was hurrying him up just to provoke him. Now he finally realized that his battle had alerted the other greeds far away. The minute Lan Ling heard what Lin Huang had to say, she hurriedly performed her hand seals again, initiating another new round of probing. However, she soon said to Lin Huang doubtfully, "I didn't sense any greeds on the way. Instead, I saw many of them leaving the area that we're in. The weaker ones have certainly sensed the threat, so they're leaving of their own volition. However, the powerful ones are being drawn here. You didn't sense them as they haven't come into your sensing range yet," Lin Huang explained. "I don't want to elaborate on what kind of probing technique I used, but trust me, I'm not wrong about this." All right then, Lan Ling reluctantly accepted Lin Huang's explanation. The others also did not inquire further into exactly what kind of probing technique Lin Huang had used. As the clone of a club member, Saber 9 was naturally aware that all club members had their own secrets. With barely any hesitation, he chose to believe Lin Huang and began increasing the power of his attacks, as well as the frequency of them. As the tempo of battle changed, the skeleton greed clearly failed to react. Its consciousness was already not fully under its control, and as time went by, not only was it unable to adapt to the new battle tempo, but its flaws began to show even more. Saber 9 had already dominated it initially, and it soon went into a completely passive mode. Within 3 minutes after Lin Huang's warning, Saber 9 killed the skeleton greed with his saber. Right as he completed the kill, Lan Ling gave a startled exclamation. A high-level greed has entered my sensing range. It's heading in our direction. Tu Tong had been initially doubtful of Lin Huang's words but had not expressed his opinion all this while. Any suspicions he had previously harbored now vanished completely. At such close proximity, it's too late to think of escaping. Let's just fight it, Lin Huang said expressionlessly. We only need to take care of this one as soon as we can before the next one arrives. He shook his sleeves as soon as he was done speaking, and telekinetic flying daggers shot out like a school of fish. Saber 9, who had just finished with his battle, did not sheathe his saber either. Instead, he brandished his weapon and turned around, staring in the direction where Lin Huang's telekinetic flying daggers were pointing. Although Virtuoso did not move, the circulating divine power around them accelerated in preparation for going into battle at any moment. Meanwhile, Tu Tong and Lan Ling retreated to one side. High-level heavenly god-level powerhouses were already beyond their capabilities. Very soon, a greed with a powerful aura showed up in front of them. This monster's form vaguely resembled a human. It was bald and excruciatingly thin, with swarthy skin. The biggest difference between itself and humans was that it had 6 arms and 3 eyes. The ascetic Buddhist tribe, Saber 9 could not help a startled exclamation the minute he set eyes on it. Lin Huang was stunned as well upon hearing that. He had also heard about the ascetic Buddhist tribe, which was a unique tribe in the great world. The tribe members aspired to become ascetic cultivators. They even rejected using equipment and most cultivation resources. Not only that, they pursued the simplest life possible. If they did not have to eat, they would not eat. If they did not need to drink water, they would not either. They severed connections with anything related to desires, retaining only the most basic requirements in life. Therefore, the ascetic Buddhist tribe members had powerful inner strength and terrifying wills. This was also why Saber 9 was so shocked to see this greed. The ascetic Buddhist tribe could unanimously be considered by everyone in the entire universe as the tribe with the least desires. They could even get rid of their most basic biological desires. What more greed? However, the ascetic Buddhist tribe member before them had fallen and transformed into something that was practically impossible for its tribe agreed. What's this fellow greedy for? Almost everyone present, including Lin Huang, had a similar question pop up in the minds. However, they soon found out the answer to that. The third eye on the ascetic Buddhist greed's forehead opened abruptly. All of a sudden, myriad rays of Buddha's light flooded the entire area. Countless golden sutras circulated around, enveloping the surroundings and turning them into a Buddhist kingdom. The ascetic Buddhist greed levitated gradually into the air, and the silhouette of a massive golden Buddha appeared behind it slowly. A low mutter reached the ears of Lin Huang and the others very clearly. We'll become a Buddha after cleansing the abyss. These muttered words abruptly caused them to understand why this fellow had turned into a greed. This ascetic Buddhist tribe member must have been obsessed with cleansing the abyss of abyssal monsters. In the end, it was overcome by greed, which had then magnified its obsession, and it had turned into a monster itself. After mumbling for a while, the ascetic Buddhist greed lowered its head to look at Lin Huang and the others. Its third eye gradually turned red. Its 6 palms shot out almost simultaneously without holding back, as if 6 massive mountains had tumbled down. Die, monster. Chapter 1545. The opportunity to attack an individual in the ascetic Buddhist tribe, the purest tribe with the least desires, had become the most improbable disaster of all agreed. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, everyone present might not have believed that such a thing could happen. Even Virtuoso and Saber 9, who were both experienced and knowledgeable, were stunned when they first set eyes on the greed. However, right after that, their expressions changed slightly. The ascetic Buddhist tribe were the purest ascetic cultivators. They had immensely strong wills and spirits, which meant their abilities were generally powerful. Although this transformed ascetic Buddhist tribe greed before them only possessed 7th-rank heavenly god-level combat strength, the aura emanating from it was terrifying. Furthermore, it attacked at full force as soon as it arrived. All 6 of its arms struck at once, turning into 6 massive, unbelievably tall mountains, tumbling toward Lin Huang and the rest. Each of these mountains was encompassed by at least 9 levels of sequence power. Just this attack alone could completely overwhelm a 9th-rank heavenly god-level powerhouse. Saber 9 and Virtuoso could not help having a drastic change of expression. Both of them attacked immediately, attempting to block this assault. Up to 100 saber formations lit up like golden gleams in front of Saber 9, layering each upon the other. Over 1,000,000 golden saber gleams illuminated the saber formations, so dense that they utterly blotted out the sun in the heavens. He unleashed this attack full force, holding nothing back. Even Lin Huang was rather shocked as he watched from the sidelines. However, something happened next that shocked him even more. Virtuoso did exactly the same thing as Saber 9. Up to 100 saber formations consolidated quickly in front of them, and over 1,000,000 golden saber gleams lit up like a sky full of stars. What's happening? Lin Huang's eyes widened. As a sword cultivator himself, he had not sensed any aura of a saber cultivator on Virtuoso at all from the beginning until now. However, at present, Virtuoso was executing the exact same technique as Saber 9. Not only that, Lin Huang could clearly sense that the saber formations and saber gleams that Virtuoso had consolidated were real, rather than an illusion. Tu Tong, standing off to the side, seemed to have noticed Lin Huang's confusion. He then explained through voice transmission, "This is the effect of the imitation god sequence chain our teacher has mastered. He can imitate and copy others' techniques." Lin Huang only noticed then that under Virtuoso's mask, faint blood-red sigils were swirling in their pupils. Under Saber 9 and Virtuoso's combined forces, countless saber gleams were attacking the greed's massive palms. It was like a meteor shower colliding with a monumental wall. Endless golden streams of light blasted forth, crashing against the massive mountain-like palms. All of a sudden, the streams of light vanished, and the mountains collapsed. Under Virtuoso and Saber 9's combined forces, the ascetic Buddhist greed's attack was finally blocked. Judging from this, the ascetic Buddhist greed's ability was merely average. When its attack was blocked, the ascetic Buddhist greed was merely stunned for a second before it struck out with all 6 palms again. Each strike was more and more ferocious, and it kept shrieking continuously as it attacked. "I will wipe all of you out even if I die today, you monsters." The blood-red fury in its 3 eyes increased even more. Lin Huang did not attack as he watched Saber 9 and Virtuoso barely holding off the powerful palms of the ascetic Buddhist greed. Instead, he seemed to be pondering deeply as he stared at the monster. "This fellow doesn't seem to realize at all that it's been transformed into a greed. Aren't you going to help?" Off on the sidelines, Lan Ling could not help asking as she noticed Saber 9 and Virtuoso having a difficult time with the monster. "I'm waiting for the opportunity to attack," Lin Huang returned calmly. The reason he did not participate in the battle was that he was very much aware that, even if he did join in, it would be very difficult to end the fight within a short time. It would be extremely hard for them to escape before the next monster arrived. He did not elaborate further after his comment. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Virtuoso spoke to the ascetic Buddhist greed during the battle. "You keep calling us monsters, but you don't seem to realize at all that you're the only monster here. We're ordinary people who haven't been contaminated by abyssal energy." "Nonsense." The ascetic Buddhist greed slammed its palms down again. "You're a monk from the ascetic Buddhist tribe. Don't tell me you're completely unaware of the abnormalities in your body. Or perhaps you do know, but you've chosen to ignore it. You're trying to delude me with your lies." The ascetic Buddhist greed struck out with its palms once more. "You're the best judge of whether or not we're trying to delude you. I don't believe that as an eminent monk, you would be completely unable to sense the abyssal energy and negative emotions that have contaminated your body. If it doesn't believe you, show it the mirror of truth. Let it see what it looks like now, and that should settle things." Lin Huang could not help chiming in on the discussion despite being an onlooker. "That's a great idea," Virtuoso exclaimed. Immediately after, he retrieved a mirror from his space storage and turned it to face the ascetic Buddhist greed. Although it did not believe what Virtuoso and Lin Huang had said, the ascetic Buddhist greed could not help looking into the mirror. One glance and it saw its appearance as it was currently. It was as emaciated as a mummy. Not only that, it had 6 arms and 3 eyes, and was extremely hideous. "This is a trick. What utter nonsense." The ascetic Buddhist greed gave a low growl. "This is definitely not a trick. This is how you currently look like to us," Virtuoso explained, "You've been blinded by abyssal energy and negative emotions, so you're unable to see the truth of the matter. In your eyes, you're normal, while we're monsters. However, in reality, it's the complete opposite. The image shown in the mirror of truth has proven that the mirror of truth can be faked," the ascetic Buddhist greed insisted. "You judge for yourself whether it's fake or not then." Virtuoso tossed the mirror of truth directly at the ascetic Buddhist greed. The ascetic Buddhist greed picked up the mirror. The first thing it saw its emaciated, swarthy face. It then used the mirror to look over the rest of its body, and the frown on its brow began to deepen. As an ascetic Buddhist tribe member, its spirit strength and force of will had far surpassed the majority of 7th ranks, to the point that it had already achieved the standard of a 9th rank. It was practically impossible for anyone below half-step Lord level to have sufficient ability to pull it into an illusion. Therefore, the mirror of truth it was looking at had to be real. The ascetic Buddhist greed found it hard to accept these thoughts for a while and remained rooted to the spot, dumbstruck. It had spent years killing monsters, but it had never thought that the biggest monster would actually be itself. Right at this moment, a blood-red sword gleam flashed through the void. It was Lin Huang, who had been ready to attack for a while now. This was the opportunity that he had been waiting for. He did not hold back anything at all in this attack, compounding Sword Dao Heavenly Rule in 9 levels of God sequence chains. The sword gleam was like Death's sickle. It also resembled a blood-red crescent moon suspended in the heavens. It slashed through the ascetic Buddhist greed's body in an instant. The ascetic Buddhist greed had no time to dodge, nor was it able to defend itself against the attack. All it saw was a red gleam coming toward it, and its body was immediately reduced to a headless corpse. Chapter 1546. Elevating to 8th rank as he sensed the massive number of rule-bending powers and sequence powers rushing into his body, Lin Huang felt utterly satisfied, but also slightly puzzled at the same time. The number of rule-bending powers that he had plundered from this ascetic Buddhist disaster exceeded that of any heavenly gods he had ever killed. There were over 700,000 types of rule-bending powers, which was at least 10 times more than what he had obtained from other heavenly gods. There were even over 18 god sequence chains. This caused Lin Huang to speculate involuntarily, is this a unique trait of the ascetic Buddhist tribe, or a characteristic of a greed that plunders rule-bending powers and sequence powers? As he contemplated this question, Tu Tong and Lan Ling were looking at him, their expressions utterly shocked. They knew that Lin Huang had powerful abilities, but they had never expected that he would be this powerful. With just one sword strike, he had killed the powerhouse that Saber 9 and Virtuoso could only contend with after they had joined forces. Although the attack was a stealth attack instead of an upfront assault, it was enough to demonstrate Lin Huang's ability. The intensity of Saber 9's gaze also increased as he looked at Lin Huang. He already knew that Lin Huang was a sword cultivator, but so far, he had never seen Lin Huang using his sword. This was the first time he had seen it, and it stunned him. Even Saber 9 himself did not have full confidence to pull off the attack that killed the ascetic Buddhist disaster earlier. The more this was the case, however, the more he felt that Lin Huang was an opponent worthy of being challenged. In the team, Virtuoso seemed to be the only one who was not surprised. They merely glanced at Lin Huang, then turned their eyes away. "Let's go. There'll be more ascetic Buddhist disasters coming if we linger." After he had extracted all the rule-bending powers and sequence powers in the ascetic Buddhist disaster's body, Lin Huang turned around immediately and headed toward their next destination. He was much more enthusiastic in the subsequent hunt for greeds after obtaining so many rule-bending powers and sequence powers from the ascetic Buddhist disaster. He did not even conceal his probing technique at all and began to lead. The route they took was mostly through the areas distributed with intermediate-level greeds. Noticing that Lin Huang had begun to fight more frequently, Virtuoso and the rest merely thought he wanted to end the battle sooner. They had no idea that he was testing out the number of rule-bending powers and sequence powers that he could obtain from various greeds. After more than 10 rounds of testing, he basically confirmed that the more powerful the ability of a greed, the more rule-bending powers and sequence powers it could plunder from others. In particular, greeds that had mastered power essence had an incredible number of rule-bending powers within their bodies. Lin Huang even managed to plunder close to 200,000 types of rule-bending powers from a 4th-rank greed. However, they had already stayed in the greeds, gathering grounds for a full day, and Lin Huang did not feel right about continuing to lead everyone to wander around this area. After confirming his speculations, he did not linger there for very long. Instead, he led the rest to the next area, the gluttons, gathering grounds. These monsters called gluttons were contaminated by abyssal energy and gluttony. Such monsters remained forever in a state of hunger. They were eager to eat every second of their lives. Only food could bring them joy. Furthermore, the frightening thing about these monsters was that they did not even need to think or cultivate. They could grow more powerful just by eating continuously. They were able to obtain nutrients from every food they ate so they could gain energy. In reality, gluttons were not the only ones in the greed's territory. There were arrogances as well. However, Lin Huang chose to go to the area with gluttons. He did this because he thought that some gluttons might possess the ability to plunder the rule-bending powers and god sequence chains from their prey's bodies, just like some greeds could. He even speculated that the rule-bending powers and sequence powers within gluttons might be more plentiful than in any of the other disasters. Therefore, he decided to verify his speculations. After entering the gluttons' territory, the first glutton Lin Huang and the rest encountered was a giant ball of flesh. The ball of flesh was approximately over 3 meters in diameter, hovering in midair. Mouths of various sizes grew all over its body as well as tentacles of varied sizes and lengths. Each tentacle appeared to have a unique sensory organ from far off. They had already sensed the presence of Lin Huang and the others. Countless tentacles extended swiftly and swept toward Lin Huang and the rest like long whips. The creature was so greedy that it wanted to capture all of them at once and swallow them up together. However, what greeted it were red electric arcs that were up to 100 times faster than its own tentacles. Without waiting for the rest to react, Lin Huang attacked first. His reason for taking the initiative was simple: he merely wanted to verify if his speculations were correct. This fourth-rank glutton was rather unfortunate. It had barely extended its tentacles before Lin Huang's telekinetic flying daggers turned them into sieves full of holes. One exchange of blows, and it was all over. It had only made an appearance for less than half a second. Noticing that Lin Huang had grabbed the opportunity to attack, Virtuoso and the rest felt even more that he wanted to leave this disaster abyss land as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lin Huang rapidly sensed the rule-bending powers and sequence powers surging into his body after killing the glutton. Just as he had anticipated, the number of rule-bending powers he obtained from this glutton was more than several times that of an ordinary fourth-rank heavenly god. However, one glutton was not proof of the entire matter. This glutton might be a special case. To verify his speculations, he needed more gluttons as reference. Let's go. What are you standing there for? Lin Huang did not even look at the glutton, which had not yet fully turned into a negative emotion. He immediately bestirred himself and headed swiftly to the location of the second target. Virtuoso and the rest glanced at the dead glutton, only following Lin Huang after making sure that it was not going to revive. In the few subsequent hunts, Lin Huang very quickly verified his speculations. Practically all gluttons had more rule-bending powers and sequence powers than other monsters of the same combat strength. However, most of these gluttons existed in a state of muddled ignorance. Eating was the only thing on their minds, and their use of sequence powers was by instinct. Even if they harbored powers stronger than the other disasters, they could only showcase a fraction of their abilities. However, this made it easy for Lin Huang. The efficiency of his rule-bending power plundering increased more than a few times. Virtuoso and the rest were quietly pleased as they watched him killing monsters so enthusiastically. They followed him the entire way and watched him shine. Meanwhile, Lin Huang killed swiftly everywhere he went. Sometimes he did not even stop walking, disposing of his opponents in a second by using telekinetic flying daggers from a distance. Virtuoso and the rest soon realized that Lin Huang was killing gluttons intentionally. This was because the number of gluttons they had encountered today was several times more than the number of disasters they had encountered in other areas. Within the short space of a day, Lin Huang had killed more than 200 gluttons. Each monster provided him with over 100,000 rule-bending powers at the very least and 700,000 to 800,000 rule-bending power at most. The number of rule-bending powers that the 200 over gluttons provided allowed him to elevate from 7th rank to 8th rank successfully. If it were not for Virtuoso and the rest following along with him, he would very probably have hunted in this area until he broke through to 9th rank. However, considering that he came with the team, he could only abandon the thought. After completing a full day's hunting, only then did he leave the gluttons' territory, feeling unsatisfied. Chapter 1547, heading in the 1 o'clock direction. Have we left the disaster abyss land? Virtuoso asked this because they could clearly sense that the negative emotions which had been lingering around them at all times had completely vanished. The rest soon noticed this as well. I think so. Lin Huang was not too sure of the disaster abyss land's demarcation. Although he sensed the negative emotions around them were gone, he could not answer for sure. Where do we go now? What can you sense? Virtuoso asked. There are a group of carnivorous giants at 10 o'clock, approximately 600 kilometers away. At 11 o'clock, approximately 1,100 kilometers ahead, there's a decaying toxic forest. There are a group of ghoul jackals at 12 o'clock, approximately 500 kilometers away. There's a toxic fog swamp at 1 o'clock within 1,300 kilometers, but the exact situation is unknown for now. At 2 o'clock, roughly around 800 kilometers off, there's a large cluster of dead spirit monsters. If we head in the direction of 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock, we'll go back to the disaster abyss land. Lin Huang turned his head to look at Virtuoso. Noticing that they were frowning in deep thought, he could not help asking, "Don't you have a specific destination in mind?" Only then did Virtuoso look at him. "The place I want to go to is called Phantom City. My objective is to retrieve the Castellan seal. I also know the exact coordinates of a few Phantom Cities. The problem is I'm not sure where we are right now. That's because there are hundreds, even to up to thousands of discovered disaster abyss lands in the abyss, and there are even more demonic bug mazes. Although there are many Phantom Cities too, it's not easy to encounter one. So which direction do we go now?" Lin Huang asked. Virtuoso hesitated for a moment but made a decision. "The toxic swamp then." Lin Huang could not help frowning upon hearing their answer. "You might want to think this through. That might be the most dangerous place of all these few options. My probing technique will be blocked in the fog too, and we won't know what's happening in there. Let's just go there. We can see through the rest just with a glance anyway. Moreover, a Phantom City's entrance is usually somewhere that's not easily discoverable." Virtuoso clearly did not have any better choices. If there really is a Phantom City nearby, the entrance is most probably in the swamp. "Let's bet on that. What do you all think?" Lin Huang glanced at the rest. "Since Phantom City is our destination, no matter what, we'll still have to look for the entrance regardless. The rest of the entrance locations might not be as safe as the swamp anyway." What Lan Ling said was something Lin Huang had never expected. To him, she was an introverted, timid sort of girl. "I think what Lan Ling said makes sense." Tu Tong, off to one side, agreed immediately. "Let's go." Saber 9 was even more straightforward. Since he saw that everyone was unanimous in their agreement, Lin Huang did not object any further. He was not worried at all that he might die. After all, he had the abilities from Monster Paradise. As long as he was not killed by Lord-level powerhouses, he could be revived with full health. He had intentionally brought this up earlier since he was mainly worried that Tu Tong and Lan Ling might not possess sufficient ability. However, since the two of them had agreed, he could not really say anything more. After deciding on the direction, they headed straight to the foggy swamp. "You don't need to worry about us. In reality, there are many such foggy swamps in the abyss. It shouldn't be a problem as long as we're careful," Lan Ling suddenly said to Lin Huang through voice transmission as they were on the way. "Also, my spell probing is effective most of the time in such foggy areas." Lin Huang nodded at her slightly but did not reply. All of them hurried along and soon arrived at the foggy swamp that Lin Huang had mentioned earlier. White fog covered the place as far as the eye could see, dense as clouds. They could not see anything of the swamp at all. If anyone were to barge in carelessly, however, they might fall into the swamp immediately and be corroded to death. Very wisely, Lin Huang and the others paused in front of the fog. Virtuoso and the rest all looked at Lan Ling. She was also aware that it was time for her to demonstrate her abilities. She rolled up both of her sleeves and swiftly began performing complex hand seals with both hands. A moment later, incantations like tiny snakes appeared on her skinny arms immediately, squirming about rapidly on them as if they were alive. She abruptly pressed both palms onto the ground, and the incantation swiftly began to wriggle into the earth. After that, she sat with her legs crossed and closed her eyes. Quite some time later, Lan Ling finally opened her eyes slowly. However, she could not help but frown. "My probing technique is experiencing a significant blockage in this foggy area." "How far can you probe?" Virtuoso asked immediately. "The distance is even shorter than in the demonic bug maze, 10 kilometers at most," Lan Ling said helplessly, this fog seems to have the ability to absorb spells and refract them. The further I probe, the faster the spell wears out. You could say it's exponentially effective. If I'm not wrong, your spell isn't the only thing that's being affected here. Lin Huang released a wisp of divine telekinesis as he spoke. As expected, it experienced extreme blockage. He could clearly sense that the fog was absorbing his telekinesis. Once his divine telekinesis was swallowed up by the fog, it disappeared into it and vanished entirely. Even information feedback was significantly affected. I can't use my divine telekinesis either. Lin Huang reported the results of his experiment after he tried. His divine telekinesis could only extend to just about 1,000 meters in this fog. Virtuoso and the rest tried their divine telekinesis too after hearing what Lin Huang had said and quickly came to the same conclusion. We can only rely on you now, Tu Tong said, smiling at Lan Ling. Lead the way, Xiao Lanlin. Virtuoso too turned their head to look at Lan Ling. She nodded immediately and said, let's go into the swamp from the 12 o'clock direction, that is, straight ahead. Be careful, however, the swamp contains many enchanted toads and poison arrow frogs. If we're merely attacked, it won't be something life-threatening. However, if we fall into the swamp, there's a high chance that we'd be contaminated by the dense abyssal energy and become abyssal creatures. Don't make it sound so scary, can you? From off to one side, Tu Tong gave a forced, rather stiff smile. This place is already dangerous enough. Now that you've said this, I don't want to go in at all. What's the point of your current physique then? Lan Ling's lips curled slightly. You're good to look at, but you're useless. I'll lead the way. Lin Huang volunteered the suggestion. He was not doing this to show off but because he possessed Mirror, the upgraded version of Dark Mirror, an unbelievably powerful defensive technique. If he took the lead, this would minimize his other teammates' casualties. Both of us will bring up the rear. Saber 9 nodded as well. Naturally, he meant himself and Virtuoso when he said, both of us. Once the three of them had taken their positions, the remaining two naturally stood in the middle, which was also the safest position in the entire team. Chapter 1548. Poison Arrow Frogs. Lin Huang took the first step into the foggy area. His figure levitated into the air slightly, approximately a meter above the swamp beneath. He chose that particular height because the fog was too dense. Any higher, and he would not be able to see the surface of the swamp anymore. In this foggy area, everyone's divine telekinesis was severely constrained. The information they sensed might be incomplete. For now, they could only rely on their eyes to help. Even though Lin Huang's divine telekinesis was powerful beyond compare, his sensing range was limited to approximately 1,000 meters only. The further the range, the more blurry the images he sensed. Some images were even distorted, so he had no way of identifying what they were. This irritated Lin Huang because such severe limits on his divine telekinesis not only affected his accuracy in targeting his telekinetic flying daggers but also severely restricted his power. Please be careful, Virtuoso frowned lightly and said to everyone through voice transmission, every area of fog here has different effects. Right now, nobody knows if this fog does anything else other than affecting our sensing techniques, such as divine telekinesis. Since we haven't ascertained whether or not this fog poses any further threats, please keep the defenses on your armor activated at all times. Before Lin Huang and the rest entered the foggy area, they had already taken precautions by activating their inner armor. The defense layer created by this armor automatically shielded their outer bodies. Virtuoso reminded them again to prevent them from lowering their guard. All of them nodded. Lin Huang, who was at the forefront of the team, suddenly decreased his flying speed, looking through the dense fog in a specific direction. In reality, his eyes were not able to see through the thick fog, but his divine telekinesis was able to sense that the area ahead was a gathering ground for poison arrow frogs. The poison arrow frog was a type of monster that was inherently heavenly god level from birth. However, unlike most heavenly god level monsters, they were used to living in groups. Their croaking could travel over long distances, attracting monsters of the same kind to gather. Clearly, the poison arrow frogs contaminated by abyssal energy retained their old habits. They still enjoyed living in groups. There's a situation ahead, Tu Tong hurriedly asked, being the first to notice Lin Huang slowing down. There's a group of poison arrow frogs ahead, at least 50 of them, Lin Huang said calmly. Can we go around them? Tu Tong wanted to know. However, it was not Lin Huang who answered this question, but Lan Ling. We can't go around them. Not only are there poison arrow frogs ahead, but also enchanted toads and thousand-legged snakes. The entire swamp seems to have been divided into various territories by different monsters. There are practically no areas that are safe. Tu Tong was bereft of speech upon hearing that. We don't need to go around them, let's just forge straight ahead, Virtuoso suggested. If everyone can be a little more careful, that would be good. Only after that did Lin Huang lead everyone in flying forward. However, before they could fly very far, black arrow-like gleams sped toward them like lightning. It was the poison arrow frog's signature technique, the poison arrow skill. Simply put, they compressed the toxins in their bodies into fine, tiny arrows. They then imbued divine power, rule-bending power, and sequence power into those arrows, and shot them out of their mouths. Such an attack not only contained poison that could easily kill powerhouses of the same combat strength, but it was also extremely fast. It was almost on par with an arrow cultivator of the same combat strength. The most frightening thing was that the poison arrow frogs could utilize their technique continuously until they exhausted the toxins stored in their bodies. Meanwhile, the poison arrow frogs contaminated by abyssal energy had even more terrifying poison arrows, as they contained a layer of abyssal energy within them. Their power and corrosive abilities were undoubtedly elevated even further. Seeing the poison arrows flying toward them, Virtuoso and the rest prepared to retaliate, but they noticed that Lin Huang had not unsheathed his sword at all. Just when they thought that he was preparing to fight using telekinetic flying daggers, they saw Lin Huang extend a finger in the void. With just a light tap of that finger, circle upon circle of black ripples appeared in the air. The ripples slowly spread, rapidly becoming a massive curved mirror, shielding the 5 of them behind it. Virtuoso and the rest were able to see the poison arrows attacking them as they looked through the curved mirror. None of them thought Lin Huang's defense technique was a good idea. This was because such a technique would drain a massive amount of divine power once it was under siege. No matter how powerful Lin Huang was, it was impossible for him to have more divine power than the poison arrow frogs. Therefore, theoretically, Lin Huang's divine power would soon be depleted by the attacks of the poison arrow frogs and the mirror-like shield would collapse sooner or later. Is this fellow planning to charge ahead with the shield? Virtuoso and the rest did not stop Lin Huang's near-suicidal behavior because they all had the same misunderstanding. However, very soon, they saw something that shocked them. When the poison arrows hit the curved mirror, they bounced back right away practically without pause. Wherever they had been shot from was where they returned to. The group could even clearly hear the frogs' devastating cries from far away. Virtuoso and the rest had no idea what to say when they saw such an extraordinary scene. Under normal circumstances, the more frequently the poison arrow frogs attacked, the more powerful their attacks would become. However, this time, the poison arrow frogs' attacks began to weaken not long after they began. Not only was the frequency of the attacks plummeting at a speed visible to the naked eye, but their power was also draining away. Even the frogs' devastating cries decreased continuously, becoming subsequently weaker. 2 minutes later, the entire swamp fell silent after the last cry from the frogs was heard. Tu Tong and Lan Ling looked at Lin Huang, mouths agape, while off to one side, Saber 9's expression was a complex mixture of emotions. Virtuoso's expression could not be seen as their face was covered by their mask. However, the rest imagined that Virtuoso was shocked as well. From beginning to end, Lin Huang had merely held up an odd, mirror-like shield. He had done nothing else after that, and the entire group of poison arrow frogs was completely annihilated within less than 3 minutes. This technique was downright terrifying. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, perhaps Tu Tong and the rest would not have believed that this was really happening right in front of them. Noticing that the poison arrow frogs were quiet now, Lin Huang released his divine telekinesis for a round of probing. He only recalled mirror after making sure that the poison arrow frogs were all dead. Retrieving the carcasses with telekinetic threads one after the other, he put them all away into his space storage right in front of the others. The rest finally discovered the exact number of poison arrow frogs, 58 of them. Let's go. Lin Huang glanced at the rest behind him after putting away the carcasses, then hurried straight ahead. Virtuoso and the rest followed him immediately. That skill that you used, what's the most powerful attack it can defend against? Saber 9 hesitated for quite a while but finally could not restrain himself from asking. 10 times that of my strongest attack. Lin Huang did not conceal this fact. There was no need to hide such a thing anyway since, in reality, no one knew exactly how powerful his strongest attack was. Even Virtuoso raised their brows under their mask upon hearing that. How about the refraction? How powerful of an attack can it refract? Saber 9 asked again. The same. Lin Huang's answer was concise. However, Tu Tong and the rest inhaled sharply when they heard that. Chapter 1549. Fiendish Swamp Monster is a member of the club as well. Virtuoso's Primordial had actually done a thorough investigation on Lin Huang. Not only did they know he was a sword cultivator and a psychic, they even knew of his identity as an imperial censor, something that people in the God territory had no idea about. Despite that, they still saw Lin Huang performing incredible techniques over and over again during this trip together. No matter if it was the probing ability that he had revealed in the Disaster Abyss land previously or the defense technique he had just performed in the Foggy Swamp, there were no such records of anything like it in the club. Initially, Virtuoso had invited Lin Huang to join the team merely for his combat abilities. Given his abilities as both a sword cultivator and a psychic, it meant that his attack power would not only be stunning, but he would also have extremely powerful long-distance attack techniques. However, Lin Huang had demonstrated far more comprehensive abilities than Virtuoso had initially expected. With his shield, the team was moving forward much faster than they had expected in the Foggy Swamp, practically without any obstacles. Mirror's defense and refractive abilities were just too terrifying. Virtuoso and Saber 9 were even a little doubtful if a 9th-rank heavenly god might be able to break through Lin Huang's current defenses. There's a group of fiendish swamp monsters ahead. Do we go around them? Lan Ling suddenly asked as the team moved forward. She asked this because the fiendish swamp monsters were rather unique creatures. They could transform themselves into a part of the swamp and hide perfectly in any swamp terrain. When they were hiding, most probing techniques would not work on them, including divine telekinesis. Naturally, divine telekinesis was not entirely useless. If one's combat strength was a level higher than the fiendish swamp monsters, the monsters could not hide from being sensed by divine telekinesis. Apart from being able to conceal themselves, the fiendish swamp monsters were also experts in covert killing. With their perfect camouflage, their attacks were almost entirely unpredictable. Their covert killing skills were even more dangerous within the toxic swamp's terrain. If their prey fell into the swamp, there was almost no chance of escaping. In a foggy area, almost everyone would choose to circumvent monsters that they would not be able to sense. That was why Lan Ling still asked such a question, even though they were progressing swiftly on their way without any obstacles. Virtuoso did not answer the question upon hearing it. Instead, they and Saber 9 looked at Lin Huang. There's no need to go around, just continue straight ahead. There was no change of expression on Lin Huang's face at all. The rest were relieved to hear this. Since Lin Huang had said that, it meant he was confident about passing through the fiendish swamp monsters' gathering area. Soon after they moved forward, Lan Ling suddenly gave warning. There are fiendish swamp monsters hiding approximately 1,000 meters ahead. Lin Huang released his divine telekinesis but found nothing. He could not help secretly exclaiming that Lan Ling's spell-probing technique was indeed extremely useful. Lin Huang sent out his divine telekinesis again after the team had advanced for several hundred meters. He thought that perhaps he would find something with his divine telekinesis since they were closer now. However, he still did not sense anything unusual. The swamp seemed peaceful, apart from a ground full of mud and mire. There was nothing else. Aside from Lin Huang, Virtuoso and the rest also sent out their divine telekinesis and found nothing either. If not for Lan Ling's spell detection sensing those fiendish swamp monsters, perhaps the entire team would have fallen into the fiendish swamp monsters' trap. The group continued moving forward, but the fiendish swamp monster restrained itself and did not attack. It only attacked at last when Lin Huang and the rest flew by above it. Over 100 coal-black tentacles shot up from the swamp as if a volcano had erupted, ensnaring the team like a massive web, as if it wanted to capture all 5 of them. If Lan Ling had not given advance warning, this ambush that came out of nowhere might really have succeeded. Although it was hard to capture Lin Huang and the others, the attack was enough to put them in an awkward situation for a while. However, since Lan Ling had mentioned it to them earlier, they had come prepared. The moment the fiendish swamp monster attacked, Lin Huang held mirror under everyone's bodies. The tentacles above that were about to ensnare everyone were blocked directly. To be precise, not only were they blocked, but the 100 over tentacles bounced back the moment they collided with mirror. The fiendish swamp monster that had made the covert attack clearly had not foreseen this happening. Before it could react, its 100 tentacles had been stabbed full of holes like a sieve. In the blink of an eye, its life force was gone. Its disgusting green carcass floated up from the swamp, and everyone was finally able to see what the monster really looked like. It was a soft-bodied monster, entirely green in color. It had multiple tumors of various sizes on its skin like a toad, and its entire body exuded a rotten, pungent stench that was worse than the swamp. As for the tentacles it had extended earlier, it was not that the monster had tentacles. Instead, it had simulated them with its body. After sensing the fiendish swamp monster's death, as well as the rule-bending powers and sequence powers that surged into his body, Lin Huang raised his brows, puzzled. Although this fiendish swamp monster only had the combat strength of a 4th-rank heavenly god, the amount of rule-bending powers and sequence powers that he obtained from it were far higher than most monsters of the same combat strength. It was only slightly less than the gluttons and greeds of the same combat strength. This was an unexpectedly pleasurable surprise for Lin Huang. I wonder if this is a special case, or if all fiendish swamp monsters master a great many rule-bending powers. Lin Huang had his doubts, but he knew the answer to his question would soon be revealed. Very soon, the team encountered a second fiendish swamp monster. Lin Huang took the lead in killing it and once more plundered a great number of rule-bending powers again. It was the same for the subsequent 3rd and 4th fiendish swamp monsters. Each of them provided him with a massive amount of rule-bending powers. This allowed Lin Huang to be certain that fiendish swamp monsters would provide a massive amount of rule-bending powers, and that the first one was not just a special case. However, he could not quite understand why such a monster would have such an extraordinarily large number of rule-bending powers and sequence powers far beyond the usual amount. He continued to puzzle over this until Virtuoso unintentionally mentioned that fiendish swamp monsters were actually sarcophagus monsters that would clear the swamp of all debris. Their method of doing so was to swallow everything. This made Lin Huang speculate that the fiendish swamp monsters had an ability similar to gluttons, whereby they could obtain rule-bending powers and sequence powers from powerhouses, dead bodies. However, just like gluttons, although they obtained many rule-bending power and sequence power, they could not use many of them. Their overall ability was no more powerful than monsters of the same level. Meanwhile, Lin Huang was able to take advantage of the monsters' trait of possessing many rule-bending powers and sequence powers. Lin Huang, who was initially not interested in the fiendish swamp monsters, had his interest piqued considerably after confirming that such monsters could provide him with a massive amount of rule-bending powers. He was now in a rather enthusiastic hunting frame of mind, having fallen into manic monster hunting mode ever since the Gluttons and the Greeds, Chapter 1550, All the Express. Lin Huang spent less than 20 minutes killing all the fiendish swamp monsters along the way, plundering millions of rule-bending powers. If not for the consideration that he was still a part of Virtuoso's team, he would most certainly have killed all the fiendish swamp monsters in the area instead of only killing the fiendish swamp monsters along the way. None of them would have been spared. After all, these were monsters that gave him express and they were hard to come by. After leaving the fiendish swamp monsters' territory, the team continued moving forward. Lan Ling used her spell probe, again and again, attempting to locate the unusual place that Virtuoso had mentioned. However, her efforts were of no avail. As they had Lin Huang with them, they passed through the monsters, gathering areas one after the other without any difficulty. Despite this, their progress was not exactly swift. After all, their senses were impeded. Not only that, there was danger almost everywhere in this swamp area. After passing by a monster gathering area, Lan Ling initiated a new round of probing. She opened her eyes a moment later. "There's a demonic fir forest ahead of us." She glanced at Lin Huang after saying that and hesitated a moment before asking, "Do we go around it?" The last time she asked that question had been when they had encountered the fiendish swamp monsters. As if worried that Lin Huang might not understand the situation, she added, "The situation in the demonic fir forest is rather complicated. Apart from the demonic firs having inherently powerful territorial instincts and extremely powerful offensive capabilities, there are many tribes that live in symbiosis with them in the demonic fir forest, for instance, the dead spirit vines, fish apes, lightning snakes, and so on." Lin Huang's eyes lit up when he heard that. As far as he was concerned, the more monsters there were, the more rules he could plunder. One must know that he had reaped an abundance of express before hunting the fiendish swamp monsters. Subsequent rounds after that had gotten him less than 1/3 of the express he had obtained from killing the fiendish swamp monsters. Now, Upon hearing that there were many types of monsters in the demonic fir forest, his first thought was that this was the perfect chance to gain a massive amount of express. Naturally, he would not let such an opportunity pass him by. Let's just go in. Lin Huang glanced at Virtuoso beside him after saying that. What if the Phantom City's entrance is in this forest? We'd miss it if we detour around it. He said this intentionally as he was worried that everyone would opt for going around it. However, what he said made some sense. If the entrance to the Phantom City was within this demonic fir forest, they would completely miss it if they made a detour around the forest. It would also mean that their journey into the foggy swamp was all for naught. Virtuoso had initially chosen to explore this area, as they suspected that it might be the Phantom City's entrance. Let's go in then. Virtuoso pondered for a while but still nodded in the end. The rest made no objections after Virtuoso had spoken. After all, Virtuoso was the one who had formed the team. The main objective for them gathering in the abyss was to help Virtuoso obtain the Castellan seal of Phantom City. After confirming that they would not detour around, Lin Huang once again blazed the trail. Leading the team, he flew into the demonic fir forest area up ahead. The demonic fir was a type of plant monster. Actually, demonic fir was the general overarching name for an entire category. There were many types of different demonic firs that fell under this category, and all of them had different names. The monsters in the foggy area's demonic fir forest were called night demon firs. This type of monster had a very unique characteristic: they were basically in a state of deep slumber during the day. During the day, even if people passed through the whole of the demonic fir forest, they might not be attacked by even one night demon fir. As long as their bodies did not touch the night demon firs, and they did not make any loud noises, they basically would not wake the trees. However, the night demon firs would fully come alive at night. Nighttime was party time for all night demon firs. It was also their time for hunting. They would extend their branches and use their blade-like leaves to shred apart any intruders that approached their territory. However, the most frightening thing about the demonic fir forest was not the demonic firs themselves, but the monsters that were living in symbiosis with them. There might be powerful beings hiding among those monsters. Lin Huang could not help being stunned when he saw the night demon firs before him. Although he had already read the information about the demonic firs much earlier on, he had not expected them to be so massive when he set eyes on them in person. Each of these firs had a diameter of over 2 meters. They were so tall that their tops were in the clouds. At the same time, Lin Huang heard startled gasps near him. So big. This exclamation came from Lan Ling. So thick. This was from Tu Tong. Lin Huang's thoughts took a slightly perverse turn when both exclamations came together. However, at that moment, the several night demon firs within their field of vision moved almost simultaneously. Countless branches whipped out like lightning, the leaves on the twigs unfolding like blades. If this attack had struck them, Lin Huang's entire group might have been sliced into countless lumps of meat immediately. However, since they had come prepared, they were naturally not caught off guard. As soon as the night demon firs attacked, they reacted at once. Lin Huang's finger stabbed out, and a black mirror coalesced in front of him. This time, he did not shield the rest. He did this mainly because earlier, he had been too enthusiastic when he was hunting the fiendish swamp monsters and did not give the rest the opportunity to showcase their skills. It was Virtuoso who suggested that he give Lan Ling and Tu Tong some opportunities for combat. In subsequent battles, therefore, he had intentionally not taken special care to protect both of them. Furthermore, the night demon firs did not have stealth techniques, and their abilities could not be considered overwhelming. For Lan Ling and Tu Tong, these were the best combat opponents to practice on. Naturally, he did not have to protect Virtuoso and Saber 9. Therefore, Lin Huang only protected himself when he raised his shield this time, ignoring the rest. The several night demon firs whipped their branches around maniacally as if they were dancing in the dark. However, any branches that came at Lin Huang were flung back in a strange manner when they struck the black mirror in front of him. The fully unfurled leaves on the branches were now aimed at the night demon fir instead, wildly attacking it. The night demon fir was not an inherently intelligent monster. By the time it realized something was wrong, it was too late. In an instant, countless leaves collided with the branches. Within less than half a second, the massive tree was left with a short, bald trunk stump jutting out from the ground, less than 18 centimeters high. If there had been any onlookers who did not understand the reason for this, they might have been astonished and wondered why this night demon fur had committed suicide. Did it not have the confidence to live just because it looked too ordinary? The battle on Lin Huang's side ended in no time at all. The entire process had taken less than half a second. However, Virtuoso and the rest were still in combat. After disposing of the night demon fur that had attacked him, Lin Huang checked on the situation with the rest. He then turned his eyes away and closed them to feel the rule-bending powers surging into his body. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a slight gleam in them. This night demon fur had provided a substantial amount of rules, only slightly less than fiendish swamp monsters of the same combat strength. This stirred up Lin Huang's hunting spirit, causing it to blaze once again. These trees are all express. Chapter 1551, Triple Happiness. For every ordinary 4th rank heavenly god that he killed, Lin Huang could obtain 20,000 to 25,000 types of rule-bending powers. However, he obtained 80,000 to 100,000 types of rule-bending powers just from killing one 4th rank night demon fur. It was almost 4 times more than what he could get from heavenly gods of the same combat strength. The night demon furs with higher combat strength would have even more rule-bending powers within their bodies. As far as Lin Huang was concerned, killing these monsters was undoubtedly the best way to obtain express. As he led the team forward, apart from letting Tu Tong and Lan Ling practice on the beginner-level monsters, he would kill the rest right away. He did not give Virtuoso and Saber 9 any combat opportunities at all. Virtuoso and Saber 9 did not say anything either. They had already begun to realize that Lin Huang seemed to be extra enthusiastic about killing specific monsters. This was because he clearly did not bother to battle certain monsters, but others he would rush in to kill. However, the two of them could not figure out what aroused Lin Huang's interest for killing these monsters. To them, the several types of monsters he was enthusiastic about killing did not seem to have anything in common. The team continued moving ahead in the demonic fir forest. Very soon, Lin Huang had obtained over 1,000,000 rule-bending powers easily. It was certainly more than several times faster than killing regular monsters. Suddenly, Lan Ling issued a reminder, "There'll be dead spirit vines ahead." The dead spirit vine was a parasitic vine monster that lived on the demonic firs. While simultaneously obtaining nutrients from the demonic firs, they would repay this by using their strength to help the demonic firs hunt. Their attacks were not physical like the demonic firs but directly targeted the spiritual layer. Once the dead spirit vines had extracted more nutrients than the demonic firs could give out, the dead spirit vines would usually choose to leave their host demonic firs and look for a more powerful demonic fir to live on as a parasite. This was to prevent the demonic firs from being harmed. Meanwhile, powerful dead spirit vines that could not be satisfied by the nutrients provided by one demonic fir would live on multiple demonic firs at the same time to divide up the burden. However, such powerful dead spirit vines usually possessed terrifying ability, which could support the hunting proclivities of multiple demonic firs. The symbiotic relationship between the dead spirit vines and demonic firs was a mutually beneficial virtuous cycle. For the night demon firs, the benefits they received from the dead spirit vines was even greater. This was because the dead spirit vines would take the initiative to hunt and kill any creatures that invaded their territory when the night demon firs were asleep during the day. Everyone in the team plucked up their courage when they heard Lan Ling's reminder, and were even more on their guard. The dead spirit vines' combat abilities were more powerful than night demon firs of the same combat strength. Not only that, they had many techniques. Their overall ability would elevate significantly when they combined forces with the demonic firs to fight. However, when Lin Huang heard Lan Ling's reminder, the first thought that flashed through his head was, since they're the night demon firs parasites, wouldn't they have similar amounts of rule-bending powers and sequence powers as the night demon firs? His eyes lit up again when he considered this. If that were really the case, it would mean that he would gain double the happiness. Naturally, Virtuoso and the rest had no idea about these strange thoughts in his head. Lin Huang led the team forward, seemingly cautious. Not far into the journey, they encountered a new round of stealth attacks. This round was different from the previous battle, as this time the night demon firs and dead spirit vines attacked simultaneously. Vine silhouettes and branches extended, filling the air. The intensity of the attack was more than several times stronger than before. Furthermore, this time the attacks targeted all the members of the team. The members of the team were armed and ready for battle. Even Saber 9 looked much more serious now. As for Virtuoso, Although their expression was not visible under the mask, the rest could clearly see that they were no longer as relaxed as before. Due to the intersecting attacks of vine silhouettes and tree branches, it was very hard to differentiate which were spiritual attacks from the dead spirit vines, and which were the night demon fur's physical attacks. Lin Huang was the only one who felt unusually excited. Seeing the attacks coming toward them, dense as rain, he stabbed a finger into the air, raising mirror to shield everyone in the team. This time, he raised mirror without any trouble at all, as if he were worried that his comrades could not handle the monsters. However, Lin Huang was the only one who knew that the actual motivation behind this was so he could kill the monsters himself and obtain all the benefits. Mirror steadily suspended itself in the air, over everyone's heads. Virtuoso and the rest were initially worried that it might not be able to provide any defense against spiritual attacks. However, they soon realized that Lin Huang's mirror was much more powerful than they had ever imagined. Very quickly, they felt at ease and settled down to watch the scenario play out. In the void, branches and vines surged toward the group like a furious storm. The moment they touched mirror, however, they bounced back at an even faster speed. On the heels of that, blood-curdling screams could be heard in the fog. A moment later, the attacks that had blotted out the sky were completely gone, and the fog had also become silent. Lin Huang had dominated the entire place with just one finger. Tu Tong and Lan Ling were so utterly stunned, they could not snap back to their senses even a moment later. Virtuoso and Sword 9 looked at each other and saw astonishment in each other's eyes that was hard to conceal. This defense technique was practically invincible. Lin Huang, on the other hand, stood where he was, sensing the massive number of rules that were surging into his body. Just simply pointing a finger had gained him up to 1 million EXP's worth of rules. He sensed that his earlier speculation had been confirmed as well. Each dead spirit vine had a similar number of rules to the night demon furs that they latched onto as parasites. The rewards he reaped this round really made him feel twice as happy. After dispelling mirror, Lin Huang extended his telekinetic threads one after the other to drag the carcasses back. He was also finally able to see the dead spirit vines form. It was a type of black rattan, the thickness of which varied from that of an adult's thigh to the size of a bucket. They were like massive boa constrictors. What was more unusual was that all these rattans did not look entirely alike. Apart from a black-colored base, they were all different. Some had sprouted thorns on their surfaces, some were full of fleshy tumors, some had scales, while some were covered with poisonous secretions. Although the dead spirit vines would divide into multiple branches when they attacked, one could imagine the consequences if one's soul were struck by those rattans. Lan Ling and Tu Tong thought it was rather frightening as they watched from the sidelines. Store them up. Dead spirit vines are great materials for refining spirit weapons even in the universe, Virtuoso commented with a smile. You should be able to sell them at a good price when we get out of here. Lin Huang's brows shot up when he heard that. He had not expected to have an extra windfall like this. Spirit-type god relics were usually expensive as the refinement materials were rare, what more the god sequence relics that heavenly gods used. Naturally, the price for dead spirit vines would be high as they were the main materials for refining god sequence relics. The demand would be high as well. Lin Huang was even more interested in hunting dead spirit vines now that Virtuoso had provided this information. This was not merely double happiness, it was triple happiness. Chapter 1552. Two young ones. The first round of battle where the night demon furs and dead spirit vines combined their attacks was intense, but it also ended very rapidly. As the team moved on ahead, the same thing happened in the second and third rounds. With Lin Huang's mirror, not a single attacking night demon fur and dead spirit vine could survive. Virtuoso and the rest were feeling more and more stunned by the invincibility of this skill. Won't this skill drain your divine power? Lan Ling finally could not help asking after she had observed for a while along the way. How could that be possible? Lin Huang thought her question was rather baffling, but he explained patiently anyway. Every time mirror defends against an attack, 1/10 of my divine power is drained. If my opponent's attack contains spiritual power, rule-bending power or sequence power, I'll drain 1/10 of their spiritual power, rule-bending power or sequence power. After listening to this explanation, Virtuoso and the rest thought this skill called mirror was even more incredible. Lin Huang could send his opponent's attacks back at them just by draining 1/10 of his divine power. This was the equivalent of doing practically nothing except holding up mirror, and his enemies would have their powers drained. The reason for this was because no matter what attack his opponent sent at him, the drain on Lin Huang's side would forever be 1/10 of his opponent's powers. Saber 9 fell into deep contemplation after hearing Lin Huang's explanation. He was thinking of a way to counter Lin Huang's attack. However, no matter how hard he thought, he could only come up with two ways of doing so. One was for the power of the attack to exceed Mirror's limit, which meant that it had to exceed 10 times that of Lin Huang's most powerful attack. He felt that perhaps even most 9th-rank heavenly gods could not achieve this. The other way was to surround Lin Huang with a multitude. Although a single person would find it hard to drain Lin Huang's divine power, as long as there were enough opponents, they would be able to completely exhaust his divine power sooner or later. Naturally, Saber 9 was not wrong in his idea, but what he did not know was that the density of Lin Huang's divine power far exceeded that of ordinary people. Draining the divine power within Lin Huang's body like that would require many more individuals than Saber 9 had anticipated. As the team moved on in the fog, the number of rules that Lin Huang obtained also increased. Within less than half an hour even, the number of rules within him had skyrocketed to tens of millions. However, they seemed to be going deeper into the demonic fir forest. The further they went, the higher the combat strength of the night demon firs and dead spirit vines. The frequency of Lin Huang and the rest encountering other monsters living in groups in the demonic forest increased as well. Although Virtuoso and the rest began participating in combat, Lin Huang's efficiency in obtaining rules only increased. Over an hour later, the number of rules within Lin Huang's body had broken through to 100 million. However, he was still only halfway to breaking through to 9th rank. He was extraordinarily excited. If not for Virtuoso and the rest being present, he would have stayed to hunt until his combat strength achieved another breakthrough. Right in the midst of Lin Huang's enthusiastic killing spree, Lan Ling's voice suddenly came through. There might be a powerful dead spirit vine approximately 10 kilometers ahead. Can't you confirm the probe results? Virtuoso asked immediately. It isn't that I didn't detect the dead spirit vine, but I detected trails similar to those left behind by dead spirit vines slithering through. Lan Ling paused, then continued, judging by the trails, this dead spirit vine is at least 3 meters thick. Virtuoso fell silent after hearing what she said. 3 meters thick, are you sure about that? Lin Huang could not help asking. Even he thought that was quite unbelievable. It must be noted that most of the dead spirit vines Lin Huang's group had encountered were merely as thick as an adult's thigh, while the thickest one was as thick as a bucket. Basically, they did not see many that were half a meter in diameter. Naturally, everyone was doubtful when Lan Ling reported that the dead spirit vine was 3 meters thick. I'm very certain about how thick it is. Lan Ling added after that, however, it also might be left behind by monsters such as boa constrictors. If it's really a dead spirit vine of that size, its combat strength might be above 9th rank. There's a high possibility that it might be a half-step lord as well, Virtuoso said, glancing at Saber 9 and Lin Huang. Saber 9 said nothing. Instead, he looked at Lin Huang. Lin Huang noticed everyone looking at him and knew that they were waiting for him to voice his opinion. I definitely can't kill a half-step lord. But I think we can go check it out first. What if it's not a half-step lord? What if it is, though? Virtuoso asked Lin Huang. If it is, I have a way of escape. Lin Huang was not particularly worried. At most, he could utilize a substitute for death so he would not die. However, the chances of the rest of you dying will be very high. That's not acceptable. Why don't I go check it out first? Lin Huang suggested again. Wouldn't it be easier to just detour around it? Tu Tong could not help commenting. Lan Ling merely detected suspicious trails on the ground. Even if it's really a dead spirit vine, we have no guarantee that it will linger in that area. Other areas might not be safe either. After all, such a massive dead spirit vine is sure to have many night demon firs protecting it. We have no way of knowing where the borders of their protected area lie anyway. Furthermore, the area under this dead spirit vine's protection ought to be massive. We can't rule out the possibility that the Phantom City's entrance is within this area. The latter part of Lin Huang's comment was also the reason for Virtuoso's hesitation. If not for this consideration, Virtuoso would definitely have let everyone detour without hesitation. He, too, was unwilling to take on a half-step Lord Powerhouse. Saber 9 said nothing. He had realized this as well. Seeing that Virtuoso was taking a long time to make up his mind, Saber 9 finally spoke up. How about this? We'll leave the two young ones here, and the three of us will go check it out first. He obviously meant Lan Ling and Tu Tong when he referred to the two young ones. By now, he was treating Lin Huang entirely as a senior of the same level. Virtuoso nodded only after Saber 9 said this. Let's do that then. Are you sure you won't die if we encounter a half-step lord? Lin Huang looked at Virtuoso and Saber 9. If you're not confident of that, then it's better if I go on my own. You're underestimating us a little too much, Virtuoso snapped, annoyed. My primordium left me something for my survival. Surprisingly, Saber 9 was much more frank. Although Virtuoso said nothing, they clearly had a similar method. That's no problem then. Lin Huang had no more objections. Virtuoso turned around and looked at Lan Ling and Tu Tong. Both of you stay here. We'll contact you after we've done some reconnaissance. The pair nodded immediately. Although Virtuoso was not their master's primordium, Virtuoso was their master's clone after all. They did not dare disobey an order Virtuoso had given. Lin Huang led Saber 9 and Virtuoso ahead after Virtuoso had given instructions to Tu Tong and Lan Ling. Lan Ling watched the three of them disappear into the fog. After a long while, she said in a tiny voice, Master also left us a survival method. Beside her, Tu Tong patted her shoulder. We'll just mess things up if we go with them. We'd better wait obediently here and see what they find. Chapter 1553. We're here anyway. Lin Huang led his team of 3 forward after leaving Lan Ling and Tu Tong behind. After 2 rounds of being attacked by monsters, they finally saw the trail left behind by the dead spirit vine that Lan Ling had mentioned. It was a shallow gully, but its diameter was approximately 3 meters wide. It looked very much as if a massive creature approximately 3 meters wide had pressed down on the road as it went, leaving such a trail behind. When they saw the gully, Lin Huang and the other 2 scanned their surroundings with divine telekinesis, gathering whatever information they could. It ought to have been a few days since this trail was left behind. There are no aura remnants on it at all, and there's no trace of divine power and rule-bending power in the surrounding area. Saber 9 was the first to speak up. Whether or not the trail was left by a dead spirit vine, it should have been a while since it appeared nearby. Lin Huang nodded lightly. It might not be around here anymore. We're here anyway, so let's just look around. Virtuoso did not seem content for them to have wasted their time coming here. Lin Huang and Saber 9 had no objections to this. All of them continued moving forward, following the direction where the gully extended. After advancing for a short while, they soon noticed something unusual. There's not a single monster around, not even a night demon fur. Lin Huang frowned slightly and could not help raising his concerns. Is this normal? It's very strange, Saber 9 answered before Virtuoso could speak. Can we ascertain what exactly the situation is? Lin Huang fixed his gaze on Virtuoso when he asked that. We can't confirm anything for the time being. Virtuoso shook their head and replied in the negative. Lin Huang's brows lifted when he heard this reply. He said nothing more after that. Clearly, Virtuoso had some speculations, but they could not confirm anything just yet. Under such circumstances, it was futile to press them further. If there were things essential for them to know, Virtuoso would definitely tell them. The 3 continued moving forward, but the quietness around remained. No living things appeared within the sensing range of their divine telekinesis. Not only were there no monsters, but there were also no night demon furs or even dead spirit vines. Lin Huang even had faint suspicions about whether or not they had already left the demon fir forest area. The 3 flew on in this manner for over 10 minutes before their divine telekinesis finally sensed a dense night demon fir forest coming up ahead. They immediately had their guards up when they saw the night demon fir forest again. Any anomalies happening that meant something was definitely wrong. As expected, before they went too much further, they sensed a colossal monster hiding in the dense forest within the sensing range of their divine telekinesis. It was a monster similar to a giant boa constrictor. The diameter of its torso was at least 3 meters wide. Although they had only sensed part of the monster's body, they immediately speculated that this was the monster that had previously left the trail on the ground. Judging by its aura, Lin Huang and the others were sure that this monster was a dead spirit vine. It was an unusually massive dead spirit vine. Almost as soon as their divine telekinesis picked up on the dead spirit vine, the dead spirit vine also became aware of their divine telekinesis. At the same time, Lin Huang and the others felt an overwhelming divine telekinesis sweeping through, then locking onto each of them. Their expressions immediately changed, as they could clearly sense that the strength of this creature's divine telekinesis had exceeded the standard of a heavenly god. As the divine telekinesis locked onto them, a terrifying suppression descended. The three of them felt a sudden weight on their shoulders, as if something heavy was pressing down on them. The suppression was so powerful that it felt tangible, directly affecting their movements. In the face of this wave of suppression, a long saber quickly coalesced in Saber 9's hand. From head to toe, his Saber Dao Heavenly Rule activated at its peak, while his Saber Force sword, forcibly contending against the suppression. Virtuoso's form, on the other hand, began turning illusory. Their body appeared to be an illusion stacked upon with many layers. It looked extremely creepy. Instead of contending against the suppression like Saber 9, Virtuoso chose to offload the force. They used countless illusory clones to share the suppression load. The final remaining force on their body was almost non-existent. Meanwhile, Lin Huang consolidated Sword Dao Heavenly Rule within his body, battle sword in hand. Terrifying sword force emanated from him, consolidating a blood-red sword-wielding shadow above his head. The shadow wore scarlet battle armor, and the sword in its grasp was 90% similar to Nebula, the battle sword Lin Huang wielded. However, the shadow was entirely wreathed in red mist, so its face could not be seen clearly. Saber 9 and Virtuoso were stunned when they saw the shadow consolidating above Lin Huang's head. Naturally, they knew what this shadow consolidated from sword force meant. This was the projection of Great Dao Will. Only powerhouses who had touched Dao could bring about the emergence of Great Dao Will to project such a phenomenon. The appearance of the shadow proved that Lin Huang's sword Dao had already touched the threshold of Dao. Even Lin Huang thought it was strange when he saw the appearance of the shadow. Naturally, he knew what it was. However, he knew that the Great Dao Will's projection had very little to do with his sword Dao level. After all, his sword Dao Heavenly Rule had only just crossed the threshold of Heavenly Heart. He was still very far from reaching Heavenly Dao. The emergence of the Great Dao Will might have been caused by the presence of the sword seal within his body. However, he did not have the time to dwell on the matter as he had to face a powerful enemy. After the appearance of the Great Dao Will, the suppression from the dead spirit vine disappeared completely. This also boosted Lin Huang's confidence. He was not satisfied with merely removing the pressure coming from the suppression. From what he could see, the three of them would be attacked sooner or later since the dead spirit vine's divine telekinesis had locked onto them. He would seize the chance to gain the upper hand now that the pressure had been dispelled before his opponent could make another move. Lin Huang hesitated no further at this point. The battle sword in his hand transformed into a long, narrow blade. Weapon in both hands, his figure turned into a blood-red electric arc as he charged in the direction of the dead spirit vine. Almost simultaneously, the giant projection above his head moved as well, doing the exact same thing he was doing. At the same time that Lin Huang moved, the dead spirit vine moved too. Countless rattans surged forward like a tangle of snakes, sweeping toward the three of them like a tsunami. At the same time that the dead spirit vine attacked, the night demon firs in the forest ahead also extended their branches to join in the massacre. In comparison, Lin Huang seemed like a solitary ant charging at an ocean wave. He looked unbelievably tiny. Behind him, Virtuoso and Saber 9 had not expected him to be so extreme. He had unsheathed his sword for the kill without a single word. However, after a mere second's delay, they reacted immediately. The two looked at each other and immediately understood what the other was thinking. When facing a powerful enemy, there was no fleeing, only battle. Golden saber gleams filled the sky along with countless white palm prints, attacking the rattan horde, leaving the way free for Lin Huang and clearing the surroundings. Chapter 1554. A massive express packed countless rattans and branches intersected, practically blotting out the entire sky as they surged forth like a tsunami. Lin Huang and the other two were like three little boats traveling in the waves, against the wind. They looked as if their boats would capsize anytime. In the face of an opponent suspected to be half-step lord level, the three of them showed no fear at all. Countless rattans were crushed into dust as they were swallowed up by Lin Huang's blood-red sword gleam. Meanwhile, Virtuoso and Saber 9, who were behind him on both sides, held nothing back in their attacks. Wave upon wave of palm prints and saber gleams filled the sky with brilliant golden and white luster. Both of them were fighting as hard as they could, so Lin Huang could have an opportunity to attack. The three of them surrounded the opponent on three fronts and tore a rift in the massive wave by force. If one were to watch from above, it was as if a strand of golden, red, and white thread was going against the current amid the massive tsunami-like wave without a single pause along the way. Quite some time later, the thread made it to the top of the wave at last. Lin Huang and the other two also finally saw the culprit that had attacked earlier the dead spirit vine. Within the night demon fir forest that had now collapsed to the ground, a gigantic dead spirit vine seemed to be staring at the three of them like a snake. Lin Huang and the other two had yet to catch a glimpse of its entire form, but while the dead spirit vine was slithering, they were also able to see scales on it that looked like those of a dragon. If not for their divine telekinesis having sensed things, they might have thought that it was a dragon tribe monster terrorizing the place if they had relied on the evidence of their eyes. However, Virtuoso and Saber 9 knew very well that this dead spirit vine having such scales on its surface was very likely because it had swallowed a member of the dragon tribe or a dragon tribe member's remains. When it saw Lin Huang and the others approaching, the strength and frequency of the dead spirit vine's attacks peaked almost immediately. However, Lin Huang merely made a grand gesture, and mirror appeared as a shield in front of the three of them, completely blocking all the attacks. Countless rattans and branches were deflected back when they hit mirror, landing on the dead spirit vine's massive body. This fellow isn't a half-step lord, Lin Huang confirmed as soon as he witnessed mirror taking effect. He shared the news with Virtuoso and Saber 9 through voice transmission. Virtuoso and Saber 9 already had their suspicions when the three of them managed to tear a rift through the wave of rattans. However, they also considered that since they were just attacking casually, the dead spirit vine might not be taking them seriously, so its attack strength was rather weak. However, now the three of them were almost right in front of it. By all normal logic, it was impossible that this dead spirit vine would hold back on its attacks. At this point, the power of its attacks would definitely be at its usual standard, perhaps even stronger. However, its attack did not break through Lin Huang's mirror's defense. It clearly proved that its combat strength was not yet at half-step lord level. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that the dead spirit vine was not a half-step lord, but merely a peak 9th rank powerhouse. They looked at each other, and it seemed that all of them could read the excitement in each other's eyes. Now that there was no longer the fear of fighting a half-step lord, all three's hunting enthusiasm suddenly soared to the highest level. They had never encountered a peak 9th rank heavenly god level powerhouse before. It was the most powerful enemy they had ever fought, which was why their will to fight skyrocketed. The dead spirit vine also appeared to have sensed the three's intentions and became fully enraged. Countless rattans swarmed from all directions, descending upon them like torrents of rain. Lin Huang moved his fingers slightly, and mirror turned into a sphere immediately, enveloping himself, Virtuoso, and Saber 9. It countered this round of attack flawlessly. Is your divine power and rule-bending power enough to defend against such an attack? Virtuoso could not help asking. Beside them, Saber 9 had the same doubts, and he looked at Lin Huang as well. I'll give advance notice if I'm running out. Lin Huang's expression was calm with no hint of concern. I'm not one of those stubborn people who's afraid of admitting defeat. The duo was relieved as they could tell by Lin Huang's expression that he could handle it. In reality, Dead Spirit Vine's attack did not last very long either. It seemed to sense that its attack could not break through Lin Huang's defense, and completely abandoned the attempt after less than 5 minutes. After all, an attack of such frequency and intensity was a great drain and burden to it. Most importantly, Lin Huang's defensive skill was savage. Many attacks were deflected back at it. The gains did not make up for the losses. Although the deflected attacks could not harm the vine on a physical level, more of its divine power and sequence power would be drained to defend itself against them. Noticing that the Dead Spirit Vine's attacks had weakened, Lin Huang immediately dispelled mirror that was enveloping them. He had no idea what Virtuoso and Saber 9 had in mind, but to him, the Dead Spirit Vine was undoubtedly a massive express pack. The 4th rank heavenly god level Dead Spirit Vine from before had provided him with over 100,000 types of rule-bending powers. The number of rules within this peak 9th rank Dead Spirit Vine would definitely be considerable. However, what he had not expected was that Virtuoso and Saber 9 would fight for this monster as well. As soon as mirror was dispelled, Virtuoso attacked the Dead Spirit Vine first before Lin Huang could react. Their jade-like white palms struck out, transforming into tens of thousands of palm prints in the void, all targeting the Dead Spirit Vine. Almost simultaneously when Virtuoso attacked, countless golden saber gleams consolidated in front of Saber 9, surging toward the Dead Spirit Vine like a storm. Lin Huang was rather confused as to why both of them were even more enthusiastic than he was. Naturally, he would not back down. If they killed this monster, he might need to spend a few days making up for the express that he would lose. He attacked without hesitation, and it was an extremely powerful attack. He charged with 11 compounded levels of sequence power and Sword Dao Heavenly Rule. A brilliant blood-red glow lit up on the blade at once. The power of the attack was like a massive blood-red sun descending upon the world. Even the fog around Lin Huang faded a little. Meanwhile, the sword-wielding great Dao Will above his head did exactly the same thing. The gargantuan sword in its hand shone with a red glow that lit up the area for miles. 2 red glows, one large and one small, gradually integrated within the void. As Lin Huang swung his sword, the glows turned into an invincible shockwave that shot out. The dead spirit vine seemed to have sensed this fatal threat, and completely abandoned dealing with Virtuoso and Saber 9's attacks. It sent all of its rattans surging forward in an attempt to defend itself against Lin Huang's assault. However, all of the rattans turned into dust whenever the blood-red shockwave passed by. They did not manage to block the attack at all. The velocity of the attack did not slow down either, not even a little. Sensing that its defense had failed, the dead spirit vine finally thought of running away. However, it could not escape in time as it was too big. Almost as soon as the thought of fleeing entered its head, its body was struck by the blood-red shockwave. The shockwave pierced through its body almost effortlessly, leaving a giant hole that was over a meter in diameter on its torso. The dead spirit vine could sense a terrifying sequence power rushing into its wound, spreading rapidly in all directions. Meanwhile, its body began to collapse, starting from the wound area. Lin Huang felt satisfaction like never before as he sensed close to 3 million rule-bending powers surging into his body like a wave. The feeling was over 10,000 times better than soaking in a hot spring during winter. When the dead spirit vine's carcass collapsed, Lin Huang, who had just devoured all of the rule-bending powers, suddenly felt an overwhelming divine telekinesis sweeping through. The suppression coming from the wave of divine telekinesis was many times more powerful than this last dead spirit vine. Saber 9 and Virtuoso clearly sensed the same thing. Their newly relaxed nerves grew tense again. Under the force of this overwhelming suppression, they both even had their knees bowed slightly, and their breathing was visibly more labored now. Chapter 1555. Phantom City Gatekeeper. Sensing the wave of terrifying suppression, Lin Huang, Saber 9, and Virtuoso all had a change of expression. The dead spirit vine just now was already a peak 9th rank heavenly god level powerhouse. The current suppression was so powerful that it was already at the next level. It was obviously a half-step lord, no doubt about it. Although Lin Huang was curious about how much of a difference there was between his ability and that of a half-step lord, he knew very well that this newly emerged enemy had exceeded the range of what he could handle. He began having thoughts of retreating. He had dared to attack without hesitation when confronting the dead spirit vine earlier because the suppression from his opponent was not powerful enough to make him want to give up at once. The suppression this time, however, truly gave him the sense that he had met with an invincible foe. His rational side reasoned that he had no chance of winning at all if the group were to battle their foe head-on. As soon as they fought, there would only be one conclusion, which was that their opponent would kill them. Just when he was going to tell Virtuoso and Saber 9 via voice transmission to retreat, Virtuoso's voice transmission came through first. Don't imagine how powerful the enemy might be. The stronger you think it is, the more powerful it will be. Lin Huang was stunned when he heard this, but he reacted immediately. It's an illusion, you can think of it as that, Virtuoso responded. At that moment, Lin Huang saw Virtuoso dispelling their defensive technique. Their knees, initially bent, gradually straightened. A moment later, they stood upright within the suppression, as if they were not affected at all. We've found Phantom City's entrance. Virtuoso's gaze seemed to have pierced through the fog, looking into the distance. Can we talk about entrances later? How do we settle the threat in front of us now? Lin Huang asked through voice transmission immediately. That dead spirit vine that we encountered earlier and this monster are Phantom City's gatekeepers. To put it simply, they're actually illusions that Phantom City created. So the dead spirit vine that we killed earlier was an illusion as well. Lin Huang's brows lifted when he heard that. He had his doubts. The notifications that came from Xiaohe were real enough. Meanwhile, the massive amount of rule-bending powers that surged into his body was real too. If it were an illusion, Xiaohe would certainly not have transmitted fatality notifications. Virtuoso seemed to notice Lin Huang's doubts. They then explained further, it wasn't a simple illusion, but a real illusion that's similar to my ability. If those who fall under the illusion think it's real, it will become real and can also interfere with reality. If they insist that it's fake, then it will merely be a fabricated illusion. Do you mean to say we wasted our efforts killing that dead spirit vine earlier? When in reality, we could have ignored it completely. Lin Huang was rather speechless. That's right, if we insist on believing that it's not real, it will just be imaginary. Virtuoso nodded. There's only one way to pass through Phantom City's gatekeepers, which is to believe that they're not real. Can't we kill all of the gatekeepers by force? Lin Huang raised his doubts. It's futile. A new gatekeeper will appear every time a gatekeeper is killed. Their abilities will be even more powerful, and their numbers will also increase, Virtuoso explained somewhat helplessly. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to the gatekeeper's abilities. Furthermore, no almighty would be bored enough to come to Phantom City to kill the gatekeepers just for fun. While both of them were conversing, Lin Huang noticed that on the other side, Saber 9 had stood up as well. He dispelled his defense technique, completely ignoring this wave of powerful, invincible suppression. At that moment, a gigantic night demon fir extended its branches. Countless leaves blotted out the entire sky in an instant, surrounding the entire space where the three of them were. The dense branches were like endless tentacles, coming at Lin Huang and the other two from every direction. You must steadfastly believe that this attack is just imaginary and that the half-step lord who launched it isn't real. Virtuoso immediately said to Lin Huang through voice transmission as they saw the branches surging toward them like a wave. Virtuoso already had a rough understanding of Lin Huang's abilities. Although Lin Huang was powerful, he was far from able to take on a half-step lord-level powerhouse. If Lin Huang was hit by the attack, he would certainly die. As his divine telekinesis sensed countless branches approaching the group, Lin Huang could not calm himself down. He instinctively wanted to counter an attack with his sword. He was completely unable to ignore this wave of threat. A moment later, countless branches pierced through the fog. They pierced through Virtuoso and Saber 9's bodies immediately, as if they were passing through two shadows. The two of them did not defend, nor did they dodge, much less show signs of being struck by the attack. The next second, over 100 branches forced their way in front of Lin Huang. Instinctively, he called up Mirror in front of him to shield him. However, Mirror only lasted for less than a second before it suddenly shattered. The branches directly stabbed through like metal knives piercing through glass. Lin Huang spat a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash from Mirror's inability to take the attack and, thus, collapsing. This was also Lin Huang's first time encountering a situation where Mirror had been shattered by an assault. The branches easily pierced through Mirror and continued coming straight at Lin Huang. Virtuoso and Saber 9 were in a panic, but they could not help. Watching the branches coming at him, Lin Huang suddenly closed his eyes slightly and moved his lips. His emotions soon calmed down. An instant later, when he opened his eyes, a branch went straight through the middle of his brow. However, there was no trace of blood at all. A moment later, his body was impaled by countless branches, but it was as if they had gone through a shadow. Only then did Lin Huang lift his hand to wipe at the blood on the corner of his lips. He nodded at Virtuoso and Saber 9 lightly. It's over. How did you do that just now? Saber 9 could not help asking. He was aware that if he were put in a life-or-death situation after his defenses had been breached, it would be impossible for him to immediately alter his thoughts to ignore the attack. It's just a little trick of a Buddhist cultivator, Lin Huang explained calmly. In reality, he knew very well that if he did not have the imperial monster, demonic Buddhist Holy Sun, it would have been hard for him to escape death earlier. He had borrowed the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun's meditation secret skill to clear all the thoughts in his mind immediately so he could stay calm. He then imagined that the attack was purely illusory, that the half-step lord did not really exist. The whole process had been a close call. If there had been just the slightest flaw, he would have had to use a substitute for death and would need to be revived by now. Fortunately, he had handled the entire thing without any mistakes in between, which allowed him to barely escape this fatal attack. What do we do next? Lin Huang lifted his head to look at Virtuoso. It's simple. Imagine Phantom City's entrance. As soon as Virtuoso was done speaking, they gestured with their hand. A glittering, dazzling golden gate appeared before them. We just have to open the gates and go in. Once they finished speaking, Virtuoso pushed open the gates that had appeared out of thin air. Pulling at Lin Huang and Saber 9's arms, Virtuoso stepped through the door directly, Chapter 1556. Little Inkblot and Bald Monster. After considering that Tu Tong and Lan Ling might not be able to withstand the test set by Phantom City's gatekeeper, Virtuoso did not contact them and ask them to catch up to the group. Instead, they led Lin Huang and Saber 9 through the gate immediately. Lin Huang had thought that they would arrive in Phantom City as soon as they stepped through the gate. However, what met their eyes was a completely blank white space. Amid Lin Huang's doubts, Virtuoso spoke from beside the pair through voice transmission. Everyone must design themselves a character before entering Phantom City. You can imagine yourself to be of any race and appearance. When you get to Phantom City, your form will be whatever you've imagined it to be. Apart from race and appearance, you also must set your personality, hobbies, also, your skills, divine abilities, rules, sequence powers, and other information. Once that's done and we're in Phantom City, we have to act in character according to the persona we've created. If we're out of character, we'll be kicked out of Phantom City immediately. Like an RPG, Lin Huang thought to himself. It sounded similar to the many role-playing games that he had played in the past. However, in this place, the individual would be the one role-playing, not the game character on computers or mobile phones. Can't I bring all of my skills, divine abilities, and the rest into Phantom City? Lin Huang raised the issue that mattered to him the most. Theoretically, it has to fit your character. Virtuoso smiled while shaking their head. After all, if your character is a snake monster, it doesn't make sense if you set yourself as a sword cultivator or a saber cultivator. However, there are loopholes, Virtuoso continued. For instance, my character is a masked freak. For the skills and divine abilities on my skill sheet, I possess all sorts of strange and incredible techniques. My character background has a certain mysteriousness included in it, while there are no concrete settings on my skills and divine abilities. However, I included my own abilities. With a character sheet like this, most of my abilities can be used when we get to Phantom City. Or you can do what I did. Beside them, Saber 9 picked up the topic. I set myself as a weapons master, whereby I can use all weapons. My character sheet basically included all of my skills as a saber cultivator. I can use many non-saber cultivator techniques too. What the pair said gave Lin Huang significant inspiration. He soon began working on his character design. Character. Mysterious race. Suspected to be Protoss, fallen Protoss, or human characteristics. Wears a black robe and a black mask. Combat strength. Unknown cultivation direction. Unknown god territory. Unknown skills. Unknown divine abilities. Unknown rules. Unknown sequences. Unknown. Virtuoso and Saber 9 noticed that Lin Huang now had a black robe over him. His physique had become much more majestic, and his aura was now enigmatic and mysterious. Realizing that he had now grasped the essentials of designing his character, they said nothing more and began setting their own character sheets. A moment later, Saber 9 turned into a Buddha with many arms. His long hair, originally tied up in a bun, was no longer there. He had turned completely bald, and his head was full of the ordination scars of a Buddhist monk. Tien. After accepting Buddhist precepts, Buddhist monks use lighted incense sticks to burn parts of their bodies as an offering to Buddha and the Bodhisattvas. These are known as ordination scars. His green robe had transformed into a gray monk's robe. His appearance was still around 60 to 70% similar to what he looked like before, but his charisma was nothing as otherworldly and elegant as he had been previously. His face held a touch of faint melancholy as if he had been through all the vicissitudes of life. Beside them, Virtuoso did not seem to have altered much. They had changed their garb for something more sumptuous, and the mask on their face was now golden. They were also carrying a black walking stick. They still gave off the feeling of a wealthy young master. However, their charisma was no longer as cold and aloof as before. Instead, they were more approachable and warm. "Aren't you worried about being recognized like this?" Lin Huang could not help asking. His voice was much deeper and hoarser now. The reason he asked because the famous geniuses in the god territory would basically be on the hunting lists of each tribe. Virtuoso was a powerhouse who ranked among the top true gods and was a target of many tribes outside the god territory. Naturally, they were on the abyss hunting list. Trouble would be inevitable if anyone were to recognize them. Don't worry, in Phantom City, there's all manner of appearances. Not many people will notice us. Moreover, even if anyone did, they wouldn't connect it with me. Virtuoso was calm. They did not seem worried at all. As soon as they were done speaking about themselves, Virtuoso turned their head and looked at Saber 9 next to him. What's up with you? Do you think you have too much hair or too few arms? I want to see what it feels like to slay someone while wielding sabers in many hands, but I thought that turning into a multiple-armed abyssal monster would be too ugly, Saber 9 explained in all seriousness, so I thought of the thousand-hand bodhisattva in Buddhism. Isn't your bald head just as ugly? Virtuoso teased, not standing on ceremony. Do you believe I'll try my sabers out on you? Saber 9 lifted his head and stared at Virtuoso. Noticing that both of them showed signs of wanting to fight due to the disagreement, Lin Huang frowned lightly and stepped forward between them, blocking their way. We have urgent business at hand. Let's finish up our character designs and enter Phantom City. Only now did Virtuoso and Saber 9 notice that not only was Lin Huang enveloped entirely in a black robe, but even his aura was so mysterious that it was unfathomable. Virtuoso looked at the darkness under the hood and probed it using their divine telekinesis, only to find that it was completely blocked. You're wearing a mask too. Although they did not see a mask nor sense the presence of one, Virtuoso guessed that it was there anyway. I am. Lin Huang's reply was simple. He had actually ingeniously integrated Thousand Face into his character design, enhancing his character's mysteriousness. Have you finished your character design and skills? Virtuoso did not dwell on Lin Huang's transformation, asking instead. Lin Huang nodded. From now on, my name will be Hermit. I'll be Thousand Hands then, Saber 9 informed them of his new name. Let me think about it. Virtuoso, on the other hand, did not give out their name immediately. Instead, they thought for a moment, cupping their chin. They spoke again only after a while. Call me Mask then. Or you could call me Xiao Mian as well, Virtuoso said to Lin Huang and Saber 9 with a smile, after coming up with their name. Tian. In Chinese, the word for mask is Mianju. Virtuoso is using a deliberately cute diminutive of their character's name both here and below. Lin Huang and Saber 9 turned around and walked away at once, not bothering to pay attention to Virtuoso. Don't you like it? If you don't, you can call me Xiao Juju instead. Let's go, little inkblot. Lin Huang ignored the two nauseating endearments they had picked for themselves and gave them a nickname instead. I like it. Saber 9 gave Lin Huang a thumbs up. I can't believe you betrayed me, you bald monster. We've known each other for so many years and you're now ganging up with this brat to come up with a nickname for me. There are 3 things that I'd like to correct, Saber 9 said solemnly. First, my head is shaved, not bald. Having one's head shaved and being bald are 2 different things. Secondly, my primordium has certainly known your primordium for years, but this is only the second time both of us have met. We aren't very close. Thirdly, it wasn't me who came up with that nickname. I merely agreed with it. Chapter 1557, Phantom City. Lin Huang had imagined many images of how the Phantom City might look like inside. However, it looked nothing like his imaginations when they really entered the Phantom City. It was completely different from other places in the abyss. It was an extremely bustling, massive city. There were even skyscrapers that were very similar to the human world. If not for the various creatures of all shapes and forms on the streets, he would think that he had returned to a great foothold in the gravel world. There are so many people. That was what confused Lin Huang the most. The reason being the gatekeeper obstacle alone was enough to block most people from getting in. In reality, there are little outsiders in the Phantom City. Most of them are local residents, Virtuoso explained. A portion of the residents in the buildings here are made by the possessor of the Castellan seal, while a portion of them were created by the Phantom City automatically. Hearing that explanation, a term popped into Lin Huang's head instantly, NPC. If he looked at the Phantom City as a RPG, then these local residents were undoubtedly the world's NPCs. To Lin Huang, the outsider, he was the player. So how do they differentiate the player, I mean the outsiders and local residents? Lin Huang almost asked the difference between players and NPCs. There's no proper way to do that, Virtuoso shook their head and smiled. However, under usual circumstances, those with exaggerated form and style have a high possibility of being an outsider. However, such a determination method isn't 100% effective. I suppose the Castellan seal you're after is in an outsider's hand? Lin Huang asked again. It's not as simple as you think. Virtuoso shook their head. Indeed, there's a real living thing required to activate the Castellan seal to build the Phantom City. However, the Castellan seal might not be a complete piece, but a couple of fragments. As long as we're able to gather them into one, we can activate it as well. If that's the case, the fragments might be in the hands of a few different people. Also, the Castellan seal must stay inside the Phantom City, but the seal's possessor might not. There might be a possibility that the person might get a local resident to take care of the Castellan seal. After all, many of the local residents are characters the person created, whereby he knows who is the one that he can trust the most. Therefore, the Castellan seal wouldn't be 100% with an outsider. So what's your plan? Hearing Virtuoso's explanation, Lin Huang figured the mission might be much more difficult than he imagined. If there's a Castellan in this city, there's a certain chance that the Castellan seal is with the Castellan. Even if it isn't, he definitely knows something about the Castellan seal. If there's no single Castellan, but a group of people managing, we look for the few who have the highest position among them. Even if we can't find the Castellan seal directly, we should be able to find some intel that's useful. The thing I'm most worried about is that there's nobody managing the city, or the manager is just a puppet, whereby nobody knows who this Phantom City's creator is. Virtuoso raised a few possibilities. No matter what, the first thing we need to do now is to gather information. Gather as much as we can, gather information about this Phantom City. Do we split up? Lin Huang asked. He asked that as the efficiency of gathering information would be higher if they split up than three of them staying together. I agreed with splitting up. Saber 9 nodded. They were no longer in the foggy swamp. They did not have to worry if they were lost. The three of them had different styles of conduct. Naturally, they would use different ways to gather information in order to obtain more sources. Theoretically, although they would gather many repeating information at the same time, the amount of information would be greater. We'll split up for 2 days. During the 2 days, gather as much information as we can. Hold back even if we find out something important. Do not be rash to move on to the next step. We'll meet under the highest building 2 days later. We'll discuss our strategy after organizing the information each of us obtained. Virtuoso soon came up with a plan. Lin Huang and Saber 9 agreed. Subsequently, the three of them split up and went toward the direction they chose. Lin Huang chose to move cautiously after breaking away from the team and being alone. After all, nobody knew if there were any lords in this Phantom City. According to Virtuoso's description, if the possessor of the Castellan seal was a lord-level powerhouse, he could create lord-level local residents, as well as setting the city's entrance authorization to lord-level. If there were really lords in this Phantom City, not only that would mean the chances of the three of them obtaining the Castellan seal was pretty slim, it would also mean that they were in an extremely dangerous city. One must know that the outsiders in the Phantom City were the equivalents to players. They did not have a second life. Players could be revived after death. However, outsiders would really die if they died in the city. Even though Lin Huang could substitute death with his imperial monster, facing a lord's odalic attack, he would not be able to be revived. Meanwhile for Virtuoso and Saber 9, although they had the technique of saving their lives, their primordium left behind that could defend lord-level attacks, there was a limitation to that. Lin Huang was cautious as he had his guards up on the possible lords in this city. He did not sense any divine telekinesis detection, so he was being extra careful not to spread his divine telekinesis. He looked around. There were creatures of all forms and appearances around him. There were abyssal creatures, bug, tribe monsters, immortal tribe and Protoss. His odd getup in black robe looked the most ordinary among the crowd, so he did not attract any attention. He was relieved sensing there were no eyes staring at him. He soon had his eyes on a cafe nearby. He frowned slightly. There's even a cafe here. This Phantom City was highly similar to a human city. That made him have a faint suspicion that the possessor of the Castellan seal was a human. Or maybe that person stayed in the human world for a little while. He walked to the cafe and sat under the umbrella in the al fresco area. He ordered a cup of coffee. Very soon, a lady attendant with rabbit ears brought his coffee. If he was somewhere else, Lin Huang might not be able to hold back and to look at a rabbit-eared lady attendant. However, he had seen many creatures of various forms, so the rabbit-eared lady in front of him looked ordinary now. He did not forget what he was here for when the rabbit-eared lady served the coffee to his table. A gush of red glow flashed through his eyes when he locked eyes with the lady attendant. He managed to read the lady's memory during that mere moment. He did that by borrowing Grimace's ocular skill rule. However, the rabbit-eared lady did not notice that. She merely put down the coffee with a light smile on her face and left. Meanwhile, Lin Huang picked up the coffee and began to retrieve the information that was useful to him from the memory he read. Chapter 1558, Holder with a Split Personality. It only took a moment for Lin Huang to finish reading the information he had retrieved from the memory of the rabbit-eared female attendant. However, he was not able to glean very much useful information. The rabbit-eared lady attendant was an ordinary person with no cultivation base at all, so her memory contained no information about cultivators. Do ordinary people in this city have no idea at all that cultivators exist? Lin Huang frowned slightly. This was something he had previously not anticipated. Based on his earlier assumptions, there ought to be many cultivators among the local residents. Besides, a small-scale battle caused by even the slightest of conflicts would cause anomalies people could see. However, in the rabbit-eared lady's memory, to the authorities, most of these anomalies were accounted for as weather phenomena. A small number of these strange happenings were regarded as man-made flying machines. There was almost nothing useful to Lin Huang in the rabbit-eared lady's memory, apart from a simple map, some common sense, and knowledge of this current world. It looks like I'll still need to find a cultivator first. Lin Huang drummed lightly on the table with the fingers of his left hand, raising the coffee cup to his mouth with his right hand and taking a sip. After a moment of thought, he released colorless and formless leech pods from his body that dispersed in all directions. He did not dare to use divine telekinesis rashly just yet, but he could use leech pods. This was because it was hard for leech pods to be discovered without the use of divine telekinesis. Of course, he did not disperse them in a wide range. Instead, he manipulated the leech pods to within a 5-kilometer radius around him. After all, the wider the area that the leech pods spread to, the higher the possibility of encountering a powerhouse. Furthermore, his current objective was to gather information. He did not want to attract unwanted trouble before officially taking action. Lin Huang drank his coffee casually, silently monitoring the real-time images that the hundreds of leech pods sent back. Within 5 minutes, he noticed a few individuals he suspected might be cultivators. Since he did not use divine telekinesis for detection, and these individuals had no energy fluctuations emanating from them at all, Lin Huang could only make basic speculations based on the images the leech pods sent. To use Lin Huang's own words, to observe someone's essence, qi, spirit, and so on was actually a purely subjective matter. After locking onto these several potential individuals, Lin Huang thought to himself for a moment and abandoned the idea of appearing in front of them directly. Instead, he controlled a few of the leech pods to infiltrate the suspected candidates' bodies. There were a total of 4 individuals who were infiltrated by leech pods. However, only one of them was a real cultivator, while the remaining 3 were merely ordinary people. Lin Huang felt slightly embarrassed to have discovered this from the leech pods. However, he was thick-skinned enough and soon recovered from his embarrassment. He began extracting the information that the leech pod had retrieved from the cultivator's mind. This particular cultivator was a silt monster. This type of monster was a creature that took the form of a lump of dark brown mud. It had no distinguishable essence, qi, or spirit on it at all. Essence, qi, and spirit aside, even if Lin Huang were to stand right in front of it, he would not be able to locate its face. The reason he locked onto this monster was purely that it was the only silt monster within range of his hundreds of leech pods. This silt monster was a virtual god Rank7. Lin Huang finally managed to extract some comparatively useful information from its memory. In this phantom city, the ratio of ordinary people to cultivators was 9:1. The cultivators mingled with these ordinary individuals, living in the normal world. What made Lin Huang more curious was that in this silt monster's memory, the lowest combat strength among the cultivators in this world was that of virtual god. There were no cultivators below god level. Individuals below virtual gods were ordinary people. There was a huge gap where mid-level cultivators would be. Moreover, since the beginning of time, ordinary people were completely cut off from any information about cultivators in this world. Ordinary people did not admire cultivators, nor did they idolize them. They had no idea that cultivators even existed. Even if these ordinary people witnessed something about cultivators occasionally, they would forget about it automatically. Meanwhile, for cultivators, it was an unspoken rule that their skills and divine abilities should not be displayed in front of ordinary people, much less attack them. The silt monster had no idea why exactly they could not attack ordinary people. However, from the information in its memory, it was clear that something bad might happen if they killed normal individuals. Therefore, ordinary people and cultivators had lived peacefully thus far in this odd state of coexistence. Lin Huang thought such a social structure was rather interesting, although it was clearly an artificial construct. What piqued his interest even more as he read the information was that he realized this city was different from any other cities that he had seen. There's an inner world that's like an inverted image. As Lin Huang mumbled softly, the curiosity gleaming in his eyes grew even more. He had retrieved a rather special bit of information from the Silb monster's memory. At the moment, he was only looking at the surface of the city. Meanwhile, hidden underneath the surface, the city possessed another side. As soon as one passed through a certain door, cultivators could enter this inner world within the city. That city was exactly the same as this one. However, there were no ordinary people, only cultivators. There were markets for trading for all sorts of items and channels to obtain various kinds of information. Not only that, killings and battles could happen at any time, compared to the peace and quiet of the surface world. Although there was a certain order in this inner world as well, what emerged more frequently was the unbridled growth of madness and desire. The cultivators fought bitterly in the inner world, but as soon as they returned to the surface world, they blended into the circles of ordinary folk. Life was at peace in the mortal world. Lin Huang even quietly speculated that the holder of the Castellan seal of Phantom City might be a person with a split personality. After reading the Silb monster's memory, what disappointed Lin Huang more was that he did not find out anything about the Castellan seal, or the holder of the Castellan seal. The Silb monster's memory was completely blank as far as this information was concerned. Although there was no direct clue to the Castellan seal, Lin Huang did not feel defeated. At the very least, he had now discovered the existence of the inner world, as well as how to enter it. Finding more clues was only a matter of time. After all, the Silb monster was merely a virtual god. It was considered the lowest form of existence in this Phantom City. If Lin Huang were to view Phantom City as a game, the Silb monster would be just a minor creature in it. Going by a game designer's way of thinking, they would not store very much important information within a minor creature by the roadside. Following common game design practices, the more powerful the monster, the more information it would contain. Furthermore, this game even had a new, hidden map now, which would undoubtedly allow the players to gain more rewards. Lin Huang was not at all worried about obtaining more information later. From the Silb monster's mind, he retrieved the closest coordinates to the inner world's entrance. With no hesitation, he disappeared in a flash. Chapter 1559. I'm lost. There were many entrances and exits to Phantom City's inner world. Lin Huang soon found the closest one by following the coordinates in the Silb monster's memory. This set of coordinates was located in an alley surrounded by low, old buildings. When Lin Huang arrived close to the coordinates, he did not go into the alley immediately. Instead, he observed the environment of the surrounding areas. These old buildings seemed to have existed for at least 30 to 40 years. Compared with the skyscrapers he had seen earlier, they seemed to be of considerable age. Some were already dilapidated and had been gazetted as dangerous buildings. No one lived in them any longer. However, there were still some old buildings with residents of various races. When Lin Huang appeared, clad in his black robe, he did not attract the residents' attention. Only a few of them glanced at him, then went about their own business. After scanning his surroundings and realizing that nobody was watching him, in a flash, Lin Huang entered the alley he had seen from the Silb monster's memory. The alley was less than a meter wide and was very narrow. If he had not seen the image in the Silb monster's memory, it would have been hard for him to imagine that the inner world's entrance and exit could be located in such a cramped place. Lin Huang halted after he had walked some 20 meters into the alley. He spread his divine telekinesis slightly, and his gaze fell on an inconspicuous black dot on the wall on the right. The dot looked like it had been lightly dotted onto the wall with a ballpoint pen. It was even smaller than a sesame seed. However, Lin Huang knew it was not the ink left by some ballpoint pen, but the inner world's entrance and exit in its miniature form. People without divine telekinesis would not be able to see it at all. Lin Huang extended a finger, pressed on the black dot, then channeled divine power into it. As the divine power channeled through, the insignificant, almost imperceptible black dot began to grow quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within just the time it took for a breath, the dot's diameter had surpassed 2 meters, transforming into a round black whirlpool. Once he saw that the whirlpool had formed completely, Lin Huang drew back his hand and stepped into the whirlpool. As soon as his body submerged into the swirling mass, the black whirlpool shrank immediately. Within less than the time it took for a breath, it reverted to its original size of a black dot. A moment later, its color faded slowly, and it gradually vanished, as if it had never existed. Lin Huang raised his head for a look after he had teleported through the entrance, and his brows quirked involuntarily. He was still in the narrow alleyway and its surroundings. He was even standing in exactly the same spot he had been before he stepped through. However, he soon noticed something different. Even without using his divine telekinesis, he could clearly sense the auras of extremely mighty powerhouses nearby. Not only that, there were many of them. There were even a few auras within a very close distance, gathered at the end of the alley. Lin Huang raised his eyes and looked up as a giant eyeball with 3 pupils hovered in the air, leaning forward. It was looking down condescendingly from high above the alley. He only noticed this one eyeball, not the monster's full appearance. However, he could see the disdain in its eyes. The next instant, Lin Huang appeared in a flash right at the entrance to the alley. Almost at the same time, a red beam shot out from his sleeve, piercing through the eyeball immediately. A miserable shriek rang through the air at once. Only then did Lin Huang notice that there were 4 monsters blocking the alleyway. The fellow who had spied on him by releasing the eyeball was a humanoid monster. The biggest difference between itself and humans was that it had no head. There were only tentacles extending from its neck up, and each tentacle had a massive eyeball connected to its tip. A total of 7 eyeballs hovered in midair. They looked extremely strange. Lin Huang had no idea what species this monster belonged to at all. He had never seen anything remotely similar even in the monster guide. As for the other 3 monsters, one of them looked a little like an oversized monitor lizard. The scales all over its body were black and shiny, only the 6 eyes on its forehead were dark green. Another monster was an ice-blue ancient humanoid corpse, standing close to 3 meters tall. It was clear that it had not been human when it was still alive. It stood on the rooftop of a building opposite, its gaze ice-cold. The remaining monster was a bird beast reduced to skeleton form. Lin Huang could not even guess what kind of species it had been when it was alive. It flew in circles above their heads, while from its crimson eyes, 2 streams of fire trailed through the air. In the face of these 4 who were blocking the road, Lin Huang did not panic at all. He had already learned from the silt monster's memory earlier that there was a high chance of newbies being attacked when they entered the inner world. There would be a group of fellows hiding near each inner world's entrance and exit, waiting to kill the new faces. There were also some others who would lurk around to watch. After all, there was limited entertainment in this city. According to the silt monster's memory, the only safe place was the alley where the entrance and exit were located. As soon as one walked out of the alley, someone might intercept them. Therefore, Lin Huang chose to attack first. If someone was intercepting a target for the kill, it was only natural that there would be retaliation. This was permissible by the rules of the inner world. As long as they did not attack in the crowded regions of the city under the city guard's surveillance, basically, nobody would bother. Watching the eyeball monster being impaled, screaming continuously as its body began to disintegrate, the other 3 interceptors' expressions revealed shock. Many onlookers began whispering to each other. Dumb Bird and the rest have met their match this time. That newbie is a tough one. Lin Huang did not even look at the eyeball monster. He glanced over the remaining 3 monsters. Are you sure you want to fight me? As soon as he said that, the eyeball monster's miserable howl stopped, and its body disintegrated completely. To Lin Huang, the eyeball monster was merely a 7th-rank true god. It could not even be considered an opponent. He had not even used sequence power in the attack earlier, merely true god-level rule-bending power. The remaining 3 were not much more powerful than the eyeball monster. There was very little in the way of benefits if he killed them, so he really could not be bothered to attack. The 3 remaining monsters were also not fools. They had been wandering the inner world for years and had seen many powerhouses. Although Lin Huang's demonstrated ability was merely the tip of the iceberg, they knew they could not afford to offend the person in front of them. I've no intention of fighting. I merely sensed that your aura is rather unfamiliar, so I thought I would observe. The iced blue corpse spoke up first. Since he stood the farthest from the 3, it made sense for him to say that he was just watching the battle. Me too, I was just curious and thought I'd watch. The completely black monitor lizard chimed in hastily. Lin Huang said nothing. He lifted his head to look at the skeleton bird beast that was still circling in the sky. The skeleton bird beast noticed Lin Huang looking at it and was so scared it slowed down a beat in its flapping, almost falling out of the sky. In a panic, it stuttered, I'm lost. I accidentally flew over here." The onlookers were rendered speechless. However, Lin Huang's reaction surprised all of them. He merely nodded lightly and responded, "Oh, I see. Almost everyone had the same thought pop into their heads, you actually believe such nonsense." The next instant, however, Lin Huang took a step forward and directly appeared on the back of the skeleton bird beast. The skeleton bird beast was stunned for a moment, thinking it was going to die, but it heard Lin Huang's voice transmission in its ears a second later. "Take me to where you live." Chapter 1560. The tallest building. Lin Huang took a step forward and appeared right away on the skeleton bird beast's back. Upon seeing that, everyone thought it was the end for the skeleton bird beast, not just the skeleton bird beast itself. Many of the onlookers even secretly lamented that this dumb bird had brought it upon itself by not being able to use its brains, even when trying to lie. The next instant, however, everyone present saw the skeleton bird beast flapping its wings, bringing with it the mysterious black-robed man. All that remained were a group of onlookers staring at each other. What happened? That black-robed man really bought into dumb bird's nonsense. The place where the skeleton bird beast lived was not at all far from the inner world's entrance and exit, less than 5 minutes away, in fact. It landed on top of a building, bearing Lin Huang with it. Lin Huang looked at the sunken rooftop of the 2- or 3-story building and realized that it was probably the skeleton bird beast's nest where it normally lived. It had forced a perfectly good roof into the shape of a nest by sleeping on it. "Senior, what do you need me to do?" Although it was over 10 times bigger than Lin Huang, the skeleton bird beast was as obedient as a student before him. After all, he had killed the eyeball monster with merely one blow, and its ability was not much more powerful than that particular eyeball monster. 8th rank true god level. From up close, Lin Huang sized up the skeleton bird beast, causing it to panic. "I supposed you've been staying in the inner world for many years now." It's been a few years." The skeleton bird beast hesitated a little but nodded anyway. "Excellent." As soon as Lin Huang finished speaking, the pupils of his eyes turned pitch black, and the skeleton bird beast's body froze suddenly as well. Its crimson eyes also became pitch black at a speed visible to the naked eye. The way Lin Huang saw it, although the skeleton bird beast's ability was average, it still had 8th rank true god level combat strength after all. Moreover, it had stayed in the inner world for quite a few years. Its knowledge of this world would certainly be much greater than that of the silt monster. Therefore, he read the bird's memory directly with barely any hesitation. It had to be said that although this skeleton bird beast was not very intelligent, Lin Huang retrieved a great deal of useful information from its memory. A lot of it was on matters that the silt monster was unclear about, and there were even some things that the silt monster knew nothing about at all. One particular piece of information was the one Lin Huang had wanted to discover the most. It was information suspected to be about the founder of Phantom City. In the skeleton bird beast's memory, Lin Huang found a tale that appeared to be a legend. In ancient times, there were 3 almighties who spread cultivation methods and founded this inner world. The 3 almighties were, respectively, a fabulously wealthy massive golden dragon, a 9-tailed demon fox of unparalleled beauty, and a compassionate, enlightened eminent tantric Buddhist monk. However, apart from several stories within the legend itself, there was no further information about the 3. According to the skeleton bird beast's memory, the current inner world did not have any specific masters. Instead, 6 9th-rank true god level powerhouses shared the work of keeping it under control. Legend says that the 3 almighties created the inner world, so there's a chance the Castellan seal is divided into only 3 fragments. Now that there are 6 individuals who share the duties of keeping the world under control at the moment, it's highly possible that the Castellan seal is with 3 of the 6. Lin Huang quietly analyzed the possession of the Castellan seal. However, it can't be completely ruled out that the legend was purposely created to conceal the truth. In reality, all 6 of them might possess a fragment of the Castellan seal. There's also the possibility that none of these prominent 6 have any of the fragments. The 6 of them could just be decoys set up by the actual holder of the Castellan seal. Even after some analysis, Lin Huang still could not come to a clear conclusion. Although I can't be sure who has the Castellan seal, at least there's a new clue. Lin Huang set his sights on the 6 inner world overlords. Even if they did not have the Castellan seal fragments with them, he was sure that they definitely knew a great deal more information about the Castellan seal. However, Lin Huang did not intend to rashly contact these 6 individuals. He had other plans. As the pitch-black color in his eyes faded, the skeleton bird beast gradually recovered its consciousness. By the time it was completely clear-headed, Lin Huang was long gone from the top of the building. Where did he go? The skeleton bird beast looked around but did not see Lin Huang anywhere. What happened? It thought back carefully, but could not recall exactly what happened earlier. It faintly remembered a whirlpool similar to a black hole that seemed to have appeared beneath the black hood. Since the skeleton bird beast really could not recall what happened, it did not bother with wasting its already limited brain cells. It shook its head, pushing the rather uneasy memory from before to the back of its mind. In the inner world, 2 days went by in a flash. Lin Huang arrived at the tallest building in the city's central district at the agreed-upon time. He took a seat at an open-air restaurant, ordered a drink, and patiently waited for Virtuoso and Saber 9. 2 days ago, the three of them had agreed to meet under the tallest building here. Although they had no idea back then that the Phantom City had a surface world and an inner world, Lin Huang knew that Virtuoso and Saber 9 would definitely come to this building in the inner world instead of the one in the surface world. As expected, Saber 9 appeared under the building not long later. Lin Huang looked over at him. As if sensing his gaze, Saber 9 turned to look in Lin Huang's direction as well. Noticing Lin Huang, Saber 9 walked directly to the table he was sitting at without any hesitation. He then took a seat across from Lin Huang. "What will you drink?" Lin Huang asked with a smile. Saber 9 peered at the coffee mug in front of Lin Huang. "The same thing you're having will be fine." The waiter very soon served Saber 9's coffee, and the pair chatted as they drank. They did not mention the Castellan seal at all. Virtuoso had yet to arrive, so it did not make sense for them to talk about that now. After they had chatted for a while, Lin Huang realized that he was finishing his coffee and could not help glancing at the time. "It's almost the time we agreed upon. Will that fellow be late again, I wonder?" Saber 9 said in some irritation. Instead of picking up their Primordium's good habits, that fellow picked up all the bad ones. Fortunately, Virtuoso was punctual this time. They arrived at 9 a.m. sharp. They caught sight of Lin Huang and Saber 9 immediately. Walking toward the both of them directly, they took a seat without ceremony. "You're punctual today," Lin Huang commented with a quirk of his lips. "Of course, I said I would get here at 9, so I got here at 9. I'm not late by even a minute," Virtuoso replied, sounding very pleased with themselves. "I wonder who it is who's never been punctual even after agreeing on a set time." Saber 9 unceremoniously pulled the rug out from under Virtuoso's feet. Virtuoso directly ignored Saber 9's snub, directing his words to the two of them. "We'll end the small talk here. Let's get down to business." Seeing that Virtuoso had used serious matters to change the subject, Saber 9 had to let things be. "How did your investigations go these last 2 days? Tell me one at a time." Virtuoso went straight to the point. Chapter 1561. Target locked. I've learned from many people that according to legend, there are 3 founders of the inner world. One is a member of the dragon tribe, another is a 9-tailed demon fox, and the last is an eminent monk from the Buddhist tribe. This point I managed to verify later from an underground channel. It isn't just a mere legend. However, these 3 founders were only active for a little while during the initial stages of founding the inner world. Subsequently, they went quiet very rapidly. After the 3 founders faded into the background, high-level heavenly gods sprang up one after another not long after. Most of these were short-lived. This situation only stabilized 3,000 years ago, when 6 overlords each took over various territories to maintain a system of checks and balances. Among these 6, 2 of them were the earliest to emerge almost within 100 years of the 3 founders going quiet. One of the 2 is a 4-faced individual with 4 faces, each with a different character. Each character has different divine abilities and techniques. The other is 3-tailed, a snake lady who is an expert in illusory techniques and inherently bewitching. As for the most likely candidates who possess information about the Castellan seal, going by the timeline, it would definitely be these 2. It's even possible that they might have the Castellan seal fragments with them. Lin Huang briefly described the results of his investigations, at the same time using divine power to project the pieces of information he had discovered one at a time. Of course, only the 3 of them sitting at the table could see these projections, as Virtuoso had set up an illusion barrier around the area where the table was. Outsiders were only able to see that the 3 of them were drinking and chatting. Saber 9 only spoke after looking over the information Lin Huang had gathered. "What I've discovered is similar to Lin Xie. After finding out about the 3 founders, I spent a great deal of effort to find out information about them after they went quiet, but to almost no avail. Whatever I found out can't be verified. There are dozens of versions alone about where the 3 of them eventually ended up. Subsequently, I also changed the focus of my investigation to the 6 overlords instead. However, I didn't find anything useful as I was worried about alerting people. Lin Huang could not help nodding when he heard that. I had the same idea that you did. I originally wanted to get information from their subordinates. However, after careful consideration, I abandoned the idea, as I don't want to alert anyone. Targeting their subordinates is the right thing to do, but we'll have to plan it thoroughly first. Virtuoso nodded as well. After all, these 6 are top powerhouses among heavenly gods. It would be far too difficult to take them on directly. Moreover, even though Lin Xie has narrowed the targets down to 2 people based on the timeline, there's no guarantee that this is accurate at all. There's still a possibility that these 2 people know nothing about the Castellan seal, and the secret is held by the remaining 4. We need to obtain more accurate information before making our final conclusions. We need to find a chance to lock onto our target and succeed on our first try. If we fail the first time, the remaining 5 will definitely be even more on their guard. This will significantly increase our difficulty in retrieving the Castellan seal. I've carried out some investigations over the last 2 days. The information I managed to obtain is basically the same as what both of you have mentioned. The Castellan seal is most likely divided into 3 fragments, and they're in the hands of the 3 inner world founders. As for the disappearance of the 3 of them, they might have gone into hiding deliberately to prevent people from seizing the Castellan seal. Perhaps something might have happened to them as well, such as being robbed, or something else. If that's the case, someone among the current 6 overlords should know about the Castellan seal. The second possibility is that the Castellan seal fragments are in the possession of one of the 6 current overlords. If that's true, then this would be the most beneficial to us. This is because as soon as we identify the person with the fragments, all we'll have to do is to find ways to retrieve the fragments. The third possibility is the most problematic one, which is that after the 3 founders went into hiding, the Castellan seal fell into the hands of some unknown individual. The emergence of the 6 overlords has nothing to do with the Castellan seal, while all 6 of them have no clue about the Castellan seal at all. If that's the case, it means that everything we've done previously is a waste of time. We'll have to look for clues again. If it's the third possibility, I think there's no need for us to waste any more time in this Phantom City. Let's just go straight to the next one. The expression on Saber 9's face did not seem as if he was joking. He really did look like he was planning on doing that. Although what he said was out of pique, it was still considered a logical strategy. This was because, based on the current situation in this Phantom City, searching for new leads all over again might be even more difficult than going to another Phantom City to look for the Castellan seal afresh. After all, we've only had 2 days, and the information the 3 of us obtained is limited. From the limited information we have at present, all 3 possibilities are plausible. Let's sort out the details of the information we've individually obtained, and then discuss our next move. As Virtuoso spoke, they arranged the information they had gathered and sent it to Lin Huang and Saber 9 through mental transmission. Lin Huang and Saber 9 shared their information as well. It did not take the 3 of them very long to respectively process the integrated information. Virtuoso glanced at the 2 of them. I'll go first. There's no way we can confirm which of the 3 possibilities the Castellan seal falls under. However, the most promising breakthrough currently would be the 6 local overlords. Based on Lin Xia's analysis, the 4-faced individual and the 3-tailed snake lady are undoubtedly the most likely candidates among the 6. Furthermore, apart from the timeline, there aren't any more clues to prove that the other 4 have an even higher chance of possessing information on the Castellan seal. Therefore, I think it's best to choose these 2 as our first target. Lin Huang nodded slightly at this point. Beside him, Saber 9 nodded as well. I've no comments. Then let's try our best to obtain more information from the subordinates of these 2 individuals over the next few days, Virtuoso continued. First ascertain a name list of their subordinates and some basic information on these underlings, then take action when they're alone. There's one thing that we need to take note of: don't kill them, Virtuoso suddenly reminded everyone. These subordinates might have something like a soul lamp warning system set up. When a member dies, the corresponding soul lamp will be destroyed. We would set off an alert if that happened. Lin Huang nodded slightly when he heard this. Saber 9, on the other hand, frowned a little. If we go our separate ways, even if Lin Xie and I manage to interrogate them, there's no way for us to erase their memories." Lin Huang remained silent when he heard what Saber 9 said. He did not explain that he possessed such a technique. Virtuoso glanced at Saber 9. "Stun them, then I'll deal with it. Make contact with any subordinates that we can speak with, no matter what their status. We'll try our best to obtain more information about the four-faced individual and the three-tailed snake lady. It's all right if we obtain a lot of repetitive information." Virtuoso sketched out the plan briefly. After that, the three of them soon began discussing the exact details of how to carry out the plan. Chapter 1562. The Gilded Fiend Painted Face was the first target that Lin Huang focused his attention on. He had never seen this monster in the monster guide before. However, at first glance, the creature reminded him of ancient Chinese opera characters on Earth. Apart from resembling a Chinese opera character with a painted face, the second impression Lin Huang had of this monster was that of a paper doll. Although this monster appeared human, it looked more like the paper dolls on Earth which Chinese people customarily burned as offerings at the graves of their ancestors. It had a pair of legs, just like a human. However, its feet never touched the ground, it perpetually hovered in the air. Based on the information Lin Huang managed to dig up, Painted Face was one of three underlings who had followed the four-faced individual the longest. If one were to go by qualifications, it was definitely considered very senior in terms of experience. However, due to its combat strength staying stagnant at beginner level, it had slowly been removed from the four-faced individual's core power circle and become an unimportant character. It had previously wanted to work hard to strengthen its cultivation. However, due to its limited talent, it was unable to break through to 4th rank heavenly god level at all. As time went by, it gradually abandoned the struggle. Lin Huang had chosen Painted Face as his target because, for one, it knew more about the four-faced individual's past. It had witnessed the entire process of the four-faced individual's emergence. For another, compared to the others in the core power circle, it was the easiest to target. On that day, as per its usual custom, Painted Face arrived on the rooftop of a building. All along, it had had a unique way of passing time, which was to hum songs while walking on the edge of all sorts of buildings, its arms thrown wide, and imagining it was walking on a tightrope. From up close, however, one could see its feet were actually 1 to 2 centimeters off the ground, never actually touching the ground at all. However, on this day, right when it had climbed to the rooftop and taken a few steps on the edge, it suddenly noticed a black silhouette blocking its path. It was a man in a black robe, and the face under his black hood was covered by a black mask. Painted Face had only just caught sight of the figure, before it could even take a good look at this person. 2 black gleams of light lit up under the hood. Painted Face's body froze on the spot immediately. The man in the black robe was, of course, Lin Huang. He had waited a night and a day just to get the chance to make his move. At least he had managed to wait until Painted Face was completely alone. Painted Face's combat strength was merely that of a low-level heavenly god. Among heavenly gods of the same combat strength, it was even considered one of the weaker ones. In the face of Lin Huang's sequence power, it had absolutely no ability to resist at all. The memory retrieval Lin Huang carried out went extraordinarily smoothly with no interference at all. Within a short 2 minutes, Lin Huang had completely copied Painted Face's memory. That went more smoothly than I anticipated. Lin Huang shot a glance at Painted Face, who still had not entirely detached itself from the memory retrieval process. He extended a finger and tapped it between Painted Face's brows. Painted Face's body immediately went limp, and Lin Huang's telekinetic threads tossed it into the god territory within Lin Huang's body. After scanning his surroundings with divine telekinesis and making sure he had left no traces behind, Lin Huang did not linger. Instead, he departed in a flash. The second target is the Gilded Fiend. The Gilded Fiend was an abyssal creature found in the monster guide. Monsters of this kind were usually powerful combat cultivators who had been contaminated with abyssal energy. After they had become abyssal creatures and been baptized in the abyssal blood spring, they would transform into such monsters. They possessed a powerful physical body, with strength that could be compared to Star Titan in the ancient era. This target that Lin Huang chose had the combat strength of an 8th rank heavenly god, but the strength of its physical body might even be at least that of a half-step lord. Very few individuals below lord level would be able to break through its defenses. It was not that Lin Huang wanted to challenge himself by choosing a target like this. Instead, He had done so because although the Gilded Fiend had a near-invincible physical body, its spirit strength was generally low. Legend said that the Abyssal Blood Spring was a tributary of the Death Spring, which also had the effect of eroding one's god soul. Practically anyone who transformed into a Gilded Fiend would have a damaged god soul. Most Gilded Fiends were either unintelligent and stupid, or insane. Regardless, none of them were normal in their heads. Some would even lose their minds completely during the process of transformation and become perfect material for puppet refinement. From Lin Huang's point of view, it was no big issue if these monsters were mentally abnormal. As long as they stored information about what they had seen or heard in their minds, that was sufficient. Furthermore, because of its low intelligence, the Gilded Fiend had always been the four-faced individual's most trusted subordinate, the only one, in fact. It had even been the four-faced individual's bodyguard at a much earlier point in time. Of course, calling it a bodyguard was just sugar-coating things. In reality, it was merely a shield in human form. It was only almost 1,000 years ago, when the four-faced individual's overlord status had been fully secured and stabilized, that the Gilded Fiend's status had been upgraded. The Gilded Fiend was always being given tasks that required violence. One of the reasons why Lin Huang chose the Gilded Fiend as his target was that it had been in close proximity with the four-faced individual for a long time, and had heard and seen many of this individual's secrets. Another reason was that it was always being given missions that required it to go into the outside world. This made it easier to catch it on its own. In the black market, the Gilded Fiend's whereabouts were also never a secret. In reality, the fairly famous warlords under the command of the six overlords had always been the ones that all the major and minor organizations in the inner world paid attention to. This was because their activities might lead to a change of circumstances in the entire inner world. By closely observing these people, the organizations would be alerted ahead of time regarding even the slightest stir. Lin Huang managed to purchase a log of the Gilded Fiend's recent whereabouts without needing to put in much effort at all. It seems I'm pretty lucky. Lin Huang raised his brows slightly after glancing through the information in the log. According to the black market's records, the Gilded Fiend just happened to leave the headquarters guarded by the four-faced person a day ago. It appeared to be out on some mission. He glanced at the information provided by the black market, and realized that someone had discovered the Gilded Fiend's coordinates over an hour ago, even taking a photo secretly. Within less than an hour, Lin Huang arrived at the coordinates mentioned in the black market's log. This place was a crowded market with people of various sizes and forms coming and going. On both sides of the streets were all sorts of stalls. Lin Huang glanced around and noticed they were selling items that were above the level of god relics. However, he did not have much of a hard look for bargains. Instead, he glanced around and began to search for traces of the Gilded Fiend. There were cultivators above virtual god level everywhere in this market. It was a bad idea for him to use his divine telekinesis, so he could only release leech pods along the way to help with the search. Under Lin Huang's control, the leech pods were not drifting around at random. Instead, they were attaching themselves to various items along the way. After releasing thousands of leech pods, Lin Huang was wondering whether or not the Gilded Fiend might have already left when a leech pod suddenly sent an image through. The image showed a dark gold monster of tall stature. It stood within the crowd, head and shoulders above everyone else, and was looking around. Found you. Lin Huang's eyes lit up. Chapter 1563. We can talk about it at leisure. After discovering the Gilded Fiend, Lin Huang did not rashly go up to it. Instead, he passed slowly through the crowd while approaching it and continued to use leech pods to observe its behavior. The Gilded Fiend seemed to be looking for something in the stalls. This made Lin Huang rather uncertain as to why it did not use divine telekinesis but was instead checking the stalls carefully one by one. Theoretically, given its identity, it had absolutely no need to worry about its divine telekinesis being sensed by others. What exactly is this fellow looking for? Lin Huang was rather curious about this. The Gilded Fiend moved ahead slowly, carefully scrutinizing each stall along the way. Although it tried its best to seem indifferent, any outsiders could tell right away that it was very likely searching for something. In this inner world, practically everybody knew the Gilded Fiend. Upon observing its demeanor, they were secretly speculating about whether or not the four-faced individual might have heard some gossip of late about something valuable hidden in the market. That might be the reason why the Gilded Fiend had been sent to investigate. Therefore, many people began secretly checking through all stalls in the market, trying to get a head start. There were even quite a few stall owners who checked their own goods again, seeing if there was anything that they might have missed. Even Lin Huang could not help secretly speculating, even though his purpose for coming here had nothing to do with buying goods. He even began attentively checking out all the items at the stalls along the way. After all, anything that the gilded fiend or even the four-faced individual considered to be important, had to be valuable. Even if Lin Huang could not use it himself, he could sell it off at a good price. Lin Huang strolled around the market while quietly making his way closer to the gilded fiend. Over 3 hours passed by in no time at all, and the gilded fiend had walked around the entire market twice, looking through all the goods at every stall. However, it had not bought a single thing. Lin Huang had also followed the gilded fiend around for over 3 hours and had bought a few small items. He had actually noticed many excellent items on both sides of the street. Although most of them were not enough to pique his interest, to most ordinary true gods, many of these goods were of the best quality. For instance, there were medicinal pills that could aid one's combat strength in achieving a breakthrough, top-grade god rule relics, and other assorted items. Although Phantom City was similar to a virtual game world, the items one obtained from this world were the real deal, even in the outside world. There were even some fantasy items that could not be obtained at all in the outside world. However, after strolling around twice while following the gilded fiend, Lin Huang had not noticed anything special that could pique the gilded fiend's interest. At the stalls, the highest grade items were expert grade god sequence relics. At the gilded fiend's level of ability, these things were nothing to it. This fellow has been around the market twice already, there's no telling how much longer it will keep walking around. Lin Huang could not help muttering in his mind upon noticing that the gilded fiend did not seem to have any intention of leaving yet. Moreover, Lin Huang was not the only one who was intently keeping an eye on the gilded fiend. However, these individuals observing the gilded fiend's every movement had no intention of attacking it. Instead, they were curious about what it was looking for and wanted to snatch the item up before it could make a purchase. After strolling around the market twice, the gilded fiend seemed to have thought of something a short while later. It suddenly halted and turned around, heading in Lin Huang's direction. Have I been discovered? Lin Huang was startled. His first reaction was that the gilded fiend had discovered he was tailing it. However, he remained calm. He glanced through the goods at the stall in front of him and casually picked up something pleasing to the eye, pretending to scrutinize it. He then asked the stall owner for the price. How much is this? Lin Huang was holding an ancient coin. It looked rather rusty, and he did not recognize any of the words engraved on it. There were flowers and birds imprinted on both sides, and the craftsmanship seemed fairly good. The ancient coin was only a showpiece to admire. There was no energy in it at all. 10,000 divine stones. The bald owner glanced at Lin Huang and immediately asked for a ridiculous price. Why don't you rob me instead? Lin Huang raised his brows when he heard how much the item cost. Even though he usually did not like to bargain when he bought things, he could tell that the stall owner was trying to rip him off. This piece doesn't have any energy fluctuations at all, it's just an ordinary item. You're asking the price for a top-grade god relic. Boss, this isn't how you do business. How much are you willing to pay, then? The owner smiled, not embarrassed in the least. Instead, he redirected the question to Lin Huang. 1 divine stone. I'll take it if you're willing to sell it for that amount. Lin Huang immediately went down to 1/10,000th of the original asking price. You said that I'm not sincere in selling this item to you at my asking price, but you're clearly not sincere in wanting to purchase it since you're bargaining like this, the stall owner grumbled. 1 divine stone is almost clean net profit for you. I'm sure you didn't spend very much to purchase this. Lin Huang remained adamant. Before the owner could argue, Lin Huang continued, there aren't many people collecting ancient coins after all, and you only have this one single coin at your stall. It proves that you also knew it would depend on luck whether or not you would be able to sell it. Therefore, there's no way that you would purchase an ancient coin at a high price. You'd suffer a loss if you couldn't sell it. Only a simpleton would do such a thing. The stall owner had prepared a retort, but he swallowed his words entirely after hearing what Lin Huang had to say. He had wanted to say that he had indeed purchased the coin at a high price. However, if he said so, it would be the equivalent of admitting that he was a simpleton. In that case, could you raise your asking price a little more? After some consideration, the stall owner did not persist any further. His expression altered as well. He wanted to curry favor with Lin Huang now. 2 divine stones, then. That's my last offer. Lin Huang generously added 1 more divine stone to his asking price. The stall owner felt rather helpless, but he nodded anyway. All right, it's sold. Lin Huang tossed 2 divine stones to the owner and was about to put the ancient coin away into his space storage when a deep, resonant voice suddenly spoke up. I want this ancient coin. How much is it? The voice caught the attention of many people's attention as soon as it sounded. The stall owner was stunned at first, but he immediately said with an apologetic smile, Sir, the ancient coin has already been sold to this man. Lin Huang turned his head to look at the looming figure standing next to him. It was the gilded fiend that he had been stalking for over 3 hours. This fellow is interested in the ancient coin I'm holding. Lin Huang was stunned as well. He had not expected that the item the gilded fiend had been searching several hours for would accidentally come into his possession just like that. He lowered his head to study the ancient coin, then secretly checked it with divine telekinesis. However, he still did not notice anything out of the ordinary. At that moment, the gilded fiend turned its head and looked at Lin Huang. Friend, could you sell this ancient coin to me? After making this request, the gilded fiend added, I'm Gildy, Master Four Faces subordinate. A strange gleam flashed through Lin Huang's eyes. Although he had no idea what exactly the ancient coin was, it was undoubtedly an opportunity to get close to the gilded fiend. I can sell it to you, but the price, we can talk about it at leisure somewhere less crowded. Chapter 1564. The cautious four-faced individual in an abandoned building far from the market. The pitch-black color of Lin Huang's pupils gradually faded. Noticing that the black in the gilded fiend's eyes was fading as well, he extended his hand and tapped 2 fingers right in the middle of the gilded fiend's brows. The next instant, the gilded fiend's body went limp and crumpled to the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Huang, who had initially been hovering in midair, landed slowly on the ground together with the gilded fiend's massive bulk. However, once he landed, he did not put the gilded fiend into the god territory within his body right away. Instead, he froze on the spot for a moment. The reason for this brief stunned instance was because he had retrieved important information he wanted from the gilded fiend's memory. A moment later, he snapped back to his senses and used telekinetic threads to drag the gilded fiend into the god territory within him. He then bestirred himself and headed toward his third target. 3 days went by in no time. Lin Huang, Virtuoso, and Saber 9 gathered once again after that. What are the results of your investigations? Virtuoso asked immediately. Lin Huang glanced at Saber 9. You go first. Saber 9 nodded. I investigated the 3-tailed snake lady's subordinates. 1 is her previous best friend, 2 are her lovers, and another 2 are her trusted underlings. However, the interrogation didn't go well. The 5 of them don't seem to know about the Castellan seal. With my technique, there's not a very high chance of these 5 concealing anything from me. Therefore, I feel there are 2 possibilities. Either the 3-tailed snake lady is hiding things very well and hasn't told anyone around her about the Castellan seal, or she doesn't have it at all. Were there any anomalies when she rose to prominence? Virtuoso could not help inquiring. She rose to her position primarily by relying on men, her looks, and her ability to entice. Practically no man can resist her. She's been sitting in the overlord position all these years mainly because among the remaining 5 overlords, 2 of them are her lovers. Moreover, she's used her allure to gather a group of high-level heavenly gods to serve her. Her subordinates' overall combat strength is certainly no lower than the rest of the overlords. Virtuoso fell into deep thought for a while after hearing this. Then let's rule her out for now. I came across information about her through other channels as well and did some investigation. The conclusion I came to is similar to yours. She most probably doesn't have the Castellan seal. After they had ruled out the 3-tailed snake lady, Virtuoso and Saber 9 turned their heads to look at Lin Huang. Let me share my investigation results then. Lin Huang began speaking only after he saw their attention was focused on him. I investigated the 4-faced individual's subordinates, Painted Face and the Gilded Fiend, as well as his current mistress, and I definitely discovered a considerable amount of useful information. The information Painted Face provided mentioned that the 4-faced individual's ability came out of nowhere. Painted Face had always suspected that his master had obtained some kind of treasure, but Painted Face never knew what it was. The information provided by the Gilded Fiend stated that the 4-faced individual is unfathomably powerful. The Gilded Fiend personally witnessed him elevating a low-rank heavenly god's combat strength to 9th-rank heavenly god level. Lin Huang paused at this point in his narrative. He then looked at Virtuoso and Saber 9. This person isn't exactly unfamiliar to the two of you either. Saber 9 was momentarily stunned, but Virtuoso reacted immediately. The three-tailed snake lady. Lin Huang nodded slightly. Saber 9 regained his composure at this point. Although he knew that the four-faced individual was the three-tailed snake lady's lover, he was not aware of this additional facet of their relationship. He forcibly elevated a person's combat strength several ranks, without any side effects. Not only that, the whole process took less than half an hour. This alone is enough to prove that he has the Castellan seal. Lin Huang was very certain of this because only individuals who possessed the Castellan seal could be like a game master, directly modifying a character's data within Phantom City. Apart from that, based on what the Gilded Fiend stated, the four-faced individual seems to have been collecting objects. Previously, he even went out to collect these items personally instead of asking someone to do it for him. It's only been in recent years that he has let a trusted subordinate aid him in this matter. The Gilded Fiend also mentioned that the few collectibles it had seen were all peculiar odds and ends. Some don't even possess any energy fluctuations at all. They're just like ordinary objects. I suspect the items he's looking for are the remaining fragments of the Castellan seal. However, he doesn't seem to know what forms these seal fragments might take. Every time he instructed the Gilded Fiend to look for objects, his descriptions were always very vague. He would only give a rough outline, then ask the Gilded Fiend to search based on its intuition. That's why I speculate that the Castellan seal fragments might exist in any random form. From his space storage, Lin Huang retrieved the ancient coin that he had recently purchased from the market. Before this, at the market, the Gilded Fiend was eyeing this ancient coin I was holding. It even offered a high price so that I would sell it to them. Lin Huang flicked his thumb, and the ancient coin landed squarely in the palm of Virtuoso's hand. Take a look at it. What if this is one of the Castellan seal fragments? Virtuoso ignored Lin Huang's teasing tone. Instead, they picked up the ancient coin and began scrutinizing it closely. A while later, they turned their gaze from the ancient coin and shook their head at Lin Huang and Saber 9. I can't be sure whether or not this is a fragment of the Castellan seal. Is there no way of verifying this at all? Lin Huang could not help asking. Of course there are ways. The simplest would be to get another fragment of the Castellan seal. As long as they're within a certain proximity of each other, both fragments should certainly display a reaction. The problem is, however, we don't have another fragment with us, Virtuoso commented, spreading their hands out. How did the Gilded Fiend decide that this might be the item that the four-faced individual was looking for? Saber 9 asked Lin Huang from where he was standing to one side. Based on what it said, it watched me pick up this ancient coin while it was at a distance. It then felt this might be the thing the four-faced individual was looking for, so it asked me to sell the coin to it. It's just pure intuition, there aren't any reliable deciding factors. Even as he spoke, Lin Huang felt somewhat bereft of words. From what the Gilded Fiend said, the four-faced individual even encouraged such behavior. Furthermore, he even told it to buy anything that it thought might be valuable. Although this is most probably an ordinary coin, let's just keep it anyway, Virtuoso stated and tossed the coin back to Lin Huang. What if it really is a fragment of the Castellan seal? Lin Huang caught the ancient coin and put it away in his space storage before he resumed speaking. As far as the four-faced individual's mistress goes, she didn't provide very much useful information. The four-faced individual is more cautious around her and has never mentioned the Castellan seal fragments at all. Furthermore, based on my previous speculations, the seal could very well exist in whatever form. Trying to obtain the Castellan seal fragments from the four-faced individual is an incredibly difficult undertaking. Both of you don't have to worry about that. All you need to be responsible for is gathering information. The rest, you can leave to me, and I'll think of a solution. Virtuoso seemed to have some kind of idea already. Since we're now sure that the four-faced individual has the fragments of the Castellan seal, let's start with him first. Chapter 1565. Virtuoso's special technique. The four-faced individual sat on a black metal throne, toying with a storage ring in his hand. All four of his faces wore thoughtful expressions. It's been a long time since you last had that look on your faces. A voice suddenly drifted in from the palace door, followed by the crisp, clear clack of high heels against the ground, approaching from a distance. Yes, the four-faced individual's four faces let out a low sigh almost simultaneously. I just saw Gildy going out. The lady in heels slowly made her way over to the four-faced individual. She was a female succubus. To be precise, even among succubi, her figure and attractiveness were still considered top-notch. If I'm not mistaken, this has something to do with him, doesn't it? The four-faced individual fell silent for a moment before he turned his gaze to the succubus. I suspect that he's lying to me. Guilty. The tone of the succubus, voice raised slightly. With his intelligence, do you think that's even possible? Moreover, if I'm not wrong, wasn't he was one of the first ones to throw his lot in with you? I didn't think it would be possible as well, but he has indeed lied to me today. The four-faced individual was very certain of this. Why not tell me what exactly happened, and I'll listen. The succubus made her way over to the four-faced individual and sat down cross-legged on the ground in front of the throne. Tilting her head up to look at the four-faced individual, she smiled faintly. The four-faced individual fell silent for a brief moment before slowly beginning to speak. I had him look for something for me. I actually left on him some means by which he would sense the object I wanted whenever it showed up in his vicinity, and I would sense it as well on my end. 3 days ago, I definitely sensed that item showing up somewhere in his surroundings. However, when he returned this time, whatever he passed to me didn't include that particular object. How did he explain that? The succubus asked, smiling. He said that he was certain he sensed something from a specific item, but someone else bought it before he could get his hands on it. He offered a high price so he could acquire the object, but the original purchaser refused to agree. Isn't that very normal? The succubus raised her brows, or are you blaming him for not forcibly acquiring the item? The four-faced individual did not answer this question, continuing instead, given Gildy's character, in the past, he would always do his best to complete the missions I gave him. He would steal, plunder, and kill to obtain the things I wanted. He wouldn't give up just because the other party refused to trade. Something must have happened between Gildy and that person. Didn't you ask for any details? No, if he's unwilling to tell me, it makes no sense for me to ask. He might not tell the truth even if I did pursue the matter. The four-faced individual shook his head slightly. What are you planning to do then? Dispose of him, the succubus asked in a seemingly careless fashion. I'll get someone to watch him first to see if they can find out anything useful, the four-faced individual said blandly. Take a bath and relax, stop always thinking about things that worry you. The succubus rose and approached the four-faced individual. Wave after wave of ripples began emanating from her narrow eyes, and a light fragrance began to waft through the air. The four-faced individual's breathing grew heavier. All four faces had their eyes closed, allowing the fragrance to drift into their nostrils. He only opened his eyes a while later. You little imp, wasn't all that tussling around last night enough for you? The succubus said nothing. She merely smiled slightly and extended her hand to investigate the four-faced individual's chest. Her fingers, soft and seemingly boneless, wandered over his body, teasing his desire. The four-faced individual did not stop her either. He closed his eyes, indulging himself in these intoxicating ministrations. Before very long, the succubus' ministrations abruptly stopped. The four-faced individual opened his eyes and discovered that, without realizing it, he had arrived at the side of the bathtub with her. Moreover, the succubus was already completely undressed and right in front of him. For a moment, the four-faced individual could hardly tear his eyes away. He allowed the succubus to take off his clothes, one item at a time until finally, he was left without a stitch on. Even his storage ring had been taken off by the succubus and set to one side, hot steam bubbled up from the bath, and mist roiled. The two figures, one muscular, another buxom, were gradually swallowed up in the mist, almost at the same time. In an abandoned building a considerable distance away, the corners of Virtuoso's lips quirked up slightly. A full set of clothing gradually coalesced in their hands. This even included shoes, socks, and several accessories like a few rings. This is, Lin Huang and Saber Nine's expressions were full of incredulity. They retreated a few steps, hastily distancing themselves from Virtuoso. This was because the two of them clearly scented the pungent odor of smelly feet. When they caught a whiff of that odor, their expressions at present were even more peculiar as they glanced at Virtuoso. Virtuoso frowned as well. Hurriedly, they blocked their sense of smell and explained, "These are the four-faced individual's clothes. Everything he wore today is here. How did you manage this?" Lin Huang's face was full of shock. This was the first time he had heard that someone could strip another person naked from a distance. Such ability was nothing short of incredible. Even Saber 9, standing off to one side, wore an expression of utter incomprehension. I managed to subjugate someone close to him and replaced his clothes when he was taking a bath, Virtuoso explained, sounding very pleased with themselves. Won't that be discovered? Lin Huang asked. On such short notice, definitely not. First of all, I made a copy of his clothes and left them in their original spot when I made the exchange. Secondly, the person that I made use of is a succubus. He won't be leaving the bathtub any time soon. Lin Huang and Saber 9 came to a sudden realization when they heard the term, succubus. Monsters like succubi had desires that were far more powerful than most species and could maintain an intense mating period for a long time. As long as they wanted to, they could even have intercourse continuously for a few months at a time. Many people were aware that, in reality, succubi had no definite gender. They could be male, female, and could even transform into other species. They would have an initial gender when they were born, but they could change their forms and genders at will. Many monsters with strong desires would be willing to date lovers like the succubi. This was not just because succubi could transform into members of the same tribe species, for a great many more, it was because every day they could experience something new and fresh. Even an ambitious and ruthless man like the four-faced individual was unable to reject a succubus who completely conformed to his aesthetic. Furthermore, since Virtuoso had managed to subjugate the succubus, this meant that if nothing went wrong, whatever time the four-faced individual got out of the bathtub depended entirely on when Virtuoso wanted to let him out of the bath. The four-faced individual would never place something like the Castellan seal very far from his person. It's either in his storage equipment or somewhere very close to himself. As Virtuoso spoke, they held up the clothes in their hands. What if he refined it and integrated it into his body? Lin Huang asked at once. Before Virtuoso could reply, Saber 9 who was beside them answered the question. The Castellan seal can't be refined if it's in a fragmented state. There's only one legitimate authority in every phantom city, and only one will is acknowledged and accepted, so only the fully whole Castellan seal can be refined. Although one can make use of the power of the Castellan seal with just a single fragment to build and modify a phantom city, they only have control of the phantom city, not ownership of it. One can only legitimately have ownership of a phantom city if they have refined the Castellan seal in its fully whole state. Something suddenly occurred to Saber 9 after he finished his explanation. However, if the four-faced individual placed the Castellan seal in the god territory within his body, it would mean that whatever we've done so far is wasted effort. Virtuoso ignored the conversation between the two and began checking through the clothes carefully. The Castellan seal could elude being sensed by divine telekinesis, so using one's eyes to search was much more reliable in times like this. Lin Huang and Saber 9 hurried forward immediately and helped examine the clothes. Chapter 1566, Pure Blind Luck. We haven't found any unusual items. Right now, the only things we haven't checked are what's in the storage rings. Saber 9 looked at the last two storage rings after a meticulous search. Even if we haven't discovered anything, it doesn't mean nothing unusual is present. Virtuoso's gaze fell upon the two storage rings. After all, we have no idea what the fragments of the Castellan seal for this phantom city look like. Is there any way of accessing these two storage rings? Lin Huang went straight to the point. Virtuoso extended his hand and picked up the two storage rings. These two storage rings belong to an older style of secret key rings. One must adjust their divine telekinesis to a specific frequency to be able to unlock them. That's the only way to gain access. Having the rings is useless if you don't have the secret key. However, I just so happen to know the secret keys for both these storage rings. As they spoke, Virtuoso had already adjusted their divine telekinesis to a specific frequency. They glanced at the two storage rings in quick succession. Even without Virtuoso saying anything further, Lin Huang and Saber 9 knew that they must have read the memory of one of the four-faced individual's close associates. Furthermore, this person just happened to have the information about the two secret keys in their memory. Virtuoso searched both the storage rings for a long time before finally retrieving one single item. I used my divine telekinesis to scan every item in these two storage rings 3 times, but I couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Virtuoso suddenly turned their head to look at Lin Huang when they finished speaking. However, I found this. They opened up their palm. In the middle of it was an ancient silver coin. Lin Huang could not help frowning when he saw the ancient coin. Before he could open his mouth, Virtuoso spoke first. Does this ancient coin look like the one you bought at the market a few days back? Not at all. Lin Huang shook his head. Yours looks like a silver coin. The one I bought looks more like a bronze coin. Not only are the colors different, but the size, thickness, and carvings also aren't the same at all. Your silver coin is at least one size smaller than my bronze coin. Why, do you suspect that this silver coin might be a fragment of the Castellan seal? Lin Huang asked, raising his brows. If you bring out your ancient coin, we'll find out whether or not this is a fragment of the Castellan seal. Virtuoso had hitherto always been calm, but right now, his tone carried a sense of urgency. The Castellan seal fragments could sense each other. If the ancient coin in Virtuoso's hand was able to sense the one that Lin Huang had purchased, they could basically confirm that the two ancient coins were fragments of the Castellan seal. Lin Huang felt that Virtuoso was indulging in wild fantasies. The ancient coin that he himself had purchased at the market was considered a commemorative coin. For whatever reason, however, Virtuoso had somehow linked both these entirely different objects together through some wild feat of imagination. Not only did they believe that the two coins were related, they even believed that both were fragments of the Castellan seal. However, Lin Huang did not bother arguing with Virtuoso over the subject. He retrieved the ancient coin which had cost him 2 divine stones to purchase at the market from his space storage. The way he saw it, as long as the ancient coin that he took out showed no reaction, it would be sufficient to prove right away that Virtuoso's baseless speculation was wrong. There was no need for Lin Huang to waste his breath arguing with them. However, as soon as he took out the bronze coin, the silver coin in Virtuoso's palm began to vibrate intensely. At the same time, Lin Huang could clearly sense the bronze coin between his fingers vibrating just as intensely also. The feeling one got was that of a dog wagging its tail maniacally in excitement when its owner got home from work. Without waiting for Lin Huang to inquire further, Virtuoso had already pulled his palm away from the ancient coin. Seeing this, Lin Huang let go of his own coin as well, allowing the ancient coins to hover on their own in midair. Both coins were different in terms of color, size, thickness, and even patterns. However, the current scenario was proof enough that the two objects were being drawn to each other. After Lin Huang and Virtuoso released their hold, the two ancient coins soon transformed into 2 dazzling beams of light, one gold, one silver, that intersected in midair like a vortex. They were whirling rapidly, like Gemini's twin stars drifting in the galaxy. As the vortex swirled, the distance between both beams of light became shorter and shorter, and the rays that they released grew increasingly more dazzling to the eye. Very soon, the 2 resplendent beams had reached their brightest, to the point where both silver and gold colors could not be distinguished from each other. Even Lin Huang and the others were unable to look through the light beams to observe what transformations were happening within. Meanwhile, Virtuoso had made preparations much earlier and shielded the area. If not for this, the dazzling rays of light brilliant enough to illuminate the entire sky would attract unwanted trouble. A good while later, the blinding rays gradually faded away. The initial 2 ancient coins had disappeared, replaced instead by a golden coin that looked rather old. The 2 ancient coins really are the Castellan seal fragments. Lin Huang's face was full of shock. He had not expected that something he had bought so casually at the market would turn out to be a fragment of the Castellan seal. We're pretty lucky. Virtuoso smiled. How did you figure this out? Lin Huang was still a little confused. The Castellan seal fragments can take the form of anything at all. However, the different fragments of the seal have a definite connection to each other, Virtuoso explained, smiling. Let me give you an example. If one of the fragments is a key, then the other fragment might be a key of another shape, or it could be a lock, even a door. When I saw this silver coin and scanned it, my divine telekinesis picked up nothing out of the ordinary. To be honest, this is rather rare in the inner world. Therefore, I immediately thought of the bronze coin you bought at the market. There aren't any energy waves on it at all, as if 2 coins from the surface world had somehow drifted into this place. Of course, we can't entirely rule out that someone brought common coins from the surface world into the inner world. Therefore, I wasn't completely sure if the 2 ancient coins were fragments of the Castellan seal. I would only be able to ascertain this through the 2 fragments sensing each other. You both know what happened next. Virtuoso did admit that figuring this matter out had involved a great deal more guesswork on his part. Lin Huang had nothing much to say about Virtuoso's less than scientifically rigorous logical approach. All that could be said was that the 3 of them had been very fortunate. It was pure blind luck. Wait for me a moment. Let me return these things, Virtuoso explained, then hurriedly transported the clothing and items back immediately. Are you sure the swap won't be discovered? Lin Huang could not help asking as he waited for Virtuoso to finish transporting the items back. However, Virtuoso's answer was completely unexpected. Of course it's going to be discovered. As soon as the four-faced individual checks through the items in his storage ring with divine telekinesis, he'll definitely find out that the Castellan seal fragment is missing. Not only that, he'll soon discover that outsiders have arrived in this phantom city. Therefore, we need to find the last fragment of the Castellan seal as soon as we can. The best would be before the four-faced individual finds out that his own fragment has been stolen. Absolutely. If he discovers that the Castellan seal fragment has been stolen, he'll most certainly send people en masse to hunt for the outsiders. That would inconvenience our subsequent movements greatly. Lin Huang nodded slightly as well. The longer we drag this out, the more difficult it will be for us to extricate ourselves, Saber 9 said, looking serious. Chapter 1567. An inside man in the inner world, in a suburb far from the city, was a flaking, dilapidated low villa almost completely overrun by plants. This phenomenon was not merely confined to the outer walls, even the inner walls and the floor were covered with vines of various colors. It was in this deserted, uninhabited place that a figure suddenly emerged. In appearance, this figure looked rather like a tall, burly human. A pure black robe was draped over its body, concealing its form entirely. The figure slowly walked over to the side of a low-rise building, then turned to face the vine-infested wall before taking off the hood of its robe. The face that was revealed more precisely, the four faces revealed belonged to one of the 6 overlords of the inner world, the four-faced individual. Almost at the same time that he removed his hood, one of the vines on the overgrown wall began to squirm. In practically the blink of an eye, it had formed itself into the shape of a giant face. Four-face, I'm extremely surprised that you requested we meet alone this time, the giant face formed by the vine spoke first. Tell me, what exactly happened to make you insist on conferring with me, despite the risk that I might kill you? Someone stole my fragment of the Castellan seal, the four-faced individual stated right away, without even a word of greeting. It's been stolen. Do you know who did it? Upon hearing this, the giant face on the wall took on a startled expression, its tone also full of astonishment. I don't know who it is exactly, but I feel that there's a 90% chance of it being outsiders. The four-faced individual appeared to be very sure of this. How did you lose it? Why don't you explain a little further in detail? The giant face asked. I placed the fragment in this storage ring, the one I wear most often, the four-faced individual said and pulled up his sleeve, revealing the storage ring he wore on his left middle finger. Every time I take something from it or put items away, I instinctively do a scan with divine telekinesis. However, when I was retrieving something yesterday, I suddenly discovered that the fragment was gone. How did you lose something inside a ring you're always wearing? The giant face was rather confused. Did you remove the ring? I definitely did when I took a bath 2 days ago. What's more, I put a batch of items into the ring 3 days ago. I used divine telekinesis to scan through the space storage back then, and the fragment was still there. The four-faced individual nodded. So I'm sure that the Castellan seal fragment went missing between both those times I scanned the space storage with divine telekinesis. Moreover, I happened to take off the storage ring during that period. Someone must have seized the chance to covertly pull some monkey business. To know when you removed the storage ring to be able to access it, then stealthily return the ring to its place, the giant face formed from the vine gave a faintly mocking smile. There just might be an inside man among your subordinates then. Someone who can unlock your storage ring ought to be someone very close to you. That's what I thought too. At this point, the four-faced individual's expression turned gloomy. The inside man escaped, the giant face asked with a smile, noticing the four-faced individual's expression. I killed her. The four-faced individual's face turned grim when he said this. As soon as he discovered that the fragment of the Castellan seal had disappeared without a trace, he had immediately gone to find the succubus. After interrogating her and unsuccessfully trying to extract a confession, he had killed the succubus himself. You didn't manage to find out anything? The giant face continued its questioning. No, the four-faced individual shook his head. She must have been controlled by some form of hypnosis. She knew nothing at all about the Castellan seal fragment. I forcibly read her memory, and I still wasn't able to find out anything about the mastermind behind this. Not even a clue. The giant face also found this rather peculiar. No, the four-faced individual shook his head. That's why I said it was probably stolen by outsiders. You've lost your fragment of the Castellan seal, so why are you here to see me? Are you asking me to help you look for it? The giant face asked, smiling. In reality, it had more or less guessed the other party's true intentions. Since these outsiders are obviously here for the Castellan seal fragments, they'll come looking for you sooner or later, the four-faced individual said bluntly without beating around the bush. I want to join forces with you to kill these people. The giant face fell silent for a moment when it heard what the four-faced individual said. It only spoke again after some time. Why should I trust you? You might have concocted a story, while your real objective is to get hold of the fragment that I have. If you want me to prove I have an item, that's very easy, I can just bring it out and show you. However, if you want me to prove that I don't have something, I can't do it. There's no way for me to prove that my fragment of the Castellan seal is missing. The four-faced individual shook his head. All I can say is that I've come here this time in good faith. My target is that group of outsiders. I have no designs on that fragment in your possession. Whether you believe it or not, that's up to you. If you're willing to work together with me, then we'll join forces. If you're not willing to do that, I won't force the issue either. I'll think of other ways to take revenge on them. However, I must still remind you that it's only a matter of time before they find out you have a fragment of the Castellan seal. Sooner or later, they'll come looking for you. The giant face fell silent once again. It had known the four-faced individual for years and was aware that he was a cunning, treacherous old fox. However, this time it did not seem as if he were setting a trap. If he was, then his acting skill was truly beyond words. Let's assume that everything you've said is the truth. If so, why are you helping me? These outsiders are here for the Castellan seal. If they really do manage to gather all of the fragments, what do you think will happen next? The four-faced individual did not answer the giant face's question. Instead, he posed yet another question. If the outsiders get hold of the Castellan seal, the giant face on the wall sported a rather peculiar expression now. They might wipe out everything that exists currently, and rebuild Phantom City. Only now, when the words had unthinkingly slipped out of its mouth, did the giant face seem to realize the true seriousness of the issue. Earlier, this aspect of things had never occurred to it. It had merely thought that the four-faced individual losing the fragment of the Castellan seal was rather amusing. However, now that it was considering the matter, it felt extremely fearful. It's not, might wipe out everything, they absolutely will wipe out everything. The four-faced individual corrected, think about it. If you're an outsider who has obtained the fully restored Castellan seal, would you leave the original Phantom City as it is and not change anything at all? On the contrary, if it were me, I'd demolish everything in the original setup, and rebuild a Phantom City that I could call my own. We'll be erased. The giant face brought up the point that mattered to it most of all. The four-faced individual said nothing more. Patiently, he stared at the giant face on the wall, waiting for it to give him an answer. It only took a moment for the giant face to make a decision. It spoke again. How do you want to join forces?